Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81_ Kingfire hits Kelson. While causing explosion damage to him, it was still burning continuously. It can be said to be one attack, causing 2 damages. Yi-Yi's figure jumped back several times again. In the face of this person who is stronger than himself, any mistakes may cause the battle to end in an instant. Ah! Kelson, who was enveloped in flames, suddenly let out a tragic howl. An inexplicable fluctuation surged around Kelson. The figure began to expand continuously. At the boundary of the 6th and 7th districts, a strong hurricane suddenly appeared. The flames were slowly extinguished by the rapidly increasing hurricane. Yi-Yi in the distance put down the palm he just raised. Kelson's movements were too fast, even if Yi-Yi wanted to launch an attack, but before he had time, his transformation was over. Looking at the sturdy figure with a lot of height, Yi-Yi guessed that this was the ability he developed at the age of 14. As a reinforcement system, they basically develop their own bodies. A trace of unsightly thoughts appeared in Yi-Yi's mind. Before using his abilities, Kelson was already stronger than himself. The reason why Yi-Yi was able to be evenly matched with him was more due to this superb technique. But this is already the limit. In the face of the ability to use, Kelson has been strengthened again. Yi-Yi had already subconsciously recalled the escape route he had planned. Before the battle, the occurrence of this situation had been taken into account. But Yi-Yi wanted to run, but Kelson in the distance disagreed. He chased Yi-Yi for a long time, but he kept being teased. This time, the battle finally started, and Yi-Ki used various abilities to launch a long-range attack on him. This made him, a capable person of the enhancement department, miserable. Now using his abilities to fully strengthen his physical fitness, he wants to fight well. But through Yi-Yi's erratic eyes, he seemed to have guessed something. Nian burst out from under his feet again, and quickly rushed towards Yi-Yi's direction. No chance for Yi-Yi to escape at all. Cut. The figure instantly appeared in front of Yi-Yi. Feeling that the speed was more than 1 step faster than before, Yi-Yi's face was a little grim. At the current speed, Yi-Yi could almost only see a phantom rushing towards him. Speed, strength have been increased, comprehensively enhanced ability. According to a run, Yi-Yi basically guessed the category of Kelson's ability. One punch. Yi-Yi didn't make a hard connection, but just deflected slightly to the side. Fighting with the reinforcement system is the most irrational choice. Even if Yi-Yi's current physical fitness has reached the current limit, for Kelson, it is still far behind. Not to mention the enhanced Kelson. A deep pit appeared behind Yi-Yi. Feeling the power of this punch, Yi-Pair had a general understanding of Kelson's current strength. If he were compared according to acquaintances, before the transformation, his strength was already comparable to the transformed Bishiji. This makes Yoichi, who often fights with Bishiji, to be on par with him. But after the transformation, the strength has far surpassed the transformed Bishiji. In the face of such an enemy, one cannot be rigid, but outsmart. Thinking of this, Yi-Yi's figure retreated again. At the same time, the left hand threw something down in a slightly invisible posture. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that he pushed Yi-Yi back with a single blow, Kelson laughed proudly. The thoughts under his feet condensed again, and he stepped towards Yi-Yi. Although his control of Nian is not excellent, the judgment of years of combat experience makes him know that his winning rate at this moment is much higher than that of Yi-Yi. Directly attack Yi-Ki. Of course, even though he was chasing after victory, he did not forget to use his mind to defend. Most of the thoughts in his body flowed toward his arms, crossing them in front of him. Although Yi-Yi didn't know what the various abilities that emerged from his palms were, he also came up with the most convenient defense method based on his experience. Ha ha, take my punch. Kelson's speed was a few points faster again, even surpassing Yi-Ki's shunpo. Dodge several times in a row, but the distance between the two is constantly shortening. Yi-Yi didn't panic, but his left hand was still shaking slightly. Suddenly, Kelson's figure disappeared from Yi and Reiatsu's perception subconsciously spread around, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was still the familiar movement. The right arm bowed slightly, and swung it out after a short charge. Boom! Yi's figure flew away like a cannonball, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help spitting out of his mouth. Although before the attack came, Yi had already gathered all his thoughts in front of him to resist Kelson's attack. But his Nianqi straight punch, which covered almost his entire body, was more powerful than Yi's imagination. The organs of the body suffered a lot of damage. Flying in the air, Yi smiled instead. The bomb of spiritual connection has been activated by him, and the position where he is standing will usher in a baptism in the next few seconds. Open black lens bracket sweet mourners close black lens bracket. A bomb that can only be used by psychics, the main target of its attack is naturally psychics. With such a bomb, if Yoichi didn't use his mind to defend, one could take his life. There were at least 30 left on the night. Art is a blast. Boom! Continuous explosions continued to sound at the junction of the 6th and 7th districts. Yi, who was flying in the air, ignored the explosion and chose to leave directly. It is impossible for a person with that level of strengthening ability to die just like that. This bomb is more, it still plays a role in restraining Yi's departure. The departing figure suddenly stopped, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. A gift from God. Feeling the figure rushing towards here, I changed Yi's plan to leave. The right hand was slightly opened, and the magic spear appeared out of thin air again, aiming at the constantly approaching figure. Shoot him, the gun. On a quiet night, a meteor pierced the sky. PFF'd. Fresh blood flowed on the ground of Meteor Street. The man named Prescott had his eyes wide open and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 82_. The spear slowly retracted. The corners of Yi's mouth kept rising. The timely delivery of this head directly changed Yi's next plan. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, %. Zanpakuto, Spear D solution. Spiritual pressure, 1000. Ability to master. Collapse Jade unlocked. Unlocking needs to absorb a lot of souls. Spirit Body unlocked. Unlocking requires the completion of preconditions. The fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White Strike, the body art of the god of death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road, the advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divided into breaking the way and binding the way. Reiatsu Perception, Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiatsu. Haichang, a teleportation ability that breaks space with Reiatsu. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 100%. Feeling the expanding Reiatsu within her body, Yaiki felt that everything was so wonderful. The last second was still thinking about how to escape from this place. But in the next second, the gift from God made the whole person sublime. The strength expands several times in an instant at this moment. Nianqi quickly transformed into spiritual pressure, leaving only a part of the necessary Nianqi. The spiritual pressure value on the panel is constantly changing. In the end, it stayed at the value of 1500 points. Interesting, is this what Ichimaru Jin once achieved? Although the large amount of transformation of Nianqi made him a little unaccustomed, the main purpose of practicing Nianqi was to get through the weak period in the early stage of inheritance, and what he really relied on was the ability of this inheritance. When raising his hands and feet, he seemed to be able to break the space in front of him. What's more important is that the gun is unlocked and understood. Yi couldn't wait to test his ability to obtain a solution. Below. The explosion ended, and the smoke filled the air. Suddenly, a hand slammed to the side, and the smoke dissipated instantly. Kelson's figure reappeared, but compared to his previous state when there were only a few wounds on his body, his whole body was flushed red at this moment, and the steam filled the surroundings. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. But the fierce aura on his body did not diminish at all. Obviously, the bomb attack just now did not cause much damage to him. It was just the constant sound of the explosion, which shook his internal organs. Damn bugs. Roaring, Kelson, who walked out of the explosion, kept roaring in the dialect of Meteor Street. Shame, for someone like him, it is simply a shame. Before using his abilities, he was played by Yi Yi in various ways. With the ability, the strength is even more powerful, but it is still played by Yi Yi. The anger in his mind made him almost lose his mind. The thought energy in his body swelled again, and it had tripled since the first time we met. The thoughts gathered under his feet, and he ran towards Yi Yi, who did not know when he fell from the sky to the ground. Kelson's figure. The force is like a broken bamboo, and it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Yi Yi just aimed the magic spear in his hand at the figure that kept running towards him. The distance between the two is not too far, only less than 100 meters. Under the rush, the distance is constantly shortening. Only the last 10 meters left. Yi Yi's mouth slightly yawned. A large amount of spiritual pressure surged on Yi Yi. Due to the surge of spiritual pressure, gusts of wind were set off around Yi Yi. Controlling the Reiatsu, he rushed towards the sharp spear in his hand. Dissolution. The icy voice filled with the indescribable Yue. But the only certainty is that the killing gun in his hand is filled with murderous intent. God kills the gun. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Massive spiritual pressure was released. Unreachable power burst out from the spear. It was night, but a long dragon was clearly seen flying. Just a moment. The sharp gun had passed through the running Kelson. And Yi Yi's voice has not fallen, the knife in his hand has been retracted. Tick tilde tick tilde. Blood dripped from the blade of the sharp gun. Farewell, the ability of the strengthening department tilde. Reached out and threw the spear forcefully towards the ground. The blood on the blade sputtered on the ground of Meteor Street. Kelson's figure is still running. It's just that the speed is getting slower and slower, and when it reaches the front of the knight, it just stops. How is it possible? Reaching out to touch his chest, a slender wound appeared there. The pain in his heart made him a little unbelievable. Unfortunately, Yi Yi did not have the habit of explaining to the enemy. Quote. Shoot him, God kills the gun. The slender wound on his chest suddenly wiped out the surrounding flesh and blood. The strong figure fell to the ground uncontrollably. You bastard. Kelson, the man whose strength is also at the top of the strengthening system, has fallen. Ignoring the silent enemy, Yi Yi closed his eyes at this moment, feeling the expanding Reiatsu within his body. When Yaiki converts the thoughts in the body into spiritual pressure. His Reiatsu has surpassed the ordinary captain level, reaching 1500 points. After using the dissolution, the spiritual pressure in the body expanded nearly tenfold. At this moment, Yi Yi's spiritual pressure value is close to 1,026,865,268 points. It can be said that the leap in strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The only price Yi Yi paid was the thoughts he had cultivated in the past year. Strength is really an addictive poison. The icy voice is full of joy. After passing the early stage of inheritance, Jiao, the strength began to expand rapidly. Even if Yi Yi didn't use the dissolution, at the moment when the unlock progress of the inheritance panel reached 50%, the increase in spiritual pressure had already made his strength equal to Kelson. Using the above solution, it will completely kill him, a power-enhancing person. Yi Yi turned his left hand over. Bengyu appeared in Yi Yi's hand. As for why Bengyu appeared in the inheritance of Ichimaru Jin, Yaiki can only explain that he had touched it with his hands. Open black lens bracket broken jade close black lens bracket. The shape is a gem-like object shimmering with black blue light. You can absorb and materialize the mind that exists around you. When the host's life is threatened, the host can be endlessly evolved to the next form. It is a super bug product in Grim Reaper. A faint blue light emerged from Kelson's corpse and was absorbed by the Bengu in Yi Yi's hand. Chapter 83 _ Yi Yi solved Elder Guard Kelson. The 5 elders on the other side have almost completed the finishing work for the 6th district. And take advantage of the momentum to march in the direction of the 7th district. This night. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The fire, the wailing and blood, are the theme of tonight. Countless residents of Meteor Street hid in their houses and shivered. But more, there are some guys who are not afraid of death and want to take advantage of the chaos. In Meteor Street, a place full of blood and violence, there is no shortage of those desperados. The sky was getting brighter, and the riots began to subside. The residents hiding in the house began to come out to their daily lives. The thugs in the 6th and 7th districts were jointly suppressed by the elders of the 3rd, 5th and 12th districts. But unfortunately, the elders of the 6th and 7th districts lost their lives during the crackdown. By the time the other Presbyterian members got the news, the dust had settled. Even if they all understand what happened, they can only pretend that nothing happened. Meteor Street and can't lose 3 elders anymore. This is also the reason why the 3 elders are so unscrupulous. They know that Meteor Street cannot bear such a huge loss. For the overall benefit of Meteor Street, the Presbyterian Church could not move the 3 of them. After discussion at the meeting of the Presbyterian Church, it was finally decided that the former 3rd District Elder would serve as the 7th District Elder, and the former 5th District Elder would serve as the 6th District Elder. For the 2 vacant elder positions, the elders will reselection. With this in mind, the Meteor Street elders will start a 1-month selection of elders. During the selection period, Meteor Street prohibits all outsiders from entering, and those who are found will be chased and killed by the entire Meteor Street. The last one was that Yi Yi ordered the 12th District Elder O'Neill to raise it at the elders' meeting. Although the other elders were a little curious, they all agreed to this order. After all, 2 elders have just been lost, and this news cannot be allowed to spread until a new elder is elected. Those snatchers who wanted to snatch the blood vines but had not yet entered Meteor Street were mostly stuck by the defensive power of Meteor Street. Only a small number of powerful people can sneak into the Meteor Street without the patrollers noticing it. It can be said that this blood vine competition is the least number of participants in history. As for the 2 elders who had ordered Yi Yi to be dealt with, Yi Yi will naturally not forget their care. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, they came to their mansion and let them enjoy the same treatment as onions. The 6th and 7th 2 new elders, still immersed in the joy of becoming the elders of these 2 districts, were forcibly controlled by Yi Yi for their safety in life. Forced to swallow open black lens bracket sweet mourners close black lens bracket. Become a knife in the hands of the night. Of course, in order to make them work harder, Yi Yi made an oath in front of them. As long as he helps Yi Yi get the blood vine, he will help the 2 to remove the bomb inside their bodies. Since then, Yi Yi has controlled a quarter of Meteor Street's power. 2 of the elders are the elders in the battle zone for the blood vines to compete. The scale of victory, before the blood vines matured, was completely skewed towards Yi Yi. Time passed little by little. The vines of the blood vines also began to have obvious changes. See you at night. Simply come directly to the blood vine and guard it for 24 hours. During this period, he also contacted the night. With his current strength, although he has been able to crush most of the capable ones. But that doesn't mean his strength is invincible. In the hunter world, sometimes strength is not everything. More, it depends on the use of abilities. But Yi Yi's captain-level Reiatsu couldn't sense the existence of the knight, as if he was no longer in Meteor Street. For this, knight it doesn't matter at all. Although the knight is a member of the Phantom Brigade, he is not a combat member. For possible future battles, The help provided is not great. Just keep it as a backup. While guarding the blood vine, Yaiki also developed his own abilities. Half a year ago, when I was dealing with zombies with Bisuki, Yi already had an idea, but it has not been fully developed. This battle with Kelson gave him new ideas. Yi had a hunch that this time his abilities could definitely be developed successfully. This moment, cross-legged guarding next to the blood vine, Yi suddenly frowned slightly. A familiar breath was sensed by Yi. Beside this breath, there are two other more powerful breaths. The three of them were inquiring at a location 1 kilometer away from the blood vine at the moment. If it wasn't for Yi's super perceptual range, he wouldn't even be able to detect the existence of the three of them. Just for a while, Yi couldn't remember who the owner of this breath was. Just when Yi was thinking about who the owner of the breath was, the three figures mysteriously disappeared again. After thinking for a long time, Yi still didn't think of it, so he gave up thinking. Continue to develop your abilities. In the past few days when Yi was guarding the blood vine, the figures who came to observe one after another did not stop. Meteor Street can block only those with low strength. But that's enough. As Yi entered a state of meditation to develop his abilities, the air regained its tranquility again. 10 days later, Yi, as usual, quietly crossed his knees and waited for the maturity of the blood vine. Gudong tilde. The sound of beating like a heart faintly entered Yi's ears. Closed eyes, suddenly opened. Holding her breath, Yi leaned towards blood vine and listened carefully. Gudong tilde. The heartbeat sounded again. According to the information given by Cheeto Yorkshire, in the first 12 hours before the blood vine is fully mature, it will increase the intensity of absorbing nutrients and form a sound like a heartbeat. The sound of the blood vines means that there are only 12 hours left before maturity. After Yi confirmed that it was correct, he began to contact the three elders and ordered them to send capable people over to protect the blood vine. 3 hours later. Total arrival 600 elder armed forces who possess the ability to do damage. Yi was a little surprised that so many people could come at once. Chapter 84 Yi far underestimated the unity of the people of Meteor Street. Sending so many people to support Yi was not just the intention of the three elders under his control, but the conclusion reached by the entire Presbyterian Church after consultation. In order to ensure their survival, the three elders controlled by Yi told the Council of Elders the truth that they and others were controlled by Yi. Hope to get help from the Presbyterian Church. In this regard, the Presbyterian Church has a different idea tilde. If Yi's strength is really as exaggerated as the three said, they don't mind doing something. The pain in the hearts of all the elders of Meteor Street. There are 13 records of the birth of blood vines. Among them, Meteor Street won 10 times. But in the past 300 years, Meteor Street has repeatedly failed in the competition for blood vines. The reason for this is unknown. But the sacred objects that belong to Meteor Street were snatched away by those outsiders every time they were born. This is a shame for Meteor Street. We don't reject anything, but don't even think about taking anything away from us. This is the motto of Meteor Street. But the sacred relics of Meteor Street have never belonged to Meteor Street in the past 300 years. Has been taken away. People who know about this are also full of ridicule to Meteor Street. Meteor Street also knows the current situation, so for the birth of the blood vine this year, it only symbolically sent more than 40 guards to protect it. As for whether the blood vine can be kept, there is no hope at all. After all, for those who have the strength to participate in the blood vine competition, more than 40 guards are only a few seconds. But Yi's appearance gave the Presbyterians great hope. Although Yi's behavior damaged the presbytery of the Presbyterian Church. But his identity is a strong man who came out of Meteor Street. He is his own. It is better to be taken away by Yi than by outsiders. Moreover, Meteor Street successfully defended the blood vine and prevented outsiders from taking it away, which could enhance the prestige of the Presbyterian Church and help better control Meteor Street. Going a step further, you can also show the power of Meteor Street to the outside world. It can be said that Yi Yi successfully defended the Blood Vine, which was beneficial to Meteor Street without any harm. With this idea in mind, each of the 12 elders of Meteor Street dispatched some of their subordinate troops to support Yi Yi. Although the number of people sent seems to be quite large, there are not many people spread out. Even if these people died, it would not have much impact on the elders. This is why these old foxes in the Presbyterian Church are willing to send troops to help Yi Yi. For them, it was more of a gamble. If you win, Meteor Street regains its past honor, but if you fail, it's just an attempt. 8 hours later. Meteor Street, the junction of the 6th and 7th districts. The roaring and whistling sound came out continuously. Countless blood vine branches emerged from the hole in the ground and stretched out towards the surrounding people. This is the final stage of the blood vine's growth. It desperately needs a lot of flesh and blood to complete the nutrients it needs to mature. In the distance, the guards dispatched by Meteor Street threw the struggling abilities to the blood vine branches. Feeling the blood vine branches of flesh and blood, insert yourself directly into the body of these people to absorb the flesh and blood. Within a few minutes, these people who were absorbed in flesh and blood were like skinny corpses. These capable people are outsiders who violated the rules of Meteor Street and tried to sneak into Meteor Street to compete for blood vines. It's a pity that his skills are not good, and he was captured by Meteor Street and removed his limbs to serve as nourishment for the blood vine. It can be said to make the best use of it. One by one, the meat was thrown towards the blood vine branches by the guards of Meteor Street. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people were killed because of it. From this, you can see how attractive the blood vine is. It's a pity that this year's Meteor Street, with Yi Yi mixing in it, is not suitable for these weak people to participate. Only the strong are qualified to compete for a sacred object like the blood vine. This year, the blood vine must not allow those outsiders to snatch it successfully again. Even if it is death, it must be ensured that the blood vine will not be taken away. A slender female Meteor Street ability user, watching the blood vine branches end the final nutrient extraction. Flowers. She knew that a fierce battle was about to break out. She is not the subordinate of those elders, but the legend of blood vines has spread in Meteor Street these days, and she also knows the shameful past of Meteor Street. For the dignity of Meteor Street, she spontaneously participated in the blood vine protection battle. Today's Meteor Street, without those fights. Yes, only the goal of defending the blood vines. The rumors in Meteor Street were naturally spread by the elders. Kill all those outsiders who tried to take away the blood vines, not a single one. The capable people of Meteor Street guarding the mouth of the valley looked at the outsiders who came to the valley at some point. Gritting his teeth, he said this. As people of Meteor Street, they can usually kill each other and devour each other. But in front of foreign enemies, they are like united hungry wolves. Even if the enemy is a fierce tiger, they will desperately want the next piece of meat. More importantly, it is to defend the majesty of Meteor Street. At this moment, there is still half an hour left before the blood vine matures. Yi Yi was standing beside the blood vine, and the noisy voice above the valley could be heard even here. Yi Yi didn't care about the battle in the outside world. Those so-called guardians were just tools for Yiki to use. It is best to be able to guard the ability of those who came to snatch the blood vine, and let Yi Yi directly guard the blood vine until the blood vine matures. Of course, even if you can't hold it, let those capable people enter the valley. The gift that Yi Yi left behind was enough for them to drink a pot. During these few days of guarding the blood vines, Yi Yi installed 100 sweet mourners on the road into the valley. These bombs are enough for those with abilities below the phantom troop level to meet their old mother in heaven. So at the moment Yi Yi, for the time being, there is no need to worry about someone who has the ability rushing in. What he needs to do at this moment is to prevent the blood vine from being stolen by those who can escape to the ground when everyone is fighting. In this way, those with powerful abilities can always be attracted to come in and snatch the blood vine. Sun. Chapter 85 _ A place where blood vines grow 100 meters below the valley. With his excellent perception ability, Yaiki felt the battle above. In order to feel the battle more clearly, he fixed the range at about 100 meters. According to the fighting style, and different forces, the personnel fighting above can be divided into 3 categories. Elder Armed Forces, Meteor Street Psychic, and Foreign Psychic. Among them, the Elder Armed Forces had the largest number, with a total of 600 people, which almost blocked the entrance of the entire valley. 120 people in Meteor Street, which is not a small number, but it is a little lacking against the background of more than 300 foreign people. The battle between the two sides seemed a little anxious. However, the outcome of this battle has already been determined. 127. Although Meteor Street's telepathic powers are not strong in Yiyin, they are also stronger than ordinary powers in the outside world. This is due to the harsh living conditions of Meteor Street. Compared with those of Meteor Street, those capable people in the outside world are more like the difference between vegetarian animals and carnivores. Even if the number of capable people far exceeds that of Meteor Street. But combat power is never measured in numbers. Nearly half an hour. 40 capable people in Meteor Street have died, and even more of the Elder Armed Forces have died, and only half of them are left. It seems that those who have the ability to master assassination techniques continue to assassinate them. But compared to the aliens, the loss of Meteor Street is not much. More than 160 aliens with the ability have died in the battlefield above. The last 5 minutes. Looking at the blood vine exuding a bloody smell in front of him, Yi identified its final maturity. 300 meters away from the battlefield. On a hillside. 3 figures stood here, looking at the people who were constantly fighting in the distance. If Yi was here, he would recognize these 3 people. Ilmi beat the enemy, Shiba beat the enemy, Juno beat the enemy. Ilmi sat on the ground casually, his abdomen was pierced by some unknown weapon, and blood splattered on the ground. The main internal organs were not injured, and the commission can continue to be executed. Shiba looked at the wound and made a judgment. When I was dealing with one ability person, I was affected by the other 2 ability people in the battle. Ilmi didn't seem to care about her wounds. Forget Zyba, let Ilmi be responsible for clearing up those bounties. You and I go in and bring out the blood vines. Junuo did not intend to let his wounded grandson participate in the next battle. Judging from the dialogue mode of the 3, the target is also the blood vine underground. I just didn't expect that the blood vine that my grandfather once brought home will be fought over 100 years later by our descendants. It's really troublesome. Juno moved his arms as if he was warming up. The task of 50 billion yuan is not easy to do, it's too troublesome. Shiba also took a few steps forward, closing his eyes to perceive something. Beside the blood vine, there is a person guarding. According to the perception of Yuan, he should be a capable person, but the chi on his body seems to be a little too low, and it is no different from ordinary people. After a while, Shiba spoke out the information he had sensed. It's the boy who fought a few nights ago. He obviously couldn't beat his opponent at first, but then suddenly he used a special ability to instantly kill the opponent he couldn't resist. Jia Nuo's eyes were a little serious, and he was obviously wary of this kind of ability that didn't know the details. That's right, that kid. Shiba's voice was cold and magnetic. Judging from the conversation between the 2, it was obvious that they were also watching where they fought a few days ago. It's really troublesome. If necessary, don't worry about me and attack together. Yes, father. The voice fell. The 2 figures disappeared instantly. Ilmi, who remained in place, disappeared again after briefly treating her wound. His job is simple, take out those who have the bounty ability in exchange for a reward. The other side. The last 3 minutes before the blood vine matures. Yi Yi raised his brows slightly. In his perception, the two figures passed through the obstacles of a group of capable people at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, and rushed straight towards him. The main event is here. Standing up, spiritual pressure surged on his body. At the speed of these two people, the bombs he had placed couldn't react at all. Therefore, Yi Yi did not activate the bomb at all. 10 seconds later, two voices appeared in front of Yi Yi. His eyes flickered slightly, and Yi Yi was a little surprised by the two who came. Zyba beats the enemy, Juno beats the enemy, I didn't expect it to be the two of you. A cold voice came out of Yi Yi's mouth. Even though it was the first time I saw the two of them, Yi Yi recognized them. I didn't expect to meet us. Juno punching the enemy with his hands behind his back, he looks like an ordinary old man. Since you know us, don't fight and kill, just let the blood vine out. The entrustment received by the Haka who beat the enemy was to obtain blood vines, which did not include the task of killing people. Therefore, killing without making money means nothing to him. Shiva didn't speak, just stood there quietly. But the momentum on his body has begun to condense. Obviously, if Yi Yi's answer does not satisfy the two, the next battle is inevitable. But the two of them didn't know that the so-called blood vine was not important to Yi Yi. Is 50 billion ren important? What he values is blood vine energy, the ability to attract those who are capable. If you want blood vines, just kill me. A cold smile appeared on Yi Yi's face. The skyrocketing Reiatsu has reduced his control over his power, and the powerhouse can let him regain control of his own power. Hearing Yi Yi's answer, Juno gave Zyba a look. At the same time, he pulled out the hands he was carrying behind him, and placed it in front of him in the shape of a dragon head, and was then smashed by the huge thought force. A little light bloomed between his hands, covering his entire body in an instant, turning into a dragon head. Next moment, the two moved almost simultaneously. Zyba and Juno, the two figures disappeared in place in an instant, and there were only two vague shadows in the air. Chapter 86_. Facing the sudden disappearance of the two, Yi Yi did not feel flustered. The familiar steps reminded Yi Yi of the battle with Ilmi half a year ago. Limb bend. A step inherited from beating the enemy Haka. A technique that uses the illusion of darkness and enemies to instantly hide one's own figure. When he was fighting Ilmi half a year ago, Yi Yi had seen him use this trick. Broken down number 4, by Lei. A beam of lightning appeared in Yaiki's hand and shot towards the empty direction to his left. The dark cave instantly brightened. With this slight explosion, two vague figures flickered in the dust. Of Zyba punching Dike and Juno punching Dike are not comparable to Ilmi. Even Yaiki only knew the shape of the two of them by relying on Reiatsu perception. Broken down number 4, by Lei. One after another thunder light condensed in Yi Yi's hand. As the top-ranked Dao in Ghost Dao, Bai Lei's power is not the strongest, but compared to other Ghost Dao, it is faster and consumes less. In the face of the joint attack of the two, Yi Yi restricted their movement by 14 in this way. As for Zyba and Juno, they attacked several times in a row, but they were all repelled by Yi Yi's break. Had to change the way of fighting. I'm in charge of containment, you go forward to attack. Juno's figure retreated several times in a row, dodging Yaiki's attack. Understood, father. Shiva's voice was a little cold, which was his character, serious and old-fashioned, but he was extra confident in teaching his children. The mind power of both arms converged, crossed in front of him, his body took a few steps, and he rushed towards Yi Yi with the ghost's attack. Fighting in such a narrow environment is full of disadvantages for the two who beat the enemy Haka. He was able to do this because of the terrifying flesh that he had forged through his hard work. One can solve the existence of ants by relying only on the flesh. The other side. The dragon head formed by the thought energy on Juno's hands, accompanied by the rush of thought energy on his body, a dragon head formed entirely of thought energy rushed towards Yi Yi. Dragon Head Opera Painting Tooth. The long-spirited dragon that was several meters long swallowed all the white thunders that shot at him, and charged towards Yi Yi at an unabated speed. Moment. On the night of the upper hand, the situation was reversed. The attack of the two, as long as Yi Yi resists one, the other can take the opportunity to launch continuous attacks on him. Facing a dilemma. The spiritual pressure quickly condensed on the left hand, and stretched out one palm. Wang tilde. A transparent and colorless spiritual pressure barrier appeared in front of him, completely resisting the long-spirited spirit dragon attacking him. The spiritual pressure of the right hand is covered, turning it into a hand knife, into a fist, and into a single palm. They collided with Shiba, who came by surprise. The two attacked and defended each other nearly 100 times in 1 second. In the air, only a few shadows could be vaguely seen flashing constantly, expanding between the electric light and flint. A series of sonic booms sounded 100 meters underground. The two people's spiritual pressure and nianqi flowed rapidly. At this moment, whoever lacks the foundation, whoever leaks the flaws first. In the face of the common attack of the two, Yi Yi took over all of them without changing their color. There was still a faint smile on his face. This scene made the two who attacked together more cautious. Assassination techniques comparable to beating the enemy Haka, as well as the skilled application of Nianqi. No, it is not Nian, it is a higher level ability. Shiba's face became more and more solemn. According to Ilmi's information, the time to master Nian is less than a year, but such a growth rate of strength is really exaggerated. But, it's still not full strength. This time the task is a bit difficult. Peeping over the two who fought in the night, they knew that he had an ability that could instantly make him several times stronger. But at this moment, Yi Yi obviously did not use the ability to enhance himself. This made them hesitant to give up this mission. The short fight has already made the two beaters see how difficult it is to solve Yi Yi. For the beaten enemy family, the task is always the first, and the second is only after the task. But this is also under the premise of safeguarding life. If you lose your life for a mission, it will be a heavy loss for the enemy Haka family. Shiba, keep attacking. Juno tried several attacks. But without exception, the tooth process was blocked by Yi Yi's spiritual pressure barrier very tightly, and it was impossible to attack it through the barrier. Abandoning the containment of Yi Yi in the distance, Junuo's figure quickly rushed forward. While rushing forward, his mouth twitched slightly. Seems to be saying something. Shiba, who was constantly attacking and defending with Yaiki, instantly retreated. The long-spirited dragon controlled by Junuo didn't know when to wrap around Yi Yi's head. Explodes instantly after a flash. Dragon Star Group. Countless thoughts came from the top of Yi Yi's head. At the same time, Juno's figure quietly appeared beside Yi Yi. Ignore the psychic attacks created by yourself. Condensing the dragon head in both hands, he launched an attack on Yi Yi. At this moment, if Yi Yi resisted Junuo's attack, he would not be able to defend against the Dragon Star Group above. To defend against the Dragon Star Group cannot defend against Junuo's attack. Juno's grasp of time is impeccable. Facing the dilemma, Yi Yi smiled instead. All he needs is this nerve-wracking battle. Only in this way can he regain control of his power as quickly as possible. Yi-yoing pressure quickly covered the whole body, resisting the attack of the Dragon Star Group above, and facing the attack of Jianuo. Based on the brief encounter, Yoichi has discovered the difference between Reiatsu and Nien. Countless Dragon Star's thoughts smashed into Yi Yi, but he didn't appear to be injured. Jianuo's brows twitched, obviously a little surprised, but the movements in his hands didn't stop at all. The bones of both fingers surged, and the sharp nails rushed out of the bones. Under the blessing of Nianqi, they attacked Yi Yi at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. This exaggerated speed is no different from Yi Yi. Turn palms into knives. In the face of Junuo's changes in the bones of his hands, Yaiki responded with a knife. At the moment of his attack, the reiatsu on his body also flowed towards his hands. Chapter 87 _ The knives of Juno and Yi collided with each other. The thoughts and spiritual pressure on the body are also constantly rubbing and squeezing. After a brief moment of stagnation, the two figures backed away from each other. Both of them knew that the other was a master at melee combat, and a prolonged confrontation was not conducive to the next battle. Next moment, the two were close together again, attacking each other's fatalities. Junuo turned the knife with his left hand, and slashed towards Yi's neck. Yi didn't sit still, using the spiritual pressure shield in his right hand to resist Juno's attack, and at the same time squatting slightly, his left leg charged for a short time and kicked fiercely towards Juno's waist. At the same time, Junuo raised his right leg slightly, condensing a large number of Nianqi bows on his waist. Pung! This kick hit the leg that Juno Gong was in a defensive stance in front of him. The two fought dozens of times in an instant. A dazzling attack emerged between the two. The other side. Shiba's figure flashed in the direction of the blood vine. During the brief confrontation between the three, the blood vine had matured, and at this moment it exuded a tempting fragrance. Completely different from the previous gore. With Jia Nuo's restraint, the blood vines are exposed to the side at this moment, allowing anyone to pick them. The distance of about 10 meters was fleeting at the feet of Zyba. Bend over and reach out to grab the blood vine. Z tilde. Suddenly a sound of burning flesh emanated from it. 73 of the binding Dao, inverted 3 crystals. An inverted triangular cone-shaped defensive formation protects the solitary blood vine. Knight's voice came from a distance. Now that he knew that 2 people were dispatched to beat the enemy, he would not do nothing to protect him. The protective shackles were laid long before the battle began. As long as someone goes to steal the blood vine, the binding path will be triggered. And in order to punish those who stole things, Yi also added some aggressive breaches to it. The other side. Shiba withdrew her burned right hand, turned and ran towards Yiki again. In just 10 seconds, he used several means to try to break this inverted triangular cone-shaped defensive formation. The strength of the defensive formation far exceeded his expectations. As expected, it would take him at least 3 minutes to break it. 3 minutes seems to be a short time, but for the 3 people present, 3 minutes is enough to do a lot of things. For example, killing an old beater. The 61, 6 stand-like prison of the Dao. I ignored Zyba, who was running towards him. According to the distance estimation, it would take at least 1 second for a distance of more than 10 meters. This second is enough to do a lot of things at night. He grabbed Juno's right hand and stabbed him, and Yi quickly used the binding path. The spiritual pressure on the tip of his left finger flickered, and 6 light bands were transformed around Juno's body, firmly fixing him. Juno's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect Yi to be able to use this strange ability. The thought chi quickly expanded around the body, and even tried to squeeze the 6 sticks light prison with the huge thought chi. And after Yi finished all this, his body subconsciously slanted to the left, dodging Shiba's huge energy bomb. At the moment when he used the 6-stick light prison to restrain Junuo, Shiba just arrived. Ignore the huge crater next to me caused by the Shibanian gas bomb. The 54 breakthroughs. Abandoned flame. At the same time as the figure was dodging, the spirit of the left hand gathered together, and a blue-purple sword-like light flew out of his hand. Zyba's eyes were slightly wrinkled, and he felt a hint of threat from the light. After a moment of thinking, he took off his clothes instantly and threw it towards the sword-like light. The moment the clothes came into contact with the light, the flames engulfed it. It took less than a second to burn, and a pile of ashes appeared in front of his eyes. Cut. Abolishing Yan's attack was aimed at the bound Junuo, but Shiba's shot made Yiki's idea not fulfilled. But this is not important. Yi was not disappointed because of this. If Waste Yan can solve them, this makes Yi suspicious. The 63. Thunder Roar Cannon. The cold voice sounded again. The violent Reiatsu continued to pour out of Yi-Yi's palm, which instantly transformed into a dazzling thunder, shooting towards the direction of the two beating the enemy. Unlocking progress reaches 50%, all ghost ways are passed on into Yi-Yi's mind. The appearance of the two in front of him just gave Yi-Yi the goal of practicing his hands. In the blink of an eye, the thunder roar cannon came to the front of the two beating the enemy. Zaiba subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side, but Jia Nuo, who was bound by the 6-stand light prison, had no ability to defend at this moment, so he could only concentrate his thoughts in front of him, trying to resist this attack. I didn't expect that so many strange abilities would come across so many at one time, it's really unexpected. Eyes slowly closed. All that can be done has been done, and the next development can be left to fate. On his first day as a killer, he was ready to die in the mission. It's just that he didn't realize that the moment he closed his eyes, a figure stepped forward and stood in front of him. Father, you can't just give up until the last moment. A cold voice came from in front of him, causing Juno to open his eyes subconsciously. A familiar figure stood in front of him, resisting the violent thunder with his thoughts. Shiba. Juno opened his mouth. The next moment, this figure was completely swallowed by the thunder. Far away. Yi-Yi frowned slightly. Good, his attack did not contain too much Reiatsu. It was not enough to wipe out a person with power like Shiba with one blow, at most it would paralyze him. The desire to fight slowly dissipated. Claw. The purpose of becoming familiar with Reiatsu and Ghost Realms has been achieved. Continue to fight with the two beaters, and both sides will do their best. Killing two enemies with all their strength can only provide 1% of the unlocking progress. Compared with the energy and income, it is not worth the continued waste of time every night. Ignoring the two beating enemies in the distance, Yi-Yi walked in the direction of the blood vine. Remove the inverted mountain crystal. Cut off the blood vine roots with a knife. Take out the special container given by Cheeto Yorkshire and put it in it. Mission failed. It looks like the battle between us is over. Shiba's voice came from the dust, still cold and low, as if he didn't care about this failure. Chapter 88_. Shiba's figure was as Yi-Yi expected. There was no fatal injury, but the body became charred black, and there was an electric current rushing out from time to time. Mission failed, you can go back. Glancing at the two beating the enemy, Yi-Yi turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. The bondage to Juno has been quietly broken by him at some point. This mission is really not worth it, and I almost died here. The old figure moved his body and complained to the strong figure beside him. In the original plan, Ilmi and I were the only ones who came here. Shiba's icy voice had an unidentified meaning. In the face of his father's complaints, he revealed his original plan. You kid, are you complaining that I disrupted your plan? Really? Withdrawing from the state of battle, Junuo said more than before. Contact Ilmi, the mission failed and went back. The two moved their bodies well and walked towards the upper hole like Yi-Yi. Understood, father. With the departure of the two, the cave where the blood vines grew was once again quiet, waiting for the next battle to happen. Pat tilde. At the entrance of the valley, the members of Meteor Street tried their best to prevent outsiders from entering, and inexplicably heard the message behind them. There are footsteps. Astonishment flashed through their minds. The instructions they received were to resist all those who tried to enter the valley, but they did not expect someone to come out from behind them. For this, they have actually done a good job. The enemy has more than 300 psychic abilities, and they all resisted, and only 2 enemy beaters who were good at assassination and concealment slipped in. This has been beyond the Night One's expectations. The Elder Armed Forces subconsciously aimed their guns at the 3 people walking out from behind. Others are also secretly vigilant. The blood vines are successfully guarded, let them go. The Meteor Street dialect came out of Yi-Yi's mouth, letting those who were able to take precautions, and the Elder Armed Forces breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Although he doesn't know Yi-Yi's identity, being able to walk out of the underground cave where the blood vines grow can already explain everything. The people standing in front of the three people subconsciously made way for a passage for the three to walk out. Yi, I'll call you a good night. I don't know if you will have time to visit the haka that beats the enemy in the future. Juno and Sheba are ready to leave. But Juno suddenly stopped and turned to ask Yi. Purpose. Yi didn't refuse Juno's inquiry, but only asked him why he invited him to be a guest at the haka. It's an entrustment. As for the entrustment money, I think you will be satisfied when the time comes. Juno smiled mysteriously, leaning towards his arms. Next moment, a card was sent to Yaiki by him. He simply stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a business card of Juno beat the enemy came into view. Tell that old guy Arthur to pay attention to the people around you. Drop such a sentence. The two enemies disappeared in front of everyone after a flash of flashes. Watching the two leave, Yi's eyes were solemn, thinking about something. Arthur, the leader of Yi's killer organization. Yi only met him once during training, but he gave Yi a solemn feeling like Nitro. After half. Put the card in your arms and stop thinking about these things. The most important thing at the moment is to solve those foreign talents. If he didn't make a move, he really didn't even have any soup. Of the more than 300 people with foreign abilities, there were only less than 100 left at this time, and most of them died by assassination. This technique reminded Yi of Ilmi. Only then did I recall who the owner of the breath I felt a few days ago was. You all step back, I will deal with these people directly. The cold Meteor Street dialect made those Meteor Street troops who had turned from resistance to attack stunned. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of the night. In this regard, Yi ignored it and reminded them before using the ability, which was already considered as an expression of his kindness. The sharp gun is condensed in the hand. Reiatsu once again spread out from the body. With the release of the Reiatsu, a gust of breeze surrounded Yaiki. The Meteor Street troop, who had come into contact with Reiatsu for the first time, was alarmed by the indescribable sense of oppression, and they called their own people to step back. Back in the valley, they felt safe. That man is really terrifying. The moment the breath burst out, I almost couldn't breathe. After confirming that he was safe, a member of the Elder Armed Forces removed his special firearm, sat on the ground and began to recover his strength. The members of the Elder Armed Forces are basically just ordinary people who have no mastery of mind. They participated in this battle, mainly relying on the characteristics of the firearms that can cause damage to those who are capable. The reason why this kind of firearm can cause damage to capable people is that it consumes the chi in their bodies. In the face of such weapons that consume human chi to attack, people in Meteor Street can use it like this. If it is used by outsiders, it is feared that it will be drained of energy from the body and die after a few shots. It's really scary. It's the first time I've felt such an exaggerated breath. A telepath in Meteor Street also lamented the spiritual pressure on Yi. Far away. Raised his mouth slightly as he looked at the nearly 100 capable people who rushed towards him because he lost the attack of the Meteor Street troops. At the same time, the figure slowly ascended into the air. Soon, Yi had reached a height where he could look down on all those with abilities. It's really bothering you to come all the way to die. His voice was cold, like a poisonous snake. Reiatsu gathered towards the divine spear in his hand. Shoot him, sharp gun, gun Yayu. The next moment, the meteor shower deduced by the sharp gun appeared above the Meteor Street. Moment. Yi's sharp spear kept firing and retracting, nearly 100 times in an instant. Like a meteor shower, throwing unstoppable meteors at them in the sky. A moment. Nearly 100 capable people were killed by the sword of the night. They can't even understand how they died. Pat tilde pat tilde. At this moment, nearly 100 capable people fell in rows like straw. Chapter 89 _ Nearly 100 capable people died in the hands of Yi. Provides a lot of unlocking progress for Yi. This plan uses these nearly 100 abilities to increase the unlocking progress to 100%. But, there seems to be something wrong with this. When killing Elder Guardian Kelson, the unlocking progress increased from 50.2% to 50.21%. Joy of unlocking the solution that he didn't notice it. But this time, he killed nearly 100 psychic power users, but only increased the unlocking progress to 57.3%. System Panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 57.3%. Collapse Jade unlock progress, %. Zanpakudo, Spear D solution. Spiritual pressure, 1500. Ability to master. Spirit body unlocked. Unlocking requires the completion of preconditions tilde. Slash. The god of death uses a knife, sword to fight, fighting method. White strike. The body art of the god of death. Shunpo. Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road. The advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divided into breaking the way and binding the way. Reiatsu perception. Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiatsu. Haichang. A teleportation ability that breaks space with Reiatsu. The next ability to unlock. Need to unlock progress 100%. This was completely different from what he had planned, and it really took him by surprise. Now the unlocking progress that a telepath can provide is no different from that of ordinary people. According to the number of upgrades in the unlocking progress, it is simple to judge the unlocking progress that the ability person can provide. This made Yi a little disappointed. After the disappointment, I can understand again. Unlocking progress reaches 50%, Yaiki already has the ability of Ichimaru Jin when he first solved it. Even if it is not the ability of the god of death in the middle and late stages, there are few rivals in this world. The only ones who can threaten him seem to be those with the ability of the 12 earthly branches and above. If it is still the same as before, a telepath can contribute 0.5% of the unlocking progress to Yi. This way of inheritance seems to be meaningless. After thinking about it, Yi was still a little curious about how far his future self can grow. Turn around to leave. The footsteps stopped suddenly. As if thinking of something. Open black lens bracket broken jade close black lens bracket. A gem-like object emitting a blue-black glow appeared in Yi's hand. It can absorb and materialize the heart that exists around itself, and can protect the host's body from death and immortality, and when the host's life reaches its limit or encounters a life and death crisis, it will endlessly make the host evolve to the next dimension. It is still in an unlocked state, and it needs to absorb a lot of souls to unlock him. The figure flew into the air and threw the Bengyu in his hand into the air. Although he didn't know why he did this, there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him that he only needed to put Bengyu in the air. The Bengyu thrown into the air will be automatically fixed after reaching a certain height. It began to emit blue light, shining towards the battlefield below. A moment later, where the blue light shone, a ray of transparent energy emerged one after another and was absorbed by Bengyu. Not enough, not enough. An ethereal voice appeared in Yi's mind. The next moment, Bengyu landed from the sky and flew back to Yaiki's hand. On the system panel. Then it will display Bengyu unlocking progress %. Yi was not surprised by this result. Even in the world of the god of death, it was only after Aizen plus medical treatment, Mu-PC, and Nianbin, that it was accumulated little by little to activate it to the point where it could be used. If Bengyu only absorbed a few hundred souls, he could unlock a lot of progress, which made Yi feel strange. However, Yi was not in a hurry. Just like Aizenjai's words contradicting Yi at the moment, even if he doesn't use Bengyu, his own ability is strong enough. Take back the collapsed jade. With a wave of his left hand in the air, the space was suddenly filled with cracks, opening like an eye. Open black lens bracket black cavity close black lens bracket. Although it is the first time to use it, its usage is already firmly in my mind. Walking forward in the air, Yi-Yi's figure gradually disappeared into the black cavity. Dash 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 dash. Meteor Street District 7 New Elder Mansion. Qizhong Lao touched his abdomen, and the heart hanging in his heart finally let it go safely. After obtaining the blood vine, Yi-Yi helped him take out the bomb in his abdomen as agreed. Unlike his luck, the elders of the 6th district and the 12th district elders, both of them had expressed malice towards Yi-Yi and took practical actions, which Yi-Yi did not forget. 2 explosions were heard from the 2 elder residences on Meteor Street. Yi-Yi vowed not to kill the elders of the 6th district, but if someone else starts, it has nothing to do with him. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Drip tilde drip tilde. 0. Walking outside Meteor Street, I called someone at night. Hey, it's Yi-Yi, what's the matter with contacting me? The phone was connected, and a gentle and elegant voice came from it. It's just that at the same time as this voice came out, there seemed to be some unexplained howls. The zombies Yi-Yi dealt with in Chimay continent were somewhat similar. I need the contact information of your team member Kobo, and I have a business with him. Ignore the howling on the other end of the phone. Yi-Yi simply stated his purpose directly. Yi-Yi still remembers Kobo's ability. In Yukishin's auction, he copied a lot of auction items to deceive the real knight saw his abilities. Of course, it doesn't mean that he wants to hand in the bloodvine copied by Kobo as a commission. I just want to try whether the bloodvine copied by Kobo is the same as the real thing. After all, Kobo's ability, the left hand of God and the right hand of the devil. Realization system. Touch an object with the left hand and the right hand can copy the exact same thing. The knight saw this so-called identical. This is the magic of mindfulness. Said to be exactly the same, and the object touched is really exactly the same. Although it can only exist for 24 hours, it is enough for Yi-Yi. Krollo was silent for a moment and gave Yi-Ki an answer. I understand, but I want to make 13 copies of the bloodvine. Chapter 90_. Yi-Yi and Krollo meet at Yukishin in September. By Cheeto, Yorkshire, Yi-Yi didn't have to worry about the loss of the bloodvine effect. After finishing the 2-month commission, Yi-Yi plans to take a break for a while, although this commission is not difficult after Yi-Yi masters the solution. But in order to successfully defend the bloodvine, he stayed in a cave 100 meters underground for more than 10 days. The dark and lonely environment, without anyone's life, has a certain impact on his body and spirit. Of Juno's beating the enemy, and Yi-Ki flew in the direction of the sky arena in the airship. Of course, he can also choose to use the black cavity to instantly reach the vicinity of the sky arena. But in this way, it is not even a break. Passing through Yidai County, I found the backpack with the black 130 Dark Sonata and continued on the road. Time flies. The leisure time on the airship passed quickly. Yi-Yi arrived at the city where the sky arena is located. The airship this time was not as exciting as the previous rides. I meditated quietly in my room for a few days to promote the control of Reiatsu and the development of my abilities. When guarding the blood vine, the development of the ability is nearing the end. Up to now, Yi-Yi has been completely developed successfully. And using the conversion of mind energy and spiritual pressure, the ability has been strengthened. If it is introduced in the way of the system panel, it should look like the following. Night 1. Ability Department. Realization Department. Ability, Killer's Action Time. Ability Introduction, Killer's Action Time. A hat is embodied, and the shape is self-designed. With the hat as the center, a field of action spreads around. In the field of action, the flow of time moves forward or backward according to the wishes of the capable person. Usage restrictions. 1. The domain range is calculated based on the maximum perception range of the person with the ability. 2. In the field, the flow of time cannot act on objects other than those who are capable. When this ability is developed, it can only act on the person with the ability, and cannot affect other people or things. In order to make up for this defect, Yi thought of constraints and vows. Constraints and oaths. No sense-related senses are to be used while the ability is in use. Enhancement. The change of the time flow rate in the field can act on all objects in the field, and the energy required to change the flow rate of the object depends on the energy intensity and flow rate of the object to be changed. Breach of oath. Death of the able. Restricting the way one can perceive one's mind energy is equivalent to making this ability completely useless for those who are capable. The size of the field is calculated by the maximum perception range of the visual ability. The perception method associated with mindfulness is unavailable, which means that the perception range is almost zero. It can be said that the constraints are brought to the extreme. But Yi was different. He couldn't use the perception of reading, and he could also use the spiritual pressure to perceive. When developing the ability, he deliberately blurred the way of perception, and did not set whether to use mind perception or other abilities to perceive. It can be said that the ability developed as a bug in itself. But there are so many unreasonable abilities in Hunter World. One more night is not much, and one less night is not more. All this is reasonable as long as he uses his abilities within the scope of the oath. After leaving the airship crew center, Yi walked straight towards Yungu's house. Night 1 left the Sky Arena in December 1998, and it is now August 1999, almost a year away. His room in the Sky Arena and his identity as a player on the 200th floor should have been taken back. Just in time to visit Yun Ji-yu and others. Although for a killer, feelings will only become a weakness, but as a human being, how can there be no feelings? Yaiki, who used to just treat this world as a game, might be able to have no feelings for these NPCs. But after realizing that this is a living, flesh and blood world, something changed that night. For those who have nothing to do with themselves, or who have a conflict of interest. Whether it was an old man or a young child, Yi was able to kill them all without changing his face. But in front of Yun Ji-yu, who was like a family member, he was just a student. In the face of his kindness, Yi didn't mind treating him with sincerity. Dash 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 dash. Before coming to the familiar cabin, Yi already felt the active atmosphere inside. Perhaps because of Yi's influence, the time when Jixi came into contact with Nian in this life has changed, which also makes him more skilled in mastering Nian. The thoughts that erupted in the house were no different from the night before heading to Meteor Street. His ability to become the owner of the Sky Arena in a few months is inseparable from his talent and hard work. When the two of them were exercising together, he chose the same intensity for the night 1 exercise. Knock tilde knock tilde knock tilde. Came up and knocked on the door a few times. After a while, footsteps came towards the door. Crunch tilde. With the sound of the door opening, an inch head came out. Long time no see, Ji-hee. The icy voice seemed to soften a bit at this moment. Yi took off the black cap on his head, revealing his silver hair. Ah, it's junior brother. Master, look, junior brother Yi is here. Seeing Yi's familiar face, Jixi's face filled with surprise, followed by a burst of joy. The feelings for Yi are different from those of Xiaoji and others. Jixi went to Yungu sect before Yi. According to his seniority, he was Yi's senior brother. The two of them were more of a friendship between senior and senior brothers. And together at the beginning when practicing, Yi taught Jixi some fighting skills. This further deepened the friendship between the two. After the surprise, Jixi did not forget to tell his master the good news. He turned and shouted in the direction of the house. Then, regardless of Yi's wishes, he directly took his hand and walked into the house. Enter the house, pass the familiar hall, and enter the training room at the back. A familiar figure is meditating with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, as if he is also trying to practice. The arrival of the two made Yunji slowly open his eyes. Seeing Yi, the joy on his face could not be suppressed either. Welcome back, Yi. Beside him was another familiar figure. Yo tilde Yi Jiang, long time no see. Chapter 91 _ A few days to the Sky Arena. Painful and happy at night. Because she didn't expect that a certain loli was also in the Sky Arena, she was told that she had almost no thoughts. Yi converted all his thoughts into spiritual pressure, which caused a sharp decrease in the amount of explicit thoughts on his body, which was not even as strong as when he and Bishiji met for the first time. This made Loli, who likes to polish rough stones, very unhappy. She had no choice but to fool the angry Loli on the grounds that her mind was affected by the Dark Sonata. After learning that it was influenced by the Dark Sonata, she helped Yi to formulate a devil's training plan, and vowed to help Yi regain her previous level of cultivation. In the face of Bishiji's kindness, Yi did not refuse. It is always better to have someone help formulate a training plan to master the power than to grope on your own. Should be under the training plan of Bishiji. The next morning, Yi Yipeng and Jixi began to practice together. Jixi's exercise plan had been drawn up before the arrival of the night, and he only needed to continue exercising according to the original 14 plan. Yi was taken to the forest where Bishiji was practicing a few months ago. Nearly a year later, the forest still hasn't returned to its original state, and there are traces of the battle between Yi and Yunji. It's the first time I've seen a situation like yours, but there were general records within the association. As for what Yaiki said, Nian changed because of Dark Sonata, Bai Siji was convinced. After all, the sharp reduction of thoughts is never a trivial matter. Mindfulness is the breath derived from the breath of the human body. It's about a person's physical condition. Whether it is a sudden increase or decrease, it has an impact on the master of the mind. You changed your mind because of Dark Sonata. Compared with other people who have been exposed to Dark Sonata, you are already very lucky. Dark Sonata has improved your power. I think you should understand this. Bishiji walked to Yaiki and stretched out his right hand. Through condensation, Yi, you can see that the thoughts in her hands are trembling slightly. Now between your power and my thoughts, it's like the suppression between high level and low level. When she saw Yi for the first time yesterday, Bishiji's thoughts were constantly warning her, which was why she was able to understand it quickly. Although the quantity has decreased, the corresponding quality has changed. I have to say that you are really lucky. For Yi's so-called adventure, Bai Siji expressed envy. The next thing you have to do is to master this new power in your body, and then increase its amount, otherwise you will not be able to master it, let alone use it. The current situation of Yaiki, Bishiji judged it at a glance, and set the direction that needs to be worked hard in the future. In the next month, I will start a special training for you. You must master this new power within this month. You have learned all the application skills of reciting, so I don't need to worry about the skills. The only thing I can do is to fight with you constantly to help you master this power. The voice fell. Bisiki's figure quickly ran towards Yi. Looking at the figure rushing towards him, Yaiki controlled his own Reiatsu to a similar level. This is not a battle, but a special training. If it is not the same power to fight, the meaning of special training will be lost. With the fierce battle between the two, the grove, which had not been restored to its former glory, was once again destroyed. Dash 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 dash. Time passes quietly without everyone noticing. Half a month later. Go on, don't stop, work hard. Bishiji's voice was full of urgency, as if she was experiencing something at the moment. Smack tilde smack tilde smack tilde smack tilde. The sound of collision came one after another. Far away. Yi and Ji continue to collide and separate. Drink. After separating again, Jixi didn't continue to rush forward this time, and retreated a few times. Feeling that the distance that I have retreated is enough, I put my hands in front of me. Thoughts surged. An invisible breath surged around the body. Think gas bomb. A continuous stream of thoughts gushed out from his hands. Shoot towards the night in the distance. As an operator of the operation system, the ability of the adjacent release system was learned as naturally as drinking water for him. Although the power is not as good as the real release system, it is enough for containment at this moment. After releasing the energy bomb, he simply returned his breath. Jixi's figure rushed forward again quickly. The other side. Looking at the combat style similar to his own, Yi's mouth slightly raised. The 39 circular gate fan. A cold voice came from all around. Next moment. A circular protective wall formed by a spiritual pressure blocked all the psychic bullets fired by Jixi. At the same time, he took a momentary step and disappeared into place. Huh. Jixi, who came around from the other side, looked at the empty venue with a dazed expression. According to his memory, Yi was clearly standing here when he released the energy bomb. And the existence of the round gate fan also proved that his memory was not wrong. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't expend strength to block his psychic bomb. Don't forget what's behind you, Jihi. Reiki condensed in his right hand, turned into a hand knife and pressed it against Jixi's throat. Yi's figure came to him before Jixi was aware of it. It's just that the figure is too fast, and Jixi didn't notice it. I lost again, really, I only started exercising half a month ago, how did my strength recover so quickly? Jihi's voice was full of helplessness. Well, although Yaiki-chan's power is much stronger than yours, she is suppressed to the same level as you from beginning to end. Bishiji stood aside and saw the battle clearly. The battle between Yaiki and Jixi is naturally not the first time, but every battle ends with Yaiki's victory. Chapter 92 _ Yaiki and Jihi's battle. One is to test his current mastery of Reiatsu, and the other is to test Jixi's current strength. He was continuously trained under Bisuki. No, he fought continuously for half a month. The control of the spiritual pressure is already proficient, and even because it is the second practice, the control of it is even more skillful. It is more handy than the use of recitation. Time is also about to enter September, and there are only a few days left before his appointment with Crollo. Before leaving, at Jihi's request, have a battle with him. Yaiki doesn't practice with Bisuki every day, and occasionally fights with Jixi. Certainly. With Yaiki's strength, Jixi can be easily solved with only the pressure of Reiatsu. But the battle between the two is to test each other's abilities, not a battle between life and death. Therefore, Yi didn't have to use all his strength. Just suppress your own power to the same level as Jihi. But the gap between the two is still too obvious. Even if Yi suppresses his own strength, he can easily defeat him. Because of different experiences when growing up, whether it is skills, or the obsession for victory, and whether they have the determination to kill the opponent. This is an insurmountable chasm between the two. It can only be said that Jixi at this time has not experienced darkness, and has not been able to live for a living in the true sense. As for the special training with Bisuki, it had already ended in the morning. According to her words, your strength itself is several times stronger than mine, but you can't control it temporarily. Now that you have completely controlled your own strength, there is no need to continue to disturb my vacation with me. Leaving such a sentence, he ran to the side to help Yunji continue his cultivation. Poor Bishiji, after finishing half a year of work, wanted to rest for a few months with her apprentice, but she had to guide the three of them in their cultivation, making her vacation completely ruined. Okay, the test is over. Seeing that the two of them had ended their battle, Bishiji walked over from the side. Different from Xiaoji and Chichi, who squeeze phlegm. Bai Siji is the true master and ancestor of the three. In daily battles, she will point out the shortcomings of the three so that the three can improve. Jixi's battle is still a bunch of shortcomings. Mingming Yi came behind you, but there was no response at all. It's really disappointing. At this moment, Jixi was held by Bisji and gave a lecture. With a bunch of flaws pointed out, the poor kid is already a bit autistic. 10 minutes later. Well, let's talk about it this time. You must not make these mistakes in the afternoon game. Bisuki took off the finger she had placed on Jixi's forehead. At the same time, her thoughts surged rapidly, and a number changed on her index finger. It's a pity that Jixi, who is still in autism, didn't realize all of this at all. Bai Siji was about to get angry, but she sighed when she saw Jixi's pitiful appearance in front of her. Put your hand on top of his head and rub it lightly. You've done a great job, I've been too strict. With the stark contrast of Yaiki, Bishiji found that he was always demanding Jixi with Yaiki's training conditions. Go and have a good rest. You can't be careless about the battle this afternoon. But he didn't pay attention. When he heard this sentence, the unwilling look on Jixi's face. Yi, who was standing aside, had a panoramic view of all this. But this can't be solved in a few words at night, so I just closed my eyes and thought about something. The time will soon come to the afternoon. Ji's match on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena is about to begin. As a player, Jixi took the 3 steps ahead and went to the player preparation room. As a player with 3 wins and 1 loss in the Sky Arena, he also has enough experience. Yi, Yunji, and Bai Siji walked towards the auditorium with the match tickets given by Jixi. Enter the auditorium, find your seat and sit down. Looking at the competition arena illuminated by lights, Yi's heart was a little strange. He has played in the arena of the Sky Arena, and he has played it many times, but this is the first time he can sit in the audience to watch the game. The surrounding audience chatted. Discuss the past records of both sides of the game, in order to speculate who has the greater winning rate. Or those martial artists who came to the 200th floor to watch the game to learn more powerful fighting skills. And those gamblers who will never be missing. A group of people gathered together and discussed with each other. This made Yi reacquainted with the competition in the Sky Arena. The audience at the Sky Arena is not as simple as you think. Bishiji's voice suddenly sounded from Yi's side, probably seeing what Yi was thinking at the moment. As a killer, you should know this better than us. By fighting a person, get all the information about him, such as physical appearance, age, strength, speed, ability, strength and weakness of the person. After getting this information, you can easily solve your opponent. Bishiji stretched out his hand, and every time he said a point, he stretched out a finger. Yes, if it is a killer who is proficient in this way, he can even simulate the battle with this person in his mind through the way a person walks, the movement of muscles, the frequency of breathing, etc., and find out his bottom line in advance. Okay, fine. Yaiki agreed with Bisuki's words. Even further observation methods will be explained. Wow, that's really scary. I thought it was amazing to be able to do what I said. So, is the killer you're talking about your own? Bishiji exaggeratedly covered her mouth with her hands. If he didn't know her true face, Yi might have been deceived by her performance. However, Yi did not answer her follow-up inquiries. Just to get rid of it with a smile. Come on, don't say it, Tilda. He turned his head as if angry, but he understood something in his heart. Yunji, who was on the side, looked at all this with a gentle expression. Clang tilde clang tilde clang tilde. Just as the 3 were chatting, the bell on the ring suddenly rang. Chapter 93 _ 3 days ago. Another continent away from the Sky Arena. In a dark room. A figure hunched over the desk to report the information in his hand. Your Excellency, the killer who killed Right Nasra was spotted in the Sky Arena. I don't know what you mean. Behind the desk, shadows hang over it. Unable to see the true appearance of the person behind him. Killing my subordinate cadres, can't just forget it, whether it's right or going to the special, whoever moves me will have to pay the price. The voice is a little old, but the tone of the speech is full of domineering. Since he was able to deal with right under the protection of a few capable people, it means that this person is not weak, so I asked 3 yin beasts to deal with him. His fingers tapped on the desk in front of him from time to time. Knock knock sound. The figure who came to report couldn't help trembling. Yes, Your Excellency. He quickly bowed in response, turned around and walked away. Continuing to stay in this room, his heart couldn't bear it. This is the courage of the 10 old man, it's amazing. Feeling his back soaked with sweat at some point, the figure's owner couldn't help but sigh. Dash 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 dash. The bell for the start of the game has rang. Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, Ji-hee and his opponent entered the ring. In the commentary stage above the auditorium, the commentator began to introduce the information of the 2 sides to everyone. The first to appear is contestant Ji-hee, and Jia and Chi-zan element of Zhongli, who were still active in the Sky Arena 2 months ago, are talented young fighters. At such a young age, he mastered monster-like power and easily entered the arena on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. And with 3 wins out of 4 matches in the 200-story arena, it can be said that the future star of the Sky Arena. Let's cheer. Cheers to Ji-hee's appearance. Listening to the introduction of the narrator above, the audience cheered. For the audience who came to watch the fun, the young warriors were full of gimmicks. For the audience who came to learn skills, Ji-hee's superb skills were their goal. For the gamblers, it was to help them get rich, as helper. Only night. He silently listened to the familiar introduction and the cheers of the surrounding audience. Feeling a lot more relaxed. This time, when I came to the Sky Arena, it seemed that the idea of coming to rest was reported at first, but the existence of Siji changed Yike's mind. Special training has ended. It's time to take a good 2 days off. With this thought in mind, Yi leaned back on the seat and quietly looked at the 2 people in the ring. Arena in the distance. Jixi and his opponents have already entered the ring. The referee, as always, was in the ring in advance waiting for the arrival of the contestants. The rules of the game. Although both parties are familiar with the rules, it is customary for the referee to announce both parties on the spot. Then, I declare, the game begins. The referee's right hand was raised high, and then slid down sharply. The moment his voice fell, Jixi's figure has rushed forward. Connect the points under your feet, without giving your opponent the slightest reaction time. The thought energy quickly circulated, and a little thought force was condensed on the left fist, making a feint attack. At the same time, use, hidden, to hide a large amount of thought power condensed by his right fist. Achieve the purpose of covering the enemy. Ji-hee's opponent did not expect his attack to be so quick. Too late to step back. In a hurry, he raised his hand to resist Jixi's left fist. Nianqi quickly converges towards the arriving hand. It's just that when he blocked Ji-hee's left fist, a nasty thought suddenly popped out of his mind. The moment the 2 meet, he judged from the thoughts condensed by Jixi's left fist and the strength of this punch, and he was tricked. Body wants to step back. But it was too late now. Jixi's hidden right fist was already swung towards his body 1 step ahead of him. As the successor of Xinyuanliu boxing, boxing is Jixi's forte. Natural selection is most beneficial to the boxing shot at the moment. The right punch with a lot of energy slammed into the enemy's chest, followed by Jixi's close-fitting elbow. 2 consecutive attacks can be said to be completed almost at the same time. The continuous heavy blows on the chest caused the opponent's face to turn ashen, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. But he did not choose to give up. Instead, He planned to take advantage of the situation where his old strength was exhausted and his new strength was not yet available, to take the opportunity to end this battle. The left-hand thought energy quickly condensed. A doll appeared in his hand. Revenge of the Revenge Dolls. With his cry, the doll was patted by him in the direction of Jixi. But unfortunately, after many battles with Yaiki, Jixi has become accustomed to the fighting style of ending with one blow and leaving and retreating. Under the surprised look of the enemy, Jixi, who was clearly on the top, jumped away from him at this moment. Naturally, his doll didn't capture Jixi's body, and he was in an indefensible gap at this time. Think gas bomb. Jihi jumped back, still in midair. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Putting his hands in front of him, the energy bullets quickly condensed and appeared in his hands. Target undefended enemies. Next moment, a continuous stream of energy bullets shot out from his hands. Under the constant attack of psychic bombs, the arena venue became a bit dilapidated, and smoke filled the entire arena. In the audience, already knew the result of the match through round. Well, I didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. It seems that my evaluation of Jixi is still low. When he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Jixi, who had a serious face in the ring. She found that her understanding of Jixi was not as comprehensive as she thought. Every time Jixi fights, he grows. Yi's icy voice explained by CG's doubts. The smile on Yungu's face never stopped. Lower ring. The smoke slowly dissipates. Jixi's opponent climbed on the ring and lost his response. I declare that the winner of this competition is contestant Jihi. The referee's decision aroused cheers from all the audience. Chapter 94_. On the way back to Yungu's house, Jihi had no joy in winning at all. Although he knew that this day would always come, he did not expect it to be so fast. Have you left this afternoon? Jixi, who is always cheerful and optimistic, is full of reluctance at this moment. Although the time spent with Yi was only a few months in total, he really regarded Yi as his teacher, brother. Before I came here, I had made an appointment to meet in Ukexin City. A simple description that answered Jixi's question. Okay, Jixi, Yi's practice has ended. With his strength, you don't need to stay with us all the time to receive guidance. You should learn from Yi, start your apprenticeship as soon as possible, and become a capable person on your own. Bishiji, who was on the side, was very open to seeing Yi about to leave. Perhaps she has experienced many separations, and she has become accustomed to this feeling. Sudden cell phone ringing. The eyes of the four of them couldn't help but look in the direction of Bishiji. Just her cell phone rang. Take the ringing phone out of your pocket. Looking at the marked name, a bad thought appeared on Bisiji's face. Hey, old man, hurry up and say something. After answering the call, before the other party spoke, she preempted her and asked the other party's purpose. Yo tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Nitro standard laughter came from the phone. Even if Yi or three people did not deliberately eavesdrop, they could still hear the laughter clearly. After a long time, the laughter gradually slowed down. Only then did Nitro fully reveal the purpose of his search for Bishiji. Bishiji, I have a request that needs your help. Hear the word commission. Bisiji gave Yunji a look. The two masters and apprentices naturally have an extraordinary tacit understanding, and they understand everything with just one look. Take Jixi to his house. Yi consciously followed Yungu's pace. As a killer, he knows that the mandate issued by the employer, or some tasks of the organization, is not suitable for too many people to know. Therefore, he has no desire to inquire about tasks that have nothing to do with him. Yi-chan, you also wait a moment, this time I have to trouble you to help too. Just turned around and prepared to leave on the night. Nitro's voice came from Bisuki's phone. The spiritual pressure on Yaiki's body instantly spread out to a range of 5 kilometers, trying to find out who was able to spy on him secretly. But under his perception, apart from Yunji Yu, Jixi, and by Siji, there is no other capable person within this range. Well don't look for it, look up, the satellite I use . As if guessing Yi's movements, Nitro explained on the phone how he observed here. Satellite. Old man, you still use a satellite. Isn't he in a hurry? As Nitro's disciples, Bisji and Nitro have known each other for decades. I also know enough about his temperament. Therefore, it is not surprising that Nitro uses satellites to observe himself, but is just curious about the situation of the bean noodles. Yi, who was on the side, retracted the released spiritual pressure perception. Using satellites to observe himself, this was indeed something he hadn't thought of. Ho tilde bean noodle man, he's watching right next to me. Seeing the performance of the two, Nitro laughed again. President, stop chatting, you are still waiting to solve the problem. The voice of the bean noodles man came out from the phone together. From his anxious tone, he could guess that this commission was not easy. Otherwise, he, the secretary of the Hunter Association president, would not be so anxious. Okay, I'll get down to business now. Really, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry there? Nitro's complaining tone was perfectly transmitted to Bisuki's cell phone through the phone. After Yi and the two heard it, they didn't know how to respond. Quite a while. Cough cough. I'll get down to business now. Speaking of business, Nitro's voice was not as playful as before, but became serious and cautious. Bishiki, what happened 30 years ago happened again today. 16 unknown creatures landed on the Brzykova Islands this morning. Flowers. Now in the Brzykova Islands, there are no signs of life. Bishiji's hand holding the phone trembled involuntarily. Is it the same as 30 years ago? The trembling voice made Yi doubt whether the Bishiji in front of him was herself. It was the first time Yi saw such fear in her body. Yes, it's just that the scale is bigger this year than it was 30 years ago, the rate of encroachment is faster and the damage is more severe. Nitro's voice was serious and a little sad. Obviously, there is a past that Yi doesn't know about. But neither of them had any plans to explain, and Yi wouldn't ask boringly. Now Ziyu, Yin, and Qianlong, the 312 earthly branches, have already headed to the Brzykova Islands to carry out blocking operations. Of course, only these 3 people go, the number is definitely not enough, so now, as the president of the Hunter Association, I am asking you, Bisji Kuruga, to go to the Brzykova Islands for support operations. Bishiji's trembling hands gradually regained their composure. It seems that a decision has been made. I understand the president, I am Bisiki Kuruga, accepted by the association, and will immediately go to the Brzykova Islands for support operations. The voice at the moment was firm and determined. Then, I happen to be here at night, so please go to support me too, please. Yi didn't care about going to the Brzykova Islands for support operations. As long as it is settled before the agreement with Krollo. This is an entrustment, or an enquiry. It's just that before going to support, the nature of this matter needs to be distinguished first. This is related to how much effort Yi has to exert in the next action, as well as the different ways of action. Ho tilde. It's just for you, the killer. At that time, I was going to make a commission. If you complete this commission, the reward will definitely satisfy you. There seemed to be something mixed in Nitro's laughter. Sun. Chapter 95_. It was confirmed that Nitro was entrusting himself to the Brzykova Islands for support operations. As a killer, Yi will naturally try his best to complete this commission. The spiritual pressure in the left hand condensed, and the magic gun automatically appeared in the hand. A random crosscut in the air, forcibly destroying the space. Open black lens bracket, black cavity, close black lens bracket. The space was suddenly filled with cracks, and a crack like a human eye appeared in front of the two of them. Space System Ability. As for Yi Yinyan's category, Bai Siji knew that it was the Incarnation category. But the ability displayed at this time is obviously different from the ability of the incarnation system. Since it's an entrustment, let's talk face to face. A cold voice came from Yi Yi's mouth. Can you get to the Hunter Association headquarters directly from here? Regarding the face-to-face talk that Yi Yi-san said, Bishiji instantly analyzed the role of the black accent. Sky Arena, it takes 5 days to go to the association headquarters by airship, this. Biji's tone was full of disbelief. The phone that didn't hang up came from Nitro's voice. Oh tilde a new ability. For killers, this ability is really convenient tilde. Through the satellite, Nitro naturally saw Yi Yi forcibly breaking the space. In Lenovo's words, the role of this ability can be easily guessed. Come on, go directly to the Hunters Association headquarters. Yi Yi entered the black cavity, but CG didn't seem to have reacted. Had to speak to remind. Bishiji's mind recovered after Yi Yi's interruption, and followed him into the black chamber. Follow my paved path or you will fall. The Reiatsu gathered under Yi Yi's feet, forming a transparent path for the two of them to move forward. Hearing these words, Bishiji looked around subconsciously. At a glance, it is the endless darkness, like the abyss that devours the soul. Under this darkness, Bishiji withdrew his gaze. She felt that she was watching, and her reason and thinking would be affected. Is it the influence of the Dark Sonata? It's scary. The black cavity itself is the ability that can be used by the void or broken face material. When using it, it naturally has a void atmosphere. Yaiki doesn't know this dark soul breath, which makes Bishiji misunderstand that it is the influence of the Dark Sonata. It can only be said that artificial brain supplementation is the most terrifying. But this also avoids the trouble of Yi Yi's ability to explain. The spatial mobility of Haicheng does not mean that you can go where you want to go in the world. Only get the coordinates to the destination, or the place you have been before. Only the black cavity can lead directly to the destination. The headquarters of the Hunters Association, Yi Yi's happened to have been there once, and still remembered when he was awarded the Hunter's Medal. Because the distance between the Sky Arena and the Hunter Association headquarters is too far. The two walked in the black cavity for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at their destination. Hunter Guild headquarters sky. Cracks suddenly appear in the air. Next moment, an eye-like black crack appeared in the crack. The hunters at the Hunter Association headquarters felt a dark and depressing breath, which came from it. A large number of hunters who stayed behind ran from their office towards the direction of the dark crack. Such a dark and depressing atmosphere appeared at the entrance of the association headquarters, and they had to think about it with the most dangerous thoughts. Hunter Guild President's office. Hearing the phone call that was suddenly hung up, Nitro frowned slightly. Next moment. With his excellent perception ability, he can perceive the dark and oppressive atmosphere of the outside world. Don't care about where you are. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the office were smashed with a punch, the muscles in his legs swelled, and his thoughts rushed towards his legs. Next moment. With this roar, Nitro was like a cannonball, shooting straight in the direction of the dark suppressed breath. Only the broken office and the solitary bean noodles man in the cold wind were left. Looking at the suddenly destroyed office in front of me, I don't know what to say. It happened so suddenly that he still hadn't realized what happened. The other side. Yi Yi took Bishiji and walked out of the open crack in the black cavity. Because the black cavity is the product of using the spiritual pressure to forcibly destroy the space, and the link in the middle is the broken world. And the boundary is not only space nodes, but even time nodes do not correspond one-to-one with reality. Therefore, Yi Yi and the two walked in the black cavity for nearly 10 minutes. But for Nitro, time just passed by less than a second. When Yaiki and Bisji walked out of the black cavity, what they saw was Nitro with a gloomy face. He didn't know about Yi Yi Nian's transformation into Reiatsu. Therefore, for this pattern of breath, he subconsciously thought of the creatures of the Dark Continent. Only after exerting strength to come to the scene, did I see Yaiki and Bishiji appearing from it. Well, Tilda, the old man came to greet us. It's really hard for you. Bishiji didn't know what happened, but thought that Nitro was here waiting for the two to arrive after sensing the existence of the two. After all, in her perception, the two walked for nearly 10 minutes in this dark voice. It's nothing, the support matters will be discussed in the association. Glancing at the hunters who were approaching around him, Nitro waved his hand to show that he was okay. Fortunately, ordinary people cannot perceive the mind, otherwise it will cause panic. While the hunters gradually dispersed, Nitro was still rejoicing in his heart. He is not worried about being known by ordinary people, but about the darkness the repressed breath had an irreparable effect on them. Enter the Hunters Association. Under the leadership of Nitro, the two entered a conference room. 4 hunters have arrived ahead of schedule. 2 of them nodded slightly to Bishiji. I'm going to trouble you to continue to wait here for a while, and a few hunters will come next. The bean noodles man appeared from the side and reminded everyone. Before that, let me introduce you to this incident. The voice falls. The big screen in the conference room lit up. Pieces of information appear on the screen. I didn't expect this to happen, it's hard to do. Looking at the information on the screen, Bisiji's face became heavy again. Chapter 96_. 3 hours later. There were nearly 10 people in the conference room. Except for Nitro and Duman, everyone else was able to go to the Brzykova Islands for support. According to the information we currently have, this creature escaped from the Dark Continent to the Brzykova Islands, which means that their state at this time was not at their peak. The bean noodles man held a long stick, pointed to the information on the screen in the conference room, and introduced it to everyone. Insect. No, it shouldn't be a worm, it's just so weird, it looks like I've seen it there. Some hunters looked at the information pointed by the bean noodles man and asked questions. It's just that he always feels that the information on this is inexplicably familiar. It seems that I have seen a similar existence in some document, but I can't remember it for a while. Yes, I always have a familiar feeling, but I just can't remember it. Hear what the hunter said. Another female hunter also expressed some familiarity. I feel like I've seen it there, but like you, I just can't remember it. 14. All subsequent hunters felt inexplicably familiar with this shell-covered humanoid creature. The meeting room gradually became a little chaotic. Nitro, on the other hand, closed his eyes and thought about something. Ignore this scene. It's not a bug, it's a zerg. At a critical moment, Bisuki, who was sitting beside Yaiki, stood up. This kind of bug has a name called zerg. Hearing what Bishiji said, everyone subconsciously turned their attention to her. At the same time, Nitro, who was beside him, also opened his eyes, ready to say something. The zerg in the Dark Continent can be divided into 2 types. The first type, there is a complete social system and laws, and there are even ethnic groups similar to the royal family. This type of zerg is weak and does not have active aggressiveness. Therefore, the evaluation grade is D, which belongs to the race that is less threatening to the human world. The second type, the nest is built with the female worm as the center, and the female worm controls the subordinate zerg to expand and evolve to a higher level of life. Because it needs a lot of food to promote evolution, this zerg will devour all edible food, so it is rated as C, which is a race that is more threatening to humans. The dusty information in the Hunter Association was released one by Nitro. 30 years ago, there was a zerg of the second race, who accidentally bypassed the gate and came to the human world, devouring a country, so there is a slight record of it. When the hunters in the conference room heard the news, their faces gradually became solemn. President, do you mean to devour a country with just one? Isn't it a joke? The hunter who was the first to inquire earlier expressed disbelief in Nitro's words. Also, it is too exaggerated to devour a country with a single zerg. I'm sorry, I didn't make it clear. After entering the country of Amoeba, that zerg began to devour and breed in large quantities. In just 1 month, a large number of Zerg wiped out the country of Amoeba. For the hunter's question, Nitro walked up to the screen and manipulated the computer to call up a photo. That is to say, a female worm is an army. In the photo, there are countless numbers of Zerg rushing through the streets. What about this time? Swallow a mouthful of saliva. The hunter continued to ask, looking at the same insects as the photos the bean noodles people showed everyone before. He had an ominous hunch. 16. All female worms. Although Nitro's voice was not gloomy, everyone's hearts cooled a lot after hearing what he said. No, it's impossible. If a female worm is an army, then they are each other's female worms, and it is impossible for them to appear together at the same time. When they meet for the first time, they should want to destroy each other. That's right. A hunter heard that all 16 were female worms, and subconsciously stood up to refute Nitro's words. As an insect hunter, how could I not know the habits of bugs? Unless they have. The hunter was able to refute at first, but he talked as if he had thought of something. His face was pale. Unless there is something higher than them to suppress them, I am right, Leopold. The insect hunter called Leopold nodded with difficulty. If it is what he thought, this incident may not be simple. Yi listened to all this quietly. The Zerg, a race that was famous in the previous life, did not expect to hear its prestige in this world. Look at this photo, it was taken by me controlling the satellite. Another photo. It is the same Zerg as in the previous photo. It's just that this Zerg looks more ferocious than the Zerg on the front line. Because it was the first time we met, and there was no corresponding record before, this Zerg was named the Zerg King an hour ago. Looking at the body shape in the photo, Yi couldn't help but be stunned. It's so small, this one. Bishiji, who was on the side, looked at the Insect King in the photo, and subconsciously complained. Indeed, it may not be obvious if you look at this one alone. But compared with the 16 3-meter-sized female worms under it, it is particularly small. In short, the information we know now is the following. 1. Female worms can multiply Zerg in large numbers. 2. There is also an Insect King on top of the female insect. 3. All the life characteristics on the Brzykova Islands have disappeared, and it is suspected that the female insects supplemented the protein to reproduce the Zerg. 4. It takes 2 days for the Zerg to hatch. Every time Nitro said a word, the corresponding text appeared on the screen, so that the hunters present could remember it more deeply. According to the information, the Zerg landed on the Brzykova Islands at 8 o'clock this morning, and there are still about 30 hours before the fastest incubation time of the Zerg. Hearing that there were only 30 hours left, the already depressing atmosphere became even more gloomy. We don't have enough time left, and please everyone can resolve this disaster as soon as possible. After speaking, Nitro bowed his body slightly. I'll ask you all this time. Chapter 97 _ Hunter Association Headquarters Meeting Room. This time, please everyone. Looking at Nitro who bowed slightly in front of him. Almost all hunters were moved by his appearance of petitioning for mankind. The bean noodles man standing beside him was even more excited and couldn't help himself, and tears could not stop flowing from both sides of his cheeks. In order not to make everyone's labor in vain, the Hunter Association will set a reward for 16 female insects and 1 insect emperor. Kill a female worm and bring the corpse, and you can exchange it for 1 billion yuan at the Hunters Association. Kill the Insect King and bring the corpse, and you can exchange it for 10 billion yuan at the Hunters Association. Of course, as a qualified secretary, even though Domian was already in tears at this moment, he still told everyone about the reward mechanism set by the association. Then, now confirm the list of personnel to support the Brzykova Islands. After all, a list was picked up from the table by the bean noodles man and read out. Morgan, Boris, Wolf, Edmund, Knight 1, Biscuit, Jillian, Leopold, Jeremy. The above 9 people, if there is no objection, will become the first batch of operatives of the Brzykova Islands Crusade plan. The second batch of operatives will continue to convene after you leave, please rest assured. The bean noodles people have said this for the sake of it, and no one will choose to back down at this moment. It's just that there are only more than 30 hours now, and it will take more than 10 hours to travel from the Hunter Association to the Berzakova Islands by airship. After all, they are two completely different continents. A woman named Jillian asked this question. In this regard, the bean noodles said that the originally planned airship was cancelled, and one of the first batch of operatives would lead everyone to the Berzakova Islands. Hearing this news, several hunters present looked at each other. Soon, their eyes were on Yi. Hunters have always been an organization with a very small number of people, and hunters with powerful strength are even fewer. There are only so many people, and basically everyone knows each other. What ability the other party has, there is probably a base. Only Yi is a new face, so under the simple exclusion method, everyone locked Yi. Subconsciously, he has a favorable impression of Yoichi, who has the ability to move through space. Meet here in half an hour. Face the eyes of the people. A gathering time is given on night 1. While waiting, Nitro asked Yi to use his abilities to send everyone to the Berzakova Islands. Yi didn't refuse, and using the black accent to him is nothing more than a simple ability. And at this moment, the hunters present are all his partners. As a group that performs tasks together, Yi does not deliberately hide his clumsiness. As a killer, the necessary cooperation will increase the likelihood of commission completion. Yes, please gather with the top of the association in half an hour. Mr. Yi will lead everyone to the Berzakova Islands. Not all of the hunters who came to the meeting were ready, and some of them didn't know anything, so they received a call from the association. A capable person of the space department. It's a rare strategic treasure. Knowing that Yi, a person with the ability to teleport space over a long distance, exists, everyone's expressions are somewhat relaxed, not unlike children's. At least it wasn't so stressful. Hey, boy, are you interested in joining my sister's team after this mission is over? The female hunter named Jillian was even in the mood to make fun of Yaiki. It's just that before he made a refusal, Bai Siji on the side was unhappy. As Yi's master, she couldn't helplessly watch her pig being stabbed by someone else's cabbage. Jillian, Yi is my person. If you dare to slander, I don't mind helping you move your muscles and muscles. At the same time, he pressed his fingers with a click. This is how you show your strength. Jillian was not intimidated by this threat, but after listening to Bai Siji's words, she looked at Yi and Bai Siji several times, and walked away with an unintelligible smile on her face. Looking at someone walking away, Yi always felt that she seemed to be thinking something wrong. Cut. If I wasn't here, you'd be tricked out by the hornworm, Jillian. With both hands environmentally friendly, Bai Siji looks proud and victorious. Seeing Bishiji looking like this, Yi inexplicably didn't want to pay attention. Go straight to the top of the association. Seeing this, Bishiji didn't stop talking, but she silently followed Yi's pace. Didn't notice at all, the status of the two seemed to be reversed. When reaching the top, Nitro's figure stood on the edge of the floor, as if looking into the distance. Half an hour later, everyone regroups at the top level. Seeing that everyone is ready, Yi did not continue to waste time. Open black lens bracket black cavity close black lens bracket. The spiritual pressure in the left hand condensed, and the magic gun appeared again. The blade is cut into the void, forcibly breaking the space in front of him. Suddenly, the space in front of him was full of cracks, and a crack appeared in front of everyone. Yi stepped into the black cavity first. The spiritual pressure gathers under the feet, forming a wide aura floor for everyone to step on. The next person who came in was Bishiji, because she had already come in once, and she had some relative experience, so she came directly to Yi's side. Quote. Then, old man, let us go tilde. Bishiji turned to say goodbye, to Nitro, who was outside the black cavity. The gap in the black cavity slowly closed. Yi Jiang, if you really can't solve it, go back to this old man. This old man's bones can still have some effect. Just before the gap was completely closed, Nitro's voice entered Yi's mind. His head was slightly up and down, indicating that he understood. As the president of the association, Nitro cannot go to solve these disasters at will. For some people, the value of Nitro's existence far exceeds those disasters, and if he dies while crusades against these disasters, it can be said to be the greatest loss of mankind. No one can afford this kind of loss. Zerg. I didn't expect that 30 years later, I would have the opportunity to take revenge in person. I am really happy. Association top. Nitro's eyes were filled with hatred. Father. Chapter 98 Pazikova Islands. Although it is called an archipelago, there is actually a country living here. The country is not prosperous, but there is no hunger either. The special climate here makes the planting harvest of crops far exceed the average level of planting in other continents. With sufficient food, the people here are keen to nurture the next generation. Only with enough labor can the vast grain harvest be harvested. Under such conditions, the country has a population of 2 million. It is quite exaggerated. However, in such a country, at this moment, there is no trace of human life. Only the ferocious Zerg spread in the streets. The crops that are about to be harvested are swaying in the wind in the fields. It seems to have been completely forgotten. Oppression. Suddenly there is a sense of oppression from the air. A deserted suburb. Several cracks appeared in the air. As the cracks gradually increased, a pitch-black crack suddenly opened in the air. Some figures emerged from it. Pat. Landing on the ground, everyone 137 looked around vigilantly. Seeing that this place is safe, relax your body. Cut. My circle is observed in a straight line, and the farthest observation distance can reach 500 meters, but under observation, I can't feel the breath of life. The thin man named Edmund had already sensed the surrounding aura the moment he landed. Whether it's humans, or other animals, there is no life here, as the association said. His hands trembled slightly. I don't know whether he is in the mood at the moment, whether he is angry for what the Zerg has done, or is he sad because of the tragic experience of human beings here. Perhaps, at this moment. In his mind, both emotions were present. Didn't you say that there are still 30 hours of incubation time? It's obviously impossible that only 16 bugs can do it. Several other hunters are also feeling this. It can be felt that these people present have to solve this disaster and prevent them from continuing to harm mankind. Looking at the man who asked at night, according to the self-introduction. The man's name was Wolf, and he was a treasure hunter. Although the specific strength is unclear, the strength of the first batch of fighters that can be selected should not be underestimated. Under Reiatsu's perception, his life aura was almost the same as the transformed Bishiji. The same is true for the other hunters present. Anyone can hang Yi before heading to Meteor Street. I don't know. In the incident 30 years ago, this situation did not occur. Maybe this time the crusade plan will be even more difficult. He looked at the slightly depressed environment around him because he lost his breath of life. Biji's eyes were slightly lost. She never thought that what happened 30 years ago would happen again today. However, compared to 30 years ago, this discovery is very timely, and it can completely prevent the disaster from continuing to expand outwards. Jillian, the woman who tried to recruit Yi when she was in the association. Going in front of the crowd is a way to cheer for everyone. According to the introduction of the bean noodles, it seems that 3 members of the 12 earthly branches have come here first. Our first task now is to gather with them. There is no objection to this. In such an environment, we can strengthen our own strength. This gives the possibility of completing the task a further boost. Just. Drip tilde. Slap tilde. The phone was slammed to the ground by Jillian. Called several times in a row, but the phone was unanswered. And it's not just a 12 earthly branches. The phone calls of the 312 earthly branches were all tentatively dialed, but no one answered. Seeing Jillian's appearance, several other hunters also began to try. Quite a while. All gave up this way of connecting them. It should be the female worm, or the worm king released a hormone that shields the current or signal, so that the phone can't be dialed at all. Dressed like an insect hunter. Speculation is made on the current situation. Yi had some impressions of this person. Leopold, the insect hunter who had questioned Nitro's message at the association. Che, it seems that it will take some time to contact the three of them. Hearing Leopold's explanation, Bisuki's expression was still gloomy. There is no good solution for this. The limit perception range of Reiatsu is about 5 kilometers, but the size of this archipelago can be enough square kilometers. To find the three of them with Reiatsu alone, I don't know how long it will take. Bound road slap-toe chasing sparrow. The same is true. If that's the case, let the old man try it. At a critical moment, an old man named Morgan walked out of the crowd. At the same time, this old man was also the first person to greet Bishiji in the conference room. Put your hands together, and gather your thoughts in front of you. Several beast cats were condensed by him. Morgan's travel buddy, go my buddy, find the other 3 humans besides us, and tell me where they are. Catman nodded at him, then turned to leave, and soon disappeared in the forest. The mind beasts I summoned can all use, Yuan, to find the 3 and 12 earthly branches, which is the fastest way to find them. After the old man watched the cat disappear completely, he turned around and told everyone about the role of the cat. Okay, since the matter of finding the 12 earthly branches has been resolved by Morgan Sr., then let's discuss the regrettable action plan. It was a young hunter who was a few years older than Yi. But being young doesn't mean anything. Being able to participate in this crusade means everything. Sudden. Yi's expression changed slightly. Under his perception, a large number of vital signs rushed towards the crowd. Those who can meet this condition on the Berzakova Islands are the only Zerg left. 3 kilometers away, a large number of Zerg are besieging here. A cold voice came from Yi's mouth. But the information in his mouth shocked everyone present. Impossible, 3 kilometers away, how can your perception be so exaggerated? Chapter 99 _ Impossible, the exploration hunter with the widest perception range among the hunters, the circle, ranges only 2 kilometers, how can you perceive such a long distance? Yi told everyone what he found. What is available is doubt. Looking at the hunter who questioned his perception, Yi vaguely remembered that he seemed to be called Wolf. The Zerg move very fast. According to their speed of movement, they will arrive here in 5 minutes. Ignore Wolf. Yi continued to speak his judgment. It is not a rational thing to have internal contradictions in the current situation. After this commission is over, Yaiki doesn't mind looking for a commission about his assassination. Several other hunters, seeing Yi behave like this, calm. Although I don't fully believe the information he said, I doubt it too much. 5 minutes. As for the quantity, since we can sense their arrival, the approximate number can also be sensed. Bishiji was the first to respond. She has been with Yi for more than half a year. Knowing that he is not the kind of man who opens his mouth without any basis. Therefore, there is no doubt about the information that Yi said. The number is more than 10,000. The approximate number was reported by Yi. At such a scale, it is not necessary to perceive in detail how many there are. 10,000. Cut, the information is wrong. Hearing the number of incoming Zerg, everyone's faces became solemn. According to the information of the association, the first batch of Zerg hatched should be around 30 hours. Available from the association here. Less than half an hour passed. Resolve them as soon as possible, and delay them until later, and there will be a steady stream of reinforcements to support them. Bishiji's voice was a little anxious. As a survivor of a crusade 30 years ago, she knows the horrors of the Zerg. Perhaps the strength of the individual is not strong, only the same as the ability of the first thought. But that steady stream of reinforcements is everyone's nightmare. In the later stage, the female insect can hatch a more powerful Zerg by swallowing the enemy's corpse. It can be said that in order to relieve disasters at the least cost, their development must be curbed from the very beginning. The information that Siggy knew made the already gloomy faces of the other hunters even more gloomy. That is to say, we must solve these 10,000 Zerg in a very short period of time and leave the place quickly. Is that what it means? Jillian moved her body. She was the same as Bisiki. They are both fighting with the body that has been exercised to the extreme. The only difference between the two is that they are different. Jillian belongs to the strengthening system, and is better at strengthening the body. After this battle, remember to give me a massage, or else I will die. The voice falls. A figure began to expand. A muscular girl who was more terrifying than CG appeared in front of everyone. Other hunters also used their abilities. As long as you can get back alive, I'll give you 3 free massages, I said. He looked at his companion who had no fear in front of him. The gloomy expression on Bishiji's face also eased a little, and the figure began to swell together. After a few minutes. Boom tilde tilde tilde. With a roar, the earth trembled. A group of insects swarmed like waves, rushing in the direction of Yi Yi and the others. The swarm looks ferocious and terrifying, and even the smallest species are the size of a calf. Susu tilde tilde. The bloodthirsty swarm immediately came to Yi Yi and the others. No offensive slogan. 9 people attacked the swarm. Only Yi Yi tried to restrain the influx of insects before attacking. 62 boundaries, 100 steps longan. A beam of light condensed in front of Yi Yi and shot towards the oncoming insect swarm. The hunter on the side looked at Yi Yi in surprise. What can such a weak attack do? Next moment. The change in the beam of light shocked his eyes. I saw the beam of light in the air split into nearly 1,000 beams in an instant, directly piercing the Zerg at the front of the swarm, making it unable to move. Flowers. He ignored a certain hunter who was stunned next to him. Left hand in front. With palms facing outwards, singing softly in the mouth. Reiatsu quickly transformed into thunderlight and condensed in his hand. The 88th, Flying Dragon Strikes Thief, Thunder Cannon. Next moment. From the palm of Yi Yi's left hand, a terrifying lightning beam erupted, expanding several times in an instant, shining with dazzling light. Most importantly, the power of this beam is unparalleled. Accompanied by the destructive momentum, it shot towards the swarm of insects. The terrifying thunder and lightning beams devoured those Zerg-like from the abyss of the devil. Boom tilde 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 tilde. The impact of the flying dragon strikes the thief and the thunder cannon. Clear the swarm out of a small vacuum. At the same time, a gully with a width of 10 meters, a depth of 20 meters and a length of 100 meters appeared in front of everyone. Some of the insect swarms that rushed towards everyone fell into this ravine. Temporarily unable to climb out. Create an opportunity for everyone to attack. Looking at the hunter who attacked Yi Yi, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This is too exaggerated. Can this kind of damage still be done by Nian? Originally, the first time I saw Yi Yi, I thought it was just a newcomer who was brought to meet the world by Bishiji. My heart was full of disdain for Yi Yi. Later, Yi Yi's spatial mobility ability that brought everyone here made him a little impressed by Yi Yi. But the evaluation in my heart did not increase much. After all, auxiliary personnel are always auxiliary personnel, and the upper limit of their strength is there. Later, I heard Yi Yi's exaggerated perception range. Although his heart still trembled, his impression of Yi Yi did not change. He's just an ordinary support staff with spatial mobility and exaggerated perception range, no big deal. But now Yi Yi used this trick, a flying dragon to strike a thief, a thunder cannon. He couldn't take it any longer. UTM are called auxiliary personnel, so big, so fierce, so many Zerg were directly smashed into scum. At this moment, he began to doubt life. Son. Chapter 100 _ Yi-Yi's flying dragon strikes the thief's thunder cannon, which directly dealt with the hundreds of Zerg rushing towards him. At this point, only the hunter next to him saw it. When the insect swarm arrived in front of them, Bai Siji and others had already rushed in the direction of the insect swarm. Therefore, I did not see the flying dragon strike thief that Yi-Yi used. I just saw that there were many ravines in the abrupt place, and many Zerg fell among them. Although I don't know why there is an extra gully here, this does not prevent them from taking the opportunity to solve the Zerg inside. The hunter who saw Yi-Yi attacked. Damn it, it's such a shame if you can't even compete with a newcomer. Leaving such a sentence, he pressed his hands to the ground. Open black lens bracket. The darling of the earth. Close black lens bracket. By touching the land with both hands, you can control the soil in a range with yourself as the center. The control range is determined by the size of the visual input. Moment. The gully created by Yi-Yi's flying dragon attacking thief and thunder cannons expanded by nearly 30 meters in width. More Zerg fell into the ravine. Although many Zerg tried to climb out from both sides, the Zerg that could keep pouring in smashed them to the bottom of the pit. Just a few seconds. The gully was completely filled. Ha! Give it to me. A large number of thoughts gathered in his hands, and with his action, the gully created by Yi-Yi's flying dragon strike thief's thunder cannon began to vibrate. The surrounding soil converges towards the center. Squeeze. The soil is constantly squeezing, accompanied by a creaking sound, and some unexplained wailing. Purple-black blood flowed in the soil. Yi-Yi in the distance felt all this and turned away from the hunter. End an attack. The hunter went on to start his next hunt. A steady stream of Zerg became his target. Watching one Zerg being crushed by himself, a proud smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, my ability is the best. Under the constant attack, his body was also stained with soil unconsciously. The whole person looked a little embarrassed. What Yi-Yi saw was the appearance of his body covered in mud. Is it Jeremy? Ability is good. The fight continues. The Zerg killed by the two only accounted for 1/10 of the total. The swarms of insects running like the ocean did not seem to decrease in number. The spiritual pressure in his hand flickered, and the magic spear appeared in Yi-Yi's hand. Aim at the swarms that are still running towards here. Shoot him. The gun. The body can be called the Reiatsu of the sea, and it seems that there is an outlet for venting. The blade is in the blink of an eye. Shoot towards the running swarm. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, countless swarms of running insects ran through. It's not finished yet. With light force on his right arm, he swiped to the side, and countless Zerg were slashed by Yi-Yi. This time, the momentum was soaring, and the mournful mourning kept rising. Those hunters in the battle finally paid attention to Yi-Yi's extraordinary clearing ability. Just a moment. Hundreds of Zerg died. Slap. Jillian smashed the head of the Zerg in front of him with a punch. The pervert you got from there, such an exaggerated ability, a manifestation type. Or a trait type. A Zerg circled behind Jillian at some point, but she didn't have time to defend against the sneak attack behind her. Just at the moment when the Zerg figure jumped suddenly and was about to attack her. Thick arms stretched out from the side, directly penetrating its body. Humph. This is the big treasure that I brought to my door. Bisuki's figure emerged from the side. Also using physical art as the main means of attack, she and Jillian team up to fight together. The tacit understanding between the two is naturally speechless. Cut. Don't show off. With your character running around the world, it is estimated that you are a disciple accepted by your apprentice. Not far from the two. With swords in both hands, Morgan fought in and out of the swarm, covered in purple-black blood. However, judging from the momentum of his words, his body should not have been hurt. All this blood was splashed on the body when the Zerg was beheaded by him. Withdrawing from the swarm, I just heard the words of Bishiji showing off. Couldn't help but tell the truth. For these old friends who have known each other for decades, the character of the other party has long been known. Don't show off, you old guy, and continue to slash the Zerg. It was rare for Bishiji to show off, and she was demolished. The determined face turned rosy. The strength of the three is far beyond these Zerg, and now there are Yi and others to share the pressure. Although the battle is exhausting, there is no need to worry about the danger of life. The same goes for other hunters in the distance. Half an hour later. With the last Zerg beheaded by Yi. The battle is over. With a slight wave of his right hand, the purple-black blood on the blade splashed onto the ground. The sharp gun slowly disappeared into the air. Last minute of battle. There were not 1 out of 10 incoming Zerg, and the female insect, who did not know where to hide, gave the last order to this small group of insects. Kill Night 1. Since then, these Zerg have been madly running towards Yi. Attacks by other hunters are directly ignored by them. About this point. Perhaps because Yi killed too many Zerg, the female insect who did not know where to hide hated Yi. Bishiji and others originally planned to help. But at night, she made a gesture to let them rest for a while. Solve it on your own. After the end of the battle, several people have to leave the place immediately to avoid the follow-up assistance of the Zerg. The army surrounded the crowd. The few people who had just ended the battle naturally consumed most of their stamina. Yi solves these Zerg by himself, which can be regarded as a short rest time for his teammates. Reserve stamina for subsequent retreats. The end of the battle means the end of the short rest. The crowd followed Morgan towards a cave he knew. Morgan's Katnian beast, although no trace of the 12 earthly branches has yet been found. But on the way to search, they found a lot of strongholds suitable for people's temporary cultivation. The cave he was referring to was the one found by the cats and beasts. The other side. Damn, so many Zerg, the guys in the association are all rice buckets. The man called Journey to the west fled for his life in the jungle with his broken arm. The jungle was surging behind him. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101_. The sky is getting dark. At some point in the night and dark clouds converge on the Berzakova Islands. The village that should have been full of cooking smoke was now silent. A figure flashed quickly in the village, leaving only a few huts with open doors. Dash 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 dash. Wow tilde. A pile of food spilled from the chest of the puppet summoned by Edmund. Edmund, the skinny hunter. According to his introduction, his ability is the puppet master's rage. Dolls for various purposes can be made by reciting. The doll can act according to the set instructions, or it can be controlled by the doll master. The doll that pours out the food is a doll specially used for transportation. As for why his ability has such a suffix after it, everyone doesn't quite understand. However, it is impolite to inquire about the abilities of others at will. No one specifically asked. Simple dinner. Everyone gathered around a fire, thinking about the next course of action. If you want me to say, I can't continue to wait for 14 years. There are 1.8 million people living in the Berzakova Islands. The female insects devour them all. I don't know how many Zerg people can be produced. Biscuit and wolf clash. Only 10,000 Zerg came to attack us today. It can be seen that their current strength is not particularly exaggerated. When the Zerg continues to hatch in the future, we will really be in the biggest dilemma. So we should get rid of them completely before they expand. Bishiji, who experienced the Zerg crusade 30 years ago, clearly understands the terrifying reproductive ability of the Zerg. What's more, there are 16 female worms this time. more exaggerated than a female worm 30 years ago. Since this is the reason, we should not touch those Zerg and increase their hatred for us, so that the possibility of chasing us will be slightly reduced. When we meet with the 12 earthly branches, we will go directly to the location of the mother insect and the insect emperor, and destroy them in one fell swoop. Wolf is also a professional hunter. He can also grasp the severity of the matter, he just chose a relatively less dangerous plan. The two have different viewpoints, and the atmosphere between the teams begins to become subtle. If disagreements escalate, the team may be split. This is what no one wants to see. But these two views are already the best solution at present. Disagreements have arisen, and cracks have appeared in the originally strong team relationship. Just when the two of them were about to decide who to choose, Morgan, who was silent on the side, suddenly widened his eyes. Journey to the West. I found the trail of the journey to the West. Moment. All eyes were on him, waiting for his detailed description of the situation. Yes, but... However, after attracting everyone's attention, he became submissive again. What's the matter? Tell me quickly, don't do it. As a power-enhancing person, Jillian is also a quick-tempered person. Seeing Morgan hesitating, his heart was extremely unhappy. Senior Morgan, first tell me what happened to Senior Westward Journey, we are here to judge. Boris is quite calm, here to ease the atmosphere in the middle. Journey to the West, he was chased and killed by countless Zerg, he broke an arm, and was about to be caught up by Zerg. His voice was slow, and his tone was filled with sadness. Where is Journey to the West at this time? Let's see if we can go to support. Hearing that Journey to the West was in such a dangerous situation, several other hunters asked him where he was. Ready to go to the rescue. It's too late. On the other side of the archipelago, if you go at full speed, it will take at least half an hour. Unless. When Morgan said this, his eyes couldn't help but turn to the side. Looking at Yi, who was bored watching a play. Now the only one with ultra-long-range mobility is Yi. The eyes of others followed Morgan. Okay, give me the address, I don't mind saving his life. Feeling the expectations of everyone, especially by Siji, Yi did not refuse. When the enemy's strength is strong, reducing the loss of one's own combat power is to increase the chance of winning the next battle by 1 point. Seeing Yi's agreement, Morgan quickly reported the direction of the journey to the west to Yi. Out of the cave. The magic spear appeared in Yi's hand, and instantly cut a cross in the air. The space is forcibly broken. Yi walked towards the crack. The other side. Journey to the West fled around in embarrassment, with wounds all over his body, completely inconsistent with the name he carried. In order to attract the attention of the Zerg, he had to throw the broken arm that he had held in his arms before. Although he may become a one-armed man in the future, he does not regret his choice. An arm in exchange for a chance to live. What's more, in this world where mines are rampant, there will always be a way to restore the ability of the stump. Jealous. Sudden. A sharp cry came from beside him, attracting the attention of Journey to the West. Damn, why is this bastard still chasing? The circle was centered on the westward journey and expanded outwards for a moment. Let him know the owner of the voice. A special Zerg about 6 meters high. While huge in size, the mutant Zerg has improved speed, strength, and arm sharpness in an all-round way. Westward arm. It was cut off when it attacked. And this mutant Zerg touched his side at some point. Despair, unimaginable despair came to my mind. This is not the first time he has come into contact with the creatures of the Dark Continent. But it was the first time I was so desperate. Perhaps, the ending was already doomed when the order was received. His eyes widened subconsciously. At this time, it was very difficult for him to even escape, let alone avoid this sudden attack. A sharp curved foot knife slashed at his head. A strange male voice came. Shoot him, sharpshooter. A beam of light flashed in the dark night. Chapter 102 _ Yi came out of the black cavity. The magic spear instantly appeared in his hand, aiming at the huge Zerg body. Reiki condensed in the hand. Shoot him, the gun. In an instant. Across the limit of distance, a knife pierced the head of the Zerg. The arm was gently pulled down, and the sharp blade cut the huge body in two. The sluggish eyes of Journey to the West also recovered. A few jumps, dodged from the spot and continued to escape. While escaping, he did not forget to look at the silhouette that suddenly appeared in the air. Is it support? Although he didn't understand Yi's identity, judging from the fact that he saved himself at a critical moment, the possibility of being an allied army was very high. The direction of escape changed slightly. Run towards the knight. Mid-air. Yi looked at the massive Zerg, and his icy face changed. After trying, although the Zerg could not provide unlock progress for the inheritance of the characters, the soul in it was enough for Benyu to absorb it. The number is indeed quite large. No time wasted. Yi quickly flew towards the westward journey. The distance between the two was fleeting under Yi's flight. Ignoring the swarm of insects who wanted to greet him in a friendly manner, Yi grabbed Zayu's raised arm and quickly flew into the air again. I'm the Association Hunter. A word can relax the spirit of Journey to the West a lot. The gun pierces the space. The black cavity was opened again, but this time, before entering the black cavity, Yi didn't mind leaving a gift for the swarm below. Reiatsu quickly condensed on his body. The exaggerated Reiatsu is as vast and boundless as the endless sea. This kind of terrifying spiritual pressure far exceeds that of ordinary captain-level characters. Just the surge of the spiritual pressure caused gusts of wind to surround Yi's body. The sharp wind blade pierced the skin of Journey to the West. This terrifying look shocked him. How is it possible? Such exaggerated thoughts, such a natural sense of suppression. Under the oppression of yilling pressure, the thoughts in Zayu seemed to be shaking constantly. Matter how he used, wrangle, he couldn't calm down the trembling thoughts on his body. Monster, when did such a monster appear in the association? As one of the 12 earthly branches in the association, he thought he knew the information of the association relatively well, but this was the first time he had met such a terrifying monster. Yi didn't know the shock of Journey to the West in his hands. Just raise your right hand. Aiming the sharp gun at the roaring swarm below. The monotonous creature, the swarm, has a more obvious perception of life and death. From this deep sense of oppression, they felt a strong breath of death. Under the stimulation of instinct, he roared up to the sky. It seems that he wants to make his last cry in this world. Next moment. The short knife in his hand became the center of the gathering of spiritual pressure. The gust of wind moved from around Yi to this short knife. Dissolution. A cold voice came from Yi's mouth. It made the westward journey beside him feel the endless cold. God-killing gun no treading Leonblade. The voice hasn't fallen. A roar was heard beside Journey to the West. An indescribable terrifying power emerged from this dagger. The darkness of the night became brighter at this moment. A beam of white light sprinkled on the ground like a shooting star. This sudden white light made Zayu close his eyes subconsciously. Boom tilde tilde. The whole field disappeared. The attack of 500 times the speed of sound, how many times Yi used it at this moment, even he can't remember. The purple-black sea waters the land. The Zerg, which was like the ocean just a moment ago, has been reduced to debris. Nearly 100,000 Zerg were wiped out at this moment. Che, is Reiatsu enough? System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 57.3%. Collapse Jade unlock progress, %. Zanpakuto, Spear dissolution. Spiritual pressure, 10 1,500ths. Ability to master. Spirit body unlocked. Unlocking requires the completion of preconditions. Slash. The fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White strike. The body art of the god of death. Shunpo. Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost road. The advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divided into breaking the way and binding the way. Reiatsu perception. Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiatsu. Haichang. A teleportation ability that breaks space with Reiatsu. The next ability to unlock. Need to unlock progress 100%. The moment of using the dissolution, Yi Yi's spiritual pressure reached nearly 1,026,865,268 points, but even if the consumption of the magic gun was low, after solving nearly 100,000 Zerg, the spiritual pressure would be exhausted. The second time. This is the second time Yoichi has nearly exhausted his Reiatsu. The result, however, was satisfactory to Yi Yi. Feeling the exhausted spiritual pressure in his body, Yi Yi turned around and walked towards the inside of the black cavity. 10 o'clock spiritual pressure. It was enough to pave the way back to Bisji and the others at night. Just before entering, Yi Yi remembered something. The left hand turned slightly, and Bengyu appeared in his hand. At this time, he was already standing high in the sky, so he didn't have to throw Bengyu from his hand. The moment when the collapsed jade appeared, endless rays of light converged towards it. At the same time, the unlocking progress of Bengyu is also constantly rising. 0.2%, 0.3%, 29.8%, 29.9%, 30%. Reaching 30%, it does not continue to change, but an inexplicable change has occurred. Journey to the West opened his eyes at this moment. Good luck, Zhao. I do not know when the figure has entered that mysterious black space. The whole body was shrouded in darkness. The dark and cold breath made him feel uncomfortable again. We're going there now. After getting out of danger, Journey to the West gradually calmed down and began to ask him for information about Yi Yi. The stronghold of the first batch of operatives. Don't move, I am not responsible for falling. The cold voice made Journey to the West tremble. Recall what you just went through. At this moment, he was a little curious about what happened to the swarms that were chasing him just now. Turn around and look behind you. That shattered crack is about to close. But there was only one crack left, but it was enough for him to see everything. His eyes widened instantly, blood shot all over his pupils. How is this possible? A hoarse voice filled the black cavity. Points. Chapter 103 _ Diffuse night. It's time to spread. The Brzykova Islands are deadly quiet. In this archipelago, the only human beings that survived were only association hunters from the outside world. In the cave where Bishiji and others are hiding, several people anxiously waited for Yi Yi's return. While waiting, Morgan told everyone about the dangerous situation in Journey to the West. Senior westward journey. What happened? How could his arm? Boris, the young hunter. Listening to what Morgan said about the current situation of Journey to the West, his expression became serious. Journey to the West, as one of the 12 earthly branches. His strength is undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people in the cave. But even he has become such a miserable appearance, which is enough to see the crisis of this crusade. Morgan is not clear about what happened before Journey to the West. After all, by the time his Nyenbeast cat found Journey to the West, he had already broken his arm. But the next moment, his face was full of shock. I don't know. Wait, Yi Yi has already arrived at Zayu's side. Great, Yi Yi successfully rescued Zayu. Wait, what happened? Morgan couldn't believe what he saw. I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming, it's impossible to have such a terrifying ability. Constantly muttering. This look of him made it a little difficult for everyone else present to understand. What they said in their mouths left them completely confused. Morgan, you old man, don't be a fool, just say what happened. The impatient Jillian couldn't stand Morgan's old problem of being stuck at this critical moment. A slap on his shoulder. Morgan was slapped by the slap and slowly recovered. I saw Yi. He killed 100,000 Zerg instantly with a knife. It's really terrifying. The eyes were blurred. Still can't seem to accept this reality. What? You can't kill 100,000 Zerg with a knife? Are you kidding me? You must have read it wrong. Almost no one believed what Morgan said. Wolf even started mocking directly. Even if everyone is a member of each other's Zerg crusade, it is false news, and no one believes it. Only Baisiji and Jeremy were convinced that Yi could kill 100,000 Zerg instantly. Bisuki knew that Yaiki could materialize a magic spear. You can use the sharp gun to quickly kill the enemy. When I was in Kaimei continent, it was the zombies. Although the number this time is a bit exaggerated, it seems understandable when he thinks of his so-called thoughts eroded by the Dark Sonata. Jeremy saw with his own eyes the scene where he used a sharp gun overnight. So there is no doubt about that. It may be that after the death of the Zerg, a hallucinogenic substance is released from the body's blood, causing Mr. Morgan to experience hallucinations. Insect hunter Leopold. With his years of research on insects, he came up with a result that he thought was very likely. Yes, is that so? Maybe I'm hallucinating. Seeing that Yi and Journey to the West succeeded in retreating, the cat's chanting beast was lifted. So hearing the explanation from insect hunter Leopold, Morgan seemed to believe it. For him, such a terrifying strength seems to be only a hallucination of himself. Step tilde step tilde step tilde. Just when he wanted to say something, a sound of footsteps came in from outside the cave. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the cave, only to see Yi leading westward Journey, and the two walked towards the cave. Escaping from the pursuit, the spirit of Journey to the West eased a little. Compared to when Yi saw him for the first time, he felt a lot of energy. Just because of the lack of cheating, he lost too much blood in his body and his body was a little weak. The first batch of advance personnel, there are only these people, it is too few, and the number is not enough. Looking at the few people in the cave, westward Journey's face was a little ugly. There was no scruples about the hunter present, and he directly expressed his thoughts. As a sharp-tongued powerhouse, this seems to be the result of his mercy. Senior westward Journey, what happened to you? Even a person with such a powerful ability could hardly escape. The young hunter didn't care about the tone of Journey to the West. The strong always have special rights. Yes, there are the other 12 earthly branches, we need these now. Bishiji didn't only pay attention to Journey to the West, but also remembered Yin, Kansai and Chen, Podobai Gigant. If something happened to the two of them, this crusade might require more personnel to participate. Cut. Those two bastards should be fine. Hearing the two people's inquiries, Zayu's expression changed slightly. Dodging the young hunter's question, he instead answered Bisuki's question. As soon as we were notified by the association, we rushed here and found the hiding place of the female insects when we converged. After a resolution vote, we decided to solve these female worms directly. The plan went very well. Before we were discovered by the female worms, we touched them and made a sneak attack while they were eating. Speaking of which, Journey to the West's face was a little unnatural. The hunters present are not simple characters. What's the matter? What happened? Jillian looked at the unnatural look on his face and subconsciously questioned him. At this moment, she forgot about the 12 earthly branches and was only interested in the outcome of the matter. Cut. After killing 10 female worms, those worm eggs hatched suddenly and couldn't be killed at all. In order to preserve our vitality, we chose to retreat. Journey to the West had to tell the truth. When retreating, in order to reduce the number of pursuits, we retreated in 3 ways. The voice just fell. Yi suddenly frowned. In his perception, the real sea of insects struck. These things will be discussed later. A large swarm of insects is surrounded by a kilometer away. The number The number is over 1,000,000. The voice fell, and everyone present turned pale. Chapter 104 Feel the swarms of insects that are rapidly gathering here. Yi-Yi's face became ugly. Because the spiritual pressure is exhausted, and there are people stationed here. I thought that there would be no swarms touching my side, and only limited the perception range to about 1 kilometer. But now the rushing zerg hit him deeply in the face. And evolved, or a special kind. The insect swarm, which was a kilometer away at the last moment, had already arrived in front of everyone in just 10 seconds. Such a terrifying speed can be many times faster than the previous batch of 10,000 level insect swarms. When the other hunters heard the number of nearly 1,000,000 insect swarms, their faces suddenly turned pale. After seeing the horror of the perception ability of the night, they naturally would not doubt it again, but such a terrifying amount overwhelmed their mood to the bottom in an instant. 1,000,000 level insect swarm cannot be solved by 10 people present. Even if Nitro came, I was afraid that he would be consumed by the millions of swarms. Damn, didn't you mean the Berzakova Islands that just landed this morning? Why is that? Bishiji's face was the palest. As a survivor of the crusade 30 years ago, she naturally understands the horror of the million-scale insect swarm. Retreat, you must retreat immediately. Morgan, do you know of other places where you can hide? You must retreat from here, or we will all be buried in the belly of the worm. An anxious tone. Thinking of the terrifying million-level insect swarm, her legs seemed to tremble. Aware of the seriousness of the matter. Everyone didn't care to clean up, and ran straight to the outside of the cave with Yi-Yi. It's just that everyone just walked out of the cave entrance. A dense sea of insects has surrounded this place. Damn, it's too late. The cave that was originally used as a stronghold has now become a fatal factor for everyone. The cave used for the exit was blocked, and it could only be defended here. But the million-level insect sea outside is not something that can be defended. Yi-Yi, can you still use the space transfer ability now? Looking at the insect pests gradually climbing into the cave, Bishiji's mood calmed down. He asked Yaiki, who didn't know when to come to him. Under her perception, Yi-Yi's breath at this time has weakened to the extreme. Guess it should be caused by the excessive consumption that killed 100,000 insect seas. The others heard Bishiji's question and set their eyes on Yaiki. If everyone has a chance to survive, it is entirely up to Yi-Yi at this moment. Ignore the other hunters. Yi-Yi felt the spiritual pressure of his body, and it only recovered to 1300, which was only enough to walk in the black cavity for 3 minutes. For this, he did not hide it and said it directly. Can only be used for the last time, the location cannot be guaranteed. It takes time to open the black cavity, it takes time to enter the black cavity, and it also takes time to close the black cavity. Hearing that it was still usable, Bisuki's eyes flickered. Enough. The voice fell, and Bishiji's figure swelled again, and actively rushed towards the Zerg trying to enter the hole. The figure of Juju was full of domineering at this moment. Take everyone away, I'm blocking it here. Let several other hunters look at it, before the heart unconsciously gave birth to shame. In the process of using the Haichang twice, BCG has already figured out the drawbacks of the long-distance space movement ability of the Haichang. She knew that if no one stopped her, everyone would be buried here. Perhaps when she came to this archipelago, she had already made a decision in her heart. Looking at the figure running towards the entrance of the cave, Yi-Yi's eyes couldn't help flashing with expressive feelings. Next moment, a cold chant came from Yi-Yi's mouth. Heaven's favored man, the Iron City Wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf rushes, cut off the heaven and the earth before it collapses. The 81 boundaries, breaking the space. Accompanied by the sound of stones squeezing in the cave. A huge transparent defensive wall appeared at the entrance of the hole, blocking all the Zerg that were about to pour in. The figure of Bishiji, who was still running, slowly stopped. The body trembled slightly. Peng's face turned red. She forgot that her disciple and grandson had many strange abilities. Among them, the ability to block the entrance of the hole does not seem to be a big problem. Bishiki, go. Feeling the number of spiritual pressures in his body, Yi knew that he had no time to waste. Flowers. The magic spear quickly emerged in his hand, piercing the space in front of him. A black crack appeared in front of everyone. The first to enter the black cavity, use the spiritual pressure to pave the way under your feet. In order to save the use of Reiatsu, the route is controlled to a level that is only enough for a single person to walk. As long as Bishiji and others follow his pace, they will not fall into the broken world. As a famous hunter entered the black cavity, the Zerg who came in from the distant view of the hole also became more and more violent. Disregarding the safety of their lives, they slammed into the transparent defensive wall one by one. 1, 2, 6, 7. Under the fatal impact, the transparent defensive wall quickly became fragmented. In the end, when Bisji's figure was about to enter the black cavity, 0. The transparent defensive wall was completely shattered. Countless Zerg rushed into the cave. A special Zerg with a multi-legged structure, its running speed far exceeds the speed of Bishiji. The gap between the two is about to be caught up. Jillian, who was walking in front of Bisigi, stretched half of her body out of the black cavity and pulled Bisigi into the black cavity. Next moment, the black cavity began to slowly close. But a few Zerg rushed into the black cavity during the few seconds of slowly closing. Just as Jillian and Bisji were about to counterattack to solve the single Zerg, they suddenly fell from the Reiatsu road. It fell towards the bottomless darkness below. Seeing this scene, the two looked at each other for a moment. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. It's a waste of time to discuss here. They all knew that Yi's mind was about to run out, and this was not the time for discussion. Everyone followed Yi's figure and walked towards the distance. In the dark and cold broken world, there was a whimper. P.S. The above content is full. This chapter is dedicated to the reward of the EPUB 10268652668 boss and Kui Gengjang. The content of Kui Geng has actually reached 6K, but I update it every day at 8K. This Kui Geng is equivalent to my daily update, but I can't let the bosses rush the update in vain. I have added another chapter by virtue of the lunch break. Even. Thank you all so much for subscribing, everyone. Sun. Chapter 105_. Calm sea, blown by a breeze. A terrifying crack appeared in the air. Several figures ran out of it. With bursts of water splashing, everyone fell into the ocean. Although everyone was embarrassed, the excitement of escaping from death made them excited. Only night. Almost fainting now. The Reiatsu had already been used up, and before using the black cavity, he used another shot to block the hole. Makes his Reiatsu directly into single digits. Paving the way with spiritual pressure in the black cavity will exhaust all spiritual pressure. In the end, when he opened the black cavity, he forced the last trace of his thoughts into spiritual pressure before opening it. Almost, everyone will be enclosed in a black cavity and will never be able to leave. Break away from success. 140 spiritual pressure is exhausted, and mental energy is exhausted. The exhaustion completely enveloped Yi, and he climbed up the coast with difficulty, and his consciousness became blurred. Fine. Bishiji's figure appeared beside him before his consciousness disappeared. Dash 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 dash. A cruise ship marked by the Hunters Association, sailing in the ocean. When Yi regained consciousness, several hours had passed. When I wake up, I find that I have left the land. In a few hours of coma, the spiritual pressure on his body has recovered nearly half. Walking out of the room full of disinfectant scent, Yi groped and walked towards the deck. There were fluctuations from Bishiji and others. Come to the splint. I found Bisky, who was leaning on the armrest of the cruise ship, looking at the Bezikova Islands shrouded in the haze in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. "You're awake, Yi." Feeling Yaiki's breath, Bishiji turned around. There was a sad expression on his face. Who died? Looking at this appearance, Yi understood what happened. Journey to the West, Leopold, Jeremy, and Morgan. Speaking of the first three names, Bisiji's tone did not fluctuate at all. Only when talking about Morgan, his tone was low. Really, I see. For Morgan. Yi was not familiar with it, only he knew that he could use the cat-chanting beast. But for Bisiji, it is an old friend who has known each other for decades. Saddened by his death, it's not surprising. Bisiji, talking to herself about what happened after fainting in the night. 10 minutes later. Yi understands what happened in these few hours. To put it simply, it is through the proposal of Journey to the West, to find the scattered, Yin, Kansai and, Chen, Kodo by Kigant. According to the directions provided by Journey to the West, using Morgan's ability, it is not difficult to find the two. In just an hour, the two scattered people were found. After a successful merge. After negotiation, it was decided to go to the cruise ship where, Chen, Porto by Gigant came to recuperate. But when everyone rushed to the beach, they encountered a 10,000 level insect swarm. Although the 10,000 swarms were not the opponents of the crowd, the millions of swarms that followed had crushed the crowd. When escaping, westward journey, Leopold, Jeremy, and Morgan were besieged and died tragically. The crusade plan is suspended. This is no longer a problem that we can solve. The association will send more personnel to support. Looking at Yaiki, Bishiji's tone was full of determination. It's just that she didn't realize that Yi's face became even more ugly. I guess it's too late. Walking to Bisuki's side, Yaiki unilaterally senses his own Reiatsu perception towards the front. The original limit of 5 kilometers of perception range was forcibly stretched to 10 kilometers. The Zerg don't seem to want to stay in Berzikova anymore. In Yi's perception, countless Zerg were surging, as if they wanted to enter the sea to prey, but because they had no ability to survive under the sea, they could only circle around the sea incompetently. Hearing Yi's prompt, Bishiji turned to look at the Berzikova Islands while her expression changed drastically. Next moment. The body could not stop backing away. Food. The Berzikova Islands don't have enough food for the Zerg to thrive. If they don't settle here, the whole world will. Bisiji remembered that the terrifying appetite and reproductive ability of the Zerg are related to each other. In order to satisfy their own appetite, evolution has become the only choice for the Zerg. Although it is not yet possible to go to sea, Bisiji and Yi believe that a new Zerg will be born in a few days. A Zerg with free access to the ocean. No, I'm going to tell Chen and Yin this news now. And the old man. Think of a terrifying future. Bisiji is not in the mood to continue to be saddened by the death of her friend. The figure quickly went away to find the two surviving 12 earthly branches. Quite a while. The left hand turned slightly, and Bengyu appeared in Yi's hand. Compared with the first time I saw it, its blue-black light at this time was clearer and more translucent. Wish, your wish. Vaguely, Yi seemed to hear something. Put Bengyu in front of him, and observed it carefully. It seems to be the sound coming from here. But apart from the more obvious light, there seems to be no other changes. Helpless, the collapsed jade was taken back into the system. Looking at the Berzikova Islands in the distance, he murmured consciously at night. Millions of Zerg, it's terrifying. Even he couldn't survive under such a terrifying swarm, which made Yi think of the ants in the future. Able to the only thing that can destroy it is a weapon of the level of a nuclear bomb. Poor man's Rose. A human technology capable of killing the mighty Ant King. Half an hour later. Nitro was picked up by Yoichi using a black voice to confirm the danger of the matter. Use this to decide whether to use a certain weapon. This amount is really unexpected. The ever-expanding number of Zerg on the archipelago made Nitro seem to have made a decision in his heart. Yi-Jong tilde this time the old man is going to trouble you to run with me. The sound is not as fun as it used to be. I accepted the commission and it will be done naturally. Although I don't think that humanity will perish, but since he has accepted the commission, Yaiki will naturally ensure that the commission is completed. Chapter 106_ Hunter Guild Headquarters. After confirming the thoughts in his heart, Nitro asked Yi to use his abilities to bring back all the abilities who went to the Berzakova Islands back to the Hunters Association. He himself is going to perform a simple operation. Looking at Nitro walking into the operating room, Yi didn't expect that his previous thoughts would come true. Poor man's Rose. Realizing that the society might not be able to deal with the Zerg on the Berzakova Islands, Nitro chose to do the same as the future. The poor man's Rose is surgically buried in his own flesh. If this operation fails, he will choose to activate the bomb in his body. Yi also took this opportunity to use Nitro's authority to get two poor man's Roses. This kind of nuclear bomb, when he first came to this world, has already started to obtain it, but unfortunately it has been almost 2 years, and there has been no way to obtain it. This kind of bomb seems to be strictly controlled by the V5 organization, and even the killer organization where Yi belongs has no way to obtain it. Step tilde step tilde step tilde. A sound of footsteps came from a distance. Yi turned around to look, and a figure that surprised him appeared in front of him. Cheeto Yorkshire _. Looking at this girl dressed like a green dog, I recalled a lot of information about her in my heart. Yi, finally let me catch you. He looked at the imposing woman in front of him. Yi felt guilty. After completing the task of going to Meteor Street to capture the blood vine, Yi did not hand over the entrusted blood vine he obtained to his employer, Cheeto Yorkshire. I know from beating the enemy, you finally got the blood vine, but you never gave me the blood vine. What about your integrity as a professional killer? Cheeto Yorkshire walked to Yi. He didn't care about the difference between men and women, and kept poking Yi's chest with his gloves with dog paw prints. No one knew how anxiously she was waiting for the result of the blood vine competition. The once-in-a-century blood vine, if the killer she hired at a high price did not acquire it, she would recognize it. But after learning from the Haka she hired to beat the enemy that it was her other hire who captured the blood vine, she was so happy that she wanted to explode on the spot. He has been waiting for Yi to bring the blood vine that appeared many times in his dreams to himself. 5 days have passed, and the night has not come, I miss him. 10 days have passed, and the night has not come, I miss him. Half a month has passed, but the night has not come, and I want to kill him. This time, she heard that the president of the association had entered the operating room. As a professional doctor in the association, she came to see it specially, but she saw the man she was thinking about every night. The long-cherished thoughts finally broke out at this moment. Ignoring the strange gazes of the people around him, he came directly to Yi's side and kept poking his chest with his fingers. He didn't notice at all the look in the eyes of his colleagues around him. And Yi didn't seem to refute at all, like a scumbag who was irresponsible and ran away when he was done. 10 minutes later. Yi had already explained the reason why he didn't give the blood vine to her, but Cheeto Yorkshire was still chattering. Have no choice. He could only silently endure a wave of mental attacks. After all, this time it was indeed his own fault, and he was caught by the employer. Ding tilde tilde. With a sound. The lights in the operating room went out, and Nitro walked out of it. His steady aura didn't look like he had just completed an operation. When Cheeto Yorkshire saw Nitro, it seemed that he remembered the main purpose of his visit this time. Glancing at Yi angrily, he greeted him in the direction of Nitro. She didn't know how many people were eager to talk to her, but she ignored them. But this time he took the initiative to speak to Yi, but he looked like he was being slaughtered. You, really taking her Cheeto Yorkshire for a baby, don't you? Next. It was because the two of them didn't know what to talk about, and Yi didn't have the heart to ask. He closed his eyes and meditated. After depleting his spiritual pressure in the Berzakova Islands, he found that the spiritual pressure in his body was slowly increasing. Now it has increased from 1500 points to 1553 points. This gave him a way to continue to become stronger in a short period of time. After all, the next stage of unlocking the inheritance of characters needs to reach 100%. Half an hour later, Netero's conversation with Cheeto Yorkshire ends. And left a few envelopes for Cheeto Yorkshire to keep. Then, the association will get rid of you in Parison temporarily. I hope to meet you again, Xiao Kijua Tilda. After Nitro finished speaking, he walked towards Yi. The two are again at the top of the association. A group of people are already waiting here. It's a pity that the only people who went to the Berzakova Islands this time were Yi and Nitro. Under the uncontrolled reproduction of the swarm, the Berzakova Islands have become a restricted area for life. Before Nitro entered the operating room, it was wiped off the world map. Old man, Yi, come back alive. Bai Siji's figure is a little haggard. The changes in the past 2 days are too fast, making her summer unbearable. Cheeto Yorkshire looked at Yi angrily from a distance. After all, she still did not take the blood vine from Yi. Not every night. She thought that maybe Yiki and Nitro could use the blood vine in the operation to the Berzakova Islands. We'll give love to lend Yi. Let Yi successfully return, and handed over the blood vine to her hands. Gun in hand. A cross cut in the void. A space crack appeared in front of the two of them, and the familiar dark and cold aura made everyone tremble. Even though I have seen it several times in just 2 days, I still cannot get used to such darkness. Nitro turned back again and glanced at the group of backs behind him. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde then, the old man will take a step first, goodbye, everyone. The voice falls. He followed Yi into the black cavity. When the crack closed, something was vaguely heard. Reiatsu paved the way, and the two walked slowly in the dark environment. If I die, remember to run away. Yichi-chan tilde. Nitro's voice was somewhat ethereal. No, you won't die this time, I said. Yi's icy voice sounded in the black cavity. Chapter 107 Pazikova Islands. The light blew through the lonely darkness. The sun shines on every corner of the archipelago. It's just the inexplicable roar that comes from time to time, making this place full of mystery and panic. 1,000 meters above the archipelago. A crack suddenly appeared in the air, and from the appearance, it seemed to be forcibly broken by someone. 2 figures came out of this crack. One old, one young. The old age is unknown, with gray hair and long flowing earlobes. The young man was dressed in black, with long silver hair draped behind him, giving him a mysterious feeling. The attention of the two was directly on the archipelago below. 10 female worms during the first raid. When preparing to raid the 11th, the Zerg that hatched around were forcibly hatched successfully and surrounded them. There are only 6 female worms left. I'll leave this to you, Yi. Nitro put his hand in front of him. Looking at the Zerg that fills the sea like a sea below, I already have a plan in my heart. Insect King, leave it to me to handle it alone. If I don't get rid of the Insect King, I'll trouble you to retreat. Yi didn't answer, just nodded silently. Then let the battle begin. Before they came, the two had already analyzed the only way to solve this disaster. It is to bypass the huge swarm and conduct a beheading operation. The female worm and the worm king who control the swarm will be resolved, and the remaining swarm will be no threat. The voice falls. The figures of the two quickly fell in the direction of the Berzakova Islands. At the same time, a golden light condensed on Nitro's body. Hands together. At the same time as he fell, he began to pray. The benevolent Avalokitesvera once again appeared behind Nitro, but it seemed to have a little more meaning than when he first met him. 1,000 meters is not very high. The two came to the archipelago in just 10 seconds. Accompanied by two roars and vibrations. Yi and Nitro began to act separately. The location of the female insect and the insect king was found by the description of the 12 earthly branches and satellites as early as the Hunter Association. When the two jumped from the sky, they were also heading towards their goal. Fortunately, the Zerg at this time did not evolve a special breed for air combat. Let the two plan to be carried out smoothly. The huge golden body of Guanyin has already found its goal at the moment of being single. 100-style Avalokitesphera 3. A golden palm instantly twisted the Zerg, protecting the Zerg Emperor into slag. GG tilde. There was a desperate cry, and there was no response. The position of the Insect King made Nitro's heart tremble at this time. An object similar to a cicada chrysalis appeared in the place where the Insect King was located, and amazing thoughts emerged from it. It's just that it hasn't hatched yet, and the amount of thought is already several times his. Near the cicada chrysalis, was a piece of clothing that made him feel familiar. Journey to the West, Morgan, Jeremy, Leopold. Looking at the clothes, Nitro instantly remembered the 4 people who died in the association. An ominous foreboding came to mind. Looking at the chrysalis that jumped from time to time, Nitro subconsciously didn't want it to be born. 100-style Avalokitesphera 99th style. He almost unleashed his strongest blow directly. The intuition in his heart let him know that he only had one chance to attack. If it can't be solved here, he will unleash a demon capable of destroying the world. Moment. Countless golden palms waved towards the chrysalis under the control of Nitro. The other side. Night tasks are easier. At the moment of landing, the black top hat must have appeared on the top of his head. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Killer's action time, start. An invisible field, centered on Yi, spreads out to 5 kilometers in an instant. Mindfulness and spiritual pressure. Innately cannot be compared. If you really want to say, Reiatsu is a higher level ability to use. When he was learning to read, Yi's circle area expanded to 1 kilometer, which was already his limit. No matter how you improve, you can't get any closer. It seems that something is preventing it from continuing to grow. Reinforcement is different. 50% of Ichimaru Jin's strength, the range of Reiatsu perception has reached 5 kilometers. The moment when the field expands. Countless Zerg sensed by Yi. And what he needs to do is to find the 6 hidden female insects among the countless Zerg races. Kill them, all. Jungle, no. Riverside, no. On hill, no. Next to green space, no. Found it. Ground. Under the perception of spiritual pressure, 6 breaths of life exist in the depths of 300 meters underground. Time flow rate 10 times. With a cold sound. Shunpo. With the deepening of understanding and use, Shunpo is now as familiar to Yaiki as walking. Yi's figure disappeared from the spot, and the surrounding insect swarms were worthy of being surrounded here. A roar sounded at the place where the knight was standing. Because the speed was too fast, countless sonic booms sounded at this moment. 300 meters deep underground. The 6 female worms repeat the process of feeding, laying, feeding, and laying eggs. Maybe just for them, that's all they are. At this moment, they repeat the boring process as usual. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sudden. Did you? One of the female worms made an inexplicable noise. Immediately afterwards, the other 5 female worms also screamed, as if they felt something. Next to them are 4 familiar figures. These 4 figures, after hearing the call, came to the side of the 6 female insects to protect them. When Yi came to this cave, what he saw was this strange picture. Journey to the West, Morgan, Jeremy, Leopold, dead and repurposed, what a shame. The 4 people no longer look like humans at this moment, but from some appearance characteristics, they can still identify their former identities. Like ants, humans can be re-incubated. Looking at the 4 people who looked like humanoid Zerg, Yi thought of ants. Like ants, Zerg and ants are biological warehouses that escaped from the Dark Continent. This could not help but make him a little imaginative. Chapter 108 4 figures. The moment I saw Yi, I rushed to the 3. Speed, strength, mindfulness, etc. It can be said that compared to before his death, his strength has been strengthened several times at this moment. Only the worms transformed by Journey to the West were left to continue to guard the 6 female worms. Just 3 worms in this area can solve Yi. Who do you look down on? In the face of a million-level insect sea, it is normal to have no resistance. But these few bugs, Yi still managed to deal with them. Time flow rate -10 times. A cold voice came out of his mouth. Next moment, the 3 figures that quickly rushed towards Yi stopped abruptly. Although the figure is still running, the movement has slowed down nearly 10 times. Walk in front of them. The sharp spear appeared in his hand, he drew his sword, waved it, and closed it. A touch of silver light flickered in the cave, followed by 3 sounds. Rounded objects scattered in the cave. The sound of surging blood came from the neck. Patter. The pioneer of the Hunters Association fell. He waved the purple blood on the blade toward the ground, and Yi put the spear back into the scabbard. After dealing with the 3 bugmen, Yi refocused on the 6 buggers. As for the insects that Journey to the West turned into, would you put a bug that could be pinched to death in your eyes? -10 times the time flow rate. It is equivalent to abruptly slowing down their time tenfold. Under this tenfold slowdown, their thinking, consciousness, and body were all slowed down. Even if he wanted to escape, the speed after being slowed down was no doubt the speed of the turtle in the eyes of the night. The spear was unsheathed again. Yi walked in the direction of the 6 insects with ease. Journey to the West. He rolled his eyes at the face with the appearance of Journey to the West. The right hand was slightly raised, and a touch of silver flashed. The lonely soul who should not live in this world returns to the place where he should go. Seeing that the 6 female worms could not avoid it, they even tried to attack Yi. But useless. With time being slowed down tenfold, they are not at all the enemies of Yi. A second later, the 6 female worms slowly stopped, and a slash appeared on their bodies. The task is completed. I don't know what happened to the old man. Although the divine spear turns into a void, the blood stained on it will also turn into a void. Yi still habitually sprinkled the blood on the knife. While turning around and walking out of the cave, the bodies of the 6 female worms were slowly separated. Countless worm blocks filled the cave. Would you like to go and see the battle between Nitro and the Insect King? He walked out of the cave, ignoring the army of insects that surrounded him. Yi turned his left hand into a palm, and the spiritual pressure was condensed in his hand. Broken down number 73, Double Lotus Kingfire Pendant. Accompanied by the cold voice, the fiery light flashed on Yi's hand. Next moment, the cave that Yi walked out of was completely shrouded in flames. The cave collapsed and shattered under this blow. It is a funeral for the 4 association hunters killed by the Zerg. At the same time, the endless swarms rushed towards Yi frantically. Under the special gift of perception of the species, they have learned of the death of the female insect. Crazy, only madness can vent their anger at this moment. It's a pity that although Yi couldn't solve this massive swarm, no one could kill him in his field of action. The tenfold increase in flow velocity once again acts on itself the moment it walks out of the cave. A few moments. Yi's figure disappeared from the sea of worms, leaving a swarm of wailing Zerg to kill each other in the chaos. Loss of control of the female insects, conflicts between the swarms. Fighting. At this moment, under the control of survival instinct, the swarms began to fight. The female worm will be reborn in this fight. This is their way of life. Zerg will never be exterminated. The other side. Nitro's figure is a little embarrassed. Heart, written on her body, is now mostly damaged. But even so, he still didn't dare to relax. Look at the monster on the opposite side, ready to let go. Human, I know your name, abilities and other information from the memory of food. From the moment you faced me, you have already decided the ending. Why don't you just give up and let me eat you? Standing opposite Nitro, was a petite figure. Although most of this figure is still the body of the Zerg, there are more, but it is no different from humans. Although the whole body is wrapped in purple carapace, the face and torso are exactly the same as those of humans. There are 2 short tentacles growing on the head, and 5 fingers on the hands and feet. Your human body is really good, and it is more suitable for fighting than my previous body. Seeing Nitro looking at his new body, the Insect King stood up instead. Taking a closer look, this Worm Emperor actually has some beautiful eyes. Cut. Bugs are always bugs, don't try to replace humans. Nitro's eyes were filled with hatred, as if recalling the hatred of the past. Whether it's you or Isby, trying to contaminate the human world is just wishful thinking. With roar. Nitro's hands are again in front of him. Hundreds of Avalokitesphera condensed behind. A large amount of thought energy burst out, and an inexplicable wave emanated from Nitro. Isby, ha ha ha, it's the trash I threw away 30 years ago. This waste can cause such damage and make me even more disappointed in the human world. More exaggerated thoughts than Nitro's body exploded. During the confrontation between the two, the momentum began to rub against each other. The invisible fluctuations were centered on the two of them and quickly spread out. Human. Remember, this emperor's name is Elbera. The voice falls. Elabella's figure rushed towards Nitro first. Fierce fighting began again. When the night arrives. What I saw was the picture of the two constantly attacking and defending each other. Evolved. Watching the petite figure fighting against Nitro. Yi responded quickly. Devoured westward journey, Morgan, Jeremy, and Leopold. It will naturally evolve in a direction related to human beings. The fighting skills when fighting Nitro reminded Yiki of Journey to the West. And a creature that does not exist in this world, Sharu. P.S. Jim 852 Boss. Don't rush QWQ, I have the final exam tomorrow, let me review it. Also, the Zerg should be over tomorrow, ready to enter Ukexen, please support your readers a lot. Chapter 109 Looking at the two people who are constantly fighting in the distance. Yi did not choose to rush forward rashly. Although his fighting ability is also not weak, compared to the two, he is better at assassination. In the face of two people who are stronger than themselves. Jumping into the fray will only get you into trouble. All he needs to do now is to wait for the Insect King to reveal his flaws when he fights Nitro. Converging to live, Yi hides in the dark. Waiting for the flaws to leak out. The battle continues in the distance. After a fierce collision between the two, Nitro took the lead and stepped back a few steps. Frowning at his chest. There, a long wound, was drawn. The moment the two fought, Elabella broke through his defensive line and successfully injured his body. Although due to years of combat experience, the flow of thoughts was adjusted in time to start defense. But he was still torn apart by Elbera. The injury is not serious, but it means that she has the ability to hurt herself. This is not a good start. He raised his head and stared at the humanoid creature in the distance surrounded by dark thoughts. There was an insolent smile on the other's face. Apparently she has mastered the rhythm of the Nitro fight. Nitro's face turned gloomy. According to the information of Chen, Podobai Gigant, they met the Insect King when they raided the female insect, and at that time it was just a Zerg with special abilities. Although there is the presence of mindfulness in the body, it has not learned how to use mindfulness. This also shows that Elbera was a layman who didn't know anything about reading the day before. Although the use of Nyen is still a bit immature, it doesn't look like it was just mastered. Is it the memory of Journey to the West and theirs? Through what Elabella said earlier. It can be known that she has the ability to probe the past memory of food. Some of his information was leaked from the memories of those dead hunters. From this, it is not impossible to obtain the memory of the ability person about the use of the ability. It's just such a terrifying learning ability that really scares him. The next time you attack, you won't be able to defend. Alabella is confident. She is sure that she has fully grasped Nitro's attack routine. That moment just now was just to test my own thoughts. The voice falls. Alabella's figure disappeared instantly. With a posture that Nitro couldn't stop, he rushed in front of him. Staring. The Guanyin statue condensed behind him immediately stretched out his arms, trying to block Alabella's attack. But as she said, no matter how Nitro defends, she can predict Nitro's moves in advance and avoid them in advance. Finally, he rushed to Nitro unharmed. The handsome face smiled distorted at this moment. Game over, Nitro tilde. One hand turned into a hand knife, and exaggerated thoughts were condensed in it. A purple-black light flashed across the sky. He actually tried to cut off Nitro by the middle. It's too late. Feeling the terrifying power and speed of this move, Nitro knew that he had lost this time. Lost in contempt for the Insect King. I didn't expect that in the end I still have to rely on Rose. This hand knife seems to slow down infinitely in Nitro's eyes. Is it an illusion? With this thought in mind, Nitro's body was suddenly pulled away by the person behind him. Next moment, the unstoppable hand knife slashed at the position where Nitro had just stood. A bottomless ravine appeared in place. It's not an illusion. Nitro had already judged who he was from the breath behind him. I didn't expect Yi to save my life, it was an accident. The figure who stepped back fell to the ground. Yi walked out from behind Nitro. It seems that this task is troublesome. Yi's feeling came true. This Insect King Alabella was a terrifying character comparable to Sharu. If he were in the Dragon Ball world, maybe he would go down the route of devouring evolution like Sharu. The only good thing is that Hunter World has a lower level. If a character as powerful as Dragon Ball World is really swallowed up by it, maybe the whole world will be doomed. Yi saw through this and gave up the hidden plan. In one's own ability. Open black lens bracket. The action time of the killer close black lens bracket. To slow the flow of time in Alabella. Flowers. One Nitro was saved. Far away. Alabella looked at her hand, looking up and down, as if she was looking at something. There's a strange force left on it. According to her perception, this power is far more advanced than the mind she has mastered. Interesting, the new one, I have a crush on you. Alabella's tone was full of greed. Obviously her so-called fancy was not a conventional liking. Yi, I will buy you time to open the space crack. You just leave without any hesitation. This commission ends here. After Nitro saw the gap, he was already heartbroken. The demon in front of him must not be allowed to enter the human world. For this, he is willing to pay the price of his life. 0. But Yi can't do it. He is still young, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. He cannot be allowed to die here with him. With this thought in mind, Nitro prepares to use the last move, 100 style Avalokitesphera 0. It's just Yi's next move. But it interrupted the big move he was about to release with his last life. No, I'll come. The voice fell, and under Nitro's shocked eyes, Yi raised his right hand. It seems to be holding something in it. PFF'd. Tick-tock tilde tick-tock tilde. The blood slowly flowed out from the wound, and the sound of blood dripping entered the ears of Nitro and Alabella. Why? An unbelievable look appeared on Nitro's face. He couldn't understand why Yi wanted to self-mutilate anyway. Far away. Alabella watched Yi's movements with interest. To her, it seemed that there were no humans in this world who could prevent her from ruling the world. After all, from the memories of Journey to the West and others, we know that Nitro is the strongest human being in the world. She is not in danger at this time. The game has become her attitude towards the current too. Cough cough. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. However, a smile appeared on the corner of Yi Yi's mouth. PS took the exam in the morning, which caused the update to be a little late. Taking advantage of the noon break, I will update a chapter quickly. Chapter 110_. When Bengyu's unlocking progress reached 30%, he had already started his first awakening, which can also be said to be the so-called fetal movement. The voice on the 12 Earthly Branches cruise ship is Bengyu's detection of Yi Yi's inner longing. It's a pity that Yi Yi didn't notice it. Night came to the battlefield between Nitro and Elabella. The powerful strength of the two may pose a threat to Yi Yi's life. Collapse Jade is automatically activated. Trying to persuade Yi Yi to leave in this way. Unfortunately, Yi Yi still did not find it. But when Yi Yi stood up and faced Elbella, Bengyu was completely activated. It was also at this moment that Yi Yi chose to force Bengyu to evolve. Albera, it's a pity that I won this time. A faint blue light flickered on Yi Yi's chest. Life is threatened, and Bengyu is forced to evolve. The unlocking progress of 31,400% began to rise slowly. Yi Yi was driven by the evolution of Bengyu to unconditionally become stronger. The spiritual pressure on his body began to rise. In a few seconds, Yi Yi's strength reached the level of Nitro. The speed of strength growth began to slowly slow down. This is Yi Yi, who believes that Bengyu's strength has reached this level, enough to solve the current situation. Crunch tilde crunch tilde. Hands clasped together, bones rubbing against each other. Nitro's face on the side was full of shock. Before he could recover from the shock of Yi Yi's self-mutilation, he was once again shocked by Yi Yi's rising strength. No, it's impossible, the old man has cultivated his strength for more than 100 years, and in just a few seconds. Nitro couldn't go on. This is the first time in his life that he has seen such an exaggerated growth. Interesting, so funny, I've changed my mind and I'm going to breed the best offspring in the world with you. Elbella in the distance. After feeling the breath of Yi Yi climbing, she gave up her original idea. She must not let go of such an excellent male. It's just that the voice just fell. Yi Yi's figure appeared directly in front of her, seemingly provoked by her words. The knife in the left hand, condensed with Reiatsu, slashed towards her neck. The speed of this knife was so fast that Elabella had just slashed on her neck as soon as she could react. Scoff tilde. A streak of blood rushed out of the artery. But the next moment, the wound healed directly, and Yi Yi's attack had no effect at all. Elbera reacted and did not waste the opportunity of Yi Yi to get close. With one hand in the shape of a claw, he grabbed it towards Yi Yi. Unfortunately, after the attack was effective, Yiki's figure jumped back several times in a row, easily dodging her counterattack. Sure enough, you are much more interesting than this old Nitro. His attack didn't hurt me in the slightest. The attack on herself didn't work, and Elabella didn't care. He just changed the direction of the outstretched hand and stroked it towards his neck. A streak of blood was squeezed from her fingers. Put it in your mouth and suck. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sweet, your taste is so sweet. Laughing wildly, Elabella tasted her own blood, and in the blood there was a remnant of Yi yielding pressure. Night 1. Nitro looked at Yoichi's right hand in the distance. Murmured in the mouth. Even though Yiki's hand knife was able to injure Elbera, the right hand that he attacked was also injured. Elabella's exaggerated body far surpassed Yi Yi's physique. Even if the damage was done with the help of Reiatsu, the shock also hurt Yiki himself. I can break through your defense, that's all. Glancing at his injured right hand. Yi Yi didn't care. Since the physical quality is not comparable, then use the spiritual pressure to pile it up. What's more, when he was hiding earlier, Yi Yi didn't do anything. The battle between Elabella and Nitro has already allowed Yi Yi to gather enough information. Fighting against a fast and powerful opponent like her, Ghost Road can only be abandoned for the time being. Compared to her movement speed, Guido's movement is too obvious to move forward, and it is easy to be dodged. There is only other way to hurt her. At this time, Yi Yi's breath gradually returned to calm. He was serious. In my mind, I kept simulating the clip of fighting with Elabella. Next moment, Yi Yi walked slowly in the direction of Elabella, and his figure slowly faded until he disappeared. Nitro, who was on the side, widened his eyes. I can't see it, I can't feel it. Yi Yi's assassination skills have improved too much. As a lover of volleyball games, Nitro has played against Yi Yi many times. Naturally, he has seen Yi Yi's assassination skills. Even he has to praise Yi Yi's potential. The performance of Yi Yi today was beyond his comprehension. Growth always takes time. But Yi Yi mastered the mind, and it took only 10 months in total. Horror, it was the first time Nitro felt terror from Yi Yi. Far away, Yi Yi's figure disappeared out of thin air, making Elabella subconsciously vigilant. Although there was no information about this move in Journey to the West's memory, there was no reason for her to feel a sense of threat. Pat tilde. Suddenly, a light sound appeared behind Elbera. This made her turn around subconsciously. But when she saw the rock that was still shaking behind her, she knew that she was in the game. The figure of Yoichi in a top hat flickered and appeared behind her as she turned around. Between the knuckles surging, the phalanx quickly protrudes. This trick, he had seen in the Hunter test and the Bloodvine Guard battle to beat the enemy Haka people used. The principle is simple, just control the muscles and bones of the hand. But it can increase hand damage. Susu tilde tilde. With the sound of breaking the air, Yi 1.8 Yi's hand knife once again slashed towards Elabella's neck. Its location is the same as last time, it seems to be intentional, and it seems to be unintentional. No one knew what was on his mind. Puff. Blood flowed out again. The same action as before was repeated. The attack was successful, and Yi Yi's figure slowly disappeared. Elbera, like a monkey being played with, couldn't find Yoichi. 10 minutes later, Elabella covered her neck and looked around vigilantly. During this time, Yi Yi attacked second rate. And she was into the next time, it was successfully defended once. Although his heart was full of vigilance, the smile slowly leaked out. This scene is very similar to her battle with Nitro. It's just that you will do useless work every night. Chapter 111_. PFF'd. Blood flowed from Elabella's neck. Next moment, the wound healed automatically. This process has been going on hundreds of times. Gradually, Elabella was even a little numb, and was no longer defending her neck. And this non-defensive attitude allowed her to discover a way to attack Yi Yi. At the moment of Yoichi's attack, he ignored his attack. Take this opportunity to launch a counterattack. After several attempts, she has figured out Yi Yi's attack routine. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If you ignore the color of the skin and the tentacles on the head, this delicate appearance may attract many humans. As long as Yi Yi attacks again and again, she will be sure to kill Yi Yi with this counterattack. But she didn't pay attention to the slightly raised smile at the corner of Yi Yi's mouth. Nitro in the distance has a panoramic view of this scene. Although he didn't know Yoichi's intentions, he found that the recovery speed of Elabella's neck was not as fast as it started. It seems that he has become accustomed to the existence of Wound 14. This can't help but make him feel the horror of Yi Yi. Although he can't achieve a single kill, but relying on countless attacks, the opponent's body gradually gets used to his own attack. Such skills, Nitro thinks he can't do it. Perhaps, it is really old. Looking back at the 100 years of the Hunter Association, no matter how many geniuses have appeared, he has never had such an idea. But Yi Yi's existence made him change his mind. This battle can be said to have seen the end. Susu tilde. There were bursts of sounds from the surrounding woods, and Nitro subconsciously sensed the surroundings. Millions of bugs. You can't interfere with Yi Yi tilde. Countless Zerg. I don't know when they have come here. Hands together. The golden Avalokitesfera once again condensed behind Nitro. Although the strength of the old man is low, but if you want to stop you bugs for a while, you can still do it. The voice falls. The Guanyin statue behind him began to change his posture. The endless sea of insects rushed in front of him. 100-style Avalokitesfera 1 style. His eyes snapped open, and the battle that belonged to Nitro started again. The other side. Yi Yi's figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Elabella thought that her killing intent could be concealed from Yi Yi, but she didn't know that in front of Yi Yi, her killing intent was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. But he didn't care about that either. After hundreds of attacks, Yi Yi had thoroughly figured out the defense limit of Elabella's body. At the same time, the spiritual pressure on the body is silently attached to each attack. After hundreds of times of accumulation, her recovery speed was finally suppressed. This also gave the sharp gun the possibility of piercing her flesh. The constant attack is also Yi Yi's constant testing to test whether her body can block the penetration of the magic spear. It's a pity that Elabella didn't find out about Yi Yi's hands and feet. This is why she is doomed to fail. Looking at Elabella, who didn't know it in the distance, Yi Yi shook her head. After the strength of the two was forcibly pulled to the same realm by Beng Yu, all her hidden shortcomings were exposed. No combat experience, no skills, no ability to use, just rely on the experience of hunters such as journey to the west to fight. That is, Nitro's fighting method will be seen by her. Yi Yi is different, his shots can be said to be completely irregular. As long as Elabella has a broken butt, he will attack with the killer's action time. The flow of time was fast and slow, and she couldn't sense Yi Yi's attack pattern at all. This way of fighting made her unable to start. Reappearing, although Elabella was a little surprised, this moment was an exceptional opportunity for her. An insolent smile hung on his face. The power of thought subconsciously concentrated on the legs, and the muscles began to swell. Next moment. The chanting broke out at the feet of Elabella. The terrifying speed that erupted at this moment, even Yi Yi can't match. Sonic booms kept coming out behind her. At this moment, the figure came to Yi Yi. Even Yi Yi can only see a vague figure, but is this important? The killer's action time. The invisible realm spread out again, and Elbera's figure was also in this realm. Time flow rate -50 times. At this moment, Elabella ran like a slow old man. The magic gun appeared in Yi Yi's hand. She unsheathed it and aimed at Elbella's neck where Yi Yiling was hidden. Goodbye, Elbera. A cold voice came from Yi Yi's mouth. Dissolution. Next moment. The spiritual pressure on his body quickly condensed on the blade of the sharp gun in his hand. The exaggerated Reiatsu is as vast and boundless as the endless sea. God-killing gun. Exaggerated roar. The clouds in the sky shattered instantly, and the surrounding jungle was annihilated and turned into debris. The endless long blade shot directly at the neck that Yi Yi had attacked hundreds of times. Scoff tilde. The sharp gun paused for a moment, and then penetrated it completely the next moment. Moment back. Pulling the sharp spear out of Elabella's neck, a diamond-shaped notch appeared on the blade. A cold smile emerges. Time flow normal. Elabella's figure rushing forward regained its agility, but the injury caused by the sudden penetration of her neck caused her to stop subconsciously. How is it possible? What did you do? Incomprehensible. She couldn't realize it when the flow of time changed. Therefore, this wound, for her, suddenly appeared on her neck. Reminiscent of the previous hundreds of attacks. She thought it was Yi Yi who did something at that time. Pity. It's useless. No matter what you do, I can recover from such a wound in a second. He stretched out his hand to cover the wound, not caring at all about the small penetrating wound. To this, Yi Yi smiled. The corners of his mouth arched slightly. Shoot him, God-killing gun. Boom tilde. Next moment. The toxins hidden in the neck begin to dissolve. The connection point between the head and the body, the neck, exploded instantly. Qingshou's head was blown to Yi Yi's feet. Hold it lightly in your hand. Good night Tilda, I wish you a good dream. Chapter 112 Insect King Elabella. In less than a day of evolution, it is possible to fight with Nitro, who has opened the 100-style Guanyin, and even grasping the timing of the battle is far more than Nitro. Just like the future Ant King, Maloom. But it was precisely because of her super sensitivity in grasping the timing of the battle that she was unable to fight back in Yiki's attack. Killer. It never depends on the front and the enemy hard steel. Only when opening Wushwang will there be a positive choice. In the face of an enemy whose strength is the same as himself, or stronger than himself, the killer will not easily reveal his existence without the assurance of absolute victory. A frivolous, poisonous snake, standing by in secret, looking for flaws, one blow is fatal. I am a snake, I have a cold skin and a thin heart. I use the tip of my tongue to hunt prey everywhere, and when I meet my favorite prey, I swallow it whole. Yi Yi is such a creature. Insect King Elbera was just a prey that he was targeting. Nitro divided the battlefield, and tens of millions of Zerg lost their threat to Yi Yi, which was also her first step into the trap. Hold the head in your hands. Elabella's face remained motionless, and she smoothed her hideous eyes, like a sleeping girl, who seemed to have some pretty eyes. A light blue light burst out from the head and flew towards Yi Yi's chest. Collapse Jade Unlock Progress, 35%. Elabella alone contributed 5% of the unlocking progress to Yi Yi, which really surprised him. But there is some regret in my heart. The unlocking progress in the future may be difficult to continue to improve. The transformation of Collapse Jade can be divided into 3 times. Every transformation can make it burst into a higher dimension. But what is needed is not only the absorption of the soul, but also the accumulation of time. This time the transformation was completed, and it was forced by Yi Yi. It consumes a lot of energy from Bengyu, making the second metamorphosis extend backwards. In the near future, collapsing Jade can only maintain the first stage. Throwing Elbera's head up and down, Yiki pondered what to do. It would be a tragedy if the head and remnant were swallowed by other Zerg, or blown into the sea in the next explosion and swallowed by marine creatures. Think for a moment. The torso is useless and not easy to carry. Yi Yi gave up the idea of using it as a collectible and only took Elabella's head away. The figure gradually rises to the sky. Left hand spiritual pressure flashes. Aim at Elabella's remnant. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed. Untamed and arrogant talent surges. Negative paralysis for a moment. The Iron Princess who is blocking her long sleep and crawling is constantly self-mutilating. Let's bounce back and stretch to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. Broken down number 90, Black Coffin. A cold voice came from the air. Next moment, a black wall rose from the surface, and the envelope was infinitely compressed by Yi Yi, just wrapping Elabella's remnant. The black walls revealed bursts of oppression. Even Yi Yi himself, if he was attacked by the black coffin, would not be able to protect himself from damage. The black wall continued to emerge, becoming a black cuboid, wrapping the remnant of Elabella. Right above the black coffin, there are several black crosses slanted. The whole black coffin exudes the breath of death. Chi tilde chi tilde chi tilde. Next moment. With the sound of countless cutting sounds, purple-black blood diffused out. The black coffin slowly shattered and disappeared, leaking out of the empty ground inside. Elbera's remnant had disappeared, and not even the scum that was cut by the black coffin was left. To this, seeing that his purpose has been completed, Yi Yi continued to fly into the air. The breath of Nitro in the distance was shrouded in the endless sea of worms. If Yi Yi didn't go to support him, he would be swallowed by this endless sea of worms in a short time. The strength of the Zerg has never been the physical strength. Crushing with a large number of individuals is the real reason for the hegemony of the Zerg. Just unlucky. This time, Yi Yi and Nitro carried out a beheading operation before the swarm had grown. Half an hour later, Yaiki uses Reiatsu to bring Nitro to the skies over the Berzakova Islands. A position at an altitude of 1 kilometer. A sharp gasp came from Nitro's mouth. No one knows what he went through to stop the sea of worms and support Elbella. The breath on his body fell into a slump. If Yi was a few seconds late to support him, he would have died in the sea of worms at this moment and became the food for the new female worm. This position should be enough. Looking at the archipelago below, Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Estimate the height at this time, the power of the explosion, the flow of the wind and other factors. If these preparations go wrong, even he is likely to be buried here. The height of about 1,000 meters should be enough, but I didn't expect to use this rose in the end. Nitro's breathing gradually eased. Under the restraint of absolute, his breath gradually began to recover. 2 poor man's roses appeared in Yi's hands. Dark aura emanated from the 2 of them. Since the Zerg feed on humans, this time it's up to them to feel the bottomless malice of humans. Nitro's voice was malicious. This was also the first time Yi saw such a dark Nitro. The arm muscles swell and the Reiatsu covers the muscles. Activate. Throw. 2 small bombs were thrown at the central and 2 ends of the archipelago by Yi, with great force. According to Yi's calculations, the biological virus after the rose explosion in these 2 locations could cover half of the archipelago. 2 roses just cover the entire archipelago. The terrifying biological virus is enough to cause the island to lose control and the Zerg in chaos to die. The spear emerges in Yi's hands. Cross cut through the sky. Cracks appeared in the air. No time wasted, get into the crack quickly and close it. 2 huge roses appeared in the archipelago. The next day. Looking at the woman beside her who followed her hard, her icy expression couldn't be maintained. Bloodvine is only born in 100 years. I will definitely go with you. I must watch it with my own eyes. What if something goes wrong? Cheeto Yorkshire, who is speaking righteously. Yi reluctantly agreed. Chapter 113 _ Ukexan suburbs. Inside an abandoned church. A dozen figures are waiting quietly. The new number 4 is so smudged, isn't it too arrogant? I don't know, I told you. Isn't this guy your job? Cut. I'm only responsible for the notification. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. After a while of conversation, the scene returned to tranquility again. Wo Jin, who was the first to speak, was even more anxious when he didn't get the answer he wanted. When he comes, I must teach that guy a good lesson. The sound of gnashing teeth came from Wo Jin's mouth. It can be seen that he is a very strict character with time requirements. The voice just fell. In the shadow not far away, a figure walked out. You seem to be discussing something horrible. Stepping out of the shadows, his face was exposed to everyone's sight, Hisoka. Seeing Hisoka, the people who spoke earlier were even more angry. They all complained. Hiso, you're so late here. I thought you weren't coming. But let's wait a while. After a simple greeting, the knight walked to the moonlight and called to another figure who was quietly reading a book in the distance. Captain, everyone is here tilde. The figure who was quietly reading a book did not get up. Still flipping through the book in hand. Wait, there's another guy, and I'm waiting for him. The soft voice is full of magical magic, making everyone's irritable mood slowly calm. The knight turned to look at the other tall woman. It seems to be asking something. It's just that the woman he was looking at didn't know about it. Shaking his head helplessly. Then there's no way, why don't we play poker to pass the time? But the knight's words were only half said. The sudden pressure from the sky forced him to stop. The dozen or so figures around also subconsciously stood up and ran towards the outside of the church. The dark and oppressive atmosphere makes these people full of vigilance. Run outside the church and look into the air. The dark and depressing breath emanated from the air. It's just that even if everyone uses condensation, they can't see the hidden enemy. Everyone looked at each other left and right to confirm that the breath was indeed there. It should be the person I'm waiting for. Under the tense and dignified atmosphere, the man who read the book before came to the crowd at some unknown time. Hearing this sentence, everyone was curious as to who made this man wait so long, and his appearance was so exaggerated. Captain, who is the person you were waiting for? This is too exaggerated. Feeling the dark breath in the air, the knight couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. As a non-combat member of the brigade, his strength is not strong. Yi, the man you once met in Meteor Street. Krollo didn't hide the inquiries from his team members, it wasn't a secret that couldn't be told. I didn't expect it to be that guy. When he chose to leave Meteor Street, it was really the right choice. Hearing Krollo's answer, the knight's pupils shrank suddenly. The conversation between the two was like a book from heaven to the members behind them, and they had no idea what they were talking about. Only Hisoka and Kobo know the name Yi. Yi, a growing green apple. Does he know Krollo? Hisoka recalled various messages from Yi. But he still had too little contact with Yi, so he couldn't get the answer he wanted from this information. Kobo is the knight one to borrow his ability, Krollo told him about it in advance. Just when everyone in the Phantom Troop speculated, the sky changed. One after another cracks appeared in the air. As the crack appeared, the dark and ominous aura became more and more obvious. Captain, don't say that's how your friends come out. Looking at the broken sky, Wojin's face was full of excitement. Although he didn't know how to smash the sky, he knew that the person who could smash the sky was definitely a strong man. This ability should be related to long-distance teleportation. I have seen similar things in books, but it is not so exaggerated. The knight recalled what he had seen. Space teleportation capabilities, although rare, are not absent in this world. Nobu in the Hunter Association can do a similar operation. Ability is ability, but this dark aura is really amazing. I have entered many ruins, but none of them can compare to this. Nobunaga put his hand over his eyes, as if he wanted to see more clearly. For these questions, Krollo did not answer. Or rather, he didn't have an answer either. His information about Yi was still based on the data he had collected when he stayed in Kaimei continent. At that time, Yi only attracted his attention with his skillful mind application skills and outstanding talent. As for what ability has been developed, Krollo is not clear. He didn't even know how strong Lien Yi was at this time. It is precisely because of his ignorance of Yi that Krollo asked the knight to stop cooperating with Yi and leave Meteor Street. Just to protect their team members. Click tilde click tilde. When everyone in the Phantom Brigade was thinking, the cracks in the air suddenly shattered. A gap like when the eyes were opened appeared in the sight of everyone. Pat tilde pat tilde. The sound of gentle footsteps came from the gap. The two figures were gradually exposed to everyone's eyes. Yo tilde Krollo, I kept you waiting. A cold voice came from the mouth that came out of the gap. This also allowed most of the brigade to see his true face. A black dress complemented her figure. The long slender silver hair is draped behind her, giving a natural beauty. But what caught everyone's attention the most was the young face. A boy who was only 15 or 16 years old appeared in front of them. This could not help but shocked everyone in the Phantom Troop. Cheeto Yorkshire frowned slightly as she looked at the environment below. This is the place you were talking about. It's too shabby. Chapter 114_. Yi and Chi Duo walked out of the black cavity. Jump from the sky. Boom tilde tilde tilde. The ground was broken in a large area in a corrugated shape tilde. In order to avoid injury, the two of them instantly erupted from the soles of their feet at the moment of landing, and Reiatsu. With Nitro's method on the second trial of the Hunter test. At the time of the experiment, Yi's technique could not accomplish this step. But after Bisuki's special training and remastering of her power, such skills are as casual as instinct. As one of the 12 earthly branches, Kijua was not a combatant, but his combat power was enough to kill most of the brigade present. Only Phaeton, Finks, Franklin and other combat members can resist for a moment. Crollo and Hisoka are comparable in strength to Cheeto Yorkshire. After all, what she is good at is not fighting, but as a doctor to treat patients and organize planning and so on. Tilda. Watching the huge corrugated collapse beneath the two of them, the members of the Phantom Troop looked serious. In terms of their strength. Naturally, he can jump from a high altitude to ensure that he is not hurt. But more is to use the method of unloading, like this method of directly using the jet of thought to offset the impact. They think they can't do it. Crollo and Hisoka may be able to do this, but it is definitely not as easy as the two of them. Yaiki and Cheeto walked in Crollo's direction. Ignore the members of the brigade next to me. For Yi, the members of the brigade had nothing to do with him, and there was no reason for hostility, so they were just ordinary passers-by. For Chi-Duo, although these people's strengths are good, they can't threaten their own lives, so they ignore them. At the same time, it was the non-hostile attitude of the two, which dispelled the anxiety of everyone in the Phantom Brigade. Just watch out for the two of them. According to the agreed time, to carry out the transaction. Walk to Crollo's side and start the transaction between the two directly. Chi-Duo, who was beside him, kept urging him, and Yi naturally wanted to quickly end the transaction and complete his commission. After all, this is what he did behind the back of his employer. Now that he was discovered by the employer and has been urged all the time, even he was a little embarrassed. For Yi to be so direct, Crollo did not refuse. Call Kube. The man whose face was covered by his hair was not tall, and was one of the shortest people in the brigade. Captain, is this the object of the transaction? He came to Crollo's side and asked subconsciously. Yes, according to the agreement, help him copy the Bloodvine. While answering, Crollo looked at Yoichi. The purpose is obviously to ask him to take out the Bloodvine so that Kube can make a copy. In this regard, Yi was not afraid that Crollo would miss the appointment and snatch the Bloodvine. Perhaps half a year ago, Yi had some scruples about him, worried that the Bloodvine would be robbed. But now, Yi's strength is not in the same dimension as Crollo, so naturally he won't worry. Take out the special container containing the Bloodvine directly. After the Bloodvine is picked off in Meteor Street, the activity will begin to lose until the activity is completely lost. Only in this special container can its activity be blocked to prevent the effect from weakening. Wait, you can't do it here, the environment here is too bad. It will speed up the loss of Bloodvine activity. Watch as the two prepare to trade directly on the spot. As the owner of the Bloodvine, Chi-Duo is naturally unhappy. Whether the Bloodvine is doing research or serving as a healing medicine in the future, the more active it is, the better. But the environment here will only speed up the loss of Bloodline activity. Cube looked at Crollo and asked for his opinion. Close your eyes and think. Crollo Black Diamond walked in the direction of his team members. Tell everyone the purpose of this action. With Wojin's frenzied cheers, Crollo returned to Yi and Cheeto's side. Half an hour later, the four came to a Ukexin hospital. In the hospital, the replication of the Bloodvine went very smoothly. The first pearl of Bloodvine was successfully copied, and it was handed over to Kijua to check whether it was consistent with the original effect. Cut a small part from the two Bloodvines and put them into the mouth to chew. Feel the difference in potency in this simple and crude way. Quite a while. His eyes snapped open, and there was an unstoppable surprise in his eyes. Flowers. From her performance, it is known that the copied items are no different from the real ones. It also appeared that the two of them did not go all in vain. Feeling the slowly increasing thoughts in the body, new ideas emerged in Chi-Duo's mind. Just before that, you need to complete the transaction with the brigade. This was negotiated between Yi and Crollo, and even she couldn't destroy it at will. 10 minutes later, the 13 Bloodvines that the brigade wanted were copied. Kube's face also turned pale. If he just copied ordinary items, Even if it were hundreds or thousands, he would not be so powerless. But the blood vine is different. This is a holy relic that grows in Meteor Street and matures only once in 100 years. The energy contained in it is not comparable to ordinary items. 13 blood vines were put away by Krollo. The smile on his face was softer, and he was obviously very satisfied with this transaction. Then the deal is over, see you next time. Close the deal. Krollo didn't have the slightest idea of spying on the original blood vine. Whether it was a replica of the 13 beads in his hand that was indistinguishable from the original blood vine, or the strength of Yi Yi and Kai duo, he couldn't have the slightest idea of snatch it. Just wait. I want to make a long-term deal with you. Cheetah's voice stopped the two who were about to leave. I don't think you two will refuse. At this moment, there was something unmistakable in her voice. Of course, we will not refuse the request of the 12 earthly branches. Krollo, who was about to leave, turned around. The feminine smile was still hanging on his face, as if he had expected the transaction for a long time, and there was no surprise at all. Negotiations begin. Yi Yi was not interested in learning about it, so he swallowed his own blood vine replica in one bite. Replica only lasts for 24 hours, and when time passes, it disappears. The effect it can bring is not different from the original one. Feel the spiritual pressure and physical enhancement. Very satisfied with the night. The only pity is that the blood vine is resistant and can only be taken once. Sun. Chapter 115_. The sky is getting brighter. Negotiations continued. Yi Yi meditated in the ward next door. Master the rapidly growing mind energy in the body and convert it into spiritual pressure. After deciding to focus on spiritual pressure in the future, the chi that grows every day is transformed into spiritual pressure by Yiki. Another way to become stronger before the inheritance unlocking degree reaches 100%. Yi Yi had no reason to give up. On a bed next to Yi Yi, Kobo was exhausted. Currently sleeping. Based on his character born on Meteor Street, Ben would not sleep in front of outsiders at will. Just like the knight, always stay vigilant at all times. But after communicating with him in the Meteor Street dialect at night, Kobo let down his guard. Unlike anyone else anywhere else. We don't reject anything, but don't even try to take anything from us. Under such a concept, every strong person who walks out of Meteor Street is a companion, and they may not communicate with each other at ordinary times, but in terms of the life and reputation of their compatriots, they will not allow anyone to trample on them at will. Such a thing is not without precedent. A country suspects an undocumented homeless man of murder and arrests him. After checking their identity, the homeless have no nationality and no proof of social existence. He himself claimed to be a resident of Meteor Street. The country forcibly prosecuted the homeless person who denies the charges, and the court convicted him without giving him a chance to explain. 3 years later, the criminals who abused drugs were arrested, and the remaining crimes were exposed one after another, proving that the homeless are innocent. Immediately after the incident, police officers, magistrates, prosecutors, eyewitnesses, jurors, lawyers, 31 people related to his wrongful imprisonment were all killed. Regarding the method of killing, they carried a switch-type bomb and perished with each other, which was almost like suicide. Witnesses described the bomb as they laughed and shook hands with each other. 31 people in different places were killed at the same time. This is how the people of Meteor Street live. We don't reject anything, but don't even try to take anything from us. 3 hours later. All the transactions between us only represent my personal transactions with Kobo, and have nothing to do with the Hunter Association and the Phantom Troop. Please remember this. Cheeto's expression was serious and serious. Obviously, she cares a lot about what she said. Of course, the transaction this time is between you and Kobo, and I'm just his personal assistant. Krollo understands Cheeto's concerns. At this point, the negotiation that lasted for half a night was over. Kobe's identity has also changed from a thief of the Phantom Brigade to the new manager of Kijua's medicinal herb research company. Closing deals and negotiations. Before leaving, Kobe copied a blood vine again, which was a gift for Yi, a compatriot. There was a smile on the simple face. After parting and saying goodbye, Yaiki and Cheetah disappeared into the crowd, leaving a group of security guards who found nothing. As for whether the Phantom Troop will be different from the original because of this blood vine, Yi doesn't care. This is a living world, and everyone has their own will and circumstances. It's dawn, and it's time for breakfast. Two people find a restaurant. Satisfied with their own breakfast, Chiduo got the result she wanted, with a relaxed smile on her face. The feeling of Yi is not as disgusting as before. After getting a satisfactory answer, Chiduo doesn't mind revealing a message to Yi. The westward journey of the 12 earthly branches has died, and this position must be filled. As for who will be replaced, it will be selected at the 12 earthly branches meeting next year. Let go of this inexplicable sentence. Chiduo finished breakfast and started to deal with her own affairs, just like the first time the two met. As one of the 12 earthly branches, her work is very heavy. The negotiation last night delayed her normal work time. She needs to solve these tasks as soon as possible to avoid the accumulation of work. I didn't bother at night, I quietly enjoyed my breakfast. From Zerg appearance to disappearance. It only took 3 days, but there are not many things experienced in these 3 days. Several life and death crises, even he felt sleepy. What's more, he went to the Sky Arena with a relaxed attitude. Bishiji's training plan interrupted his thoughts. The Zerg that followed made him even more exhausted. These few days, he just wanted to have a good rest and not take any commissions. Half an hour later, Cheeto put down the document in his hand and put it in the briefcase he carried with him. Accumulate a night's work to solve the most urgent part. For the rest, she still needs to go back to the association to come out. The two walked out of the restaurant and found an unoccupied place. With the sharp gun in hand, the cross cut through the sky. The black cavity is used at one time. Yi sent Cheeto back to the association as agreed before departure. Dash 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 dash. Walking on the streets of Ukexan, Yi wandered around casually like a tourist. Complete the commission. Alone at this time. Do whatever you want. After booking the hotel, we went to the streets. Of course, even if it is wandering, the killer's instinct makes him subconsciously take the surrounding environment into his heart. The safe route had been planned successfully before he could react. Passing by a park, many pigeons are walking around in the park, waiting for kind people to feed them. Looking around, the park environment is good, you can see that someone cleans it every day. Find a row of seats and choose one that can be hit by the sun. Back on the seat, the sun shines on the body, a kind of idle and lazy atmosphere permeates. From time to time the pigeons in the distance chirped, not harsh. Instead, add a touch of relaxed vibe to the park. 10 minutes later. Fall asleep at night. Not far from the park. It's a stall with a long queue. A teenager in green clothes is wrestling with a group of muscular men. Among the group of muscular men, a girl who looked like a scholar stepped out abruptly, and raised her wrists with the boy. Chapter 116_. Night falls. Yi also left the park where he was resting. Occasionally relax, make him feel good. On the way to the hotel, a phone rang and he took it out of his pocket, but the name of the call made his eyes straight. Open black lens bracket Boss Arthur close black lens bracket. The remarks on Yi's phone call are very simple. The front is the identity and the back is the name. This is a habit he has retained from the past, in order to more easily distinguish between many clients. For Arthur, contact yourself. Yi didn't know the reason. After all, he had only had 2 contacts with Arthur in total. During the first killer training. The second time, when I told him about Juno beating the enemy. Other than that, there is no contact with him. Drip tilde. Call connected. An old but majestic voice came from it. Number 1, how far is your current location from Ukexan City? Maybe it's the nature of the killer. There was not too much nonsense on the phone. Number 14, Arthur directly asked Yi's location. I'm in Ukexan City now. Yi didn't care about the name of number 1. In the killer training session he graduated from, Yi won the title of number 1 foot for the first place. This is not only a title, but also shows his strength in the organization's ranking. Really, that happens to be a commission. Someone needs to go to Ukexan. I don't know if you have time. Hearing that Yi was at Ukexan at this time, Arthur's voice was a little distorted. Obviously not quite at such a critical moment. Yi is here. Okay, I just don't have a commission right now. Regarding the task Arthur mentioned, Yi didn't feel that he could waste too much time. It did not refuse. Someone will contact you later to complete this commission with you, so I will trouble you. Hearing Yi's reply, Arthur quickly arranged related matters. Pat tilde. The phone is hung up. As the leader of the organization, Arthur is responsible for as many things every day as Chi. He personally finds the killer to complete the commission like this. Yi is the first time he meets him. It is estimated that there is an organization or individual stronger than the killer organization. A mandate is issued to the organization. Out of desperation, the organization was forced to find people everywhere to complete the commission. Yi was not surprised by this. After all, the killer organization he belonged to was not a well-known organization. Arthur's actions were quick, and only 5 minutes had passed since he hung up the phone, and another call came. Pass the time. Number 8. Look at the familiar notes on the phone. Yi was a little surprised, but at the same time felt reasonable. After all, when the two separated, she had already said that she wanted to be indulgent at this year's Ukexan auction. Drip tilde. Line connected. At the same time, continue to walk towards the direction of the booked hotel. Hello tilde, is it number 1? I'm number 8 here. I'm number 8 here. Please answer if you hear. Please answer if you hear tilde. A familiar voice came from the phone. The funny voice reminded Yi of the episode when he was with number 8. For him, who had not yet fully integrated into the world at the time, having such a teammate who likes to be funny has also become the only fun to pass the time outside of practice. Where is your current position? I'll find you. The icy voice softened a little. Yi planned to meet with number 8 first to discuss the specific matters entrusted. The other side. Tilde. Sure enough, I was looking for a target at the top of the building near the auction venue. The location is 8 in a black suit. Hang up the phone and refocus on the door of the auction venue. A large number of gang members gathered at the door, and the riot broke out at this moment. Really, thanks to the task, or I should have died with those people now. I'm really lucky. Seeing the gang members angrily shooting into the sky, number 8's face was a little flustered. If it's so easy to die, it's a big loss. I haven't played enough yet, at least I have to kill one. Reach out to your chest. There was a thumping thud at the moment, and even though it had been a long time, her heart had not calmed down. She didn't notice that a figure in the air quickly fell towards her position. The last sentence spoken was just heard by this figure. Kill a what? A cold voice sounded from behind. Unknowingly touched beside him, number 8's cold hair exploded instantly. While pulling out a dagger in his left hand, he quickly turned around. But when she saw the familiar face, her legs suddenly softened and she sat directly on the ground. Obviously frightened. Yi frowned slightly when he looked at number 8 who looked like this. Although I don't mind how strong my partner is, it's a bit unreasonable to be frightened by the slightest fright. Recalling that before she left, when she said she was going to the resort to relax, Yi seemed to understand something. Quite a while. The beating heart slowly calmed down. Why did you arrive so soon? Walking without a sound at all, it's scary. Only then did number 8 slowly stand up and stretch out his hand to take responsibility for Yi's intimidating behavior. In this regard, Yi's murderous intent was slightly released. You have been too slack in this year. The cold voice was matched with murderous intent. Yi's face instantly became fierce in number 8's eyes. Immediately, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Only then did I remember the identity of the person in front of me and my ranking in the organization. Seeing number 8 calm down his body and mind, Yi took back his murderous aura. Since you remembered your identity at the first level, I won't say anything. Please give me a detailed introduction to this mission. The voice returned to its former icy coldness. At this moment, the relationship between the two is like meeting for the first time. The impression that number 8 once left here was instantly changed by herself. Yes, this time the entrustment was issued by the 10 old men, entrusting us to take back the auction items that were taken away by the Phantom Troop. 3 minutes later. Knight closed his eyes and thought. The auction item has long been taken away by Yin Beast, and now that this commission is released, it should be more for the sake of face. Not found at all. 8 behind him, the excited smile in his eyes. This is the look in the eyes of the prey. Chapter 117_. Clear your mind. The fundamental purpose of the 10 old men's entrustment is not to let Yi and others retrieve the auction items, but to take care of their faces in the dark world. If all the guests at the auction die, they do nothing. Not only is the reputation damaged, but there is no one to participate in the future auctions. More of a majesty challenged. The clans under him will therefore think that the 10 old men are not as powerful as before, and people's hearts will become confused, and rebellion will become inevitable. In order to stabilize their own domination, the 10 old men and other gangster families must send someone to deal with this matter, regardless of whether it is in their hearts or not. Unfortunately, Yi's organization received a more troublesome request. Because the auction items at this time were originally in the hands of the Yin Beast, an organization under the 10 old men. This mission can be said to have been doomed to fail when it was released. But the information Yi knew gave him a chance to complete the mission. As long as the owl is caught before he is solved by the brigade, and the auction item is obtained from him, this mission can be completed. Make up one's mind. Yi turned around and prepared to take his so-called partner to find the Yin Beast named Owl. Just the moment he turned around, his eyes wrinkled slightly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the number 8 in front of him seems to have thoughts flowing. Next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace. What's the matter, number 1? Perhaps frightened by Yi's murderous aura, number 8 at this time no longer had the playful mentality that he had in the beginning. The tone also returned to normal from the escape. Seeing that number 8 was normal, Yi did not continue to doubt. The spiritual pressure on the body is towards the number 8 package. Go on a mission now, and this mission will fail later. A cold voice came out. Ling number 8 was a little confused. After all, she just explained the general information of the mission just now. But before he had time to think, he suddenly found that he had followed number 1 foot into the air. In a panic, he suddenly moved to Yi's side and hugged his arm. Wait, why did I suddenly ascend to the sky? You tell me, I almost urinated. Fast movement in the air. The noise of the wind flashed past my ears. Yi didn't hear number 8's words at all. Only vaguely heard the words, quick to pee. The ice-cold face couldn't hold back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. And seen each other for nearly a year, and this, number 8 feet seems to be more detached than before, completely forgetting the image of the arrogant goddess in the organization. Because of the fast flight, the long silver hair floated behind Yiki under the influence of gravity. Number 8, curiously leaned up and glanced. Nightmares ensued. For the first time, she felt the pain of being slapped by her hair. 3 minutes later. With a faint thumping sound. The speed of the flight began to slow down, and the sound of the thumping disappeared. Looking at the ruddy face and panting, number 8 feet Yi no longer wanted to pay attention. On the hillside in the distance, the silhouette of the phantom troop can already be clearly identified. With the 8th, flew towards the direction of the brigade. For the owl who doesn't know where he is at the moment, Yi thought it was the most labor-saving way to come to the brigade and wait. After all, the target of the yin beast at this time is the phantom brigade. Susu tilde tilde. Accompanied by the sound of breaking the air. The boring poker players on the hillside quickly became vigilant and looked up in the air. But when he saw the familiar silver hair, he sat down again boringly. Che, I thought it was you, but it turned out to be you tilde yes 8. The knight's tone was full of disappointment, apparently thinking that someone could bring him some fun. The knight is also somewhat familiar with Yi's character. If you don't provoke him, there is a high probability that there will be no conflict between the two sides. And his attitude when he landed from the air, it can be judged that there is no hostility to the brigade at present. Therefore, the phantom troop and Yi both. There is no reason to go to war right now. This is the reason why the knight looks so relaxed now. Just the moment he saw Yi, he had already analyzed everything. Several other members of the group, the situation is basically the same. The moment he saw Yi, he analyzed that there was no conflict between him and the brigade. It's just that even if the results are analyzed, the process has to go a bit. Phaeton saw that the other members continued to sit down and play poker, so he could only take on this task. Yi, bring a woman who doesn't know her name here, what is your purpose? Different from other members of the brigade. When Phaeton spoke, because his face was covered by the collar and mask, his voice was not clear, and there was some Meteor Street dialect on the outside. This made the number 8 feet beside Yi completely unaware of what Phaeton was saying. Quote. It's nothing, it's just that the mission is related to yin beasts. They are chasing your brigade, and I'm just waiting for them here by the way. Yi's voice was cold and also had a Meteor Street dialect. While revealing his purpose, he also dispelled Phaeton's hostility. Under such circumstances, the common ground of being born on Meteor Street is particularly important. Opposite. Hearing the familiar dialect, Phaeton took a closer look at Yi's face, as if he wanted to remember him. Then turned and sat down. Continue to watch with Nobunaga below Wojin vs gangsters. But this is called a war, but it is actually a unilateral killing. Got it Zhao, hee. This time I won again. Aside. The knight dropped the poker in his hand and cheered for another victory. Hey tilde Yi, do you want to play together? These guys are so rude and boring. The victorious knight also invited Yi to the side. The way a few of them play is a popular way of playing in Meteor Street. Yi, who is born from Meteor Street, naturally will too. Yes, just to pass the time. The waiting process is boring, there are ways to pass the time, Yi doesn't mind playing together. For the night one joins. Franklin, Shouty, and Maggie had no objections. Whether it is the transaction of blood vines, or Yi's powerful strength, and the birth of each other's Meteor Street. All made the Phantom Troop have no idea of having a bad relationship with Yi. Chapter 118 10 minutes later. Drop your poker. Yi stood up and looked into the distance, and the feeling of being watched came from there. Hey, Yi, don't throw away your cards when you're about to lose, it's too cunning. Shouty saw that it was rare for him to win once, but Yi's sudden action ended the game in an instant. There were 2 small dumplings on his face, and he couldn't help complaining. The knight and Franklin didn't speak, they just looked at Maggie on the side. After Yi dropped the card, Maggie made the same reaction as Yi. The capable ones are there. It's just that Maggie hasn't opened her mouth yet, and Yi explained it first. Heaven and earth conscience, He really just sensed the existence of the enemy, definitely not because he lost 6 games in a row and didn't want to lose. The cold voice shocked the members present. All of them, except Maggie, sensed the presence of the enemy due to Yi Yi's influence. The others didn't respond at all. Either the enemy's ability to hide is excellent, evading the perception of the team members present. Either the enemy is hiding too far away, beyond the perception range of the team members present. But no matter what the result is, it seems to reflect the strength of Yi Yi's strength. Cut. When did such a monster appear in Meteor Street? Nobunaga, who was also born in Meteor Street. He couldn't understand Yiki's terrifying strength. Especially when Yi Yi appeared to be only a teenager at this time. Number 8 Feet, who has been a passerby since he was brought here by Yi Yi, looked at Yi Yi talking with these members in general, and he didn't know what to think. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems to be planning something. For all this, Yi Yi didn't notice it. When playing poker, he maximized his perception and waited for Xiao Xiao to appear, but Xiao Xiao did not find it, but instead found his old acquaintance. 3 kilometers, the enemy's distance is about 3 kilometers. The location of Kurapika and Melody. Yi Yi told several members of the group in this way, without any scruples about the contemporaneous feelings of the 2 Hunters Association experiments. After all, since Right Nasla and Dazuo Yin were solved by Yi Yi, the relationship between the two has changed since they were born at the same time. Bring me some more fun, Kurapika tilde. Look in the direction of Kurapika. Coincidentally, at this moment, Kurapika's eyes were also cast in the direction of Yi Yi. The eyes of the 2 men spanned a distance of 3 kilometers, as if they were looking at each other. Kurapika hides on the hillside. Put down the binoculars. Kurapika's heart beat fast, and this moment had both the influence of hatred with spiders and the influence of the murderous aura he had unleashed a few months ago. Cold sweat dripped from his temples. Kurapika didn't expect that Yi Yi would get involved with his enemy, the Phantom Troop. Crunch tilde tilde. The telescope in his hand made an unbearable sound when he clenched it tightly, as if it was about to shatter in the next moment. Kurapika tilde. At a critical moment, a soft voice sounded from beside him. Your heartbeat seems to become anxious, even with a hint of fear, which is not in line with your character. Melody's figure came towards Kurapika. Have you encountered the prey you were hunting? This is the first time I have seen you like this. In the perception of the Melody, Kurapika's heartbeat was full of hatred and loneliness, and what was hidden in the two was a touch of hesitation. For the former, the Melody can understand, but for the latter, the Melody does not understand the reason. Pick up the flute, and a soft, soothing tune is played by the Melody. Under the influence of the tune, Kurapika's mood softened a lot. The anxious mood also calmed down. I've calmed down, Melody, please. Back to normal, Kurapika began to rearrange. Yi Yi, that man and the Phantom Troop are together now. We have failed our pursuit this time, retreat. The moment he saw Yi Yi, he knew that this goal could not be achieved. Yes, boss. Several capable people beside him heard his order and drove away one after another. It was just when they got into the car that several figures walked out from behind the crowd. The little devil of the Nasla family really only runs away. It's useless to even have the courage to play. It's really useless. Well tilde these few are just newcomers to Nien. It's normal to feel scared in the face of such an enemy. Yes, those guys are not ordinary thieves. If they are careless, they may be wiped out. I looked at the few people who came to my side at an unknown time. Kurapika's eyes flickered slightly. When did the yin beast come? I didn't find it at all. How could it be possible? Among his group of capable people, Kurapika is considered the strongest. But he himself did not notice the arrival of these yin beasts. The humiliation of this lack of strength once again flooded his heart. You guys should just step back. Facing an unsolvable enemy, it's better to leave it to a professional. One of the yin beasts, after leaving such a sentence, walked towards the direction of Wojin. Several other yin beasts. They also used their abilities to leave. Boss, we are. Seeing the yin beasts go away, one of the capable users asked Kurapika about the next move. It's just that Kurapika's body trembled slightly at this moment. As if fighting something. Quite a while. Stop and wait for the opportunity. There is a yin beast coming forward. Maybe we have a chance to capture a member of the brigade. Kurapika's voice returned to firmness. The able-bodied people on the side also seemed to have been given confidence by his appraisal and did not choose to escape. The other side. The spiders on the hillside looked in the direction Yaiki and Maggie pointed. In addition to the previously hidden abilities, several figures gradually emerged. Yin Beast, right, the guy you're looking for has arrived, do you need help? The knight propped his chin with one hand and sat on the ground asking. Obviously, the Phantom Brigade didn't care about the arrival of these yin beasts. No, the person I'm looking for, I'll handle it myself. Just for the kindness of the knight, Yi chose to refuse. Reiatsu turned to the number 8 cover, beside him. The two figures flew into the air. Chapter 119 Long Night. Two figures soared in the night sky. After the two left the hillside where the phantom troop was, there were bursts of noise. Apparently the fight has begun. With Reiatsu's perception, the place where Xiao was hiding was quickly found by Yaiki. Just there are nearly 10 existences of life breath. It must be other Yin Beast members who are ambushing. Su tilde. Landed in a dark place. Moment. Yi's appearance disrupted the Yin Beast's ambush plan tilde. The remaining Yin Beasts walked out of their hiding spots one after another, showing an encircling posture towards Yaiki. Hey, who are you guys and how did you find this place? The man with wings on his back suddenly asked. The other Yin Beasts were ready to attack, and Yi's answer would determine the next development of the matter. As for the knight, it's completely ignoring the Yin Beast that surrounds you. Only the shivering, number 8, was frightened by the posture of being surrounded by Yin Beasts. Old 10 has issued a commission in my organization, commissioning us to find the stolen auction items. A low, icy voice came from Yi's mouth. While walking out of the shadows, Yi's face appeared in everyone's eyes. Two of the Yin Beasts, the moment they saw Yi, their eyes changed obviously. They looked at each other for a moment, as if they had made a decision. To this, Yi ignored it. Since the information leaked, the enemy's reaction has made Yi somewhat used to it. It is a pity that who the information leaker is, has not yet been found. Hand over the man named Xiao. This matter has nothing to do with you. While opening, substantial murderous aura spread from Yi to all around. Moment. All the siege postures of the beasts suddenly stopped. At this moment, Yi seemed to be the god in charge of killing in their eyes. A sea of black and purple blood flows behind him, and countless monsters and Zerg are struggling in this sea. But, damn it, what kind of monster is this? The body could not move at all. All the Yin Beasts could only watch Yi walking towards Owl's direction. As for the owl, this knight's goal, at this time, can only struggle to explain. Trying to persuade Yi with the prestige of the 10 old man. Bastard, 10 old man asked me to transfer the auction item, let me go. Saliva could not stop flowing from the corners of his mouth. In this state, even breathing is very difficult for him. Not to mention saying so much at once. Just, do you care about this at night? My commission is to take back the auction items, and the rest has nothing to do with me. Drop this sentence. Yaiki grabbed Owl's collar, and at the same time controlled Reiatsu and flew, number 8, into the air. He needed to pick up the auction item from Owl, which was obviously not the right place. As the night fades away, the influence of killing intent is also gradually disappearing. The Yin Beasts were finally able to regain control of their bodies. Ha! Heavy breathing came out. Under that terrifying killing intent, they almost choked to death because they couldn't breathe. Exactly, how many people were killed? Such killing intent is really terrifying. Hold out trembling hands. One of the yin beasts expressed his inner fear with a trembling voice. Fortunately his target is not us, otherwise this time is really over. The yin beast with wings on its back felt its body gradually returning to its original shape. Take a deep breath. At the moment when the killing intent was filled, he really thought he was going to die here. Yeah, thankfully his target is only Xiao 1, but it's a pity that those auction items are gone. Recognizing Yi Yi's yin beast, he is also rejoicing at this moment. I'm glad that I and another yin beast didn't attack Yi Yi. A long time ago, the two received the task of assassinating Yi Yi from the 10 old man, but Yi Yi has never been seen, and this task has been delayed until now. Yeah, thankfully his target wasn't us. Silence for a moment. Okay, don't think about it, don't forget, our target is those thieves. Get ready, they've come here. After a few minutes. Flowers. Vehicles driven by the phantom troop pass by. The hidden beasts launched a sneak attack in an instant. Dash 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 dash. Walking on the streets of Yukishin, Yi Yi wandered around casually. After capturing Xiao, Yi Yi was about to torture him, but after seeing Yi Yi's horror, he took the initiative to hand over all the auction items. In this regard, Yi Yi contacted Boss Arthur directly, and he arranged the follow-up inspection. Mission has been completed. Yi Yi returned to a free state and continued his short vacation. As for the phantom troop who couldn't get the auction item, does this have anything to do with Yi Yi? He just fulfilled his mission. Passing by the park where they took a nap during the day, several couples of young men and women flowed in it. Obviously like it here. Not just one night alone. Turn around and leave. But the moment he turned around, he seemed to notice something. There. A group of people lined up not knowing what to do. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he walked towards the crowd. Copy blood tang can still exist for 10 hours, which is cheap for these two boys. Dash 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 dash. On a small table, two figures, one tall and one short, struggle, all out to wrestle their arms, and the one who competes for the victory wins. The situation at this time has come to the most critical moment. The taller hand pressed the shorter one almost onto the table. The people around who saw this scene sighed. Feel sorry for not winning. But what happened the next moment rekindled their hopes. Oh, this little brother, he was almost able to win. Come on. It's a pity, obviously it's just a little short. I saw the short one who was about to fail. Suddenly, with a force, he took the opportunity to press the taller hand on the table and won. A familiar figure, holding a bottle and yelling loudly. If Yi Yi hadn't known about Xiaoji's strength, he would have believed his nonsense. Sun. Chapter 120 _ In a hotel room of Yukishin. No, it's too big for me to eat. Eat hard, don't leave this room until you finish the rest. Vomit tilde. Looking at the three people playing tricks in front of him, Yi Yi's poker face could hardly hold on. Obviously just eat a blood vine, but the three people just eat the smell of color. The rhizome of the blood vine that Chi Guo had cut, kept racing towards Xiaoji's mouth, forcing him to eat the rest. As a member of the family of the last blood vine winner, he also has a certain understanding of blood vines. Although before awakening, I did not understand the so-called ability improvement. But at this time, when you learn to read, you know how precious this thing is. Not only can the ability of those who are dying will meet, but also the thoughts of those who can greatly improve the ability. The blood vine, a sacred artifact that was born once in a century, would actually be encountered by him. This is so unexpected. Half an hour ago, Yi was casually walking on the streets of Yukexin, and happened to meet Xiaoji and Qiqi, who set up a stall to make money. Think of the blood vine that is about to reach the upper limit of existence time. Rather than letting the blood vine replica expire, it is better to make the most of it. Xiaoji and Qi Qulu were under the guidance of Lu Yushuan. Although he wasn't a disciple, he had something to do with Yi. Giving the blood vine to the two of them, Yi didn't feel bad. With this thought, he walked towards the three of them. Therefore, the three of them ended the stall ahead of schedule. However, why is such a precious relic as blood vine given to us to eat? He swallowed the blood vine rhizome in his mouth with difficulty. Liu Li asked Yiki suspiciously. His senses about Yi were not complicated. He is also a qualified hunter test, although his performance is a little colder, but he can get along normally. The appearance of the blood vine has brought him closer to Yi. Well, Liu Li thought unilaterally. Although he didn't understand the role of blood vines at first, he also knew that this was a creature that could be encountered and unavoidable. It's really a waste to eat for the three of them. Xiaoji and Shishun on the side arrived and reacted accordingly. Although Yunjiyu acts as a bridge between several people. But in fact, the relationship between the three is not enough to hand over such a precious blood vine to Xiaoji and Kie. Both of them knew this. It's a replica, it can only exist for 24 hours, and as time passes, the replica disappears. Three curious faces. Yi Yidiao didn't mind explaining the reason. After all, it is impossible for the three of them to find Kubei's side because of this. A replica I said something so precious. If I got it, I would definitely eat it right away. Qi Shuan realized that it was a replica, and the vigilance in his eyes slowly dissipated. He previously thought that when Yi brought the precious blood vine, he was eyeing something on him or Xiaoji. Such as the Island of Greed, memory card or something. Under the education of beating the enemy Haka, he used to think about the enemy with the worst thoughts. This is similar to Night 1. Hearing that it was a replica, he dismissed the idea. According to the information from Yungu, Yi Yishui was studying in October 1998, which is almost exactly 1 year ago, and there is no strength to snatch such a magical sacred object as blood vine. It is estimated that it is also a replica obtained from there, and the excess is given to them after eating it. According to Yungu's description, his and Xiaoji's talents are no worse than Yi's. Judging from the progress of the two of them, Yi should have only learned the 4 elements. It was obvious that the strangeness was difficult, and even if he didn't speak, Yi had already seen suspicion in his eyes. I won the blood vine, and my opponents are Shiba Dadike and Juno Dadike. The 2 names were uttered from Yi's mouth, which immediately made Qi Gfa Shi 18, Luo. As a member of the Haka family, he naturally understood the strength of his father and grandfather. After learning to read, far from changing this idea, on the contrary, it is more firmly believed. Even such a powerful father and grandfather were defeated by Yi, who took away the blood vine. This alone has proved Yi's strength. Gouda tilde. Difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, Qi Jixing hangs the monster with fierce lips. At the same time that Qi Jinye was perverted, Xiaoji on the other side finally swallowed the blood vine in his mouth. As if remembering something, he suddenly ran to Yi's side. Nene tilde I remember Yi, you were also a killer, right? Looking at the big eyes of the bulling, Kazlan nodded at night to confirm. The profession of killer is not something that can't be said. Yi felt that he didn't need to hide. Yi, can you do me a favor? I want to ask you to borrow some money. Hearing the answer, a tangled look appeared on Xiaoji's face. He wants to buy the Island of Greed, which requires at least 8 billion renminbi. If he makes money according to Liu Li's method, I don't know how long it will take to earn these 8 billion renminbi. Therefore, after meeting Yi, this idea popped into his mind. But at this moment, his heart was filled with entanglement. Island of greed, with money lent to him by others, even if he found the so-called father. At this moment, my heart was a little hesitant. I hope Yi can lend him money, and I worry that Yi will lend him money. I have money, a lot of money, but I can't lend it to you. Your eyes tell me that you don't want to ask me to lend money. Looking at Xiaoji, who was a little confused, Yi chose to refuse. Things like money, at his current level, are nothing but useless data. But even so, he was reluctant to lend the money. Whether it's to let Xiaoji experience the dangers of society, or to follow Xiaoji's own will. Yi will not lend him the money. On the side, Chu Tu Zheji Gamma also cast his gaze here. He seemed to be expecting Xiaoji's answer. Yeah, that's great. To be honest, if I borrowed money like this to buy the Island of Greed, I couldn't take it in my own heart. Touching his heart, Xiaoji's face became much more relaxed. Liu Li and Qi Yan cheered for Xiaoji's answer. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121_. In hotel room. Qigong listened to Xiaoji's answer. Although he was a little surprised, he was more happy for his idea. Sure enough, if you just accepted the money Yi lent you, you probably wouldn't use it. The hands are swung to the sides, and the odd Peppa Party horseshoe crab is about to be pregnant. Matilda, although borrowing money is a quicker way to get money, this is an unacceptable way for a strengthening system like Xiaoji. I was a little surprised when this kid opened his mouth. Liu Li came directly to Xiaoji's side and kept patting his shoulders with his hands. Seeing this scene, Yi recalled his past. In the past, he also had such close friends, but when he came to this world, everything became different. He can't go back to the boy he used to be. The blood vine is eaten by you, and I don't need to stay here any longer. I'm leaving. Say hello. 14. Knight turned and left. He ignored the lingering voice behind him. For him, this blandness has nothing to do with him. Since he embarked on the road of being a killer, he has been prepared. Walking on the streets of Ukexin City, the phone rang from my pocket. Spider Chief Kilolo. Drip tilde. The phone was connected, and a familiar voice came from it. Krolo, what's the matter? Holding the phone, Yi opened his mouth to ask questions, but did not take away the consciousness of the brigade's goal at all. The voice was cold and flat. It's nothing. I heard from the knights. You met with them today, and they got along pretty well. For Yi's inquiry, Krolo did the same. His tone was also flat, as if nothing could attract his attention. Just asking, but it is his own team members. It seems that he doesn't care about auction items. In this regard, Yi continued to chat along his topic. It was still early, so we could talk slowly. Anyway, Xiao Xiao is no longer in his hands now. Fortunately, occasionally playing the game of Meteor Street is full of memories. The other side. Inside the abandoned church. All members of the brigade gathered. Wojin's figure is also among them. This may be related to the blood vine that Yi brought. But even if Yi knew that the plot had changed, he wouldn't care. Crunch tilde. Hearing Yi's casual tone, Wojin crushed the stone in his hand. He played with the enemy under the hillside for so long, just to attract the arrival of the yin beast, so as to obtain the whereabouts of the auction items. During this period, Yi came to the brigade and waited for the arrival of one of the yin beasts, and played poker with the other members. If that's it, it's no big deal. But the key knight was the yin beast member who was carrying the auction item, which made people uncomfortable. Relying on the first-hand information, there was a slap in the face of the Phantom Brigade. Before cutting Hu, there was still Face playing poker with the other members of the brigade, and the two together were like playing the Phantom Brigade as corn. Such behavior simply blows the nest up. Shish tilde. Krolo turned around, made a booing gesture at Wojin, and pointed to the phone, indicating that he was still on the phone. Helpless, Wojin could only hold back his anger and looked at the knights and the others beside him. Seeing Wojin looking at himself, the knight felt a little embarrassed. After all, before the accident, he invited Yi to play poker. In this regard, the knight also expressed his innocence. You were all born in Meteor Street, why is your heart so dark? It can be said to play with me, eat my food, and finally bully me. Beside the knight, there are the ashamed Shouty and the annoyed Phaeton. Shouty did not expect that he would be deceived in his first activity. Phaeton was angry that he believed Yi so easily. Only Nobunaga, Maggie, and Franklin were expressionless. It doesn't seem to care about this. A soft ring came from the phone. Why, what happened to you, do you need my help? The cold voice seemed a little curious about the movement just now. This made Wojin in the distance even more annoyed. Relax, I won't be in danger here. Speaking of which, Yi, do you have a commission now? Crollo ignored it as much as possible and changed the subject by the way. No, the latest commission has been completed, and there is no commission now. In that case, I have a commission, I don't know if you are interested. A soft smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As a killer, there is no reason to refuse the commission. At this moment, Crollo seemed to have regained control of the rhythm in his own hands. However, no, I'm not interested. Come to Yukishin to relax, and have no plans to continue taking orders. Yi's icy voice also represented his attitude at this time. Although it is true that he is a killer, it does not mean that he does not have his own rest time. After completing many tasks in a row, the feeling of exhaustion has already spread all over his body, but the rest time has been delayed again and again, and it has been directly delayed until now. Crollo's expression froze. It seems that since the separation, something happened to Yi that he didn't know about. At least the attitude towards him is more casual than before. Is it an illusion? After a moment of silence, Crollo spoke again. Well, the commission is very simple, it just requires you to follow us in the coming week. Reward, with a dark sonata, how about that? The other side. On the way back to the hotel. The voice reached Yi's ears through the phone. The action of preparing to hang up stopped, and the pace of walking began to slow down until it completely stood in place. Dark sonata. Okay, but only for a maximum of 3 days, and needs to be paid in advance. As for the dark sonata, Yi was a little curious about it. Now that he has collected a score, he doesn't mind adding another. Inside the abandoned church. A soft smile hung on his face. Yi's information is too rich, which can be known from the first contact between the two. This time, the cut hustle shows this even more. Rather than letting him dangle outside at will, it is better to take it with him until the event is over. In 3 days, Crollo had the confidence to retrieve the auction item. Chapter 122 _ Yukishin's night is too long. Roar and howl. From time to time permeates this sinful capital. A luxury hotel meeting room. 10 men of different looks sat around for a meeting. One photo after another was placed in front of them. If Yi saw it, he would realize that this was the gang of yin beasts he had seen before. The yin beasts, except for the owl, have all been wiped out, compared to everyone who has already received the news. Silent for a long time. An old voice broke the silence. You must know that yin beasts are the strongest capable troops under our command. Even they were almost wiped out. It can be seen that the strength of the enemy is strong this time. He raised the photo in front of him and gestured to the other 9. After hearing these words, the other man couldn't help but ask. Dunlop, what do you mean? Just leave it alone. It's not just about the auction, it's more about the face. The face. As if a precedent had been set, the others spoke up one after another. That's right, the most important thing is face. This time, 14 families sent a pursuit force, but only members of the Nasla family survived, and even the yin beast was left alone. I heard that only one person was sent across. If we don't handle this incident well, we will lose all our face in the dark world. Words of a few people. All heard by the original old man. He began to close his eyes and thinking about the gains and losses of eliminating the phantom troop. His fingers tapped the table in front of him from time to time. Make a crisp sound. Quite a while. His eyes snapped open, and from the firm look in his eyes, it could be seen that he had made a decision. Since the phantom troop doesn't give us face, then we don't need to worry about anything. An old voice came out of his mouth. But the courage in it cannot be worn away by age. Hire killers, hire the world's famous killers with abilities, and use them to deal with those guys in the phantom troop. I don't believe that a mere A-level gang of thieves can compare to the famous killers in the world. After thinking about it, the other figures said they had no objection to this decision. Seeing this situation, the old man's expression of satisfaction appeared on his face. Then, since everyone agrees with my decision, it's better to recommend a few killers to each other. I think everyone has some experience with this. Next, a series of names were reported. Table code. Yi Lu. ... Those who beat the enemy Haka, please come here. The killer caught by Xiao Xiao today is also quite strong. Please invite him too. 10 minutes later. A form with lists of dozens of people was sent out. Then, the content about the phantom troop has come to an end. Let's start the site selection of the second auction. The old voice sounded again. Dash 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 dash. The sky is bright. The sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, spilling into the room at night. The figure who meditated cross-legged and closed his eyes on the bed was also awakened by this warm light. It's dawn. Feeling the slowly increasing strength on his body, Yi Qi got up to wash up. The increase of blood vine is not a one-time increase, but more of a subtle increase in the body. These 3 days. Even if there is no night to exercise. Consolidating the growing Reiatsu just by meditating, this also surpassed the results of his practice in the past month. Had breakfast. Leave the hotel and head towards the Phantom Troop base. This time, I didn't fly directly. Since it is a rest, it is also an option to take a walk all the way. Half an hour later. The figure of the abandoned church has been reflected in the night. At the top of the church, there is Wo Jin with a look on his face. Judging from the breath on his body, he should be ready to fight. But when he saw that it was Yi Shi, the excitement on his face disappeared instantly. Dissatisfaction is directly portrayed on the face. In this regard, Yi remembered Cube's replica, which seemed to have the function of a circle, which could tell him the surrounding environment of the replica. This ability is somewhat similar to that of a cat-reading beast. Both can have a circle effect on the extension of the mind. I ignored Wo Jin and continued to walk in the direction of the abandoned church. And Wo Jin's figure disappeared quickly after seeing Yi, presumably to communicate with other members. After a while, when I came to the main entrance of the abandoned church, a few malicious breaths were waiting there. Ignore it. Go straight to the center of the church. The entrusted object this time is the head of the Phantom Troop, Krollo, who has nothing to do with the other members. Before seeing the client, Yi didn't want to conflict with anyone for the time being. Come to the center of the church. Krollo was watching with a book in his hand. Judging by the bloodshot eyes in his eyes, he probably read the book all night without sleep. Yo tilde Yi. Beside Krollo, there are Knight, Shouty, Franklin, Maggie and others. See the knight come. The knight greeted him as always. It was as if yesterday's events never happened. You're here, it seems time flies so fast. Hearing the knight's greeting, Krollo, who was reading a book, seemed to have reacted and closed the book in his hand. Say hello to Yi. Delegation, and commission remuneration. It's a pity that Yiki just wants to hurry up and start his commission now. Coupe de Lise, Lolo's smile didn't change, it was still as soft. Of course, the entrusted remuneration is paid in advance, which we negotiated yesterday, and I will naturally not break my promise. Left hand outstretched. A red book appeared in his hand at some point. Wow tilde. The pages kept flipping and eventually stopped on one page. On this page is a photo of a female capable person and information about her abilities. Marcus. Age, 51. Persons with the ability to manifest kinship. Abilities. Marcus's cosmetic bag. Ability status. Not dead. Ability introduction. Realize a palm-sized cosmetic bag. You will find that this cosmetic bag can never be filled with hooks. Pink cosmetic bags appear out of thin air. P.S. The person is on the train going home. The update time cannot be determined, and only one chapter can be updated first and the remaining 4 chapters are sent in the morning. Chapter 123 _ Marcus's makeup bag. This is an ability that Krollo stole while traveling around the world. The Able is an old woman who is very famous in the local area. It is locally famous for having an inexhaustible cosmetic bag. After hearing the rumor of the old woman, Krollo became curious about her legend. When I came to the town where the old woman was, and confirmed that it was a real thing, I easily stole this ability into my hands. Although the color does not match his own temperament. And this ability is somewhat in conflict with the ability of Shouty. But I have to say, this ability is really good. Not only did it solve the problem of loading treasures when leaving the ruins, but it was also equivalent to adding an infinite package to himself. A pink cosmetic bag floats in the air. Krollo reached out and took it off. Not long. A tightly packed box was handed to Yi. Yi opened it up for inspection in front of Krollo. Without any hesitation, the two of them are entrusted with the entrusted relationship at the moment, like the Dark Sonata. Such precious items, of course, must be checked in person. Krollo didn't care about that. Such a cautious character can live a long time in this world. Quite a while. With the sound of the box closing, Yi's breath slowly calmed down. Yes, it's genuine. Put the box on the inside of your clothes. Since Krollo has shown his sincerity, Yi doesn't mind telling him something, which is not important to Yi, but important to Krollo. The Yin Beast, the owl with the auction item, is still in Ukexan City. As for revealing consignment information. Don't be kidding, who cares about this stuff, not to mention that for Yi, it's just the same task conditions as Dark Sonata. Who cares about his life and death? Krollo's face became warm. Obviously, Yi's extra news was not bad for him. Thank you for your information, then for the next 3 days, please follow me and be dispatched at any time. Just message to message. At this time, he was Yi's employer, so he naturally had to make good use of these 3 days. It doesn't matter, it is within the scope of the entrusted content, as long as the requirements do not exceed my bottom line. In response, Yi pressed down the black top hat on his head. It's just the number of dispatches, only once is enough. After all, although Dark Sonata is precious, it cannot reach the point where Ling Yi betrayed himself. This point, Krollo should also be clear. This is a condition that neither of them said, but they knew very well. The members of the brigade who were watching around, saw that the cooperation had been achieved, and the hostility that was originally caused by Yi taking their target slowly dissipated. No matter what disputes have arisen before, after becoming a partner, it will all come to nothing. This is the rule of the Phantom Troop. It's like one of 2 ways to be a member of a brigade. Kill the original member and replace it. Regardless of the relationship of the other members to the slain member, the existence of the new member must be acknowledged and there must be no conflict. Cut, it's really hot. Wojin looked at Yi who came to wait around for his team members. Force yourself to suppress the anger in your heart. Well anyway, Yi can be regarded as one of our people now, and it is useless to worry about the previous things. The kind-hearted knight appeared next to Wojin again. And compared to Yi, you are now more about finding ways to drink more beer and relieve yourself, otherwise those bugs will hatch in your bladder, and then boom. While talking about Wojin's status quo, the knight made a gesture in his hand. Obviously, he knew all about the situation Wojin might face next. Cut, if it weren't for the toxins and bugs, the chainsman who attacked yesterday would not have easily escaped. Hearing the ridicule of the knight, Wojin was also annoyed. Yi did not know when, got close to the two and listened to their conversation about what happened after he left. Although Yi didn't care, it was necessary to collect information in time. Go on, I'm curious. Looking at the two people who stopped talking because of their own arrival, Yi motioned for them to continue. Cut. Wojin spat to the side, clearly angry about what happened yesterday. Ma tilde just after you left yesterday, the yin beast started to fight with Wojin. You didn't see it. The situation was really like a gorilla fighting a little ant. The knight didn't care at all, and said what happened yesterday carelessly. As a result, he was suddenly pulled to the ground by a yin beast, and he was injected with toxins that made him immobile. It was at this time that he was buried by another yin beast with a leech that exploded his bladder. Yi nodded from time to time to show that he was listening carefully. Although all of this is no different from the performance in the original book, it is enough for Yi to collect a lot of information. Just the next moment, the news that the knight said began to not match his memory. At the end, when we were about to wash out the poison for him, suddenly a chain shot out from the place where you and Maggie had found the capable person before, tying the nest tightly. Thanks to what you found out before, Phaeton and Nobunaga were vigilant there for a while, and cut the chain off before Wojin was taken away. Narrated here. The knight's face became serious. We already know that there is someone with power lying in ambush there, but he can still touch Wojin without knowing it. Obviously, according to the ability of this chain hand, he has the ability to threaten the safety of the brigade. We don't know how many chain hands there are in the gang. Therefore, we need to act more cautiously than before in our next actions. Listen to the analysis of the knight. Yi had to admire his ability. With Kurapika alone, many conclusions can be drawn. It can only be said that it is indeed the only existence in the brigade who can replace Krollo to lead the spider. Pop. Krollo got up and clapped his hands. Instruct everyone to look at themselves. Chapter 124 _ Krollo got up and clapped his hands. Instruct everyone to keep their eyes on themselves. This moment, everyone's eyes are subconsciously cast on Krollo . Yi was alone, closing his eyes and thinking about something. Since we now know who is capable of taking away the auction items, our next action is to find this yin beast called Owl and bring back all the auction items he took away. Krollo ignored Yi's contemplative look. Begin to give orders to his team members. If you encounter such a chain hand on the way to find the owl, don't show mercy, just kill it. The soft smile has not changed in the slightest. It was as if the order he had given was as simple as a daily conversation. There is nothing special about it. This is the daily life of spiders, killing and bloody. For this, Yi didn't have the slightest resentment. Perhaps it was his 2-year career as a killer that made him accustomed to killing, or the birth of his predecessor, Meteor Street, made him accustomed to death. Night 1 at this moment. It unexpectedly matched the Phantom Troop. After Krollo's order was issued, everyone in the brigade began to look for people they were familiar with to form a team and prepare to go out on a mission. As for the knight, on the other hand, they waited quietly in the abandoned church with nothing to do. Stay here quietly for 3 days, or replace it with a chance to get out. This is Yi's deal with Krollo. Obviously, this time, Krollo didn't intend to waste it here. I closed my eyes boringly, ready to meditate to pass the time. It's a pity. I didn't expect that the green fruit that was only half ripe at the beginning turned out to be fully grown. It's really surprising ... A perverted fruit farmer. Like Yi, he did not choose to go out, but also stayed at the brigade's base. Before eating the fruit you've been fascinated with for years, try an appetizer. Seems like a good option too. After enduring it for so long, he no longer wanted to endure it any longer. At this moment, he was already staring at Yi. I just said why such a good card was drawn today. It seems that even fate seems to be cheering for our encounter. Hisoka's slender eyes stared at Yi coldly. The thoughts on his body rushed in the direction of Yi. This moment. The thoughts on his body were like scarlet blood, and a faint smell of blood permeated the surroundings. Obviously, during the years of killing, his killing intent has gradually merged with his own thoughts. Facing Hisoka's thoughts, Yi just frowned. For Yi, this level of bloody smell is not enough to affect him at all. Just being provoked, you can't pretend to be ignorant and ignore it. The substantive killing intent that erupted from his body instantly charged towards Hisoka. Boom ... The killing intent of the two kept squeezing and colliding. The walls of the abandoned church split into countless cracks in an instant. The abandoned house shook tremblingly. The old wooden boards on the ground are even more fragmented. The situation of the confrontation soon changed. Yi's substantive killing intent crushed Hisoka without any suspense. The substantial smell of blood permeates the abandoned church. After only supporting for less than a second, Hisoka's killing intent was defeated. A bloody ocean appeared behind Yi. Countless monsters struggled in it, trying to escape the terrifying sea of blood. But the final result, without exception, all sink here again. And Hisoka himself appeared in that sea of blood at some point. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. In the face of this kind of killing intent that makes ordinary people collapse. Hisoka laughed out loud instead. Flushing covered his face. This substantial killing intent not only did not obliterate his will. On the contrary, it further stimulated his desire to fight Yaiki. The first time I met you, it seems that I was experimenting with hunters. It's amazing to have grown to this level in such a short period of time. His hands were twisted around him. Hisoka had suppressed the desire for a long time at this moment, and it burst out completely. Even ignoring Yi's substantive killing intent. Accompanied by frantic laughter, he hurried towards Yi, and two playing cards appeared between his hands. Yi was surprised that a person of this level of ability of Hisoka was able to ignore his own killing intent. This was somewhat unexpected to him. But that didn't mean he was afraid of Hisoka. The difference in level between the two can be measured not only by a single killing intent. Did not get up. He just raised his hand and aimed at Hisoka, who was running towards him. The 61 Binding Path 6 Stand Light Prison. 6 rays of light appeared out of nowhere and locked Hisoka's movements, forcing him to stop. 62 Boundaries. 100 Steps Longan. A rod of light then split into multiple rods to catch Hisoka, pinning him to the wall of the abandoned church. 0. 63 of the Tao of Binding, binding with a lock bar. The moment Hisoka was pinned to the wall, a thick snake-like chain wrapped around him, immobilizing him. Quality 3. Directly force Hisoka to end this uninteresting farce. The killing intent slowly dissipated. Yaiki put down his raised right hand. Close your eyes again and meditate. After a few minutes, Krollo, EPUB, and Flailev came to investigate because of the violent changes in the church. Hisoka hung on the wall, looking like a bundle of flowers. It caught the eyes of the three of them. Look at this never-before-seen ability. Krollo's eyes leaked with interest. Captain, do you want to help Hisoka? It's really surprising. Hisoka's strength ranking in the brigade has been able to rank in the top 5. But it was so miserable that it was hung on the wall and unable to move. Seeing such a miserable Hisoka, Flailev subconsciously asked Krollo. Inquiry for flaking Lev. Krollo didn't pay attention to it, just put his eyes on Yaiki, who closed his eyes and meditated in the distance. Before the three came, there were only Yi and Hisoka. Who made Hisoka look like this? At a glance. After 3 hours, the restraint will automatically untie. A cold voice came out of Yi's mouth. Son. Chapter 125 _ Hisoka's runaway. Unexpectedly. After all, judging from his character, he would have the opportunity to fight the long-awaited Chrollo. You shouldn't lose your mind so easily. But Yi didn't know, after finishing the battle with Xiaoji, Hisoka met a duel that made him vent his desire to fight. The desire to fight lingered in my heart. I don't know how long it took. This time, when he saw Yi, a rare ripe fruit, it was almost difficult for him to suppress it. And Yi's substantive killing intent was the last straw that overwhelmed his sanity. The collision of killing intent and killing intent further stimulated his fighting intent. Only then did he ignore the environment he was in at this time, and recklessly launched an attack on Yi. If it were in normal times, it is estimated that 150 would retire because of fear of Yi's killing intent. After all, although he likes to fight, he will not fight a mortal duel. It was for this reason that Yi didn't kill him. With only 3 restraints, Hisoka's actions were restrained. With Yi's current strength, if he really wanted to kill him, the battle would have ended the moment Hisoka released his killing intent. About this, Chrollo also noticed. Although he himself was not at the first scene of the battle. 1 or 2 can also be analyzed from the state of Hisoka and Yi. Hisoka had lost consciousness at this time, but he still held a poker for attacking in his hands. Obviously, the moment he launched his attack, the battle was over. Before he could react, Yi had already restrained him and even knocked Hisoka out of consciousness. As for Yi, it was judged based on his actions at this time and the changes in the surrounding dust. He didn't even stand up, and ended the battle with that inexplicable restraint ability. Such a terrifying and unknown ability made Chrollo's interest in Yi continue to rise. Pursuing the unknown is a common problem for people like him who like to read. He, Chrollo Rusulu, was naturally not surprised. It's just a different character than Hisoka, who directly expresses his inner thoughts. Chrollo is a spider. Likes to weave a good net, waiting for the prey to fall into his trap step by step until it is completely swallowed by him. Looking at Yaiki, who closed his eyes and meditated in the distance. The corner of Chrollo's mouth slowly evoked a smile. At this moment, compared to those auction items, he is more curious about what Yi has experienced in the past year. It can make him grow at such an exaggerated speed to a level that even he needs to look up to. That's right. At the moment when he realized that Hisoka was easily solved by Yi, Chrollo has already analyzed the fact that Yi's current strength far exceeds his own. But this is not something that is difficult for Chrollo to accept. As a capable person, Chrollo's thoughts do not penetrate. All he relied on was to perfectly digest and absorb the various abilities he had stolen. Used in conjunction with other abilities. It can be said that his fighting style itself is different from that of Yoichi. So Chrollo didn't care about that. Some thoughts have been used in place, and even if it is an enemy that is dozens or hundreds of times stronger than him, Chrollo has the confidence to solve it. I'm a little curious, what is the power that Yoichi uses? As the head of the spider, when he saw such a practical and rare ability, the idea of greed arises spontaneously. It's a pity that Yi is already his own temporary, at this time, and he can't start. I'm really curious to be able to see Yi in full strength one day. Thinking of it, Chrollo turned and left. Now that the cause of the church shaking has been determined, Yi has no plans to kill Hisoka. There is no need to stay here any longer. Chrollo's departure also took Kube and Flake Lev away. The interior of the abandoned church has once again restored the tranquility it should have. Only the occasional sound of breathing rang out in this tranquility. The other side. Yi didn't know that Xiaoji and Chiji Rexuo, who had separated from him yesterday, have now set their sights on the Phantom Brigade team that went out to find the trace of Owl. Maggie and Finks, the two of them were casually wandering the streets. Stop and go. Finally stopped in a shopping mall and waited leisurely under the gazebo. Before leaving the base, the two knew that their information had been published on the internet by the gang. The two of them walked down the street so swaggeringly, in order to attract those in the know who might know the information about the owl or the chain hand. Although not sure about the gains. But compared to doing nothing, this method at least has a chance of catching some gluttonous fish. Thinking of this, Maggie raised her hand and brushed the hair around her ear. In a slightly invisible way, he probed around. 10 minutes later, a pair of young men and women sat behind them. It was as if they were discussing plans to have fun next. It's just a small camera, but it sneaks out from between the two of them. Gotcha tilde. Accompanied by the inaudible sound of the camera, the photo of the two of them was transmitted to Leo Lee's mobile phone. Doesn't matter. Just leak the information arbitrarily like this. He raised his glass and took a sip of ice water. Finks asked indifferently. The actions of this pair of young men and women were queried by the two from the very beginning. If it weren't for the purpose of catching the big fish behind them, the two of them would have been blown away by him. No matter, the real big fish hasn't appeared yet, just keep waiting. Maggie didn't choose to do it. The real behind-the-scenes messenger has not yet appeared, and only 2 bait insects to collect information are not enough for 2 people to shoot. 10 minutes later. The eyes of the two exchanged for a moment. Then he moved away as if nothing had happened. As if nothing ever happened. Is it coming? Well, here it is. Keep waiting, or... Wait, leaving in 10 minutes. I see. Xiaoji and Chi, who had just arrived at the scene, did not know that the information of the 3 had been exposed the moment they arrived. It can be said that with the 3 people who have only practiced the 4 major elements, it is very rare to be able to achieve the current situation. From the beginning, they found the wrong opponent. Chapter 126_. 10 minutes later. Maggie and Finks got up and left, like a couple coming home. Go far away. Xiaoji and Chi-Chi Rexuo, who were hiding in the 2nd floor, looked at each other and chased after them. The breath on his body has been completely hidden for some time. But they didn't mean that they had stepped into the trap woven by spiders at this moment. At the same time, the abandoned church hall where Yi Yi was located. The members of the brigade who went out to find someone began to return to the base. At the same time, a man who was not humanoid, Shouty, carried his trouser legs all the way back. Owl. The task was handed in by Yi Yi only yesterday, and was caught by the brigade again today. And the members of the brigade who went out and returned, saw the appearance of Hisoka being nailed to the wall, and they all showed their expressions of watching the play. No, shocked. Wow, ha ha ha. Hisoka, have you been attacked? Why do you look like this? When Wojin returned to the base, he couldn't stop laughing at the bound appearance of Hisoka. At the meeting place, he had been annoyed by Hisoka being late for 14 years. But the regulations prohibiting infighting among the members forced him to have no way to relieve the fire. The appearance of Hisoka now finally gave him a good sigh of relief. Cut, green apples are growing too fast to enjoy. Hisoka's consciousness had already recovered within 2 hours. At the same time, he is also curious about his current appearance. After several attempts, he has only broken 2 restraints now, and before the last restraint was broken, the members of the brigade came back one after another. This embarrassment has also been seen. Of course, Hisoka didn't mind being seen like this. It's just that Yi Yi grew up too fast and couldn't enjoy the battle well. Well, according to Yi Yi, this bondage only exists for 3 hours. When Yi Yi opened his mouth, Fellev was also present. So know the specific time when the bondage is released. 3 hours. What an amazing ability, it's the first time I've seen it. The knight came to Hisoka's side and looked at his ability to restrain him. Gradually, more and more members of the brigade came over and looked at Hisoka's abilities. Ukexin suburbs. Near a building group not far from the abandoned church. How is it, Qi Yanjin? Look at the two phantom troop members in sight. Xiaoji, who was hiding in the building, was a little nervous at this time. For fear that he would leak a breath of air and be noticed by the two people in the distance. I don't know whether this is an appointment or lure us into a trap. What do you think is the situation? Hiding in another building, Qi Xin Xuanwei now became more and more dangerous. There was even a desire to retreat in his heart. Before that, he wanted to know what Xiaoji was thinking. Luring us. They must have found out. Here Chimuji. Xiaoji's face gradually got cold sweat. He could never imagine how he was exposed. It's all possible, but at least our location hasn't been discovered yet, and even if they want to lure us, they don't know where we are now. We can only find a way to lead us out, so many flaws were deliberately leaked. Qi Argon is brilliant in Xiaoji. He was nurtured with the goal of being a killer since he was a child, and he was exposed to a lot of knowledge of tracking and being tracked. Under the guidance of this knowledge, he will not lose his mind at this moment. As long as you continue to maintain the status quo, whether it is to continue to track, or choose to flee, he was sure to keep going. It's just Xiaoji, don't worry about Kixing. After thinking about it, he added another sentence. We will continue to observe in secret and wait for their next move. It's just that Ang Jiyu sighed in a low voice when he heard the phone ringing among the two members of the brigade outside. This moment, even he was a little nervous. Xiaoji, hang up first and observe them carefully. If there is any unnatural feeling in their expressions and actions, remember to run away immediately, as soon as you hear my phone ringing. Pity. The strange screen. Ang Jiyu waved his happiness and found the two members of the brigade outside, and instantly changed the direction of his gaze. Exposed. As soon as the thought in his mind came out, his body subconsciously turned around and prepared to escape. But just as he turned around, a short man wearing a mask appeared behind him. Look around in a circle from left to right, and the thoughts under your feet condense. Quickly ran around the house, trying to escape. It's a pity that this time he met the top 3 flying tanks in the brigade. Just a flash. Phaeton's figure had already appeared behind him. One grabbed the neck, making the others completely unable to move. Cut, if it wasn't for the information, you'd be dead by now. The tone of Chief Phaeton, who was not moving, was full of disdain. He just learned the garbage of the 4 majors, and even followed the phantom troop, which made him want to laugh in his heart. Yo tilde Phaeton, why are you here? Xiaoji hiding in another building. Also received the same treatment. Maggie and Pike Norda, who appeared out of nowhere, surrounded him. Completely cut off the pace of escape. Inside the abandoned church. With a flash of flickering, the rope holding Hisoka suddenly shattered. Hisoka's body also fell from the posture fixed to the wall toward the ground. But it was nothing to him. He rolled over in the air and stood firmly on the ground. Then he started to move his body. The other members, after seeing this ability disappear on time, exclaimed again. Yi frowned slightly, feeling that he had forgotten something important. Tilde. Just at this moment, a footstep sounded from outside the door, interrupting Yi's thoughts. Crunch tilde. The wooden door is opened from the outside. The last few members returned with their own gains. Yi, Hisoka, Xiaodi, Wojin, Nobunaga and others. Immediately cast his eyes. Looking at the 2 people who were caught, Yi finally remembered what he had forgotten. Xiaoji and Kijijiao were urged by aunts. Even eating the blood vine will not change the fate of being caught. Chapter 127 _ Abandoned church for many years. At this moment, it is particularly lively because of the spiders. In particular, Xiaoji and Kiju Dumpling said that Mu Chaochu added more fire to this excitement. 2 confused faces. After looking around, I found quite a few familiar faces. Yi, Hisoka, and the girl who wrestled their arms the day before. Although I don't know why these three are here. But Yi and Hisoka could help him and Xiaoji escape. Pretending not to know is the best thing to do at the moment. It's a pity that not everyone has a mind as sharp as his. Ah. Xiaoji, who is under the control of Pike Norda. When I saw these familiar faces, I subconsciously made a surprised sound. Surprised that they are here. Hisoka joins the Phantom Troop, which is surprising but not surprising. He could not have imagined that Yi would be here alone. An unacceptable thought suddenly popped into his mind. Yi is also a member of the Phantom Troop. Once this idea popped up, it was out of control. Yeah, Ting Yungu teacher and Chi Pei fell. Yi is a person from the dark world. If it is him, it is indeed possible to join the Phantom Troop. Anger and remorse completely filled his brain. At this moment, he was even disgusted by the fact that he ate the blood vine that Yi brought. The anger in his heart made him forget his current situation. Asshole. In the direction of Yi, he subconsciously cursed out a voice. His move caught everyone's attention. Although he didn't know who this kid was scolding, he obviously knew someone in his group. Finks instantly appeared beside Xiaoji and pressed him to the ground. He is hot-tempered, but no matter who this kid knows. Now that they have come to their territory, they dare to be so arrogant. Chioxime vinegar malarial words chimney obediently judging D-mail close HoloLens bracket Shuan cried out in worry. He can only do so much. The moment Xiaoji was pressed to the ground, Pike Norda, who was beside him, also took action. When the left hand grabbed Chi Jinai, a pistol appeared on the right hand at some point, and it was pressing against the back of his head at this moment. As long as he is moved, the next moment will break his brain. What, have you met someone you know? Nobunaga, who was looking at him from a distance, looked at Xiaoji curiously. Judging from the appearance of this rectum, there is a high probability that he is also a person with the ability to strengthen the system. Xiaoji didn't answer. Just staring in the direction of Yi. The ordinary Chiguo Zonganuo Weishuan wanted to explain, but the pistol behind him was a bit closer, making him unable to open his mouth. At the critical moment, the gun against the mouth of the Chihena fan. The two of them should have seen Yi. According to the information I just found, they are similar to Yi's junior brother, and they only ate the blood vine replica that Yi brought yesterday. The purpose of their tracking of Maggie and Finks is for a high bounty, and they don't know the information about the chain hand. Take control of the stunted time. Her left hand was also placed on Chuna Kushi to get more information. And Chi Kushao blew the blame, and the information about Yi automatically appeared in Tang Huo's mind. This gave Pike Norda an opportunity to explore his memory. Cut. Is it Yi? I was really happy for nothing. I heard that the two were related to Yi. All the members turned their eyes away boringly. Their targets were only the owls who took away the auction items and the chain hands who secretly attacked. Yi is now equivalent to a collaborator of the brigade. If the two little ghosts and Yi turned their faces for the sake of money, it would not be worth it. Hey hey. Yi, how did you teach these two little bastards? It's too brainless to ignore life for the mere billions of nuns. The knight came directly to Yi, patted his shoulder and laughed. For Xiaoji and Chi now ran, the mechanical sedan is stretched. It's just about money and not life. Ma tilde. After all, for two little devils, billions of ringworms should be quite a lot. Maybe they just want to buy a toy. Nobunaga beside him, although he did not laugh as exaggeratedly as the knight, but the constant shrugging of his shoulders also showed his mood at this time. For people like Phantom Troop and Yi, money is the most worthless thing. As long as they want, they can get tens of billions of nuns at any time. Listen to the laughter beside you. Yi didn't care. Xiaoji and Qi Xian retreated from Yan Xian's laziness and did not cause any loss to him. Gift the blood vine replica, just because the 24-hour time limit is approaching. Instead of wasting it, I don't know how to maximize it. And you can handle these two by yourself, don't worry about me. To be honest, the performance of the pair at night was a little disappointing. He clearly knew that he was tracking two enemies whose strength far surpassed him, but he only cared about the front and the back. Now this situation appears, all because of the recklessness of the two. If it was Yi, I wouldn't show up at all until I collected detailed information. Che, your reaction is so boring. Several people laughed for a long time, just to see Yi's performance. As a result, such a sentence came lightly, which made their Deli's interest disappear instantly. The next moment, the interest that had just dissipated was instantly rekindled. I remember that this kid beat Shouty when he was wrestling with Shouty the day before yesterday. Faden glanced at Xiaoji, who had an angry face. Lightly dropped such a sentence. He walked in the direction of the stand. So much time wasted without any news of the chain hand. If you don't have some fun, this trip is a waste of time. Wrench your wrist hey. Kid, come and wrench your wrist with me. Nobunaga in the distance stroked his beard. He turned aside Wojin, who was beside him, and looked at Xiaojigu, who was controlled by Finks. A smile emerged from his face. Since I can't play Wojin, it seems good to find a kid to play with. Anyway, let them do whatever they want on the night, it's not too much to play arm wrestling . Chapter 128 _ Clap tilde clap tilde clap tilde. The sun was setting, and the afterglow shone on the walls of the abandoned church. A few faint beams of light passed through the glass and fell into the church. Two figures stood on the left and right of a table. Pa tilde sounded continuously. It came from here. Crack tilde. The clenched right hand was smashed heavily on the table again. Blood slowly flowed out from the back of the hand. Once, 10 times, 100 times. Forgotten. Xiaoji has forgotten how many times he lost arm wrestling. All I know is that my right hand is constantly raised, forced, and smashed onto the table. Pain. His right hand has already lost consciousness, and he can still lift it at this moment, relying on his own perseverance. No matter how many times he lost, he didn't want to just admit defeat. The firmness in his eyes has never changed since the beginning. Perhaps it was the clear eyes that made Nobunaga wrestle with him again and again. The arm wrestling game has been won once, twice, or even 10 times or 20 times. There is a sense of achievement in winning. But it's late in the game. By the time you have won 30, 40, or 50 times, victory seems to have become inevitable. The game is lost interest. But the unyielding will in Xiaoji's eyes prompted Nobunaga to continue the game. At this moment, the battle between the two has risen from arm wrestling to a competition of wills. If you don't continue to play arm wrestling, you will lose yourself. In this competition of wills, Nobunaga chose to persevere. The people in the brigade in the distance yawned as they watched this scene. It's acceptable to watch it for a while, but after a long time, even they will feel bored. The knight and Maggie discussed for a moment. Seems to be arguing about something. In the end, even the method of throwing silver coins was used to resolve the contradiction. After a while. Hey Yi, what are you going to eat? Maggie and I are going to buy food. The knight appeared beside Yi with a proud face, and it was obvious that he had won the silver coin toss just now. Don't worry about me, I'll deal with it myself. Slowly opening his eyes, he got up and moved his body. For eating, Yi's needs are not high, as long as they can replenish their physical strength, they are acceptable. Hearing Yi's answer, the knight didn't hesitate at all. Feel embarrassed. In a group like the Phantom Troop, there are always a few misfits. After so many years together, he has long been accustomed to such an attitude. It's just one more night, and it doesn't affect his mood at all. At this moment, the knight even has leisure to continue chatting with Yi. Really? Then we'll go buy our own food, don't be hungry then. Unfortunately. He's not finished yet. Knight's cell phone rang. Ignoring the knight next to him, Yi took out his phone from his trouser pocket. Open black lens bracket Boss Arthur close black lens bracket. Number 1, there is an urgent task that needs you to take over. Arthur's voice came from the phone. Yi's brows furrowed slightly in his commanding tone of command. Is it because he gave too much of his good face that Arthur mistakenly thought that he was just an ordinary killer under him? The kind that can be dispatched at any time. Yi didn't care about the entrustment made 2 days ago. But this time the tone was still the same, and Yi was not in his eyes. The 10 old men have invited major well-known killers to deal with the gang of thieves who sabotaged this auction. Arthur didn't know what Yi was thinking. Continue to tell the content of the task. It's a pity that he didn't know that Yi was at the spider's stronghold at the moment. The moment the task content came out from the phone, the eyes of all the spiders subconsciously looked towards Yi. And Krollo, who disappeared for a long time. His figure appeared from nowhere. Going straight to Yi's side, he listened to the request from Arthur's mouth openly. Tomorrow night there will be a rerun of the underground auction at the Cemetery building, and members of the Phantom Troupe may show up again. 10 old men hide and entrust major well-known killers to deal with these members of the Phantom Troupe. Number 1, your name is also on the invited list. I hope you can take this commission, please. For a long time. Just when Arthur thought Yi was going to refuse, a cold voice finally reached his ears through the phone. I see, I'll be at the Cemetery building on time tomorrow afternoon. My heart that had been nervous for a long time was finally relieved. Yes, in this way, number 8 will also be entrusted with supporting you. If you have any needs, you can apply to the Ukexan branch, and they will meet your requirements to the greatest extent possible. This time, I will trouble you. Calm down. Arthur also seemed to realize that his previous tone was wrong. Started to use some irrelevant conditions to try to pull back Yi's goodwill towards him. For number 1, a killer who is valued by the above. Arthur had to please. Drop tilde. The phone is hung up. Yi looked at Krollo beside him. He seemed to be asking why he was asked to take over this commission. At present, the Krollo commission in hand has not been completed, and he has no idea of taking other tasks. Therefore, I am ready to reject the 10 old man's entrustment this time. But just as he was about to refuse, Krollo's mouth kept changing. Take this assignment. Being proficient in spoken language made him see what Krollo wanted to convey. It was precisely because of Krollo's move that Yi took over the commission. Looking at Yi's eyes, Krollo knew that he needed to give a satisfactory answer. In response, Krollo showed an apologetic smile. At the same time, the thief's extreme intention is recondensed in the hand. Wow. The pages keep turning. On this page is a photo of a female capable person and information about her abilities. Marcus. Age, 51. Persons with the ability to manifest kinship. Abilities. Marcus's cosmetic bag. Ability status. Not dead. Ability introduction. Realize a palm-sized cosmetic bag, and you will find that this cosmetic bag can never be filled. Pink cosmetic bags appear out of nowhere. Reached out to the makeup bag. Another wooden box was taken out of it. This is an apology for the move just now. Chapter 129 _ Krollo took out a beautiful wooden box from her pink cosmetic bag. Handed it to the knight. This is the apology just now. A gentle voice and a sincere apology attitude are enough to make most people forgive his actions just now. Unfortunately, Yi was not among the majority of them. He took over the beautiful wooden box and opened it directly in front of Krollo. The familiar dark waves spread outward. Open black lens bracket dark sonata close black lens bracket. No, it's just one of the movements . Take the wooden box in your hand. His eyes were still staring at Krollo who was in front of him. Just one movement of dark sonata is not enough to convince, Yike. This can only be considered compensation. Wanting Yi to help the phantom troop in the 10 old man's commission requires more price. As for what the cost is, Krolo's heart naturally understood. Helplessly sighed. Yi, the type that doesn't suffer, is the type that Krolo dislikes the most, but is also the type that is best at dealing with. I don't like it, because there is not enough interest and will not be shot. Good at it, as long as you give enough benefits or conditions, you can persuade. 10 old men's commissions are included in my commission. The smile is still there, and he is not at a loss at this moment. Through the information on Yi's side, he learned the next action plan of the gang. And the approximate future action plan of the Chain Hand. Chain Hand is a member of the gangster, which has been confirmed. Since he is a member of the gang, there is a high probability that the 10 old men will not let go of his high-level combat power and avoid wasting resources. That is, tomorrow night's auction at the Cemetally building. There is a high probability that the Chain Hand who once attacked Wojin will appear. An unexpected call. Krolo learned a lot of information in an instant. 1. The auction will resume tomorrow afternoon. 2. At the same time as the auction, the 10 old men hired a large number of killers to solve the brigade. 3. There is a high probability that the Chain Hand will appear in the auction venue. It can be said that entrusting Yi to stay by his side is far beyond the value of the dark sonata in his heart. Hearing Krolo saying the answer he wanted, Yi did not continue to pursue his unauthorized claims. Get up, ignoring Xiaoji and Qian in the distance. Go outside the church. Although the content of this commission has become undercover, Yi still has to do it well. The auction will take place tomorrow night. Before that, he needs to find his partner. Inside the abandoned church, Krolo looked at Yi's gradually receding figure, and the soft smile on his face gradually disappeared. Take out your phone. Under the watchful eyes of all the members, they made a call. Since the 10 old men have the consciousness to attack the brigade, they should also be prepared to die. Is it an ill fan? It's me Krolo, commission, I will send you the content next, and the reward will make you satisfied. Krolo and Ilmi know each other. And the time to know each other is not short. Judging from the conversation between Ilmi and Hisoka, Krolo and Ilmi have a pretty good friendship. It's just that Ilmi and Hisoka have a better friendship than Krolo. This is also the reason why Ilmi easily turned into Hiso when Hisoka went to make a decision with the head of the regiment. Hang up. The corners of the mouth rose again. A web woven by spiders began to spread. Turning to look at Maggie. Then, before tomorrow's auction, please ask our 2 guests not to leave for now, please, Maggie. Look at Yi's face. He won't kill these 2 little devils, but he also won't let them leave today. When the event was over, it was time for the 2 to leave. Understood, Captain. Maggie stretched out a needle with a thread, and quickly tied the 2 little ones together. By the way, save Xiaoji from the arm wrestling game. The thread will not be untied until tomorrow night falls. Looking at the 2 people who were constantly struggling in front of them, a cold voice came from Maggie's mouth. She is not a soft girl like Xiaoji. Cold is her main style. With 2 hand knives down, Xiaoji and Qiangu Zixiu were in disaster. Flowers. Although the chanting thread will not be released until tomorrow night, judging from the level of noise between the 2, if they are not allowed to fall asleep, they will not have a good night's sleep to sleep. Don't go too hard all of a sudden, it's hard to say at Yi. Watching Maggie's action. The knight standing aside kindly reminded her. Just hearing the words of the knight, Ma Chi didn't respond, and Wojin, who was beside him, laughed. Yi said, let's solve it ourselves, even if we kill them, we won't say anything, right? Wojin from the enhancement department slapped the knight on the shoulder a little carelessly. I didn't notice the pain on the face of the knight when he was slapped. Che, even though Yi said this, does he really let you kill them? Now he has a commission with the head of the regiment. If something happens to these 2 little devils, it will probably affect our next actions. Dismantle each other. Seems to be fun between Nobunaga and Wojin. I saw Nobunaga laughing wildly, full of ridicule at Wojin's appearance that he couldn't see the situation clearly. There is absolutely no way that Wojin would be so sad when he died in the original book. In the distance, Wojin's face was flushed. He didn't think of what Nobunaga said at all, he just said something subconsciously. But at this time, he could not refute it. Just in time to see Nobunaga leaning against the table where he and Xiaoji were wrestling their wrists. Eyes lit up. Bastard Nobunaga, you have confidence in bullying the kid, right? Let's see what a real arm wrestler is. No chance for Nobunaga to refute. Jumped straight down from the stand. With a height of nearly 3 meters, while bringing him a wide frame, his weight is also soaring. Boom tilde. The entire abandoned church seemed to be shaking. Let me see how powerful you are with your arm that won the arm wrestling all afternoon. He grabbed Nobunaga's right hand. Tossed to the table. Wait. Nobunaga couldn't break free from Wojin's shackles, and was forced to start an arm wrestling match. The other members of the brigade laughed at Wojin bullying Nobunaga. Sun. Chapter 130_. Vertical Sun. There are still 3 hours until the auction starts. Yi, who found number 8, did not wander around, but went directly to the Cemetery building in the message. Although this time, because of Crollo, the nature of his work has changed. But the necessary information still needs to be collected. Hey number 1, it's alright to arrive at 1700 in the afternoon as notified in the message, and there is still an hour left. I haven't seen each other for 2 days, and number 8 forgot their identities again. It regained the way it had escaped. Wandering around, ignoring the people on the road who were attracted by her looks. For number 8's inquiry, Yi chose to remain silent. Pay attention to her, more nonsense will come out of her mouth. More times, Yi also gained experience. By the way, isn't the owl with the auction item captured again? The auction items from the 10 old men and the others will continue to be held in this auction. It is impossible to recollect new auction items for auction in just 2 days. Number 8 was not discouraged by Yi ignoring him. On the contrary, it is more vigorous. She was very interested in the auction that the 10 old men relaunched. I planned to participate in today's auction last year, but unfortunately, the appearance of the Phantom Troupe this year disrupted my plan. Otherwise I would already be holding my favorite auction item and enjoying afternoon tea at home leisurely. Quote. Hold hands behind head. I felt extremely saddened by the appearance of the Phantom Troupe. After hearing number 8 talk for a long time, he finally talked about a serious matter. Knight glanced at it. Open to explain. Our task is not only to solve the Phantom Troupe and recover the auction items, but also the requirements within the task. It's just that the 10 old men didn't say it clearly. The address and time of the auction will be chosen to be held at the location where it was previously attacked. Not only to provoke the Phantom Brigade, but more because the gang wants to show their strength. In their opinion, so many killers were invited to come. An A-level Phantom Brigade is not a trivial matter. The stolen auction items can also be retrieved naturally. Not only shows his risk to the outside world, but also can condense the minds of his subordinates that have begun to change. Among the 10 old men, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Unfortunately, being in the top all the year round makes them forget what revenge is. Since you 10 old men dare to issue a request to find someone to attack our Phantom Troupe, then don't blame us for entrusting killers to deal with you as well. You know, people are different. The difference between ordinary people and capable people is even more insurmountable. A few gang bosses who have no combat power, trying to kill the spider that has been active for many years, the Phantom Brigade, is really delusional. The area near the Cemetery building. Gangs have begun to guard, vigilant for any suspicious appearance. Pass the authorization certificate. Some underworld personnel specially drove the Night 1 and 8 to the door of the Cemetery building. Here, there is already a gangster brother waiting for the arrival of the 2 in advance. The two did not go directly to the room where the killers gathered. Start walking around the building. At the same time, all kinds of information are recorded in the brain, just in case. Behind the two, the gangster dutifully introduced various information about the building. Half an hour. All kinds of information about the building have been recorded in their minds. Turn to the assembly room. Crunch tilde. With the sound of the door opening, Yi and number 8 entered the room. Before the two of them, several killers had already assembled here in advance, and among them were two old rivals that Yi was familiar with. Yo tilde Yi, long time no see. Shiba beat the enemy and Juno beat the enemy. The moment he saw Yi, the old man's eyes changed and became much sharper. Shiba slowly closed his eyes. The two beating enemies entered the room and sat quietly beside them. Quietly looked at every killer who entered the room. Judge their strength. Unfortunately, nearly 10 killers came in. Most of them are trash, only 2 people let them take a little more look. Of course, it's just one more look. Although it is slightly stronger than other wastes, its essence is still waste. Regarding the evaluation of the two of them, the killers did not know. All I know is that this old man, who has been quiet since he came in, seems to know the new killer. I've given you my business card for a month, but you haven't come to Kukulu Mountain. It really makes the old man wait for a while. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Juno's body, filling Yi. The terrifying killing intent was mixed with strong evil thoughts. The atmosphere in the room instantly became weird and gloomy. The surrounding killers were shrouded in this terrifying killing intent. Breathing has become a luxury action. I'm so busy with work that I don't have time. Ignoring Junuo's killing intent, he took number 8 toward the direction of beating the two of them. But after completing this commission, I should be free to go to Kukulu Mountain. Find 2 benches and sit directly beside them. Me and Nitro, but we almost died, it's good to be alive. Casually talking about what happened recently. But the expression on his face was still indifferent and cold. The thrill of almost dying is completely invisible, making people think he's joking. Juno and Shiba knew that this was not a joke. With his current strength, there is no need to say such a joke to gain a sense of existence. Nitro, didn't expect you to be on a mission with him. Killing thoughts slowly retracted. Juno's eyes flickered slightly, thinking about something in his heart. Yi grew up too fast, somewhat beyond his expectations. The killers, who were shrouded in the thought of killing and unable to breathe, finally regained control over their bodies. Panting frantically. His eyes were full of fear for Juno. They couldn't imagine how many people had been killed to form such a terrifying killing intent. At the same time of fear, he is full of respect for Juno. The strong are respected wherever they are. Chapter 131_. Semedali Building. The tranquil atmosphere in the killer assembly room. Under the stimulation of Jia Nuo's killing thoughts, it seemed more peaceful. There were still 2 killers who had high self-esteem, but now they are also quietly waiting for the arrival of the principal. Number 8, look left and right beside Yi. Not at all disturbed by the atmosphere. Time passed little by little. Agreed 17 o'clock, there are still the last 5 minutes. Crunch tilde. The door to the room was pushed open again, and a familiar figure entered from outside. Kurapika. In the last 5 minutes before the time runs out, successfully reach the killer assembly point. Look around. Next moment. Nianqi instantly enveloped the whole body, and the attacking posture was subconsciously posed. In his sight, Yi's figure was sitting beside the far wall. The memories of Nasla's mansion and the images from the previous 2 days when they were chasing the brigade came to mind again. Although I don't know what the relationship between Yi and the Phantom Troop is, from the appearance of playing cards a few days ago, it is obviously not too bad. Eyes with contact lenses seem to have changed a bit. Hands clenched tightly. He never imagined that the figure of this man 14 would appear here. Junior, don't reveal the killing intent so easily, it's too ugly. An ordinary killer who was intimidated by Juno's killing intent. Under Kurapika's killing intent, he looked somewhere with a conditioned reflex. Seeing that the old man had no other reaction, he was relieved. By the way, a warning to Kurapika, who was indiscriminately killing intent. He was afraid that Kurapika didn't understand current affairs, angered the terrifying old man, and implicated himself. Under the intervention of the killer, Kurapika gradually regained his senses. Sorry. Glancing at Yi, he found a place to stand. Quietly closed his eyes and meditated. He knew that this was not the time to fight Yi. He alone knew the information Yi met with the Phantom Troop, and it was unclear whether anyone believed it. But it will definitely startle the snake. Although he didn't want to admit it, Kurapika knew that there was still a big gap between his own strength and that of Yi. Number 8 saw Kurapika's hostility to Yi. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if planning something. After a few minutes, Yi's old acquaintance, Bianji, pushed in the door. Looking at the many killers in the room, there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The 10-old man's request to go out was too hasty. It was beyond his expectation that so many killers could arrive in this short day. Bianji's appearance was no different from what Yaiki remembered. The only thing to say is that there is a difference. It is estimated that it is even more ugly. He was a short, fat middle-aged man with bald hair. It is hard to imagine that he once had the courage to annex the Nasla family, although the annexation failed in the end, but this is enough to show his ability. From now on, I will officially convey the request of the 10 old men. The chunky figure stood tall and straight. Looking around in a circle from left to right, an aura of a superior emanated. The content of the entrustment is to destroy the Phantom Troop. The details and actions are up to you to decide. If there is any need for the next action, it can be said. Several of the killers knew that they had asked the gang in advance for the map of the building, as well as the surrounding maps. Since we want to cooperate with each other, let's set a password. There's a killer with a seemingly good offer. What he was met with was the counterattack of several other killers. Cooperation. I don't know each other. The basis for cooperation is there. Killing is not a game of pretending to be a family drink. I have to act alone. In the hearts of beating enemies, they are rated as a slightly stronger duo of trash. There is also a demand for independent action. It doesn't matter, I already have a partner, so I don't need to cooperate with you. Yi's attitude was casual. Anyway, his identity is undercover, whether he cooperates or not is the same. The number 8 next to him is an ordinary person who doesn't understand anything. It's not bad that he can survive. Even Zaiba and Jianuo had a look on their faces that kept outsiders away. How you want to play is up to you, but don't think about ordering us, we'll do things our way. Say it. Junuo took out a few cards that Yi was familiar with from his pocket and handed them to everyone. This is the contact information for us to beat the enemy's family. If you need it, you can contact us, and for the sake of your peers, you can get a 30% discount. Cards are passed one by one. It can be said that Junuo's behavior is somewhat humiliating. But no one dared to refuse. After experiencing Juno's terrifying killing intent, they all kept aloof from the old man Juno. Seeing that most people choose to fight alone, this group that wants to seek cooperation has set its sights on Kurapika. Sorry, everyone who is doing it doesn't know each other, and rash cooperation may affect your own performance. I still think it's time to act separately. End of brief discussion. Except for the few people who propose to cooperate. All the other killers intend to work their own way. Seeing that everyone's discussion was over, Bianji walked out. His task is mainly to explain the delegated goals, and to manage these killers. The former has been completed. Forget the latter, Janji knows how much he weighs and how many tails he has, so rashly pointing at these killers may lead to the disaster of killing. He can't forget. A joking remark a few months ago, right? Nasla, who he hated, was packed his head and sent to his table. The horror of killers, he has seen it once. Behind Bianji, a group of killers walked out of the room and started their own actions. There is only 1 hour left before the auction starts. The other side. Nyan, who slipped out from under the bodyguard's nose, was walking on an overpass in a daze. She, who was eager to participate in the auction, finally embarked on the same fate as before. Behind her, a man in a suit smiled softly. Throwing away the photo in his hand, he walked in the direction of Nyan. None of the people the Spider Chief has taken a fancy to can escape his grasp. Nyan is no exception. Chapter 132 Half an hour later. Downstairs in the Cemetery building, a young man in a suit came with his female companion. The gangsters who guarded the gate passed after checking the invitation. Wow, it really came in like this. Nyan looked at him coming in so easily, and couldn't help but let out a happy voice. To Krollo, who was beside him, he sincerely thanked him. I really thank you this time, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Face thanks. A soft smile hung on his face. It creates a subconscious feeling of intimacy. Relax your guard against him. There, you're welcome. I should thank Lingzun. Lingzun took great care of me during his lifetime, and I'm really happy to be able to help you. Hearing his father, Nyan's face flashed an unnatural look. Thinking of the next auction, I regained my excitement. Krollo did not continue to speak on right Nasla. Turning slightly to the side, he pointed to the coffee shop beside him. It's still a while before the auction starts, why don't you have a cup of coffee and take a break? This proposal just hit Nyan's state at this time. In order to be able to escape from the bodyguards, she made a large purchase as a whole, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Then I want you to treat me. I sneaked out without my wallet. Looking at the cafe in the distance, Nyan was a little moved. Krollo smiled and nodded. Nyan's face suddenly turned rosy, and he hurried forward a few steps and past Krollo. Don't let him see his current state. Krollo noticed everything, but said nothing, silently following Nyan's pace. A princess who can only rely on her ability is not suitable for him. The only thing this princess can do is to contribute her own abilities. The prey must have the consciousness of the prey. The two entered the cafe. At this time, because of the auction, a lot of people came to the Cemetery building. Now that the auction has not officially started, some people have chosen the same choice as Krollo. Came to the cafe to wait for the auction to start. The two circled around, but did not find a free seat. Nyan's mood was a little depressed, she was still wearing high heels under her feet, and the pain had been heard from time to time. As for Krollo, he looked at the gangsters around him coldly. If it weren't for maintaining the current character, these people would have died under his hands. Look around. Eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. As if seeing an acquaintance, a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Miss Nyan, I saw my colleagues. If you don't mind, I think I can sit with them for a while to rest. Several thoughts flashed in my mind. Finally into action. He lowered his head and spoke to Nyan, who was distracted beside him, his tone full of inquiries. But Krollo knew that Nyan would definitely agree. Her unbearable feet did not allow her to continue walking around at will. Krollo's words made Nyan a little excited. Ah, is this okay? I don't mind sharing a table with others, but will your colleague agree? Smile still. Krollo ignored Nyan's inquiry. Take her to the direction of his colleague. Far away. Yi took a glass of juice and took a sip for a long time. As the killer invited by the 10 old men, Yi has access to the entire building, so the coffee shop in the district is naturally no problem. It's just too boring to just execute a delegate that already sees the result. Then I came to the coffee shop to pass the time, waiting for what I should do. Across from him, number 8 was casually drinking some cocktails. It seems that from the very beginning, she knew that she was just thrown over by the boss, saying that she was assisting, but in such an occasion, what she can do is very limited. So here I am drinking cocktails. At this moment, a shadow suddenly blocked the light of the cafe. Let number 8 raise his head subconsciously. Two people, a man and a woman, came to the table next to him at some point. The man is well dressed, his expression is soft and amiable, and he looks like a good communicator. Number 8 did not know if it was because of the cocktail, his face suddenly became a little rosy. It was just Krollo, who was greeting Yi at this time. The measured body prevented him from seeing this scene. Yo tilde Yi, I'm sorry, there's really no vacancy here. Can I make a table with you? The expression is soft and natural. It gives the impression that he has known Yi for many years and is a good colleague. Behind Krollo, Nyan also greeted Yi with a smile. She had no idea what Yi had done. This is Mr. Nasla's daughter. Mr. Nasla has helped us a lot. You won't let her sit, will you? Krollo smiled and introduced the identity of the girl behind him. It seems to be threatened by Nasra's old love, but in fact, more is to reveal the information of the girl behind him to Yi. Hear the 3 words Nasra. Yi recalled the identity of this girl. Of course, Mr. Nasla once worked with me on a $10 billion business, and I will never forget his care for us. Since it's Mr. Nasla's daughter, please feel free to take your seat. You're welcome. Although his voice was still cold, his expression softened a lot. Seems that there is such a thing as true to Li Hao. Let 8, who was sitting across from him, open his eyes subconsciously. Fortunately, there was no cocktail in his mouth at this time, otherwise choking would be a small matter, and spouting would be a big deal. Nyan on the side was smiling. One is to finally sit down and rest for a while. The second is to receive admiration for his late father from 2 strangers one after another. Although my father is dead, he once left traces in this world. Even 2 strangers have never forgotten him. It gave Nyan a sense that his father was actually great. Sitting next to number 8, I felt that my whole body was about to be wrapped by this leather sofa. Nyan felt that his fatigue all disappeared at this moment. Not found at all. Yiki and Krollo, who were sitting opposite, looked at each other for a moment. The eyes of the 2 became a little indifferent. Chapter 133 _ In the cafe. Underworld personnel are randomly located in every corner. There is a high probability that they will not choose to leave before the auction starts. The oppressive atmosphere began to spread. The staff began to pray that they would not make mistakes, for fear of angering these horrible guys. The depressing atmosphere only disappeared when it spread to the corner of the cafe. Cheers tilde. 4 different drinks collided gently in the hands. Make a crisp sound. Ha tilde it's delicious tilde. Nyan put down the teacup in his hand and let out a heartfelt sigh. He didn't realize it at all, the 3 people beside him just took a sip of the drink in his hand and put it down. Yi and Krollo were purely habit. Number 8, although he drank a lot just now, but that was only when Yi was alone. Now there are 2 outsiders she doesn't know. The high cold character was picked up by her again. Wei Du, the eldest lady from the gang, seems to know nothing. Daily revealed all kinds of information about himself. I used to run hard. I have a dry mouth and this tea moistens my throat, it's really comfortable. Glancing at the teacup in his hand, Nyan began to complain. Krollo, on the other hand, turned into a puppet, catering to a few words from time to time. To avoid her feeling ignored and embarrassed. You run so hard tilde. Pushing the orange juice in his hand aside, he sighed softly. Seeing his appearance, Nyan gave more information. Yes, I used to find 2 bodyguards annoying, but now Kurapika has sent me to 6, and they are still staring at me, and I can hardly breathe. Yi is not interested in Nyan's dialogue. After all, her value is only for this moment. What's more, Yi might be more familiar with the Nasla family than she is. Krollo lowered his head and his eyes flickered slightly. Kurapika. A little curious about the name Nyan just said. As the head of the Phantom Troop, it is impossible for him to focus his energy on little things that have nothing to do with him. The Nasra family was just the family he had learned about a few hours ago. Boss of the Nasla family, right, the second-generation boss Nyan was in the position. But this short half-hour of contact. He had already let him know that the girl in front of him could never be the boss in charge of a family, she was too tender. It's impossible to run such a huge gangster family who is not wary of anyone. Without the help of outsiders, she would have been swallowed together with her bones long ago. It's just that he has no idea who this master is. Now Nyan's sudden name seemed to give the answer. Karapika, shouldn't you be in control of the Nasra family? Why would he send bodyguards to protect you? Is he trying to snatch the family business that Mr. Wright once worked hard for? Krolo's figure suddenly sat upright, and his gentle face changed. It seems to be fighting for Nyan. Nyan was a little flustered when he saw Krolo, whose face suddenly changed, but after hearing these questions, he realized that he was fighting for himself. The trust in Krolo rose spontaneously. Since her father Wright's death, it seems that there is really no one who cares about her like this. Kurapika only helped her to control the family due to the entrustment, and did not mean to her. But Krolo seemed to genuinely care about her. At this moment, Nyan seemed to feel the taste of love. He quickly opened his mouth to explain the relationship between Kurapika and himself. Kurapika is just a bodyguard that my father found for me before he died. After my father died, because he had the same interests and hobbies as me, he stayed to help me manage the family. Kurapika's information was easily captured by Krolo. The gang members secretly help manage the family, and have the same hobby. 3 messages seem to remind him of something. This seems to be related to the chain hand that the brigade has been looking for a long time. In my thoughts, I decided to start with the last piece of information. Really, I didn't expect Kurapika to be a collector of human bodies. With people with the same interests, Miss Nyan can get out of her injuries as soon as possible, which is really nice. He folded his hands together, as if he was glad that Nyan had such a companion. Yi turned his head silently. Do your best to ignore this picture. The image of Krolo in his heart collapsed at this moment, being thrown to the ground and crushed again and again. After a few minutes, Krolo and Nyan stopped talking. What Krolo wanted to know has been revealed by Nyan. Nyan, on the other hand, met a confidant who understood his heart. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly. Hey Krolo, let me help you with divination. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually very good at divination. By the way, 2 colleagues of Krolo, I will also help you with divination. The voice falls. Number 8 sitting next to her, and Krolo opposite her were a little moved. Only Yi was not interested. Divination needs to provide birthday, and other information. How many people from Meteor Street know their birthday? After a while, 8 looked to the side in disappointment. Their Nyan is helping Krolo with divination. This made her both envious and a little disappointed. I am envious that Krolo can accept divination, but I am disappointed that he does not know his birthday. Yi knew the result early in the morning, ignoring the loss of number 8. Auction is about to start, work. Getting up and walking towards the outside world, number 8 silently followed. The 2 were left alone in the cafe. Hey number 1, by the way, who were those 2 people just now? Walked down the hall. Looking at the gangsters who were gradually increasing beside him, number 8 seemed to think of something. Those 2 guys just sat down after saying hello to you. I didn't realize what happened. For the 2 I just met. She always felt that there was a faint breath on the 2 of them. This feeling is similar to number 1. Even. It is also very similar to the breath that appears from time to time. Don't ask about anything that has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately. A cold voice came from the front. Chapter 134 Luckily, the missing calendar was preserved. The tune of condolence was replaced by excitement. The messenger of death withers in the high-pitched music. The composer dragged the chains of the fiery eye tilde. Let the month have full hope. Go higher, meet the new moon. This will be the beginning of everything. If this is not possible, the months will gradually wither. The right of the month in a grander melody. Listen to that unforgettable note. The melody of blood will open the chapter of the new overture. Even so, your status is still noble. Abandon the calendar without a serial number. No one can take away your pride and dignity. Set off to go far. The 12-legged footsteps never stop. In the cafe. Crollo, who silently watched the divination. Your fortune-telling is very good, really accurate. If there is no blood vine, Wojan seems to have become the missing monthly calendar. Music. It was indeed his next plan. As for the credibility of this divination, Crollo dispelled his doubts. The auction is about to start, let's go. He raised his head, a soft smile on his face again. Nyan's role was almost drained by him, there was no need for such a woman to waste time. He no longer intends to continue playing. 5 minutes later. Hand over the fainted girl to the gangster next to you. The figure disappeared unknowingly into the surrounding crowd. He came to a quiet corner and took the phone out of his arms. Drip tilde. With bursts of noise, the phone was connected. Captain tilde, can the operation begin? Wo Jindu is almost unable to hold back. The knight's voice complained a little. He said he had to deal with the chain hand who attacked him with his own hands. But more, or look forward to the next action. The smile rose slowly. Crollo's temperament gradually changed. In the last moment, he was still a gentle and elegant man. After removing the bandage on the head, it became a cold and ruthless emperor-like existence. The action begins, killing all the living people I see. The cold voice was full of desperation. He couldn't forget the divination he had just seen. Almost, just a little bit. Wojan almost died in the hands of the chain hand. This made him unacceptable. His anger needs to be borne by someone, and the original plan to kill all the underworld personnel has changed. Let Phaeton go and clean up the Nuthra family. Ignore the carnival coming from the other end of the phone. At this moment, there was only anger and fear in his heart. The phone hangs up. The head is slightly raised. His hands were raised slowly, like the opening gesture before the band's performance. Music. Be more intense then. The action of the spider begins. The other side of the building. The panic didn't know when it started to spread. Yi leaned against the wall and looked at the gangsters who started to get restless because of their panic. Quite boring. The layout of the building, the escape route, the number of killers, and other information were all handed over to Crollo during the brief contact at the cafe just now. It's to play an internal role. As long as there is nothing wrong with Crollo, he can keep paddling until the end of this incident. Look up. Yi's eyes seemed to pass through the wall and saw the man standing in front of the window waving his arms. Gunshots, explosions, wailing. A movement led by him spread leisurely throughout Ukexen. This time, not for condolences. It's revenge, to the gang, to the chain hands. ... There was a sound of footsteps in the distance, gradually approaching Yi. I'm back, number 1 tilde. A cheerful voice came from a distance. No one knows what happened to her in the moment she was gone. But at the moment, the shape is more dynamic. An invisible breath permeated around her body. Natural awakening. Looking at the invisible breath, a word appeared in Yi's mind. As we all know, there are 2 ways to initiate mindfulness. 1. Natural awakening. 2. Forced awakening. It is impossible for someone to be capable in the Semetali building, and it seems boring to forcibly open the sperm hole for number 8. Flowers. Therefore, the only explanation is the time when the 8th left. Her body completed the natural awakening of mindfulness. This way of awakening is not as dangerous as forced awakening. Therefore, Number 8 will return to Yi-Yi's side unharmed. Awakening. That's right Tilda, I just called specifically to ask them on the 13th, and they said this is the awakening of Nian. A smile filled his entire face. But the awakening process was subconsciously taken by her. Of course, even if she didn't say it, Yi-Yi didn't have the desire to ask. This ability is really amazing. It's like another layer of invisible clothes on the body. 0. Number 8, who was awakened, was next to Yi-Yi. Tell your feelings at the moment. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger all at once. It's just that the increase brought by the awakening of mind power seems to make her a little swollen. For this kind of situation, Yi-Yi generally ignores it. After all, other people's affairs have nothing to do with him. But this time is different. The 11 killers who came here are all in control of Nian. Number 8 is now equivalent to his partner. If he just died like this, it seems that it is not suitable. If you don't want to die inexplicably, don't be too inflated. The icy voice made the cheering number 8 slammed. Now that she has awakened Nian, she naturally understands that the killers in the gathering room have the special ability of Nian. Compared to these killers who have been awakened for many years, number 8 thinks that his strength is no better than anyone present. The expansion brought about by the awakening thoughts disappeared without a trace after a few hits of Yi-Yi. Really, just make me happy for a while Tilda. She glanced at her and interrupted her knight. 8's tone was full of grievances. It's just that Yi-Yi didn't care about number 8's grievance. He still leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. It seems that most of those who awakened naturally developed their own thoughts when they awakened. Yi-Yi was a little curious. Has number 8 awakened to its own abilities? Sun. Chapter 135 Monitoring room of Semetali building. A killer invited by the 10 old men looked at the screen on the monitor in front of him. Seems to have sensed something was wrong. Replayed over and over again. The speed of the knife is astonishingly fast. If it weren't for my eyesight, he would have escaped long ago. If he wanted to kill, the woman's neck would have been broken long ago. With their own discoveries, the killer started talking to himself. What an exciting opponent that made my blood boil. The exaggerated laughter could no longer be concealed. In the surprised eyes of the gangsters, the killer gradually disappeared. The trace of Krollo was exposed at this moment. The technicians in charge of observation and monitoring, after hearing the explanation, began to report the news to the personnel at 160 on each floor. Entrance to the auction. Shiva hung up the phone and looked at Junuo beside him. The target seems to have infiltrated the building. Do you want to shoot now? Although Zyba is the current head of the Haka family who beat the enemy, Nuo's many years of experience can always bring unexpected harvests. Don't worry, the 10 old men hired so many killers. Let them play with spiders first. Don't forget, spiders are never easy guys to deal with. Well Tilda, although a few have died. But before that, it's better to let these noisy guys be quiet first, it will affect the mood. Juno finished answering Shiva's question. Still close your eyes. Yes, Dad. As soon as Zyba's voice fell, he clenched his fist with his left hand and slammed it towards the wall beside him. Boom tilde tilde tilde. With a roar. The hard walls were cracked with dense ripples. With the help of the flesh, it was easily shattered. Moment. The crowd, which was as noisy as the market, subconsciously quieted down. Everyone turned their attention to the place where the figure came from. 2 figures appeared in their eyes. See the scene become quiet. Juno is satisfied. I simply introduced myself to this group of gangsters. Hello, everyone, my name is Juno Beatrice. All the people present are from the dark world, and many of them know the reputation of beating the enemy Haka family. What? They are the legendary killer family, the Haka family. The 10 old men have even found such a monster. Hello tilde, this is too exaggerated. A few thieves, is it necessary to use such a terrifying killer? Surprised voices came from the crowd. Obviously, they didn't think about the fact that the 10 old men would invite all the Haka clan to beat the enemy. After all, not everyone can afford the high appearance fee for beating the enemy family. After a brief astonishment, the gangsters became quiet again. Judging from the appearance of the two, there is a high probability that they have something to say. Although the people present were all gangsters, but few dared to go against the wishes of beating the enemy Haka family. Seeing the scene quiet down again, Juno opened his eyes slightly. The aura of the whole person became sharp, making people unable to look directly. I'll tell you the truth, there's an assassin sneaking in front of this building right now. Few of the killers hired by the 10 old men have survived. The scene was a little restless again. These gangsters could not have imagined that so many assassins died within a few minutes of the news of the assassins. Ignore the restlessness of the gang below. Juno's voice remained flat. For example, even if you all have weapons, in 7 seconds, I can kill you all in just 7 seconds. The assassin who sneaked in also possesses such strength. Finished. His eyes squinted slightly to the left. I'm not mistaken, Brother Yi. In the direction he is looking, 2 figures were hidden in the shadows of the walls. The hiding angle is excellent, if not for the partner beside him leaking his breath. Neither Juno nor Shiba could find it. What? There are still people there. Hearing Juno's words, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction Yi leaned against. As predicted, there were really 2 figures there quietly watching the performance below. It's hard for everyone to imagine how long he stayed in that position. But, damn it, if he came to assassinate, we would have. Is this the strength of a top killer? It's really terrifying. Hidden ability for Yoichi. Almost everyone was surprised and scared. Che, let me watch the play quietly, isn't that good? See yourself exposed. Anyway, you can't solve Crollo, so just pretend you didn't see me, how about that? Yi stepped out of the shadows, and his icy expression was exposed to everyone's sight. Just for Yi's statement, Junuo shook his head helplessly. No, since we have received a request from the 10 old men, then we naturally have to complete it seriously, so as not to lose the face of beating the enemy Haka. It's you who took the request, instead of looking for Crollo, you took a little girl around. Old 10 will cry when he sees the killer he hired so leisurely. Juno talks a lot. It seems to be the most talkative one among the Haka who beat the enemy. He said this as if he was provoking Yi. Shiba, who was standing beside him, has not spoken until now. It's just that the momentum on his body spreads all around. Ready to go anytime. Pity. The two do not know, with Yi the current strength is no longer an enemy they can deal with. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Yi's figure disappeared instantly. Even with the strengths of Juno and Shiba, they couldn't see his movement clearly. Do you want to shoot? I'm free. When Yi appeared again, it was already between the two of them. Both hands were pressed against their throats. The sharp fingertips seemed to be able to pierce their throats with just a little force. Juno and Zyba's expressions changed instantly. They looked at each other for a moment. Next moment, between the splashes of masonry, a huge crater appeared where the knight had stood before. Well, just kidding. Yi's figure reappeared beside number 8. There was a smile on his indifferent face. Chapter 136 _ Auction Hall Entrance. A group of gang members looked at the huge pothole that was punched by Zyba. Difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Such exaggerated strength is like a dream to them. I don't need you to guess my identity. Since I received the entrustment of the 10 old men, I will naturally complete it with my heart. Back to number 8. Yi seemed to have regained his indifference. Looking at the smoke generated by Shiba's attack, he opened his mouth to reveal his identity. The two who beat up the enemy Haka would not be able to provoke Yi for no reason. There is a high probability that something happened that he didn't know about. Like Kurapika's whistleblower or something. A person like Kurapika, who is good at using brain power, will not rush without brains alone when facing an enemy that he cannot solve. Instead, find some helpers who can improve your win rate for yourself. The smoke gradually dissipated. The figures of the two beating the enemy appeared again. 14. But the difference from before is that both of them are in a fighting stance at this moment. Really, but according to some kids' information, you seem to have a good relationship with the Phantom Troop. Juno said. The mind power of both hands is condensed into the form of a dragon head. The figure maintains a vigilant posture. The task issued by the top 10 old men to find the stolen auction items. The auction item was taken away by a capable person called Owl. I went to catch Owl, and it has nothing to do with the Phantom Troop. Randomly pull out the task from the day before yesterday. As for whether the two people in front of them believe it or not, Yi doesn't know. Anyway, he has tried his best to hide the identity of the undercover agent. If this is all exposed, there is nothing he can do. Presumably, Crollo wouldn't say anything about it. Juno and Shiba looked at each other. Seems to be determining something. Quite a while. The two released their vigilance. Really, one or two, now they've all lied to the old man for fun. Really, people are not old tilde. Juno sighed. It's just that the person in his mouth is talking about Kurapika or Yi. This is not clear. Well tilde, I can't beat you anyway, we're going to find an assassin. Juno finished speaking, and glanced at Shiba beside him. The two of them turned around and left. Prepare to look for Crollo's figure. Yi looked at the silhouettes of the two who were leaving, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. The other side. Kurapika's figure quickly ran towards the Shader Matali building. After receiving the information that Nyan was missing, he left the building and looked in the direction of Melody and others. And a group of people looking for Nyan's information. But just 10 minutes ago, Underworld officials called to inform him that Nyan was present at the Sametali building. And fell into a coma for no apparent reason. After hearing the news, he hurried back to the Color Metal building. Enter the building. Two members of the Nuthra family were waiting. Too late to determine the current state of the building. First ask the two about Nasla's trail. How is it, Nyan, how is she doing now? At the same time, take the elevator to the room where Nyan is. Before arrival. A member of the Nasra family, who had given him Nyan's room number. Nyan boss is not life-threatening now. The doctor checked and said that it may be caused by overwork. The family members quickly reported all the information of the second-generation boss. Speaking room. Several people have come to Nyan's room. Nyan was still in a coma at the moment. Overworked. What a joke. These quack doctors. Kurapika didn't believe the doctor's judgment at all. A woman who sleeps every day in addition to playing. Was diagnosed with overwork. You really don't know what to do with him. Family members on the side. He seemed a little helpless. After all, he was just repeating the doctor's judgment. There are rumors in the gang. Someone with the ability used the identity of the boss to sneak into this building, and then knocked her unconscious. Fortunately, there was a family member beside him. Repeat what you have heard to Kurapika. Let him decide. Cut, it's the Phantom Troop. Thinking that there is already a member of the Spider sneaking in without knowing it. Kurapika's anger was almost uncontrollable. But looking at Nyan, who was still in a coma in front of him, he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. At the same time, he began to think about how to ensure the safety of Nyan. When he came, the outside world had already become a battlefield. It is really not an easy thing to send it out successfully. Think for a long time. Kurapika actually found that the safest place at this time turned out to be the Samatali building. He laughed uncontrollably to himself. Go ahead and send someone to protect this place. The two of you will retransfer the boss to another room for protection. Try not to let the camera see it. Wait here, the event is over. You leave with the boss and meet the Melody. A moment. Regarding the issue of Nyan's safety, Kurapika has already found a solution. Yes, we got it. Kurapika turned and left, the voice of his subordinates faintly heard behind him. Now that Nyan's problems are resolved, he's about to start his own revenge. 11 in the brigade, but it was discovered by other members, which caused the plan to fail. This time will definitely not be the case. Ostra's mother Gazui, after receiving my news, you should have a hand on Yi. Yi guessed right. His news was revealed by Kurapika to the two who beat the enemy. With their strength, they don't seek to solve Yi, as long as they can seriously injure him. With this thought in mind, Kurapika stepped into the elevator. His idea was the same as that of Jia Nuo, and he started looking for the brigade members directly from the top of the building. Although this method is very laborious. But under the premise that there is no information at present, this seems to be the most suitable way to find it. When he walked out of the top floor of the elevator and was about to climb towards the top floor. Coincidentally, the voices of two beating the enemy happened right next to him. Chapter 137 Semetali building. In a room on the top floor. Krolo's figure is in it. Next to the floor-to-ceiling windows is a piano that looks expensive. Judging from the thoughts covered around it, there is a high probability that Krolo stole the power from someone unknown. A melodious voice, accompanied by the constant dancing of Krolo's hands, came from the piano. In conjunction with the outside of the building, the sound of explosions, gunfire and mourning sounded from time to time. Here he played this piece of music that belonged to the Phantom Troupe. Exciting notes kept popping under his hands. Playing under this tall building, he seemed to control the entire Yukushin. The brigade's revenge had unfolded before she knew it. Beside him was the killer who saw in the monitoring room that he had stolen Nyan's ability instantly. Judging from the few pieces of flesh and blood left, he seemed to be swallowed by some animal with sharp teeth. Blood spilled all over the place. Crunch. The door to the room was slowly pushed open by an outsider. 3 figures entered the room. The person who came first had a charismatic figure, an indifferent expression, and long silver wavy hair. Just from the exposed muscles, it can be seen that his body has definitely been trained without hammering. The other was slightly shorter, with white hair and beard, an elderly man. But the imposing aura that faintly exudes from his body shows that he is not that simple. The last one was a young man with short blonde hair and dressed in ethnic costumes. The aura on his body is a little immature, but judging from the high-spirited fighting spirit on his body, it is not an easy existence to deal with. 3 are Juno Dadike, Shiba Dadike, and Kurapika. 3 people. Hear voices from behind. Krolo stopped playing. The red book on the side was slowly closed. The piano playing an exciting tune slowly dissipated into the air. The number of people was a bit unexpected, but it's not a big problem. Slowly stood up from the seat, turned to look in the direction of the 3. Long time no see. Krolo's icy eyes shot directly at Shiba, without the slightest expression on his face. It seemed like a normal greeting. Remember me? Shiba looked at Krolo, recalling a mission many years ago. How could I forget? You killed one of my comrades. That really bothers you. The conversation between the two was separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, although there was no conflicting tone, just like ordinary passers-by. But Krolo gradually had a faint killing intent on his body, which changed the surrounding atmosphere invisibly. Kurapika, who was on the side, subconsciously looked in the direction of Shiba after hearing the conversation between the two. He did not expect that a member of the Phantom Troupe would die at the hands of Shiba. This gave Kurapika a rough guess about Shiba's strength. This little brother, although we are not familiar with each other, since we have received the same commission, let's cooperate temporarily. What do you think? Far away. Shiba and Krolo began to compete with each other to kill. Juno took the opportunity to discuss cooperation with Kurapika. No problem. My ability has a binding effect. After locking the enemy, I can force the opponent to enter a state of absolute, so that the enemy cannot use the ability of the mind as the basis for cooperation. Kurapika revealed his abilities. The sound was only enough for the two people beside him to hear. Of course, in the face of a killer like beating the enemy, he did not rashly drag out all his abilities. Even the revealed middle finger restraint chain concealed its own restrictions. Force the opponent to enter the absolute state. This ability is really troublesome. Kurapika rolled his eyes. Obviously, I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to have such a sinister ability. The battle of the capable ones relies on the development of Nien's skills and abilities. But fighting Kurapika, as long as you are bound by his abilities, is equivalent to ending the battle. Kurapika's dangerous level, because this ability of his has been improved a little. Jianuo, who is old and mature, naturally knows that he has not revealed all his abilities. The final evaluation is made after a thorough understanding of him. The cooperation discussion is over. Shiba started walking in Crollo's direction. At the same time, he reminded Juno and Kurapika to be careful about Crollo's abilities. Juno nodded casually. He also knew something about Crollo's abilities. Well, although it's a bit unfair for you to play 3 times, but who told you that you didn't have a helper yourself? Just when Juno's voice fell, the 4 people in the room moved almost at the same time. The figures of Juno, Shiba, and Crollo instantly disappeared in place. Only Kurapika was left, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. A figure flashed across the sky. Crollo's spin jumped and avoided Shiba's attack. The next moment, on the trajectory of his dodging, Juno's figure had already appeared in advance. Several consecutive hand knives stabbed towards Crollo's neck. Facing this sudden attack, Crollo shifted several positions and tried to avoid it. But he didn't realize that a chain came to him without realizing it. Juno's eyes changed slightly, speeding up the attack on his hand. Forced Crollo's figure towards the direction of the chain. In this regard, Crollo did not notice at all, dodging Juno's continuous thrusts. The next moment, his complexion suddenly changed, and he subconsciously rolled towards the next one. Dodged a sneak attack. Puff. The chain was inserted where Crollo was standing. Broken clothes, stuck in chains. Che, it's almost Mayun. Kurapika was not disappointed, waiting for the next opportunity. But he didn't find it. In a corner not far away, I do not know when another figure appeared, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed on his chest. Looking at the scene of the constant fighting on the field, Reiatsu was covering his body, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. Chapter 138 After tumbling to escape Kurapika's sneak attack, Crollo secretly analyzed his abilities. According to Wojin's description, when he was sneak attacked by chain hands, the moment the body is entangled in chains, it cannot be judged using mindfulness. The high probability is the ability to force the opponent to be unable to use the ability or psychic power. Thoughts flashed in an instant. Next moment, Shiba's attack followed. There was a lot of thought in his fist, and he hit Crollo, who was still rolling on the ground and didn't get up. A strong body is not a drag on him. The speed of the body was not affected in the slightest. A few quick punches in a row. Ling Lai's fist blows to the ground. Crollo hadn't stood up yet, and could only dodge Shiba's attack by rolling several times in a row. In the distance, Kurapika's chains lurked toward Crollo again. Junuo, who was beside him, was not idle either. Put your hands in front of you in an up and down position. A lot of thoughts gathered in his hands. A small thought energy group condensed in his hands. The air mass flickered and expanded dozens of times in an instant, enveloping Junuo himself. Afterwards, the mind as in Jianuo's hands formed the appearance of a dragon head. Open black lens bracket dragon head drama painting tooth protrusion close black lens bracket. This is the ability that Juno developed as a change system. Next moment, As Juno's body pressed down, his hands swayed continuously. A mind-power dragon of more than 10 meters long flexibly ran towards Crollo under the control of Jianuo. It can be said. At this moment, Crollo was facing the siege of 3 people at the same time. Che, 1 on 3 is too much. Feeling the attacks on him from different directions, a red book in Crollo's hand was materialized. Open black lens bracket extreme intent of thieves close black lens bracket. Wow tilde. The pages kept flipping and eventually stopped on one page. On this page is a photo of a male capable person and information about his abilities. Christy Petty _ Age, 21. Manipulator. Ability, Traveler. Ability status, Not dead. Ability introduction. The body travels into a different dimension, with a time limit of 10 seconds. The moment the page turns here, Crollo's figure disappeared out of thin air, as if it didn't exist at all. General in the world. Next moment. 3 different attacks hit the floor where Crollo was previously at the same time. With this loud noise, the floor shattered instantly. The attack was unsuccessful, and Crollo's figure disappeared mysteriously. Zyba and Junuo came together subconsciously, guarding the surroundings back to back. Look around. Not a single trace of Crollo was noticed. The next moment, the two seemed to think of something at the same time. Looking in the direction of Kurapika, a mysterious figure appeared there. The 2 people's thoughts condensed under their feet and ran quickly. Crollo only appeared half of his body, and the other half of his body seemed to be hiding in another world. The Bian-style dagger pierced Kurapika's abdomen at some point. Although the threat level of Kurapika among the 3 is not the greatest. Compared with the 2 enemies who have been together for many years and cooperated tacitly. A lone enemy like Kurapika is easier to deal with. The critical moment was dodged. Crollo figure completely walked out of the mysterious space. Looking at Kurapika who jumped back and distanced himself, his tone was full of regret. Just a sneak attack. Kuroro's heart was originally aimed at Kurapika. He was sure that his sneak attack could completely hide his killing intent and thoughts. The sound of the Bian-style knife breaking through the air still made Kurapika sense it. A large number of chains emerged from his hands, so that the knife that originally stabbed the heart was stabbed in the abdomen. 2 figures suddenly appeared. Boom tilde tilde. A huge energy bomb appeared from Shiba's hand and slammed into Crollo's direction fiercely. A potion with green light appeared in Junuo's hand. Throw it in the direction of Kurapika. Be careful, Junior. Leaving this sentence, Junuo's figure quickly ran. If it wasn't for Kurapika to contain Crollo, Juno would not care about this junior at all. Slap tilde. The antidote was firmly caught by Kurapika. At this moment, his face was pale and colorless, and it was obvious that the poisoning was deep. Not much to say, just drink it. The antidote produced by the slaughtering enemy family is powerful. Seconds. His face turned rosy again, and his strength gradually recovered. Controlling his own chains, he treated the injured abdomen. Open black lens bracket the chain of thumbs healing close black lens bracket. His eyes had already turned blood red at some unknown time, but they could not be seen clearly under the cover of beauty contact lenses. Momentary effort. The wound was completely healed, but he subconsciously left the chain of healing on his body. In this way, when you are injured in subsequent battles, you can treat them as soon as possible. The abdominal wound recovered though. Kurapika, but did not continue to attack. After a brief fight with Crollo, he saw the gap between himself and the 3 in the distant battle. Although the absolute time in the state of red eyes will change his personality for a short time, any ability of the whole system can be played to 100%. Power, speed, and more advanced psychic skills are available. These are gaps that cannot be bridged. He has to hide himself deeper and eliminate his breath more perfectly, so that he can take the opportunity to force Crollo into a state of absolute. While thinking, Kurapika looked around. Try to find a position where he can hide his figure without affecting his sneak attack, and then hide. Next moment. His eyes trembled violently. In the corner of this room, a man he had forgotten appeared in his sight. Mouth keeps changing, seems to be saying something. It's been found, what a hassle. Kurapika, who understands this mouth shape, hasn't reacted yet. There was a pain in the chest. Look down. A blood-colored hole appeared in the middle of his chest. He could even pass through the hole and see the scenery behind him. How is it possible? With a question, Kurapika's figure slammed to the ground. It's a pity, if you don't look around, I don't need to shoot. When confused, Kurapika vaguely heard a cold voice. Add another chapter for Soul and Concave Dream. Starting tomorrow, I will add updates to the big guys who have tipped the book every day. Thanks for the big support. Chapter 139_. Hidden in the corner at night. Anyi watched as Crollo was beaten 3 times in the distance. It is said that it is 3-on-1, but it can be seen from Crollo's counterattacks from time to time. Although he was a little difficult to deal with, that didn't mean he couldn't deal with it. The Blood Vine replica brought him an increase far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's just that the strength of the sudden increase is inevitably a little uncomfortable. Just in time to beat the enemy and the appearance of Kurapika, he found the object of training. This is also the reason why Yi paddled at ease and never played. Pity. A beautiful paddling plan was broken because of Kurapika tilde. Goo. Number 8 swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The terrifying aura made it difficult for her to breathe. Holding the pistol hard, at this moment she felt so small. The mind of the 8th is to awaken naturally today. The world of mindfulness is still at the stage of unfamiliar exploration. The battle between Crollo and Juno and others made her so excited that she couldn't help herself. Power, that's power. A smile emerges from the corners of the mouth. Read, she also woke up. Thinking of this, number 8 couldn't help but look at Yi next to him. Look at him, at a similar age, but his strength is already so powerful. Look at yourself, only after being an ordinary person for so many years did you realize that there is such a world. If she hadn't awakened this power, she would have to wait for revenge, and she didn't know how many years she would have to wait. Next moment. The smile on the corners of his mouth returned to normal. You seem to have already possessed the ability to read, don't you? And you don't teach me in advance, it's really stingy tilde. Although angry, there is no trace of deterrence. But that's what she wanted. Far away. The battle between Crollo and the 2 beating the enemy had stopped at some point. The 3 re-separated and stood in different positions. Turn your attention to Yi and number 8. The arrival of the 2 people did not even notice the 3 of them. The gap in strength seems to have been reflected. The sudden appearance of the 2 made the atmosphere gradually darken. Shiba, I'll hold Yi, you can solve Crollo as soon as possible. Juno moved his hands. Got it, Dad. Shiba's muscles tightened again. There is no doubt that Juno's strength is stronger than Shiba. It is already the best choice for the powerful one of the 2 to deal with Yi, whose strength is unknown. The arrival of Yi was no surprise to the enemy. When Kurapika told the 2 of Yi's possible reversal. Beating the enemy is ready to face Yi again. The provocation at the door of the auction house was just a test of Yi's strength. The words Yi said casually in the killer's gathering room made the 2 of them feel a little jealous of his strength. Beating the enemy's family to join the killer industry for many years. Caution is the first principle. If not, the Haka family who beat the enemy would not have been able to continue to pass down the killer's career for so many years. The atmosphere is getting more oppressive. Only number 8 seems to have not seen the current atmosphere. Beside Yi complained that he didn't help him wake up. Unfortunately, Yi didn't want to ignore her. I learned to read in October last year. Leaving such a sentence, he walked towards Junuo. The performance of number 8 on the night was very disappointing. The awakening of Nian is not a simple matter. Even if the two used to be partners, why did Yi tell her about Nian? Number 8's sensory value plummeted in Yi's heart. After this mission is over, there will be no possibility of partnering with her. Since then, number 8 has been here on Yi, no different from passers-by. The figure walked towards Jia Nuo at will, without any defense, and his body was full of flaws. You shouldn't take out the antidote. 10 meters away. Yi Pair said such a sentence to Junuo, which seemed to be somewhat inexplicable. But Yi knew that Juno could understand the meaning of this sentence. Yes, the old man made some miscalculations. Juno glanced at Kurapika lying on the ground in the distance. But as a rookie, it is very rare for him to be able to participate in our battle. Kurapika's information, how could he not know how to beat the enemy Haka family? Beat up the future owner of the enemy guest. Flowers. Will they let it go and make friends who don't know the details at will? Impossible. The information of Kurapika and others has long appeared in the hands of their intelligence department, in order to analyze whether there is a threat to the strange eyes. In their judgment, Kurapika was not rated very high. A puppet who lives only for revenge cannot get into their eyes. It's just that Kurapika's performance today changed his opinion. Juno subconsciously glanced at Kurapika, who fell to the ground. His eyes were ready to be drawn back to Yi's body. His eyes narrowed for a moment, then returned to normal the next moment. As if nothing had happened. 0. The body pressed down slightly, the bones of both fingers moved, and sharp fingernails emerged from the fingertips. Amidst a sharp glow. You said that you almost died with nitro in the last commission, so let this old man come and see your current strength. The moment the voice fell, Yi and Junuo moved almost at the same time. Junuo's figure quickly ran towards Yi's left hand. Before figuring out Yi's strength, Junuo didn't plan to attack rashly. Plan to use several side attacks to judge how far his strength has grown. This allowed him to greatly increase the chance of delaying Yi. Hold on. Junuo's goal is just to hold off Yoichi. The battle in Meteor Street made him know that the kid in front of him was no longer something he could solve with his own strength. The terrifying speed made number 8 on the side dazzled. He could hear the sound, but he couldn't see the figures of the two of them. Is this the world of the strong? Interesting, really interesting. The smile slowly collapsed. The corners of his mouth opened wider and wider. It's funny, it's too late to kick me out now, I've seen the world. Eyes subconsciously condensed thoughts. Condensation, when no one taught it, number 8 instinctively used it. Since you don't tell me, then, I will take it with my own hands. This is not too much, right? Chapter 140_. While running towards Yi's left hand, Junuo also moved towards the dimly lit corner. The figure flickered a few times, leaving countless afterimages wrapped around Yi. Beat the enemy Haka's secret skills limb song. Yi once saw the use of this trick on 3 of the enemies who beat the enemy. It can be said, Yi already had a certain understanding of the limbs. Even after seeing it a few times, you can use it at will. After all, use special steps to form an afterimage, attract the attention of the enemy, and instantly hide the figure. He is also very good at it. Yi's figure, with the change in the pace between his legs when walking, the angle of the figure changes, leaving a few afterimages and disappearing into the hall. Hidden in the dark, Juno frowned slightly. Meteor Street Fight. 1701 blocked them with special abilities, forcing him and Shiba out of their limbs. And although Ilmi had fought Yi, he thought his information was not important. Therefore, it is not shared with the family. This made Junuo unaware that Yaiki could use a step similar to the limb bend. He can only judge his ability at the moment based on his experience of fighting against Yi in the cave at that time. Yi has a skilled assassination technique, he knows this. Is it developed after seeing the limbs, or it's my own? But no matter what kind of possibility, it seems that Yi Yi's achievements in infiltrating this aspect are no worse than beating the enemy Haka. This moment of thinking. Juno didn't realize that the pace of his running had changed in an instant. PFF'd. The right hand covered by Reiatsu slid across Juno's arm with ease. Blood gushing out. An old arm soared into the air. CC tilde tilde tilde. Accompanied by a sound of friction. Juno's figure reappeared in this hall. He looked at his bleeding left arm. The right hand quickly tapped twice in it. In an instant, the muscles begin to close and the symptoms of blood loss are resolved. Just like what Nitro did when his limbs were cut off by Malum. Hemostasis completed. Juno looked up at Yi Yi. He was just flicking his right hand, and the blood on his hand was spilled on the ground. Why, he could have killed me just now. There was a hint of doubt in the old voice. Yi Yi's attack perfectly hides the killing intent in Reiatsu. It was not until his arm was severed that Juno felt Yi Yi's surprise attack. It stands to reason that, being able to approach him silently, he can cut off his neck with one hand and solve this battle. There is no need to cut off an arm that is irrelevant to the injury. Yi Yi was a little suspicious. Isn't your purpose to hold me back? In that case, I don't need to kill you. Crollo didn't pay for killing and beating enemies. And now killing an ability player can only contribute 0.01% of the unlocking progress to him. In addition to killing Juno, beat the enemy, it will cause a series of troubles. It can be said. The option to kill Juno was not in Yi Yi's plan from the beginning. After all, not only is the money not given in place, it will also cause trouble. The quiet and steady go Yibo, isn't it fragrant? It's enough to be a happy fisherman. A cold voice came out. Next moment. Yi Yi's figure disappeared again. Juno's eyelids twitched. Bad foreboding. The breath of thought emerges from the foot. The leg muscles swell rapidly. 2 corrugated potholes appeared at his feet. The figure quickly jumped into the air. Next moment. Yi Yi's figure appeared in the position where he had just stood. Jia Nuo dodged Yi Yi's hand knife dangerously. At the same time, Nianqi gathered at the broken arm, and a purple Nianqi arm condensed and formed. A person with the ability to change. It is not difficult to make a mind arm using mind energy. What's more, in his killer career, a broken arm is not an uncommon thing. The thoughts gathered again, and a small group of thoughts gathered in his hands. Accompanied by a flicker of the air mass. The thought group suddenly expanded dozens of times, covering Junuo himself. Nianqi formed the appearance of a dragon head in Junuo's hands. Open black lens bracket dragon head drama painting tooth protrusion close black lens bracket. Compared with the dragon head drama when attacking Crollo, this time is undoubtedly much smaller. Only a few meters in length. But it's enough for now. It seems that it took a long time to use dragon head drama tooth protrusion. But for Juno, it was nothing more than an action completed at the moment of jumping into the air. Ignoring the state of his body floating in the air at this time, he directly controlled Tooth to attack Yuichi. The long-spirited dragon exuding purple light, under the control of Jia Nuo, is like a real dragon, nimbly and quickly approaching Yi Yi. This moment. He seemed to have forgotten what had happened to him. Yi Yi stretched out a single palm, and the spiritual pressure gathered inside the palm. Wang tilde. A transparent and colorless spiritual pressure barrier appeared in front of him. He completely resisted the long dragon of thought that was attacking him, without being attacked at all. Cut. It's the trick again. See, long to opera painting Yatu, as useless. Junuo simply used the thrust generated by the attack to pull the distance between himself and Yi Yi once again. The figure flipped a few times in the air and fell steadily towards the ground. At the moment of the flip, under his perception, a figure quickly approached him. Crap. Yi Yi's movement speed exceeded his expectations. At this point in the air, flipping. Juno frowned, unable to reach time to avoid. Before he had time to think, His right hand condensed a lot of thought energy, and after a short charge, a huge thought energy group formed in his hand. The turbulent thoughts radiated purple lightning, just like the performance of using Dragon Head opera painting Fang-2. While condensing his thoughts, Jia kept compressing these thoughts. Next moment, Nianqi wave reached its limit and was shot by Junuo in the direction of Yi. The purple energy storage cannon distorts the surrounding air. This trick. It's Juno's least favorite trick. As a killer, this move is too dazzling. But like his dazzling appearance, his power is beyond doubt. A terrifying roar resounded in the room. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 _ Boom ~~~~. The charged chi cannon blasted out a huge pothole where Yi was. A beam of light shot upwards from the pothole. Directly through the floor of this level. The smoke and dust suddenly spread out towards the surroundings, blocking the surrounding environment. Yi's figure disappeared. Is it dead? Jia Nuo, who slowly fell from the sky, was not sure whether his move could solve Yi. His exaggerated speed is a big uncertainty. Unknown strength is another major factor of uncertainty. Although he was subconsciously vigilant about the surroundings, he was still lucky. Then you will be disappointed. Su tilde. A figure broke through the smoke instantly and appeared beside Junuo. The right leg is slightly raised. A terrifying aura condensed on Yi's body. With a speed that Juno couldn't react to, he kicked out a sidekick. The speed was so fast that bursts of air-breaking sounds came from under this leg. Click ~~~. The sound of bones breaking came out. Poof ~~14. No deviation. This kick directly hit Juno's abdomen. The blood couldn't stop spewing out from the mouth, and the abdomen was obviously sunken. Swoosh ~~~. Jia Nuo was directly kicked dozens of meters away. Yi's figure appeared in the sky where he was just now. The Reiki led him to fly with ease. I just want to touch a fish, so why be so serious? From the appearance, the body was not damaged in the slightest, and even the clothes were just fighting some dust. Junuo's energy charging chi cannon was indeed somewhat unexpected by Yi. If compared with the broken path in the Ghost Road, it can already be compared with the number 63 Thunder Roar cannon. It's just that the momentum is too great, and it is obvious to tell the enemy. I used the wrong colorless skill, get out of the way. With a silent reminder, Duinkong used it directly. Perfect defense against Juno's attacks. Number 8 in the distance took all of this into his eyes. He also has a general understanding of Yi's strength. It's so strong. We started training together. Why are you ahead of me every time? It's too much, it's too much. Even killing Gladys was so easy. Grip your hands firmly. The nails dig into the flesh, but don't care. Blood flowed from the fingers of both hands, which seemed to represent her years of hatred. Well it doesn't matter. Anyway, with this ability, everything you have will be mine sooner or later. He. Eighth hides himself in the shadows again. The hideous face is only understood by herself. It seems to be called Kurapika, isn't it? Interesting, it seems a pity to die like this, just live with me. Look to your right. It's the dying Kurapika. Thumb's healing chain was buried in the body while healing wounds in the abdomen, keeping him on the boundary between life and death. Your thoughts, your hatreds, your past, and your life will all live with me, Glingham. With a hideous smile. 8. No, Glingham leaned over slowly. Blood slowly dripped from the corners of his mouth. Far away. Falling from the sky at night. In front of him was Junuo, whose body was curled up, unable to move. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. Why don't you and I go fishing together? Looking at Junuo, who was struggling to get up, Yi was expressionless. With his strength, it only takes an instant to kill Jianuo. But in order to catch fish, he has been restraining his own strength, for fear that he will accidentally destroy him. Can charge the attack of the gas cannon. Let him subconsciously increase the strength of the counterattack. Even at the moment when the attack hit, Juno poured his thoughts into his abdomen. Yi also used most of his strength at critical moments. Juno was still defeated by this kick. Ka-tilde-ah. Juno, who was curled up on the ground, heard Yi's theory of salted fish. He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his face began to turn pale. He knew that the internal organs in his body were kicked and exploded under this side. If the internal organs are kicked out, even the capable ones cannot survive. Shiba, it's up to you to beat the enemy. Try to open eyes. Look in Shiba's direction. Looking at the figure with long silver rippled hair, charming figure and indifferent expression. Juno's heart is very satisfied. Not only is he satisfied with his son, but he is also satisfied with his own ending. As a killer, there is no shame in dying at the hands of a powerful enemy. I wanted to see with my own eyes the day when Xiaoqi became the head of the family, but it seems that I can't wait. His vision gradually blurred until darkness descended. It was not found that an injection was shot by Yi at will. Emerald green medicine is injected into the body. Far away. The battle between Crollo and Shiba continues. Juno's current situation is perceived by the two of them. Why don't you go see the old man? I think his current situation is not very good. With a Nubian-style knife in hand, he stabbed at Shiba. The sharp blade, combined with Crollo's thoughts, easily stabbed Shiba's tempered body. Next moment, a lingering hand knife will turn the Nubian-style knife cut into two pieces. I have no right to interfere in the path my father chooses. The cold voice and the indifferent face seem to be really convincing. At the same time, the figure is slightly twisted. After a short charge, a whip leg was thrown towards Crollo. The attack has not yet arrived. Shiba's hands quickly gathered a lot of thoughts. An instant. A huge amount of psychic energy condensed into two psychic energy bombs in his hands. Bursts of air swirled around this Shiba. Boom tilde tilde. The whip leg kicked hard on Crollo's crossed arms in front of him. At the moment when Xiba kicked out with the whip, Crollo used his years of combat experience to condense more than half of his thoughts on his arms. Flow, vs. Hard. Two application skills were skillfully used by Crollo. Can whip the two gas bombs behind the legs. It is not an attack that can be blocked by both arms. The arms shook violently. Shakes Shiba's whip legs. The red book in hand appears at one time, and the pages are automatically turned. Pattern. Age, 26. Manipulator. Ability, unpredictable pattern. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. Randomly transfer the attack on the ability person from the outside world to 10 meters away from the body. Chapter 142 Yi ends the battle with Juno. Standing by Juno. Watching the battle between Crollo and Shiba in the distance. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Suddenly two huge thoughts popped up on the floor only 3 meters away from him. Two huge potholes appeared. Like Juno's attack, it directly penetrated the floor completely. The light below passed through the two openings. Soot. Blocking Yi's vision. The left hand waved hard to the side. The smoke and dust in front of him dissipated in an instant. The battle in the distance was clearly presented again. Crollo transferred 2 of Shiba's energy bombs, and jumped back several times to spread the distance. The left hand, the thief's extreme intention, keeps turning the pages. Wow tilde. The pages kept flipping and eventually stopped on one page. On this page is a photo of a boy and information about his abilities. Yarman. Age, 13. Trait psychic. Ability, 0.3 Woodman. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. Forced to play the Wooden Man game, the commander finishes shouting 0.3 Wooden Man and looks back at other people. If someone is still moving, the discovered person fails the game and turns into a Wooden Man. Caution. 1. Please note that the wooden man is easily broken. Please pay attention to protect his safety. 2. When the commander shouts, 3. The wooden man, it will consume a lot of energy. 3. Before reading the password, the commander cannot be harmed. Crollo jumped back a few times to distance himself, but his body turned his back to Shiba strangely. Point 3. Wooden man, don't move. A childlike voice came out. Crollo's soft smile became stiff and rigid. The body has also changed, and it looks like a wood carving. After saying this, he turned to Shiba again. Pity. When Crollo manifests the thief's intent, Shiba was always on guard against him. The moment she turned around, Shiba stopped. Unfortunately, the wooden man that Crollo turned into turned around again. There is a downside to this ability. It cannot be cancelled until the game is over. The end condition is the moment when the enemy is caught, or the enemy touches the body. At this level of Crollo and Shiba, even a momentary pause can tell the outcome of the battle. The wooden man game, at the moment when Shiba was not turned into a wooden man. Crollo saw the solution. Turning around again, he began to read the game password. The password was recited very quickly under the control of Crollo. Point 3. Wooden people, don't allow. The 3 movements of turning around, reciting the password, turning around, and giving Shiba enough time. Before the password was finished, Shiba had already come to the front of the Crollo wooden man. A lot of thoughts condensed in his hands. A dazzling light flickered from it. In order to ensure that Crollo could be dealt with in one blow, Shiba concentrated all his thoughts into this punch. Terrifying fluctuations erupted on this fist. Su tilde su tilde su tilde su tilde. The fist quickly rubbed through the air, and the sonic boom continued to sound behind Shiba. This terrifying punch seemed to condense the whole world and smashed straight towards Crollo's head. Open black lens bracket, straight punch, close black lens bracket. However, Shiba didn't find the Crollo wooden man, and the corners of the mechanized mouth began to rise slightly. Boom tilde 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 tilde. With the fist of Shiba's mind power, he hit the head of the Crollo wooden man without reservation. The Crollo wooden man was instantly smashed to the ground. The thick floors were once again run through. Shiba's punch directly pierced the floor, and the two fell toward the room on the next floor. At the same time as the smoke is rising, a mechanized voice came out. Game over, Commander loses. The two who fell into the room on the next floor fell silent. Shiba's attack with all his strength was nullified under the rules of the game. Crollo also consumed almost his entire body of thought power because he extended the password time until the end of the attack. Both fell into a state of exhaustion. After a short breath, the two started fighting again. The collision of martial arts and assassination skills. It has become the current fighting style of the two. The other side. He got up at night and walked to the side of the cave, watching the two fight. Number 8, who acted as a transparent person, came to Yi Yi's side at some point. To this, Yi Yi just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. Whether it was the status of her partner at this time, or whether she had just woken up, there was nothing worthy of Yi Yi's attention. To Yi Yi, it was nothing but a scumbag. The moment he turned his head, puff! A sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. Looked down. A chain broke his spiritual pressure and pierced through his heart. Lower floor. Jingle bell tilde jingle bell tilde. A burst of phone ringing came from Shiba, who was constantly fighting with Crollo. The two people in the battle stopped their movements. At the same time, jumped back several times to keep a distance from the opponent. Drop tilde. Ill fan. Shiba calmly took out the phone from his pocket. Well, Dad, it's me, how is my client, isn't he dead yet? Ilmi's ethereal voice came from the phone. The phone was loud, and Crollo on the side could hear it clearly. Still, not dead. Shiba looked in Crollo's direction. At this time, Crollo's clothes were in tatters, and there were even many wounds on his body. Although he was not seriously injured, he looked a little embarrassed. Thanks to Zhao, really. Just alive, help me tell him that I have dealt with the 10 old men. Ilmi's voice was a little fortunate. I am glad that my client has not died, so that the subsequent rewards can be received normally. Let him transfer the entrusted funds to the designated account. The phone was hung up by Shiba. The momentum on his body slowly retracted, and he looked towards Krollo. You heard it too. For the follow-up entrustment, please call the designated account. Informed. Ignoring Krollo, who was instantly slumped to the ground, he jumped up 1 floor. The 10 old men died, and the commission was naturally cancelled. He needs to check Junuo's situation to determine whether he can save Shuang. But when he came to the upper floor, his eyes widened slightly. This is really unexpected. The chain was stained with blood, and the girl put it into her mouth to taste. The broken smile blooms at this moment. Chapter 143 _ Shiva goes back to the top. What I saw was the girl called number 8. At this time, he put a blood-stained chain into his mouth, constantly tasting the taste of blood. There was a terrifying smile on his face. The strongest, Yi, fell into a pool of blood and lost his life. It wasn't me who did it. Why are you looking at me like this? Ha ha ha. Feeling Shiva's gaze, Graham laughed disintegratingly. 3 minutes ago, Yaiki turned his attention to the battle between Krollo and Shiva below. For the approach of number 8 beside him. I don't care at all. But the chain that suddenly rushed out of his heart made him feel unbelievable. Chain. The ability that Kurapika possessed has passed through his heart at this moment. Look in the direction where Kurapika fell. But only a pool of blood remained. The corpse disappeared. No, who should have eaten it? In the dark corner, there are only some remnants of flesh and blood, and only the remaining national costumes are soaked in blood. Grainham's figure is standing behind Yi at this moment. From the raised right hand, the chain extends from it. 8th, cough tilde. Tough opening. A mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat. Want to fight back. But the body and Reiatsu have lost control. It's useless. Yes, my abilities are symbiosis and the traitor's glory. Open black lens bracket symbiosis close black lens bracket. Ability introduction. Devour the flesh and blood of others and achieve a symbiotic state with the devoured. Ability use restrictions. 1. Can only devour living people. 2. The ability person has a certain degree of understanding of the swallowed person. 3. The degree of symbiosis depends on the size of the flesh and blood eaten. Open black lens bracket the glory of the traitor close black lens bracket. Ability introduction. Mutiny is a virtue, and when backstabbing a teammate, the one who hides all the sound. Force the teammate to lose control of the body, force the teammate to lose control of all special abilities including mind, force the teammate's defense ability to nullify, force the teammate to bleed. Ability use restrictions. 1. This ability can only be used on teammates, and teammates' cognition is limited. They have known each other for more than 3 years, and they have executed more than 10 commissions together, violating the restrictions, death. 2. You can only use this ability when your teammates recognize that the person with the ability is your own teammate, violating the restrictions, death. 3. The ability can only be used on the premise that the ability person has betrayed his teammates, violating the restrictions, death. 4. You can only use this ability when your teammates are facing away from the person with the ability, violating the restrictions, death. 5. Before teammates die, introduce how to use this ability, violating restrictions, death. The cumbersome ability usage restrictions have created exaggerated ability effects. After listening to the ability introduction, it seems that there is also speculation about the leak of the information 1 year ago. Ahem. A year ago, it was you. Blood kept pouring out of his throat. Loss of control over the body, loss of control over mind, spiritual pressure. The heart is pierced, and blood is lost. At this moment, he has a whole body of strength, but he can't show the slightest. His vision gradually began to dim. Death seems to have become a foregone conclusion. Yi Yi was not afraid. Death may be the end of life for others. For him, it was the beginning of the next life. Thinking of the unlocked ability, a smile slowly rose from the corner of his mouth. Next time, let me kill you. Smiling. Ha tilde ha ha. Glingham laughed wildly, and his left eye turned into a red eye. That's right, I sold the information of the organization. It's a mere 1 billion yuan, which is really cheap tilde ha ha. Speaking of betraying the organization, Graham laughed happily. Next moment. Looking at Yi Yi's pale face due to excessive blood loss. Her face became extremely angry again, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. In the graduation assessment 4 years ago, when you killed my sister, did she suffer in the same way? Yi Yi seemed to understand why number 8 backstabbed him. What a pity. 4 years ago, I hadn't crossed over to this body. Only. It's a pity. Is talking about his own death. Still talking about Glingham's useless revenge. Only Yi Yi himself knew that. Finish saying this. The head drooped down, completely losing its life. Look at the corpse in the pool of blood. Grangham controlled the chain to slowly withdraw from Yi Yi's heart, and put it into his mouth to taste the sweetness of the enemy's blood. After a while, Sheba's figure jumped out of the pothole. What he saw was Grimham, who was tasting the blood of Yi Yi's heart. Graham felt Sheba's gaze. Broken smile. It wasn't me who did it tilde why are you looking at me like this tilde ha ha tilde. Sheba ignored the collapsed girl in front of her, passing the dead body of the Night One. Go in the direction of Juno. Came to the crouching figure, leaned over and listened. Pung tilde. A weak heartbeat came from the chest cavity. Zyba's eyes suddenly widened, and he didn't care about anything else, and ran quickly towards the outside world. Mind that has been exhausted. He forced the slightest bit out of his body. Disappeared into the night sky. A few words loomed in the air. Zippo Nyen, dying, and Aluga. With Sheba's departure, the top room seemed to fall into silence. Only the sound of Gringham sucking on the chains rang out from time to time in the room. Gringham never forgot his identity from Meteor Street. We don't reject anything, but don't even try to take anything from us. Gladys, my sister has avenged you. What's up? Have you tasted the taste of blood? Tasty. Gringham looked at his belly. Her younger sister, who facilitated her integration 4 years ago. The reason is just to let her taste the blood of the enemy. Wang tilde. Sudden. Yi Yi's body slowly emitted a faint blue light. Attracts the gaze of Glingham beside him. The gem emitting a faint blue light broke free from Yiki's body and floated in the air. Wisps of clear blue energy fluctuations emerged from Yi Yi's corpse. Towards the jewel in the sky. After a few seconds, corpses turned to powder. The gems began to flicker. Graham stepped back subconsciously. The gem terrified her. Boom tilde. A terrifying explosion swept the entire cemetery building. At the moment of the explosion, a strange straw doll appeared out of thin air and suffered the damage of Krollo this time. Chapter 144 Ukexin. The bustling modern city is still carrying on its depraved life. As if yesterday's big explosion never happened. During the day, people go to work as usual to go to work. At night, lonely souls find solace in each other. The only thing that is different from before. It is the cemetery building in the city center. As the venue where Ukexin auctions have been held for decades, it can already be said to be a landmark building of Ukexin. Unfortunately, this is a thing of the past. Cemetery building. In yesterday's gas leak, it was turned into ashes. Bidders who came from all over the world to participate in the auction also suffered heavy casualties in this sudden explosion. The auction location has changed. The auction will be held at the Mukgabi building instead. This is the official announcement of Yukushin on yesterday's incident. Downtown Cafe. Yi looked expressionless when he saw the newspaper information in his hands. Yesterday's explosion, he naturally knew what happened. After all, the explosion itself was caused by his death. Graham's sneak attack killed him physically. One of the functions of Kobengu is to make the host evolve to the next form when the host's life is threatened. Yaiki's death was so quick that it could only absorb the Reiatsu within Yaiki's body and try to resurrect Yaiki. That's when the spirit body comes into play. After Bengu discovered this, he was unable to return the absorbed spiritual pressure to Yaiki. A large amount of Reiatsu had nowhere to vent, and eventually caused an explosion. As for the night, it was successfully transformed into a spirit body half an hour ago. And under the action of collapsing jade, the flesh body was condensed, which can be said to be no different from before. But Glingham's betrayal, he could not tolerate. The weakness of dying, the loss of control of the body, and the nothingness of death. This bad experience annoyed him. An invisible sense of oppression radiated from Yi to the surroundings. Other guests in the cafe felt a sense of unease. Subconsciously stay away from this area. He rolled his eyes at will, the pressure on his body was slowly withdrawn, and the cafe returned to calm. Even if Yi successfully backstabbed on the 8th last night and left Yukexin City immediately, with the level of traffic development in this world, she couldn't leave too far. This gives Yi a chance to find her. Of course, it is more likely that she is still in a corner of the city. Bought a new cell phone on the side of the road, plugged in the card and made a call. Tilde dip tilde dip tilde dip tilde. The phone rang 3 times and hung up. Redial. Drip tilde drip tilde drip. Repeat 3 times. Call connected. This frequency with Zhao's good rate is number 1. What's the matter tilde? A lazy voice came from the phone, and asked a habitual double. But the next moment, the voice changed obviously. Well, number 8 said that you died in Yukexin, why are you alright? Get serious. Hearing the code name number 8, Yi clenched his hands subconsciously. Makes a creaking sound. Number 8 betrayed. Chapter 145 _. The resurrection is not spoken of. It is enough that only one person knows such a secret. Betrayal. No joke. The voice on the phone became more serious, and the information at this time was no longer something he could face with a playful attitude. Quote. Yi didn't speak, and responded with a moment of silence. But sometimes silence is enough to express everything. This silence has confirmed the correctness of this information. I see, I will give you the number 8 message as soon as possible. There was a long silence on the other side of the phone. It took a long time for this sentence to come out from the phone. To achieve the goal, hang up the phone at will. The message of number 8's betrayal was sent back to the organization, and that was enough. It has been nearly a year since the organization's information was leaked. In the past year, the reason why no betrayer has been found. The main reason is that number 8 is hidden too deeply. Acquaintance for several years. Even Yi didn't find anything abnormal before she started to attack her. For almost a year, she has not. There is no reason for the organization to suspect that it is her. After all, many of the leaked information is the latest and most confidential information within the organization. With her authority, she couldn't reach it at all. Under such a concept, the organization did not suspect that number 8 was a traitor. Now that the accurate information about the betrayal of number 8 has been obtained, the organization will naturally spare no effort to find number 8. Of course, it would be a waste of time if only organizations were used to search for number 8. 5 minutes later. The Dark World has a new bounty. 10 minutes later. On the official website of the Hunter, there is an additional information collection commission worth 1 billion yuan. After doing all this, Yi only needs to wait for the information of the 8th. In this modern era, you don't need to do everything yourself. Often, You only need to touch your fingers and someone will help you accomplish everything you want. Think of this. A business card was taken out by Yi Yi. Open black lens bracket Jianuo beating the enemy guest close black lens bracket. The enemy who was almost kicked to death by himself seemed to be inviting him to his house as a guest. Want to go? I just kicked him half to death yesterday, and now it seems a little inappropriate. Quite a while. The plan to beat the enemy Haka has been temporarily cancelled. Having beaten Juno to death, it was indeed a bit too much to invite him as a guest. Check the time on your phone. 10:15 a.m. It's still early, get up early in the night. He believed that those hyenas who were attracted by the big money would not disappoint him. Far away. A waiter looked at the cafe where only Yi Yi was left. Get up and walk towards the night. Sir, what else do you need? A standardized smile hangs on the face. Although I don't know what happened, the only guest can't leave. Have a cup of jasmine tea. The voice has not fallen. Phone rings. The two of them couldn't help looking at the phone on the table. A photo was uploaded to the mobile phone, and the figure of number 8 was in this photo. It was just the figure beside her that made Yi Yi narrow his eyes slightly. Chapter 146 Ukexen's bustling downtown. As the world-famous Ukexen auction, it attracts a large number of tourists every year. In this dense crowd, even if the four of them didn't pay attention, they could feel the coldness on their bodies that was thousands of miles away. People walking on the street. Even if they don't know the identities of the four of them, the coldness carved into their souls makes them subconsciously stay away. It's not just ordinary tourists who saw these four people. Kobo is special due to his abilities. The most sensitive to the perception of breath tilde. Almost immediately, an anomaly was found. The breath hidden in the dark suddenly increased. A low voice came out of his mouth. The lackeys of the gang should find out that we are not dead, so let's gather again. Pike Norda seemingly inadvertently reached out and twisted her hair. But in fact, he was observing the hidden people around him. It's just her analysis that didn't attract Krollo's attention. Instead, it was the woman standing beside her, whose pupils were always blood red. Excited look on his face. Several chains protruded from her right hand. Ha tilde if you kill them, leave it to me. Ha ha tilde. Finished. His face was flushed, and he licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue excitedly. It was like seeing delicious food. Krollo, who was walking in front, stopped because of her words. Then kill them all. Gringham. The cold voice caught Pike Norda's attention. Is it all right, Captain? Won't this cause trouble for the brigade? Smiling. Gringham laughed loudly. The blood red in the pupils is even more poignant. The crowd that Joe Gang passed by looked at Gringham, who was suddenly laughing wildly on the street, with a look of surprise. Couldn't understand what she was thinking at the moment. No problem, kill them all. Krollo turned around and faced the three members. A cold smile hung on his face. The soft voice turned into a life-threatening rune at this moment. Since the gang refuses to accept my kindness, there is no need to show mercy. Flowers. The handsome face was full of killing intent at this moment. The corpse copied by Kobo is also a goodwill release for the gangsters. Revenge is revenge. All the 10 old men who attacked the brigade died, and the hatred between the spider and the gang ended. The newly appointed 10 old men got the bodies of all the members of the brigade. It can be regarded as taking the opportunity to show their strength and control the troops that have become disintegrated. It can be said that a silent transaction has been completed. Just didn't expect. After the gang accepted their goodwill, they still use the brigade's doctrine. This made Krollo a little unhappy. Since you broke the rules first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Grangham, I order you to kill them all. In this gentle voice. The hyenas, surrounded by secrets, were mercilessly slaughtered by Glingham. The chains used to deal with spiders became the claws of spiders under Glingham's control. The blood-red eyes seem to be the anger in his heart. Son. Chapter 147 _ Just no one noticed. In a distant store. A camera wrapped in thoughts pressed the shutter on the four people. In the photo, there are Grimham, who is blushing and killing the quartet, and Crollo and others who show a cold smile. The owner of the camera. He also showed a satisfied smile. After completing this order, he can rest for at least a year or two. 177. In the cafe. One night quietly sipping a cup of jasmine tea. In mobile. One after another received some information and photos. All about number 8, Gringham. Looking at the picture of Gringham using chains to massacre, Yi-Yi's heart was full of ice. While at the Cemetery building. Glingham, in order to meet the conditions of her ability, once told all the information about her ability. One of them is an ability called symbiosis. Open black lens bracket symbiosis close black lens bracket. Ability introduction. Devour the flesh and blood of others and achieve a symbiotic state with the devoured. Ability use restrictions. 1. Can only devour living people. 2. The ability person has a certain degree of understanding of the swallowed person. 3. The degree of symbiosis depends on the size of the flesh and blood eaten. Judging from the appearance of Kurapika's only a few organs that were not swallowed. Grim and Kurapika have a high degree of symbiosis. Possibly even reached a level of complete symbiosis with Kurapika. This can be seen from her ability to use Kurapika at will without being bound by the oath. Looking at the photo in hand. Yi-Yi tries to analyze the reason why Crollo and Glingham are together. At this time, the Phantom Brigade was full. It is unlikely that Gringham will be invited to join the brigade. Did you fancy her ability and wanted to lure her into joining and steal her? This is unlikely. In addition to the ability of symbiosis to attract him, glory of the traitor will only arouse his disgust. The ability to backstab teammates like this is not suitable for his team mode. Or, like the relationship between Yi-Yi and Crollo before. What is the mandate between the two? But Crollo has ended his revenge on the gang, so where did the commission come from? Drinking jasmine tea, Yi-Yi kept thinking in his heart. Thinking about the relationship between the Phantom Troop and Glingham. Next moment. Yi-Yi's eyes were cold, and murderous intent permeated his body. In a new photo, Glingham has a small spider tattooed under his left eye, and there is a small O on the spider. Click tilde. The jasmine tea cup in his hand was crushed into pieces by Yi-Yi. The waiter in the distance shivered and dared not speak. For fear of angering the person in front of me, this man. After a while, Yi-Yi's figure gradually disappeared. A bill was dropped on the coffee table. The waiter put away the banknote tremblingly and looked at Yi-Yi's back. It seems to see the churning blood-colored ocean. Her own figure is also floating up and down in this ocean. Chapter 148 _ On the streets of Yukushin. There are people playing everywhere, the sound of advertisements on the street is sounding everywhere, a prosperous appearance. It's a pity that this bustling city has nothing to do with Yi-Yi. At this moment, Yoichi's only goal is to deal with Glingham. Certainly. If the Phantom Troop interferes with Yi-Yi's revenge, he doesn't mind fulfilling his hunter duties. You must know that in the Hunter Association, Yi-Yi registered as a bounty hunter. Catching these registered bounty prisoners is the daily job of bounty hunters. Thought here. Press down the black top hat on top of your head. ... Yukeksan suburbs. Mirage 14 Brigade. Abandoned church. Since the arrival of the tour group, it has become extraordinarily lively. A figure walked slowly towards this abandoned church from a distance. Today's Phantom Troop seems to have some activity. Only Wojin and Nobunaga guarded the house. However, it is said that it is to stay at home, and more is to heal here. As combatants in the brigade, they are usually at the forefront of the battle. Yesterday, the two of them rushed to the forefront of the settlement work that was surrounded by the color metal building. When Benyu absorbed all of Yaiki's Reiatsu, it triggered a terrifying explosion that covered the entire Sametali building. The two just rushed to the door of the Sametali building. Haven't had time to react yet. The terrifying explosion directly engulfed the two of them, and even the two of them couldn't handle it. Especially Nobunaga, even though he is of the same strengthening type as Wojin, his strength is more derived from his swordsmanship. The strength is in the brigade, only in the middle. It can be said that this terrifying explosion could easily take his life. Crucial moment. Wojin wrapped Nobunaga with his own body. Blocked most of his attacks. Let Nobunaga survive. The price was that Wojin was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for Crollo and Maggie's treatment nearby, they would have died in the explosion at this moment. This is also the reason why Wojin and Nobunaga did not participate in today's event. Wojin was seriously injured and unconscious, and Nobunaga was also burned by the heat flow generated by the explosion. The two became the only two wounded in the brigade. It's just that Nobunaga's injury is slightly lighter than Wojin's dying injury. Then he made a request to guard Wojin at the base. For Nobunaga's request, Crollo did not refuse. With such a serious injury in Wojin, it is natural that someone needs to be guarded. Beside, whether it's protection or telling everyone in an emergency, it takes someone to do this. Since Nobunaga took the initiative to bring this up, there is nothing wrong with him taking the job. There are many rooms in the abandoned church. Nobunaga still specifically found a room where the sun could shine. Just because the night came, the sunshine can promote the recovery of the injury. Clean up the room that was specially found so that the sun can shine. Sitting in the corner of the wall, watching Wojin under the sunlight. Nobunaga always felt that something was wrong there. Chapter 149_. The left leg is slightly arched, and the right hand is always on the handle of the knife. Be alert to all changes around you. Wojin was seriously injured and fell asleep, which made him full of vigilance. With his vigilance, before most people entered this room, they were cut into several pieces by the long knife in his hand. Inside a quiet abandoned church, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. This sound of footsteps was different from the sounds of other spiders in my memory. The long knife in his hand was drawn slightly, which was enough to attack the person who came at the first time. Footsteps are getting closer. Nobunaga, however, became more and more calm. According to the footsteps, to judge the distance between the person and the room. Crunch tilde. Footsteps stop. Come to the door of the house. With a creaking sound, the door was slowly opened. That is at this moment. The long sword, which was slightly unsheathed, was instantly pulled out of the scabbard under Nobunaga's control. A lot of thought power is condensed on the blade of the long knife. Slash. The strongest blow so far, slashed at lightning speed. A touch of silver light is particularly dazzling in the light. Su tilde. It's a pity that the sound of breaking the air exposed the blow. Sneak attack isn't perfect. In the face of this sneak attack, the person who came here only raised a finger. Ding tilde. Accompanied by the sound of iron clattering. Nobunaga's eyes widened slightly, surprised that his knife was blocked. It was also at this time that he saw the appearance of the person who came. Night 1. How? Too late to think. The long knife in his hand changed his posture slightly, his body squatted down, his muscles violently exerted force, and he was ready to attack again. But this time, it was not as easy as expected. The moment the body squatted down, the hand knife covered with reiatsu had already reached his throat. Move a little, kill you. A voice as cold as an iceberg of 10,000 years came from the mouths of people. 4. Why, are you still alive? The muscles of the body did not relax, but tightened even more. Nobunaga could not imagine how this man survived. According to Crollo, Yaiki was pierced through the heart by the new member's ability to use the chain hand. In addition to the subsequent terrorist bombing. Under the combined effect of the two, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Unfortunately, Regarding Nobunaga's doubts, Yaiki has no plans to explain. Palm up. Quote. Tilde the 61 Binding Road 6 Stand Light Prison. With a slight consumption of Reiatsu. 6 pieces of light appeared out of thin air, locking Nobunaga's actions. What is this? The same attack on Hisoka last time. Damn, how did Jiao Jiao crack it? Journal. Nobunaga kept twisting his body, trying to break free of the light sheets. But Hisoka, who was far stronger than him, couldn't break free, let alone Nobunaga. Next, I ask you to answer. The icy voice seemed to possess magical power, causing the struggling Nobunaga to stop. Of course, this required ignoring the Nyanbeast Elabella on the side. A sharp claw. I do not know when to touch the comatose Wo-jin's throat. Chapter 150 _ Sunset. The abandoned church seems to have regained its solemnity under the light of the afterglow. Unfortunately, those who are in this church at the moment are not the clergymen of the past. It was the head of the spider with the inverse cross on his forehead. I have to say it's a pimple. Crollo, who does not believe in God, but believes in the existence of souls. Use a place like a church as a gathering place for the phantom troop. The moment Crollo entered the church, his face darkened instantly. In this church, I can't feel the breath of Wojin and Nobunaga. This is not good news for Crollo. Wojin was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Nobunaga is guarding Wojin. Neither of them could leave the base at will. A frightening thought came out of his mind. Quickly ran to the room where Wojin cultivated. Behind him were 3 people who had yet to react. After a while, the 4 came to a room. This room is very familiar to everyone. Before leaving the base in the morning, many people came here. That includes Crollo. EPUB, Pike Norda, and Glingham entered this room with Crollo. Captain, this. Looking at the door open, the room was empty. Pike Norda didn't know what to say. Even if she didn't know what happened just now, she already understood everything when she saw this room. Wojin and Nobunaga, who were supposed to cultivate here, are missing. This sudden change made her subconsciously look at Crollo on the side. Only Gringham looked regretful. She just devoured Kurapika's flesh and blood, which gave her her current strength. After enjoying such a shortcut to become stronger, how could she still practice honestly to become stronger? Isn't it easy to devour others to complete symbiosis? Gringham didn't know much about the Phantom Troop. It's just that Yi Yi took her with him and met with the Phantom Troop. This made her mistakenly believe that the strength of all members of the Phantom Troop was almost the same as Yi Yi. The greedy betrayer has set his sights on this spider organization. When she saw the strong strengthening man in the morning, the desire to devour flesh and blood had already aroused in her heart, but unfortunately there were too many people to speak. But now this man doesn't know where to go. Make her feel sorry. Completely unaware, his abilities were heard by Crollo lying on the next floor as early as when he explained to Yi Yi. This is why, on the first day of joining the group, Glingham was brought by his side. Chapter 151 _ Enter this house. Crollo looked around, looking for clues. Quite a while. The items in this house were all found and put together by him. A blood-stained bandage, a fallen scabbard, some beer bottles, food, some. But the only ones that can really provide information seem to be the first 2. Pick up these 2 things and examine them carefully. Pike Nuoda and Kube looked at each other for a moment. Next moment. And at the same time veiled skimming to Glingham. Apparently, both are suspicious of Glingham's identity. After all, this happened on the first day she joined the brigade. But after a while, Kube shook his head slightly. Glingham has been in the sight of the 3 all day today, and there is no possibility of leaking information. Have no choice. Pike Norda picks up the phone and calls the rest of the group. Wojin and Nobunaga mysteriously disappear. Need to tell them this news, at least to make them take precautions. in case this person in the dark will attack the scattered brigade members. So they know what's going on. After an hour, all the rest of the phantom troop gathered in the church hall. Finks and Phaeton, staring suspiciously at Glingham not far away, like Kobo and Pike Norda, he suspected that this newcomer had leaked the secret. In this regard, Pike Norda secretly shook her head. Before all the members of the brigade assembled, she seemed to accidentally touch Glingham for a moment. At this moment, Pike Norda had already flipped through this aspect of memory. No memory of her leaking the brigade information was found. Obviously, the disappearance of Wojan and Nobunaga had nothing to do with her. It's just a pity that Pike Norda obviously didn't see her ability when she probed Glingham's memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get along with Glingham so kindly at this time. Open black lens bracket. The glory of the traitor. Close black lens bracket. Conditions are very difficult to achieve, but that doesn't mean they can't be achieved. With Yi Yi's lessons learned, you can see how difficult this ability is when the conditions are met. Even Yi Yi, whose strength was almost the same as Nitro, could not survive this backstab. Flowers. This already involves the power of rules. Who knows what happened to Glingham to develop such a perverted ability? Boom. Finks punched the wall. The angry expression could not be concealed at all. Damn it. Who is it that actually attacked Nobunaga and Wojan? How dare he attack the brigade? 0. The old walls of the church soon appeared one after another potholes. Aside. Franklin, Phaeton and others also had gloomy expressions. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood at this time. To them, Wojan and Nobunaga are more than just members of one organization. It is also a partner who walked out of Meteor Street together. They told each other their names on Meteor Street, and they were partners who could entrust their lives to each other. A partner born and dying together. It's just that compared to Finks, the two can restrain their emotions. Jingle bell. Suddenly, the phone rang. Everyone looked at the night. Sun. Chapter 152_. At this moment. This is the most nervous moment for spiders. The moment when a phone rang. All spiders subconsciously cast their gazes towards the source of the sound. There. The knight was operating a computer that he had snatched from nowhere, looking for all kinds of information. There is also some doubts about the arrival of this call. Next moment. It was as if he had thought of something. He waved to Maggie, motioning her to come over. This made Machi stunned for a moment, but the next moment she thought of the reason. Intuitive. Maggie's intuition in the brigade was sometimes more accurate than anyone's guess. It's just that the knight only motioned for Machi to come over, but the person who came to him didn't know Machi alone. Reluctantly connected the phone. The other side. In an abandoned building. The silhouettes of Wojan and Nobunaga were left casually on the floor. He was restrained by Yi Yi using several shackles, and he was not worried about them running away. Beside the two, there was Nyenbeast Elabella who was curiously looking at them. At the window of the building, Yi Yi leaned against the edge of the window. Dial out the phone and wait quietly for the caller to connect. In 3 seconds. The bell rang for 3 seconds. This gave Yi Yi a lot of information. The other members of the brigade are also on the phone. It's not hard for Yi Yi to guess that the other members went to listen to the phone. In the absence of a partner, any distraction will attract the attention of these spiders. Night. Long time no see. How, a surprise for you. Meteor Street dialect, from the phone. The cold voice made the knight slightly stunned. Such a discriminating voice, he naturally will not forget. But according to the information of the new members, the owner of this voice seems to have. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look into the distance. Glingham did not approach like the other members, but was playing with his mobile phone. He didn't care about the sight of the knight. Take your sight back. After hearing this dialect, several people around Sha K quickly guessed who was on the other side of the phone. But they are not as simple as Wojin and Nobunaga, and they didn't say their names directly. Night 1. Although Yi didn't spend a long time with everyone in the brigade, every time he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone can hear his voice. Phaeton glanced at several people. Then left immediately. Thinks, Maggie and others could understand what he meant. Go and tell Krollo this information. Aside. The knight pondered Yi's thoughts in his mind. Did you deliberately speak in Meteor Street because you didn't want someone to hear it? In other words, in the Meteor Street dialect, it is to tell him what he wants, and the flow is it related to Star Street. It's been a long time indeed. I heard that you also experienced yesterday's big explosion. How are you doing? Same Meteor Street dialect. Although he was not sure of Yi's purpose, he still cooperated with Yi subconsciously. For nothing else, Wojin and Nobunaga are still in his hands. It's just that what he said was okay. It wasn't difficult to guess whether it was Wojin, Nobunaga, or Yaiki. Chapter 153_. Abandoned building. Hearing the knight's response in the Meteor Street dialect, the corner of Yi's mouth rose slightly. That's why he just called the knight. Brain, responsible for thinking. Level-headed, knowledgeable and analytical skills are also strong. Of course, Gringham, who was born as Meteor Street, also understands the dialect. But Yi didn't mean to guard her. Just want to know the reaction of the next knight and others. Not as if Gringham knew he was alive. As for why not call Krollo. Yi guessed that he should still be thinking about the function of the bandage and the scabbard. In order not to disturb him, other spiders will probably not be in the same room as him. This is the purpose of the knight. Separate him from the rest of the brigade. After all, what Yi wanted to say, he didn't want to tell other spiders through his mobile phone. If it came from his mobile phone, Yi's plan would naturally be affected. When asked about the knight, Yi understood what he meant. Say hello. How is it possible? Yi has already kidnapped their people, how can I say hello? It was only Wojin and Nobunaga who asked. Relax, Wojin and Nobunaga are naturally fine, they just took a nap. Under the perception of Reiatsu, the two were still in a drowsiness at the moment. A night in an abandoned church. Hearing the news of Wojin and Nobunaga, I felt a little relieved. But he didn't know the reason for taking the two away at night. Think here. Recall the relationship between the tour group and Yi. Trade, delegate, hatred. There seems to be an answer in my heart, but in order to avoid mistakes, I still ask subconsciously. What's your purpose, Gringham, or what? This moment. The knight was a little fortunate that Gringham was not by his side. The other end of the phone. The smile didn't fade, and it was convenient to talk to smart people. Even if he didn't speak, he had already guessed what he wanted. Yes, it's very simple. It's a good deal to use her for Wojin and Nobunaga. Yi didn't hide it. After all, his purpose was very simple, he just wanted to find Glingham alone. But Glingham had joined the brigade, and he wasn't sure if the other members would stop him. This requires a condition that can keep them from doing it. Wojin and Nobunaga, these two seem to be pretty good. This was Yi's sudden thought when he came to the abandoned church and saw the two of them. It's a bit nasty, but isn't it fun? If you directly put green, it seems a little boring to kill. Doesn't she like betrayal? So, how does it feel to be betrayed by someone else? Does she know? The other end of the phone. The knight holding the phone didn't know how to answer. Using one new member for two old members seems like a good deal. But he has a feeling. If agreed, the Phantom Troop would not be the original Phantom Troop. Crucial moment. A hand took the phone away from the knight. P.S. Books are free, can you give me some flowers? Chapter 154_. The mobile phone of the knight was taken away by a hand stretched out beside him when he was struggling for a long time. Subconsciously look up. Krollo's figure came to him at some point. Judging from the dignified look on his face, he had already heard Yi Yi's request. I'm Krollo. Identify yourself directly. For him, Yi Yi was his partner yesterday, but today he is the opposite of himself. Although the change was a bit sudden, he understood the reason. But things have happened, and what can be done now is to try to resolve this conflict with the least loss. Krollo didn't forget that Yi Yi easily solved Juno's strength in the Cemetery building. Abandoned building. Through the change in the voice, Yi Yi judged that the opponent had made a substitution. Of the people in the brigade, who could take the phone away from the knight, only Krollo could do it. I know, I heard it. Yi Yi's voice was still cold, and it didn't change because Krollo answered the phone. For him, Krollo didn't play a big role this time. It can even be said that he was completely unable to participate in this transaction, and the object of this transaction was other members. Conditions remain the same, just hand over Grangham to me, and I'll let Wojin and Nobunaga go. This is an impossible condition for Krollo to agree to. If he wants 2 members to survive. He remained silent. In other words, he could only remain silent. After a while. This condition, I can't meet it, change it. The call was hung up by Krollo. Available on the other end of the phone. The corner of Yi Yi's mouth raised a smile. He couldn't meet the conditions, but that didn't mean that others couldn't meet the conditions either. This condition can be said to have not been proposed for him from the very beginning. Krollo got up and looked around at the other members present, then walked outside the church. Kube and Pike Norda subconsciously followed. Glingham, who was playing with his phone alone, didn't pay any attention to what was happening in the distance. It was only when he saw Krollo leaving, he reluctantly put away his phone and followed Krollo's footsteps. Conditions for her to join the brigade. One of them is that you need to follow Krollo all the time during activities. Only when he himself declared that he did not need to follow, Glingham could not follow. Glingham thought it was just an ordinary oath, just say it. But I didn't expect Krollo to have the ability to do what he says. Under the constraints of this ability, she must follow Krollo. Gringham, you don't have to follow me this time. Made Glingham a little stunned. Then came joy. God knows how boring she is with Krollo. Krollo doesn't speak much, Pike Norda doesn't speak much, and Kube doesn't speak much. It would be so boring to let her talk or follow these 3 people. I have only touched this magical world, but I have never had a chance to understand it well. She is the only one who can understand how itchy the center is. Chapter 155_. Far away. Krollo looked at the delighted Glingham and thought for a moment. Then he turned and left without hesitation. Don't worry about Wojin and Nobunaga anymore. He believed that the knights and others could handle this incident well. Just before leaving, he seemed to casually glance in the direction of Phaeton and Finks. It was this look that allowed them to confirm Krollo's thoughts. The other side. Inside the abandoned building. Yi Yi listened to the hung-up call. There was no dissatisfaction in his heart, and the faint smile on his face remained unchanged. Look behind you. Wojin and Nobunaga woke up from the coma at some point. Shaking the phone to the 2 of them. Nyanbeast Elabella was beside the 2 of them. Judging from her curious appearance, the awakening of the 2 was inseparable from her. Yi Yi didn't know how much Wojin and Nobunaga listened to the conversation between him and Krollo. Just judging from the disappointed expressions on their faces, I am afraid they have heard a lot. 2 simple reinforcement systems. Look at this. Yi Yi felt sorry for himself if he didn't tease them. It seems that using you in exchange for Glingham is a failure this time. I didn't expect that you were not as important as a newcomer in Krollo's heart. Really disappointed. There was a hint of disappointment on his face, as if it really was what he said. Che, I don't believe what you said, the head of the regiment just won't give up on anyone. Wojin raised his head with difficulty and spat to the side. Express your disdain for Yi Yi. He was seriously injured, and it took a lot of effort to move his neck at this time. Although Wojin knew that his strength was not as good as Yi Yi, don't let him give in so easily. His memory was still stuck in the explosion last night. When he woke up again, he had been brought into this abandoned building by the knight. He was not satisfied that he was not defeated in an upright manner. Compared to Woking, Nobunaga on the side was silent. He didn't know Yaiki's true purpose. Obviously, with Yi Yi's strength, he was able to deal with the new member just like when he easily defeated him. But he had to choose this method of forcing the brigade to hand over the new members. It's just that although he rarely thought about it, he couldn't think of Yi Yi's real purpose without the corresponding information. The reaction of the two made Yi Yi's funny idea fail. Ignore the two of them. He threw two binding paths to the two of them again, and reinforced the restraint. Half an hour later. Pick up the phone at night. Called the knight's cell phone again. I believe that at this time, there is enough room for dialogue. Jingle bell tilde tilde. The bell rang only once. The phone was connected, and the opposite side must have been waiting for Yi Yi's call back. Chapter 156_. Ukexan suburb abandoned church. In addition to the three people who left, Crollo, EPUB, and Pike Norda, as well as Franklin, Shouty, and Glingham. A group of spiders gathered around, looking at the mobile phone placed in the middle of the crowd, waiting for the call to be called back. Fink's expression was a little indifferent. Franklin held off the newcomer with the reason of teaching the technique of reading. Now let's discuss how to deal with the newcomer. The words were filled with distrust of the new members. Other spiders seemed to be of the same opinion. I think he understood. He gave me a look as he left. Phaeton opened his mouth. As an interrogator in the brigade, he is responsible for many aspects. The new Gringham, using the ability that once attacked them, chains, made everyone suspicious of her. Although she explained that it was the ability that was taken away. But who can prove this? After all, the spiders didn't understand why they pulled her into the phantom troop and gave her a special number -0. Corner of the church. Hisoka played the poker in his hand. Build them into pyramids one after another. With that weird perverted laughter, it was pushed down again and again. Let the spiders subconsciously stay away from him. Hisoka didn't care. After all, his purpose was only Crollo. Just accompanied by curiosity about newcomers. He bought Glinham's intelligence from Ilmi. Among them, there is an inside story that no one knows about. Beating the enemy was in Yeba at the time. Hisoka came to participate in the event to find an opportunity to fight Crollo. He knew that the more chaotic the phantom troop was, the more likely he would fight Crollo. Well although I don't know what Crollo's thinking is, it seems that the newcomer is not easy. Instantly attracted the attention of several spiders present. They subconsciously cast their gazes towards Hisoka. He seemed to be asking him the reason for that. A smile appeared on the clown's face. A new talent was exposed. I heard that she can devour a living person to gain other people's abilities it's really scary ho. I just don't know what purpose she joined the brigade for. Draw a random card from the card in front of you. Spade King. Hisoka frowned, and then he thought of something. I couldn't help laughing. Ha, hum, ha 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 interesting. Knight, Maggie, Phaeton, Finks, Tholev and several others. Looking at Hisoka, who was suddenly having a nervous attack, he didn't know what to say. Revisit the solution. It's just that Hisoka was a little concerned about the idea of swallowing the flesh and blood of living people to gain power. Hey I remember that Wojin was seriously injured before she entered the brigade. Chapter 157_. The knight's expression was a little serious. If it really is what he thinks, this new member does not seem to be a simple role. In the previous question on Yi Yi, he just subconsciously thought of this newcomer. I didn't expect this newbie to be so troublesome. There's something wrong with that newcomer, intuition. Maggie didn't want to get involved in such a nonchalant discussion. But according to her intuition, this newcomer will bring unprecedented disaster to the brigade. This strong intuition made her a little uneasy. Beside Maggie, there was Finks with a frosty face. He was skeptical about this newcomer. After hearing Maggie's intuition, she even had the idea of throwing the newcomer to Yi directly. After all, Yaiki had already made it clear that he would use Grangham in exchange for Wojin and Nobunaga. Thinking of this, Finks made a subtle gesture in the direction of Phaeton. It appears to be an action of arrest. But he didn't find that Ma-Chi, who was beside him, saw this action into his eyes. But in the end he didn't say anything and remained silent. At this moment, the mobile phone placed in the middle of the crowd rang again. Moment. All eyes are on this phone. The knight nodded in the direction of Maggie and Phaeton. Also connect the call. Yi's icy voice was transmitted to the ears of the people present through the mobile phone. Abandoned buildings 30 kilometers north of Ukexin Central Park. If you agree to the transaction, bring the people I want here. He actually directly told the spider where he was now. It doesn't seem to worry the spiders have other ideas. Or, with his strength, there is no need to worry about spiders cheating. Letting Glingham experience betrayal was just a whim of Yi. If you succeed, you will succeed. If you are unsuccessful, you can start directly. There is no escaping one result. After all, under the offensive of money, Gringham has been unable to leave the Sin City of Ukexin. The greedy hyena will not let go of a prey worth tens of billions. The knight's eyes became serious, and he looked in Ma-Chi's direction. Got a nod in response. Dozens of options popped up in an instant. But when he was about to speak, the busy tone came from the phone again, but Yi hung up. Looks like Yi has already decided on us. Rest assured on the phone. The knight looked at the other spiders with the same expression. There's no way, there's something wrong with the newcomers themselves. Fel-Lev, who had been waiting quietly, left a sentence and got up and left. This neat and tidy action made the knight hesitate. Hey, wait, where are you going? But what was left for him was a response. Do you need to ask? Arrest people, haven't you already decided? Finks and Phaeton looked at each other for a moment. Get up and walk in the direction of Flake Lev. Chapter 158 _ Abandoned building. Yi put down the phone. He hung up. Looking out the window, it was desolate and dead. I don't know how many years this building group has been abandoned, and there is no anger at all. If it wasn't for the arrival of Yi to interrupt this dead silence, it would have lasted forever. However, being able to accompany the dead buildings, Glingham will not be alone after his death. This is the grace of the night to her. At the same time, for the knights and their gang, can they catch Grimham? A little curious at night. You must know that all the abilities developed by the Kurapika that Glingham devoured were aimed at spiders. Faced with such capabilities, if not known in advance, presumably even a spider would take some effort. But what does this have to do with the knight? The condition of the transaction is to exchange Glingham for the captured Wojin and Nobunaga. As for how much the spiders paid to capture Greenham, it was their own business. An interesting turnaround. I happened to see Elabella playing with spiders. ... Albera, stop playing, you will kill these two people if you keep playing. Nyan beast Elabella. Protozoa Albera _ After Yi killed her, her soul was absorbed by Bengyu. It's just that Bengyu, which has evolved into the second stage, seems to have new functions. You can choose to transform the souls that have been killed and absorbed. Use the power of Bengyu to inject virtual power into it, and the soul will absorb it by itself. If you succeed, you will get a chance for a new life. Failure is nothing more than vanishing. Each transformation will consume part of the Bengyu energy, so this ability is not suitable for use when the Bengyu energy is insufficient. It's just that he has newly awakened this ability, and Yi inevitably wants to test it. Elabella, who was once killed by herself, seems to be a good test subject. Inject the power of emptiness into Elbera's soul. 24 hours have passed. A new Elbella appeared. After adapting to the rules of this world, it became the existence of Nightingale. It's just the first virtual test, and it's not completely successful. Perhaps it was due to the injection of too much virtual power, which caused Elabella's memory of the past to be almost completely wiped out. Only vague memories, and corresponding abilities, are left behind. All the energy of mind is converted into spiritual pressure, so as to maintain the consumption during the summoning period. Perhaps she lost her memory of the past, causing her to be curious about everything now. Chapter 159_. Perhaps it is related to the talent of the Zerg. She can directly absorb the mind power of the capable person and transform it into her own spiritual pressure. Promotes self-evolution. At this time, he was getting close to Wojin and Nobunaga, sucking the thought power from them. Wojin and Nobunaga. The two of them serve as combat members in the brigade, and their strength should not be underestimated. As a person with the ability to strengthen the system, the thoughts in the body are far more than others. The thoughts of these two made Elabella a full meal. Night cross-legged meditation with eyes closed. Graham's backstab didn't have any effect on him. The spiritual pressure was almost completely drained by the collapsed jade. Even after a day had passed, it was only a tenth of the reply. Of course, Reiatsu did not fully recover. Even if it is impossible to crush the spiders, it is still no problem to fight for. After an hour, several figures walked towards the abandoned building where Yi Yi was. These figures are Knight, Maki, Finks, and Phaeton. Walking among the four was Glingham, whose arms had disappeared. There are scars all over his body. Knives, burns, scratches, fist marks. Judging from the anger on her face, she did not expect that she would be treated like this on the first day she joined the Phantom Troop. Sure enough, only oneself can believe in the world. Eyes wandered around, trying to find an escape route. Pity. The Phantom Troop is not a charitable organization. When she walked out of the church, she had arranged for Finks and Phaeton to be by her side to prevent her from escaping in the chaos. The moment she stared wildly, Finks felt the change in her eyes. Relentlessly, he punched her in the waist. There is no scruples about the identity of the two of them as members of each other. Puff. The blood couldn't help spitting out of his mouth. Grimm's face was filled with hatred. After all, she is just a newcomer who just woke up yesterday. Even if he devoured the flesh and blood of Kurapika, his strength is almost the same as that of the members of the brigade. But after all, this is not the ability that oneself cultivated. Controlling this aspect, there is still a lack of fire. In terms of Xingqing, it has not been completely transformed into the mentality of a capable person. Facing the sneak attack of 5 spiders, although she reacted immediately with Nian. And try to fight back. Pity. With the cooperation of several spiders, there is not even a little room for resistance. The chains that restrained spiders had no effect on her hands. He didn't even understand why he was arrested like this. After she successfully attacked and killed Yi Yi, her heart began to expand. Those who think are capable are nothing more than that. Joining the Magic Dai Qianzhao movie brigade, he just used these members as food to make himself stronger. In addition to being in contact with Crollo and others, it can be said that there is not a word of conversation with the knight, Ma Chi and others. This also caused her to have no idea what was going on. Obviously, as long as she gets close to the knight and listens to the conversation between Yi Yi and the brigade, she can know all this. Unfortunately, her pride prevents her from getting along with the food in her eyes. Chapter 160_. Maggie and the knights walked towards the abandoned building at the same time. He didn't notice the tails that followed behind him. Captain, don't we need to help? Shouty pushed her eyes. Although she was a little dumb, it didn't mean she didn't understand anything. Wojin and Nobunaga are members of the brigade. It is necessary to go to the rescue. But the newly joined Gringham is also a member of the brigade. For the sake of 2 team members, giving up another team member seems to be inconsistent with Crollo's values. The man called Crollo quietly watched the few people walking towards the abandoned building in the distance. Speaking of divination that only he knows. The calendar that should be missing is lucky to be preserved. The tune of condolence is replaced by excitement. Close black lens bracket. The messenger of the god of death withers in the high-pitched music. Close black lens bracket. The composer drags the chains of the fiery eye. Let the month have full hope. Close black lens bracket. Meet the new moon in a higher place. This will be the beginning of everything. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket if you can't do it. Close black lens bracket. The month will gradually wither. Close black lens bracket. The ritual of the moon is performed in a grander melody. Listening to the unforgettable note. Close black lens bracket. The melody of blood will open the chapter of the new overture. Even so, your status is still noble. Close black lens bracket. Abandon the calendar that should not exist. No one can take away your pride and dignity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket going to the distance. Close black lens bracket. The 12-legged footsteps never stop. Close black lens bracket. This is a divination from Nyan, many of which have already been fulfilled. The missing calendar is lucky to survive. Wojin survived. The messenger of the god of death withered in the high-pitched music. Yi died in the Semetally building. Let the month have full hope. The brigade is currently not attrition. The rest is basically what will happen in the future. At the end of the divination, everything that happened today has been revealed. Nyan's divination yesterday made Crollo a little puzzled. There is no monthly calendar that should not exist, which makes he thought of Woking. But Glingham's self-recommendation made him understand the object of the divination. Without hesitation, he agreed to Glingham's participation in the group. This is also the reason why he agreed to a dangerous existence like Glingham and joined the Phantom Troop. Just to let her be abandoned by herself. Looking at the few people who were walking away, Crollo's face was icy cold. According to the divination, the spider maintains a 12-legged posture and never stops, indicating that there will be no casualties in this operation. But he was still angry about Yi's way of using him. But he is the head of the group, and he wants to lead the spider forward. For this reason, provoking the incompetent Yi will only lead the spider to its demise. He just needs to abandon the monthly calendar that should not exist according to what the divination said. Don't worry, Wojin and the others will never have an accident. In the divination, it has been predicted that they will be safe. The voice was like the expression on his face at this time. A piece of ice cold. Even though he was still dressed like an elegant scholar at this time, his temperament was completely different from when Yi first met. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161_. Shouty, Franklin and others on the side remain silent. For the divination, the knight has already mentioned it. It's just that they didn't expect that Crollo had already obtained a divination in advance. And divination seems to predict what will happen today. We'll just wait here quietly and things will work out on their own. A book was taken out of his arms and read quietly. The group members behind them looked at each other in dismay, and could only wait quietly. Only Hisoka looked disappointed. He thought he could take this opportunity to have a hearty battle with Crollo. But Crollo had already predicted this event in advance. Make him more boring. And the other side. Abandoned building. Knight opened his eyes. Looking up at the outside. Knight fell silently without knowing when. Several voices entered his perception range under the moonlight. A smile hung on the corners of his mouth. In this perception, he has seen that familiar figure. His familiar partner, 8th Gringham. Although she is not in a good state at the moment, this does not prevent Yi's heartfelt pleasure. Watching Yi looked out to the outside world. Wojin and Nobunaga, who were bound by the Tao, stared at Yi Yi. The killing intent on his body could not be concealed. Judging from Yi Yi's movements and expressions, the people in the brigade were afraid that they had already arrived. Jingle bell tilde tilde. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yi Yi took the phone out of his pocket. Haven't opened his mouth yet. The knight on the other end of the phone spoke first, with a flat tone. Yi Yi, someone brought it to you. Wojin and Nobunaga, who were lying on the side, widened their eyes, obviously not expecting that the brigade would really use Grangham in exchange for the two of them. Only Yi Yi looked at a few figures in the distance through the window. I saw it. Then exchange with each other. Let Glingham answer the phone. The phone was brought to Gringham by the knight. From Reiatsu's perception, Graham's mood changed dramatically. Number 8. No, Glingham, I crawled out of hell to find you. Yi Yi's icy voice echoed through Glingham's ear through the phone. Make her lift her head sharply. Crossing the limitation of space, I looked at Yi Yi in the building group. Broken, completely broken. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, impossible, you bastard can't possibly be alive. Liars are all lies. A smile appeared on Grinch's face again, broken as it was yesterday. Chapter 162 _ Glingham personally stabbed Yi Yi in the heart with a chain in the Cemetery building. This is an irreversible fact. Although a strange orb appeared in the follow-up and caused a terrifying explosion. But Glingham thinks it's probably a self-exploding bomb that Yi Yi got from somewhere. Didn't expect him to be resurrected. You can come to this abandoned building on 193 Road. She could hear Yi Yi's name from time to time, and thought it was the spiders who were saddened by Yi Yi's death. But when she heard the call between the knight and Yi Yi, the brain is instantly ethereal. Yi Yi's voice, she will never forget. The fact that she was resurrected from the dead made it even more difficult for her to accept. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I watched you stop breathing with my own eyes, and you were caught up in the explosion. It was absolutely impossible for you to survive. Growled hysterically. Does Yi Yi's resurrection deny her revenge? She has endured for so many years in order to avenge her sister. But now that I finally succeeded, you told me that you can be resurrected. The huge blow made it difficult for Glingham to accept. It seemed pointless that she had bothered to hide for years. Inside the abandoned building, looking at the heart-piercing roaring Glingham in the distance, Yi Yi couldn't tell how he felt. Come to the edge of the window. With light force on his legs, he jumped out directly from the building. The moment he jumped out, Reiatsu was covered under his feet. Instant step. The distance of a few hundred meters is fleeting. In an instant, he appeared in front of Glingham, pinching her throat. He didn't care about the 4 spiders beside him. Impossible. Dead. Yes, I am dead. But sometimes death is not the end, it may be a new journey. The anger at Graham in my heart disappeared inexplicably the moment I saw her. It's a wonderful feeling. Especially after seeing Grimm's hysterical look. The night was even more boring. After all, she was just a newcomer who attacked herself by virtue of her ability limitation. The design spider sent her here. Yi Yi didn't feel any sense of accomplishment, but it was an emptiness. A few people from Finks aside, no matter what Yi Yi feels now. Yi Yi, we brought the people you want, and Wojin and the others. At the same time as Finks spoke, the mind power on his body had been condensed around his body, ready to attack at any time. Not just him. Maggie, Knight, and Phaeton on the side reacted the same way. At the same time, he silently walked towards Yi Yiwei. For all this, Yi Yi naturally saw it all. Certainly. With their strength, it is impossible to hurt Yaiki. Just being a killer, a deal is a deal, that can't be changed. Issue an order to Elabella in the building. Ask her to bring the 2 spiders that are controlled by the Tai. Chapter 163 _ In an instant, a figure ejected from the abandoned building and flew towards the direction of Yi Yi and a few people. The first day of Elabella evolution. Its strength is no different from Yi and Nitro. Although he lost his memory after death. But the soul was transformed by the collapsed jade, absorbing the power of the virtual. Now the strength has gone even further. Terrifying Reiatsu radiated from her body. 14 knights, Maggie, Phaeton, and Finks were forced to fall to the ground. This is the oppression of the soul. Thoughts cannot be resisted. Chish, damn it. What's the situation? Finks was breathing hard. The sudden oppression made him unable to react. Under such oppression, breathing seems to be a luxury. Beside him, Maggie and the knights were even more embarrassed. His eyes were bloodshot, and even if he wanted to get up from the ground, his body kept shaking, and he couldn't breathe under such pressure. Okay, Elabella, take the Reiatsu and scare my friend. Yi glanced at him casually, not caring about it. Another usage of Reiatsu, the effect is similar to that of the Overlord. It's just that this ability is more domineering than the domineering arrogance of the Overlord, and it can directly oppress the weak people to the point where their souls dissipate. This method of use will naturally be used overnight. Even more skilled than Elabella. It's just that every time the enemy encounters, either the strength is equal to himself, or the strength is much stronger than himself. When he encounters the weak, he can't stop himself a few times. Therefore, it has not been used several times. Elabella, who released the Reiatsu oppression on the side, heard Yaiki's instruction and withdrew the Reiatsu. Quite a while. The four of them got up from the ground and struggled to walk towards Wojin and Nobunaga brought by Elabella. Check it out. After confirming that there is no problem with the two, they left the place quickly. I don't want to have too much contact with Yi and Elabella. In the abandoned building, only Yi and Elbera have fallen into despair, Glingham. Seeing a few spiders who easily subdued her, she was subdued by the woman beside Yi. She has lost hope of living. You win, kill me. Looking up at Yi, his expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. At this moment, Yi seemed to return to a year ago. The time when the two teamed up to complete the task. Good. The voice falls. A pistol appeared in Yi's hand. Glingham's eyes changed slightly. This is the two partners back then at the time. Yi used the pistol. The pistol was aimed at Glinham's heart. Bang tilde. Blood spilled on the abandoned buildings. Tears dripped from that beautiful face. Yi dropped the pistol next to Glingham's body and turned to leave. Glingham died, in this abandoned building complex where desolation and death coexisted. Light rain fell sparsely in the sky. After an hour, the disappearing arms gradually recovered, and the fingers touched slightly. Spider, J, Knight, Kura, Pika. Chapter 164 On a hillside a few kilometers away from the abandoned building. Several figures stood here, waiting for the return of the knights, Machi and others. 10 minutes later, several figures came staggeringly. Feeling the familiar fluctuations vaguely, several people looked up. The figures of Crollo and others jumped off the hillside. At this moment, the six could no longer hold on. Fall to the ground. Elabella's Reiatsu oppression far exceeded the limits of the knights, Maggie and others. Reiatsu oppression directly acts on the oppression of the soul. For the weak and weak, when faced with the oppression of spiritual pressure, the soul may even be dissipated by excessive oppression. Elabella is now far more powerful than Nitro. Several people were able to survive, already under the intervention of Yi. After all, according to Elbera's approach, it seems that she wants to kill all the people who are surrounded by Yoichi. To survive the oppression that presupposes killing them. They are already outstanding. Before the six of them could tell Yi's information, they all fell to the ground unconscious. Because of this action, Wojin's wound burst again. The body was already blood red. Crollo's face was grim, and he quickly stepped forward to help a few people up. Behind him, Shouty and Franklin also stepped forward. Pick up your fallen companion. Captain. Holding the unconscious Maggie, Shouty turned to look at Krollo. Asked about the next plan. Looking at the 6 members of the group who fell into a coma next to him, Krollo's face became gloomy. Pondered for a long time. Go back and talk first. Judging from the appearance of the 6, except for Wojin and Nobunaga, who had wounds themselves, the other 4 had no injuries at all. It's just some of the dust on his body when he fell to the ground. This made him even more afraid of Yi Yi. It is unimaginable that the 2 of them met 6 months ago, and their strength far surpassed that of Yi Yi. But it's only been half a year. Yi Yi has grown to a height that he cannot match. Facing such a monster, he could only choose to temporarily avoid it. But he will not forget what the brigade did tonight. Even though he has walked out of Meteor Street, Krollo is still a Meteor Street person. We don't reject anything, but don't even try to take anything from us. Under the leadership of Krollo, a spider rushed back towards the nest and licked its wounds silently. But he can't take revenge. It doesn't mean that he can't find someone else to take revenge. Same as Night 1's choice. He, Krollo Rusalu, was poor and only had money. The spiders haven't returned to base yet. A bounty about Yi Yi has appeared in the world of darkness. Bounty. Night 1. Bounty amount, 100 billion ringtones. Bounty request, live or die. Below the reward order is a photo of Yi Yi. A photo taken during Yi Yi at the Sky Arena. Although a year has passed, Yi Yi has not changed much, and it can even be said that there is no change. Yoichi when he walked out of the Sky Arena's personal room. Wearing a black top hat. A black suit. Silver-purple hair draped behind her. And that cut pupil like a green gem. Even if it's just a photo, it shows a sharp edge. The person who offered the reward directly and generously wrote 3 words, 10 old men. Obviously. It was revealed that Yi Yi took the request of the 10 old men and helped the Phantom Troop in it. There are only 3 people who can do this. 1. Beat the enemy family. 2. The Phantom Troop. 3. Greenham. After all, only these 3 waves of people are still alive, knowing that Yi Yi was acting as an inner responder. Beat the enemy family to rule out. If Yi Yi hadn't given the old man Juno a life-sustaining potion, he would have died in the Cemetery building. He couldn't betray Yi Yi. Glingham, who had been killed by Yi Yi himself, was also ruled out. Well, the answer is simple, the Phantom Troop. In order to avenge what the Night Pair did to the brigade, they chose to take the initiative to expose the partnership between the 2. Of course, the Phantom Troop naturally couldn't have no brains, and use their own identity to inform the gangster and the 10 old men. There is a high probability that Krollo used the identity of other people, or the Night used the identity of the hunter. Leak the relationship between the 2. And the status of this identity is extremely high, and in just half an hour, a series of layouts have been completed. Inside a hotel in the downtown area of Ukexon. As a killer, Yi Yi has never been short of money, and has never treated himself badly. Live in the most comfortable room. Lying in the bathtub at night. Jingle bell tilde tilde tilde. The phone rang suddenly. Tilde Elabella tilde get me the phone. I haven't had a good rest for a few days. At this time, my revenge has been avenged, and Yi Yi's whole person has become lazy. In the room. Nyenbeast Elabella looked around curiously. Like a curious baby who has just developed a sense of intelligence, of course, this requires ignoring her terrifying fighting power. After a while, the ringing cell phone was sent by Elabella. At the same time as it was delivered, she also jumped into this huge bath together. For her, this might just be a game. Ignoring Elabella who jumped into the bath. Take the call. Open black lens bracket boss Arthur close black lens bracket. A character that surprises Yi Yi. Hey, what's the matter, boss? Connected to the phone, lying on the edge of the bathtub at night. Number 1. No, Yi Yi, from today de nuo how onwards, all your files in the organization will be destroyed, and it has nothing to do with the organization. Rapid voice. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. These remarks are in a hurry to clear up the relationship with Yi. Since becoming a capable person, Arthur seems to be the only one who hasn't died talking to him like this. Once, twice, 3 times, no faces given. This old guy really seems to regard Yi as a subordinate who is on call. After a few minutes, through the reward of the dark world, Yi learned the reason why Arthur was in a hurry to break up with himself. Gotcha tilde. The phone was completely crushed. The happy mood has disappeared without a trace at this moment. Arthur, the Phantom Troop, the 10 old men, it's interesting, they really make me a soft persimmon. Substantial killing intent spread in the bath. Alabella enjoyed floating in the blood-colored bath. Chapter 165 _ The reward of the dark world dispelled Yi's leisurely pleasures. What Arthur, the Phantom Troop, and the 10 old men did or remembered every night in their hearts. These 3 have already been on the blacklist in Yi's heart. Not one can escape. He walked out of the bathroom and wiped his body casually. Looking at Alabella, who was playing in the bathtub, several chains popped out of her hands and plunged into the edge of the bathtub, driving her body to swim. Seems to have found a new way to play. Alabella's racial talent can be converted into Reiatsu by inhaling psychic power. Grangham is dead, and the thoughts on her body will slowly dissipate. With such thoughts, when Yi left, let Alabella suck it all up. At this time, the chain Alabella was using was the ability that she produced on her own after ingesting Glingham's thoughts. Compared to the original Kurapika's abilities, Alabella's chains are strengthened by Reiatsu. Thumb's chain of healing, instant healing, works on others. Food refers to the chain of devouring. Storage, after defeating the enemy, all the thoughts of the enemy can be converted into spiritual pressure balls, which can be used for storage and absorption. Chain of binding of the middle finger. Binding, after locking the enemy, it can force the opponent to enter a state of absolute, so that the enemy cannot use all non-powers. Ring finger soul chasing chain. Orientation, tracking, through thoughts, abilities and other conditions, you can know the opponent's position at this time. The little finger's chain of precepts. Measure, pierce the opponent's heart to make the opponent obey the restrictions, and the offender will die. Compared with Kurapika, there are fewer restrictions on himself. The index finger ability is more like an enhancement of Alabella's own talent. The spiritual pressure ball she transformed can not only be used by herself, Yi can also use it to quickly increase the total amount of spiritual pressure. It's a pity that the mind absorbed from Gringham's body only acquired Kurapika's ability. The bug ability of symbiosis was not obtained by Alabella. Alabella lifted. With a thought, Alabella, who was playing in the water, disappeared out of thin air. She has other tasks to do, and she has no time to continue playing in the water here. Put on your clothes, break the glass of the hotel and fly into the air. Just before leaving, a sweet mourner was left in the room by Yi. 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps came from the door of the night rest room. Next moment, with a terrifying roar, the password door of the room was directly blown open by the bomb. A group of people rushed into the room sullenly, looking for traces of Yi everywhere. After a while, in front of broken floor-to-ceiling windows, a group of people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In order to arrest Yi, they deliberately blocked one by one from the downstairs, in order to block Yi in this room. But he didn't expect Yi to break the glass and leave. Everyone looked at the bald man who led the team. The bald man named Aubrey is one of the leaders of many local gangs in Ukexin City. Being able to establish a foothold in Ukexin City is more due to the development of many industries here. The hotel where Yi stayed today is one of the industries under his command. When the front desk reported the night one check-in information, he was already stunned by this sudden gift. Just when the newly promoted 10 old men needed merit to stabilize their status, Yi's information came out, and they took the opportunity to issue a reward to Yi. to show their wealth and mighty strength. This bounty made Aubrey directly mobilize all the idle power to surround the hotel. But I didn't expect to touch it. Everyone looked in Aubrey's direction, waiting for his instructions. Aubrey closed his eyes and pondered, mobilizing so many people, but not grasping the target. No matter how he thought about it, he felt a little distressed. But the target has left. Even if he is unwilling, there is nothing he can do. Thinking of the manpower, material and financial resources consumed by this operation, Aubrey only felt his eyes turn black. The veins on the head burst out. Quite a while. Go back, this time I'll admit it. I don't know how to get the words out of my mouth. Sudden. Among Aubrey's men, someone saw something. Big brother, you, behind you. Reached out and pointed behind Aubrey. Everyone, subconsciously looked in the direction their fingers pointed. An unknown object the size of a strawberry glowed slightly at this moment. Strawberry. The word just popped into Aubrey's mind. Boom tilde tilde tilde. A terrifying explosion occurred in an instant. The small room made the explosion's power reach its limit. A terrifying spark devoured everyone including Aubrey. The smell of grilled meat mixed with the scorching smell of the house wafted around. Over the city of Ukexan. Yi felt the rising progress of inheritance unlocking, but his face did not improve in the slightest. As soon as he left the hotel, Yi ordered Elabella to rush to the brigade's temporary base. If you find that the brigade is still there, Yi will go directly through the black cavity. If not, Yi has nothing to lose. Perceived by Elabella. There is no breath of life in the abandoned church below. Apparently, the Phantom Brigade immediately left this stronghold after reaching out to the 10 old man. I have to say, they made the right decision. Inside the abandoned church. Steaming fast food boxes, used utensils, a change of clothes, a brand new computer. Obviously, the brigade's evacuation was very hasty. All these unimportant things were abandoned. Unfortunately, these items cannot be used as a condition for the use of soul-chasing chains. Dispelled Elabella's call. Yi had some guesses about the departure of the Phantom Troop. Crollo, how could you be bothered by such a low-level mistake? The reason why I sent Elabella to check was just a chance. Apparently, this chance attempt failed. But this does not mean that Yi can't find the trace of the spider. Yi closed his eyes, threw his will into Bengu, and found Lingham's soul among many souls. Dead souls are only preserved in the form of light spots in the Bengu. Inject the power of emptiness. Waiting quietly for the completion of the renovation. 24 hours. The time is long, and the night is worth waiting. Chapter 166_. Meteor streaking across the night sky. Even in the middle of the night, Ukexan is still brightly lit. For this city, night is his home ground. Compared with the prosperity and splendor of the day, the night is the happy city of the dark world. Come to a bar. A human skin mask was covering his face, obscuring his true face. He looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s. The security guard at the entrance of the bar stopped Yi. But under the deterrence of a handful of banknotes, he respectfully gave way and opened the door. No matter where you are, banknotes are always the best weapon to use. Enter the bar, ignoring that enchanting variety, monsters and ghosts. According to the information purchased from the Hunter's official website, I ordered a glass of milk and sat quietly. Next, he doesn't need to do anything, and naturally someone will come to him. The information on the newly promoted 10 old men has not been grasped by anyone except the gangsters. But in this world, there are always some guys who are willing to give their lives for money. Open black lens bracket Raven close black lens bracket. This organization is made up of a group of intelligence traffickers. According to legend, their eyeliners range from state politicians to cleaning aunts. In this world, all kinds of information are collected wantonly. Yi bought information about finding this organization from the Hunter website. Specially came to find that Raven manpower. Half an hour later. The milk in front of Yi did not move a drop. A bartender in the distance was a little disappointed to see the milk on Yi's table. Subsequently, gestured to a dancer beside him. Facing Yi's direction, he nodded slightly. The girl received the instruction and walked towards Yi with a smile on her face. Powerful sleeping pills are naturally put down in the milk. This potent sleeping enchantress is colorless and odorless, and can dissolve in any night without being noticed. Just one drop can bring down a whale. Pity. When I go out at night, I never drink anything from unknown sources. Not to mention in this crowded bar. After a few seconds, the girl came to Yi's side, like a night mandarin duck lingering in a bar. Pushing and shoving, Yi left the box where he was. Follow the girl into a room. The room is not big, only about 10 square meters. The moment you enter the room, the noise from the outside disappeared. It is perfectly isolated from all sounds from the outside world. Even if there is a big movement inside, the outside world will not know. This, of course, includes murder. Bringing Yi into the room, the girl smiled at Yi and left directly through the secret door in the room. For the night one, whether she can make it or not, she can leave work early. It was a good surprise for her. Girl leaves. Yi naturally didn't sit idle, and walked around the room at will, as if curious about the layout of the room. But he has found all the monitoring equipment in the dark, and remembered its location in his heart. Obviously. Raven, this organization not only sells intelligence to the outside world, but may also sell the purchaser's information to the party that was purchased. It can be said to make money on both sides. It's a pity that Raven met Yiki this time. Reiatsu radiates from the body. Next moment, all monitoring equipment was damaged. So far, Yi didn't do anything else, just found a place to sit quietly. The other side. A secret room. A middle-aged woman who couldn't see her face boredly played with her fingers. It's like he's not interested in anything. This room is filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment. In front of the woman, there were dozens of screens showing the scene in the bar and the secret room where Yi was in real time. Yi's entry caught her attention. But when the screen is enlarged, I see that Yi is an ordinary man in his 30s. A look of disappointment welled up. If Yi was more handsome and younger, this middle-aged woman wouldn't mind spending the long night with Yi. On the display, Yi walked around seemingly at random. It didn't catch her attention. Next moment, I saw Yi glanced in the direction of the hidden monitor. Moment. All monitoring equipment in the secret room was damaged. Flowers. A surprised look appeared on the middle-aged woman. At this moment, she knew that she had kicked the iron plate. A minute later, Yi watched as the secret door to the room was opened. A middle-aged woman with light makeup entered the room. Perhaps because of the service with a smile, this middle-aged woman kept smiling. Definitely not because of Yi's strength. Looking at the middle-aged woman, Yi didn't waste time. Buy 10 old men's information. The cold voice seemed to represent his character. Let middle-aged women be slightly addicted. He didn't care about Yi's purchase of 10 old men's information. 10 old men, according to legend, was assassinated last night, causing the entire army to be wiped out, so. He smiled and looked at Yiki. Seems to be implying something. When he closed his eyes at night, his aura changed. From a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, he turned into a sharp-edged sword. Don't fool me with information that everyone knows. What I want is the information of the new 10 old men. Murderous aura radiated from Yi like a wind blade. Cut out small cracks in the surrounding tables and chairs. This scene was seen by the middle-aged woman on the opposite side. Her expression did not change, and she still kept her smile. But her heartbeat that accelerated in vain betrayed her heart. Of course, I'm just giving your information for free, I just didn't expect you to know. I'll bring you the information about the newly promoted 10 old men. It's just this price. 5 billion ringani. Yi ignored it, just nodded to signal her to continue. This not bad appearance makes the smile of middle-aged women more sincere. The new 10 old men are composed of the current 5 families of Yukushin and 5 families from other continents, namely the Heshka family, the Janji family, the Makri family. 10 minutes later, Yi took 10 photos and left the bar. A middle-aged woman with a smiling face left in a secret room. The transaction quota of 5 billion ringani is enough for her to be promoted from the periphery of the organization to an ordinary member. Sun. Chapter 167 _ Yukushin's long night has come to an end. The light of the morning light slowly shone on Yukushin's tired body. A figure, bathed in the morning light, came to a luxurious mansion. Take a picture out of your arms. The comparison is correct. The figure disappeared instantly. The security guard at the entrance of the mansion vaguely saw a figure parked at the door, but when he was about to get up to ask, the figure mysteriously disappeared. The security guard blinked in confusion, thinking that he had just woken up and had an illusion. Don't think too much. The other side. Yi leaned against the wall of the mansion, not paying any attention to the servants passing by from time to time. This wall is in a great location. Hidden in the shadows and in the corners. As a result, those servants who passed by Yi's side in 197 never noticed the existence of other people here. Casually chatting with the companions beside him. As everyone knows, the small talk of himself and others has allowed Yi to collect enough information. Yes Sir Bullet, he's in his 60s, and he asked Lily to go to his room last night. Yes, I really don't know if he can do it. It doesn't matter if he does, anyway, I just saw Lily, and it's disgusting to be arrogant to me. Okay, don't talk about it, sir, it's half an hour before work time, and we have to prepare snacks after dinner. The 4 figures gradually disappeared. He didn't realize that there was another person behind him at some point. Yi followed the maid into a luxurious house, changing positions from time to time according to the brightness of the light. Finally, the 4 entered a beautifully decorated room with nice dim sum. In this room, an old man dressed in formal clothes was concentrating on handling various documents of the figure. Just judging from his increasingly hideous expression, it seems that he has encountered some trouble. The maid put down the dessert and left quickly. No one wants to touch the anger of this old man at this time. Only Yi stood behind him. Puff. Blood spurted suddenly from the broken neck. A few hours later, when the servants entered the room again, what they saw was a corpse without a head. Screams came from the room. Even without a head, they can still judge the identity of the corpse from the clothes on the body. A large number of people rushed into the room. One call after another, dialed to the outside world. 10 old men were assassinated on the second day after taking office. This is not a simple matter. This is provoking the dark world, this is provoking the majesty of the 10 old men, and this is shaking the rule of the 10 old men. There are also attempts to find the killer of the old man. Unfortunately, it's been so long. In the morning, he had come to an old acquaintance's room. Sitting at Bianji's desk, throwing the pale head up and down, looking at the short, fat middle-aged man with cold sweat on his face, Yi was full of joy. Cheap. Yi has collaborated with him twice. The first cooperation, assassinated the first boss of the Nasra family, right Nasra. For the second cooperation, I received a request to protect the Sametali building and solve the possible members of the brigade. Cooperation twice. Apart from Krollo, he is the only one. Herska, I heard that you are not at odds with you. I'm not wrong. He threw the head named Herska in his hand in the direction of Bianji. Looking at his helpless appearance, Yi wondered if he had the same expression when he saw right Nasla's head. The third time we met, you must have remembered my identity. Jumping off the desk, Yi came to Jianji and looked at him condescendingly. His face was flustered. Obviously, he has recognized his identity. After all, he only received information about Yi's identity last night. June, or July, I once delivered Wright's head to your table. Turn around and look at the desk. It's September now and I'm sending in Herska's head again. A smile came to his face. You shouldn't deny my help to your gangster career, right? But in Byungji's eyes, Yi's smile at the moment is like the whisper of a demon. It's a pity that when you became a 10-old man, you seem to have forgotten me, and turned around and issued a reward to me. Yi stepped to Jianji's side and patted his face lightly with his hands. Makes a crisp sound of, pop tilde pop. Byungji was so insulted, but he didn't dare to do anything. Behind Yi, there were several capable people who fell to the ground, and their bodies were already cold. I don't know how long I've been dead. In his eyes, those who are powerful and capable will fall to the ground just because of the substantive killing intent in the face of the night. He couldn't imagine how powerful the man in front of him was. His throat rolled up and down, swallowing hard. A hoarse voice from nervousness resounded in the room. First, sir, I didn't know you had helped me before. I'm sorry for your bounty, but it's not my decision, it's all made by the checks and has nothing to do with me. His tone was very low. Byungji knows that if he wants to continue to live, he must not admit the relationship between himself and the reward. I once persuaded the checks, but they didn't listen to me and insisted on showing you some color. It has nothing to do with me at all. Jerk can get from ordinary gangster families have grown all the way to the height of 10 old men. Nature also has its own uniqueness. When you have an opportunity, you have to fight for everything. Wright died, and he took the opportunity to devour most of the Nasla family's wealth. When the 10 old men died, he took the opportunity to take the position and became one of the new 10 old men. But at the same time, he is also a man who cherishes his life. After years of hard work, he finally climbed to the position of the 10 old men. He hasn't had time to enjoy all this, how could he be willing to die like this? Look at the appearance of Cheap Ji. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Yi's mouth. Of course, if it really has nothing to do with you, just prove it to me. Janji fell to the ground weakly, and his pupils lost focus. Chapter 168 _ Yi was a friendly guest at Jianji's house at the same time. Yukexin Central Park. Xiaoji stared anxiously at the beetle phone in his hand. Waiting for a phone call. An hour ago. He gave up his plan to make money with the odd food flea market. A call came to his cell phone. An unheard female voice came from the phone, which made him mistakenly think that he had made a wrong call. But the next sentence brought tears to his face. Xiaoji, I'm Kurapika. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he couldn't believe he could still hear that name. On the 3rd of September, he and Chi Dumpling sucked back the sect. From Spider's makeshift base, the two tried to contact Kurapika to help him deal with the evil phantom troop. Of course, Kurapika was already in the Cemetally building, and threatened to talk about it later. This became the last 14 calls between the two. The terrifying explosion of the Cemetally building, the two of them could feel the terrifying power contained in it even if they were far apart. 2 days after that, Jay loses contact with Kurapika. This made him feel extremely sad. An unacceptable thought popped into my mind. He kept saying to himself that it was just that he was thinking too much, but the phone call that he lost contact with was like a boulder, weighing heavily on his heart. In fact, he also understands that Kurapika, who lost contact, is likely to have died in the Cemetally building. Guidance of Chu Zaji, he even gradually accepted this reality. But today's phone call rekindled his hope. Even on the opposite side of the phone, there was a female voice that had never been heard before. According to what the phone said, he immediately came to the central park of Yukexin City, where he was waiting for Kurapika to arrive. An hour has passed. The figure who was thinking about it has never appeared. This turned his hope into disappointment. Just as the tears were about to flow down again, a footstep sounded from beside him, accompanied by the sound of tilde. Xiaoji looked up subconsciously. The pupils contracted instantly. Kura, pick up. Looking at the girl with short green hair next to him, Xiaoji inexplicably jumped out of Kurapika's name. And he murmured the name in his mouth. Green hair girl. Little J. The moment he saw Xiaoji, he showed a poignant smile, and then fell powerless. Xiaoji, who got the reply, didn't have time to think about the changes. He subconsciously lifted Kurapika up. But at this time, Kurapika was already in a coma. Without hesitation, he picked up Kurapika and ran towards the hotel where he was staying. There, Liu Li and Qi Ding Zhao Shun managed today's harvest. With them around, Jay believes that Kurapika will be safe and sound. While running, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Great, Kurapika is fine. Although I don't know why Kurapika has become what it is now, the feeling I gave Xiaoji at this time is that Kurapika is undoubtedly. The other side. Yi handed something the size of a strawberry to Bianji. Open black lens bracket sweet mourners close black lens bracket. This kind of bomb, which was once fed to the elders of Meteor Street, was taken out by Yi. With the experience of controlling the elders of Meteor Street. This time, it is not too easy to control a cheap G who has no fighting ability. Just a brief introduction to its functions. Without the slightest hesitation, GNG took the initiative to ask for Yi's revenge. Of course, this required ignoring the miserable look on his face. It's a pity that Yi doesn't trust Bianji. Open black lens bracket sweet funeral announcer close black lens bracket under Yi's gaze, he was swallowed by GNG. At this point, Yi pulled him up from the ground. He patted the dust that didn't exist on him, and his expression was amiable. Get all the rest of the 10 old men together, you can live, you can't, die. Finished. Yi took out a pen and paper from the desk and wrote down his current contact information. Contact me when everyone is together. Turn around and walk out. Bianji looked at the note with Yi's way of association, and didn't know what to think. The look has changed. Sudden. Yi turned around when he left, and watched Bianji reset a limit. The explosion time I set is 48 hours. If it exceeds 48 hours, it will automatically explode. Of course, I don't care if you want someone to take it out by surgery or other means. The smile rose again. It's just after I feel the breath of other people. Boom. Quote. Yi made an explosive gesture with both hands. The bomb will explode under my control, and your body will be turned into pieces of minced meat. Hopefully I don't see the day when you turn into minced meat. One night left a good hope. Leaving from Bianji's mansion. When he reached the gate of the mansion, there are 2 rows of men in black guarding it, wearing expensive suits, with vaguely bulging waists, and wearing firearms. These people are Bianji's subordinates and are responsible for guarding his life and safety. It's a pity that this kind of manpower still plays a role for ordinary people, but it is not the same as air for someone with the ability like Yi. Watching Yi walk out of the Bianji mansion, he even thought he was a member of the Bianji family. Everyone bowed to greet Yi. I don't know at all that their boss, Bianji, has been controlled by Yi at this moment. Thank you for your hard work tilde. Before leaving, Yi greeted the dutiful guards. Leisurely left in the inexplicable eyes of everyone. When leaving, Yi even vaguely heard the sound of something being thrown to the ground and smashed. He turned around and looked in the direction of Bunji's office. He waved his hand to Bianji by the window. Let his face turn into the color of pig liver again. Looking at this picture, Yi stopped making fun of GNG, lest he be mad at himself. It is not difficult to find a new toy, but it is very troublesome. What Yi dislikes the most is trouble. Chapter 169_. A shadowy figure lay on the bed. Liu Li checked her situation calmly. Xiaoji watched all this worriedly. Quite a while. Putting down the stethoscope in his hand, Liu Li had a serious expression. Jia, Hugh, listen to me, don't panic. Watching Liu Li's serious expression, Xiaoji and the Chiguo Zongganuo Nan clan chatted wildly. And show that you were ready. Seeing that the two were ready to listen to their own examination, Liu Li's expression became more serious. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at the green-haired figure in front of him with his index finger. According to my examination, this is a girl. ... Xiaoji and Qi Ding are crawling with vinegar and crawling together. Unexpectedly, he checked for a long time, and this is the result. Involuntarily fell silent. Cough cough. Liu Li, you still haven't changed. Cough cough. A voice from the side interrupted the silence of the three. Turning to look, Kurapika, who was indeed in a coma, was struggling to get up from the bed. You, really Kurapika? Looking at the woman in front of her, she called out her name. Only then did Liu Li believe that Kurapika had become this way. Whether it is the tone or the way of speaking, it is the same as the friend in memory. Liu Li's eyes were complicated. He didn't know what Kurapika went through to become what he is now. He reached out and patted her shoulder. A man, I understand your expression. Thank you for your hard work. Kurapika's pale complexion turned rosy because of Liuri's inexplicable action. Several # numbers exploded on the head. Although I don't know what Liu Li is thinking, it is definitely not a good thing. Just about to say something. Xiaoji, who was beside him, threw her directly on the bed and threw her back onto the bed. Tears fell on her dress. Kurapika, who was originally annoyed by Liuri, gradually calmed down. After a few minutes, Xiaoji got down from Kurapika in embarrassment. I was so excited just now that I forgot who Kurapika was at the moment. In this regard, Kurapika smiled helplessly, feeling amazing about his current changes. Compared to Xiaoji and Liu Li, Qian on the side was more calm. Then, Kurapika, can you tell us about your current situation? Like, why did it become like this? There was no joke in his eyes. He takes this very seriously. If his mother, Kichiu, had such an ability, he would be very happy. It's not important to Shishuan about the changes in Kurapika. What's important is what ability has turned him into what he is now. Facing this strange and difficult question, Kurapika was silent for a while. I was fighting with Krollo in the Cemetally building, but I was killed by Yi Yi. Fantastic story scenarios are presented one by one in Kurapika's narrative. ... Ukexin City, in a luxury hotel room. On the bed in the bedroom, a figure meditated cross-legged. Glingham's backstab had a great impact on Yaiki, and the Reiatsu was almost completely drained by Bengyu. 2 days have passed. The spiritual pressure in the body only recovered less than 20%. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, %. Collapse Jade unlocking progress, Stage 2. Zanpakuto, Spirit D solution. Spiritual pressure, 302 thousandths. Ability to master. Spirit body, the special state after the death of the body, composed of spirit suns. Slash, the fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White strike, the body art of the god of death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road, the advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divided into breaking the way and binding the way. Reiatsu perception, Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiatsu. Haichang, a teleportation ability that breaks space with Reiatsu. Soul transformation, absorb and transform the soul, giving it the power of phantom. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 100%. The progress of unlocking inheritance has improved a lot. The big explosion on September 3 killed hundreds of gang members. All of a sudden, it provides about 5% unlocking progress. It made Yi completely unlock the inheritance of Ichimaru Jin, another step. But this does not have much effect on restoring the current strength. It is not that he has not encountered a situation where the spiritual pressure is exhausted, but it is the first time that the recovery speed is so slow. A gem-like object emitting a blue-black glow, perfectly inlaid in the center of the chest. Collapsing jade. Compared with the Berzakova Islands, Yi himself forced Bengyu into his body. After this resurrection, Bengyu automatically fuses with the condensed body. But also because of this, every 2/3 of the spiritual pressure recovered in Yi's body was absorbed by the collapsing jade in his chest. This also led to the slow recovery of his spiritual pressure at this moment. It can be said that for a bug-level product like Bengyu, it is impossible to use him without a large amount of spiritual pressure. Sitting in bed and meditating. Beside him was Elabella, who was lying on the bed and watching Yi meditating curiously. Elabella was transformed by infusing virtual power. Lost the memory of the past and am curious about everything now. Seeing that Yi had been maintaining this posture, she also learned Yi to try to enter a state of meditation. But the ethereal thoughts made her not understand what Yi was doing at all. Just learning to cross your legs and close your eyes. After a few minutes, I was bored watching Yi. She couldn't understand why Yi could last so long. Next moment. Elabella lying beside the bed. As if feeling something, Reiatsu suddenly erupted, and the figure instantly disappeared to the right. A gust of wind blew across the room at her terrifying speed, interrupting Yi's meditation. Reluctantly opened his eyes. In front of him was Elabella, who had returned from hunting. A man as long as a horse was tightly bound by the chain stretched out by Elabella's right hand. He struggled constantly, trying to break the chains that bound him. But what he was facing at this time was an existence stronger than Nitro. After a few minutes, Yi sat in front of him, leisurely watching the man collapse on the ground. Chapter 170_. The horse-faced man brought back by Elabella. Seeing that he broke free, he turned his eyes to Yi. Let your mind beast untie the chains. Do you know who I am? I'm a 10th. Baile. Before the horse-faced man could finish speaking, a lightning bolt had passed through his body. The thunder light passed through the body, and the high temperature instantly carbonized the wound, which avoided the possibility of death due to excessive bleeding. It was just the pain in his body that made him sweat. Mouth kept wailing. Speak well, don't speak, die. Looking at the confident horse-faced man in front of him, Yi put down his fingers. Keeping in secret. But not being killed immediately by Yi was already a great gift to him. He dared to open his mouth to threaten. I have to say, it's a lot of courage. I am the newly formed Yin Beast Mad Bull, sent to talk to you by His Excellency 10 Old Men. Mad Cow. Yi didn't know the rules for naming Yin Beasts, so he had a horse face, but he named it Crazy Bull. Come on, if I'm satisfied, I don't mind letting you die. Pull up the chair next to you and sit down. Signal the mad cow to reveal the purpose of the 10 old men. 200 inches this. Seeing that Yi seemed to talk better than he thought, Kwang Niu looked at the chains that bound him. It seems to be making a request to Yi. In the face of his inability to distinguish his own performance. Elabella, smoke him. One command. A slap slapped Mad Niu in the face before he could react. Crack tilde. A crisp sound echoed in the room. The 7 orifices of the mad cow bleed and fell to the ground. With his strength, he simply cannot withstand such an attack. Even if it was just a light swipe for Elbera. But as long as this mad cow doesn't die, Yi has a way to save him. Elabella, heal him. The healing chain of the thumb can slowly heal wounds on the body, but it can be healed instantly under the reinforcement of Reiatsu. The only thing that needs to be consumed is the Reiatsu on Elbera. The chain extended from the lock ring on the thumb stretched towards the mad cow. A second later, Mad Niu opened his eyes vaguely, and he seemed to have fallen asleep for a moment just now. Blood. Looking at the puddle of blood on the floor, Mad Niu hadn't realized what had just happened. If you don't speak, keep pumping you. Yi Yi ignored Mad Niu's sluggishness. His expression was still cold, letting him say the 10 old man's purpose. The icy voice pulled back Mad Cow's thoughts. Although forgetting what just happened, it will not be a good thing. The 10 old men have negotiated that as long as you join the Yin Beast, you will not be blamed for your betrayal. Compared to the arrogance he spoke for the first time, he had already restrained a lot. Oh, it's interesting, but the 10 old men personally issued a reward for me in the dark world, and now he sent you over to recruit me to join the Yin Beast. It seems to see me as someone who will kill if he wants to, and come with a wave of his hand. Eyes change. The change from slack to sharp, just a moment. Under these sharp eyes, Mad Niu even felt his body start to tremble. What's going on? Why, my body won't stop shaking. The oppression from the soul made the mad cow tremble uncontrollably. 10 old men, they also said that if you agree to join the Yin Beast, let you lead the Yin Beast. The trembling of his body caused his teeth to tremble. Speech became indistinct. Even so, Mad Niu still tried his best to tell Yi Yi what the 10 old man had told him. Finished. Is the position of the mere Yin Beast leader important? 10 old men are good, the knight is disdainful. Just took the phone from the side and dialed a number. Jingle bell tilde tilde. The phone rang. The trembling of Mad Bull's body stopped inexplicably, which made him feel extremely frightened. What kind of ability does this man in front of him have? Drop tilde. The phone is connected. A mad cow's somewhat familiar voice came from the phone. Yes, is it Lord Yi? The moment the phone was connected, the voice was loud and full of righteousness. Next second. It seems to reflect who he is talking to. The voice became much softer. The mad cow's body shook, and the voice was somewhat familiar. If he remembered correctly, he had heard this voice when the formation of the new Yin Beast troop was completed. A terrifying thought came to mind. This idea subverted all his thinking at this time. Difficult, is it possible that even the 10 old men have this person's manpower? It's really scary. Yi Yi frowned slightly, then slowly loosened. It's me. Bianji's humble voice came through the phone. Yi-sama, I'm very sorry for speaking to you in that tone. The moment he confirmed that it was Yi Yi on the other side of the phone, he began to apologize. For fear that because of his tone, he would anger Yi Yi and let him detonate the bomb in his body. He managed to climb to the point where he is now, but he didn't want to die so early. He specifically inquired about the information of sweet mourners, hoping that Yi Yi was lying to him. The information that could be found made him completely lose his courage, and his life was firmly in the hands of Yi Yi. It's okay, tell me the truth about the 10 old man recruiting plan. I didn't care about the previous tone. Ask about the truth about the 10 old men who sent the Yin Beast to come. The other end of the phone was silent. Janji doesn't know how he will treat himself at night when he tells the truth. As a member of the 10 old men, even if he did not intend to issue such an order, all this happened. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch the chubby belly. A strawberry-sized bomb was lying there quietly at this moment. If he doesn't act to the satisfaction of the person on the other side of the phone, bad luck will become history. Pieces of minced meat will take his place. Quite a while. The truth is to lure you to the Yin Beast base and use hired killers to solve you. A cowardly voice came from the phone. The cow fell to the ground, completely desperate. He didn't expect that it would actually be the same as his own. Chapter 171 Yi Yi's face didn't change at all. The moment he saw the Yin Beast, several thoughts flashed through his mind. The 10 old men placed a bounty on Yi Yi the night before. The next morning, a 10-old man died in his mansion. The guards around him didn't notice it at all, as if the killer had never been there. Such a terrifying assassination ability made the remaining 10 old men feel terrified and uneasy. Also, as 10 old men, they didn't think that the defense of their home could resist Yi Yi's random entry and exit. Just like Janji, these new 10 old men have worked hard for most of their lives, and finally climbed to this position, and did not want to die so easily. In order to survive, the 10 old men were temporarily divided into 2 factions. 1. Recruiting security faction, recruiting people with terrifying abilities in Yi Yi to work under them. 2. The booby trap faction added the idea of hiring killers to besiege Yi Yi to the idea of the recruiting faction. Ultimately, the point of view of choosing to use booby traps was discussed. It's a pity that the 10 old men didn't know that a certain short and fat man had told Yi Yi all this in order to survive. My lord. My lord. The phone has not been hung up, and the nervous voice of Janji can be heard. Obviously, he was afraid that Yi Yi would take his anger on him because of this. It's okay, I know your information. Under the tense mood of Bianji, an icy voice came into Bianji's ears through the phone, and his pounding heart finally calmed down. He took out the handkerchief he carried with him and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Speaking of another request from the knight to him. In order to discuss your solution and the resumption of the underground auction and other related matters, the 10 old men meeting will be held tomorrow morning. At that time, all 10 old men will gather in Ukexin City. The bomb inside me, you see. The 10 old men's meeting usually does not gather for a meeting. Most of them are video conferences. They will only get together when they are dealing with important celebrations. Therefore, it is inevitable for the 10 old men to come to Ukexin for a meeting. After all, the failure of this underground auction made them lose a lot of face in the dark world. In order to take this face back, they must successfully hold the underground auction. But they didn't forget that there were killers who could assassinate them at will. Panic arose in my heart. This is also the reason why they would agree to the booby traps approach. It's just that the 10 old men's meeting was held so anxiously, so there must have been a lot of cheap luck in it. Thinking of this, the smile returned to his face. Since he didn't want to die, Yi Yi would naturally make good use of this. When the 10 old men die, I will naturally help you take them out. As for the political assets of the 10 old men after their death, you must be familiar with them. Great stick with bread. A timeless means of control. This has already been tested on the elders of Meteor Street. Moment. The breathing on the other side of the phone became rapid. Quite a while. I see, Lord Yi. The image of an excited squat man appeared in Yi Yi's mind. After continuing to chat about cooperation matters, the phone was hung up. Yi Yi didn't forget that there was a mad cow that looked like a horse in front of him. You know a little more. He turned his gaze to the mad cow lying on the ground. He knew there was no hope of surviving. No so many secrets. Even if Yi Yi let him go, the 10 old man would not let him go. Today's action was ordered by all the 10 old men. At this moment, he realized why the other yin beasts were reluctant to accept the mission when he set out on the mission. Only he, Crazy Bull and his teammate, the crow, came to call for security in a foolish manner. Ignoring the desperate face, he grabbed the chain and pulled him in front of him. Open your mouth. The mad cow whose eyes were full of dead silence opened his mouth subconsciously after hearing Yi Yi's order. Next moment. An item the size of a strawberry was stuffed into the mouth. Gouda tilde. Without Yi Yi's request, he swallowed it himself. Only then did I realize what happened. She looked at Yi Yi in shock. I don't know what he fed himself just now. Yi Yi introduced Sweet Mourner to the mad cow in front of him, and the mad cow's expression became desperate again. Flowers. A bomb was swallowed by himself. If you want to live, then do as I say. The desperate mad cow, after hearing this sentence, his expression gradually changed. Despair turned into doubt, doubt turned into disbelief, but this disbelief gradually turned into joy after seeing Yi Yi's casual appearance. He believed that a person with a powerful ability like Yi Yi would not play with a weak mind like himself. Yes, I listen to you, as long as I can survive, I will listen to you. Looking at the flattering mad cow, a new plan came to mind. Bianji seemed to have other thoughts in mind. This can be seen from the fact that the 10-old man sent the yin beast, but he did not notify in advance. 00. The dog has become disobedient, and you only need to raise a dog. I remember that the yin beasts were dispatched, and they were all personnel. I remember correctly. The mad cow nodded suspiciously. As if curious, why Yi Yi asked this common-sense question. Elabella, bring back that fellow who flew a kilometer away. Ignore the ignorant mad cow. Elabella's control chain was released. Mad Bull had already swallowed the sweet mourner, and he was not afraid of him running away again. Walking to the edge of the window, the Reiatsu gathered under my feet and my muscles began to swell. Boom tilde. The figure disappears instantly. Seeing this scene, Mad Niu seemed to remember his experience of being arrested. After a few seconds, Elabella reappeared in front of Yi Yi, but there was one more person in her hand. The raven. The mad cow who got up from the ground saw this man and subconsciously shouted. Unfortunately, Yi Yi ignored him. Walking to the crow, a knife in hand, blood spurting from the neck. A head was thrown at the mad cow. I haven't seen you before. It's this person who performed the 10-old man's mission today. Smile on face. Only Mad Niu remained silent. I see. To be able to become a yin beast, the mad cow doesn't know anything. Silly white sweet, not even the scum left in the dark world. Sun. Chapter 172 Luxury Hotel. Watching the mad cow go away. Yi Yi looked at Elabella beside him. The two have the same consciousness. Even if Yi Yi didn't speak, she could understand Yi Yi's order. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed directly in the direction of the mad cow. With her strength, she didn't want Mad Niu to feel her existence, it was so easy. In the room, only Yi Yi was left alone. I wanted to continue to meditate, but I looked at the blood that spread from the corpse under my feet. Night fell silent. The action was a little too fast, and I forgot that I had to rest in this room. 10 seconds later. The crow's body was burnt to ashes and scattered in the air. The blood on the ground was absorbed into a blood sphere by the spiritual pressure and was thrown into the sewer of the bathroom. The room was clean again, completely clean. The knight begins to meditate again. In the collapsed jade, a soul gradually took shape. The next day, the sky was getting brighter, and Yi Yi's figure left the hotel, but a new human skin mask was fitted on his face. There are some scratches on his face, like a man who has experienced many wind and rain. Beside Yi Yi, two phantoms that ordinary people could not see followed. These two phantoms looked around curiously. Just like seeing this world for the first time, I am very curious about everything. Yi Yi walked in front, ignoring the two idiots behind him. The two mind beasts can naturally cancel their summons, and they can be summoned when needed. Yi Yi gave up the idea. With the ability to transform the soul, it is inevitable that he will cooperate with the beast to fight in the future. Now he is familiar with this way of getting along in advance. For the first time using Bengyu to transform her soul, Elabella has no memory of her past. Yi Yi thought it was because of his inexperience. But the second time he used Bengyu to transform his soul, Glingham also had no memory of the past. This gave Yi Yi a new understanding of the remodeled product. The loss of memory has nothing to do with Yi Yi's level of proficiency, but after the transformation, Lin Hun has all lost his past memories. In this way, Yi Yi can better use these transformed mind beasts. After an hour, came near a building at night. The shadow behind him has disappeared. Before he arrives, someone is waiting here in advance. Big, my lord. It seems that he is not used to calling him that, so he shouted reluctantly. Yi didn't care about this, it was a one-time use item in itself. Please come with me and I will take you into the venue. Seeing that Yi didn't care about his tone, Kwang Niu let out a long sigh. After seeing the terrifying power of Nian Beast next to Yi yesterday, he was even more in awe of Yi himself. A mind beast is so powerful, so what about my own strength? He dared not think about it. Mad Niu turned around and led Yi to the direction of the venue. As a killer, Yi was naturally not difficult to sneak into the meeting place of the 10 old men. But someone can lead the way and can enter in an open and honest way. Why did he choose the troublesome way? Follow the mad cow to the entrance of the venue. The entrance of the venue was full of gangsters in black suits. This is the deterrent method of the 10 old men, in order to show their strength. Mad Niu took out an ID card, and the underworlders at the door were instantly filled with respect. Even Yi, who was behind him, also enjoyed the same treatment. A series of inspections such as body searches have been cancelled. Entering the venue, Mad Niu's expression turned cold. Even if he can't even compete with a beast under Yi, his status in the gang is not low. From time to time, I encountered some people from the gangster family passing by, and they all saluted the mad cow. Follow behind the mad cow. Yi felt his place in the dark world. It is a pity that the strength is too weak to be reused. 10 old men meeting. Not only the 10 old men came, but also many well-known gangster families in the world. In order to redivide the interests of the dark world. Under such a major feast, the number of people will naturally not be small. The arrival of Yi was early enough, but there were already 3,000 or 4,000 gangsters in the venue at this time. Many of them have the ability they bring. In the spiritual pressure perception, the number of capable people is at least more than 100. Among them, there are many beings that are stronger than the mad cow beside them. 10 minutes later, the two got out of the elevator. Under the leadership of Mad Niu, they came to the entrance of the 10th floor. At the entrance, there were also 2 rows of gangsters wearing black suits. Appears to be guards. Mad Niu waved his right hand, and the 2 rows of people dispersed instantly, making way for the 2 of them to pass. The mad cow at this moment has a look on his face. Walking with Yi, he can only feel his unique status in front of the gang. Push open the floor entrance door. Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Mad Bull proudly led Yi into this floor. On this floor, guest rooms are densely arranged. For the rest of the gangsters who came to the meeting. At the same time, some babbling sounds could be vaguely heard from these rooms. It was transmitted to the ear through Yi's sensitive hearing. Reiatsu perception instantly retracted. I don't want to let the absurd scenes around me soak up my perception. In the center of the floor, there are hundreds of girls dressed in different clothes, and their age stages are also different. There are from a few years old to a few decades old. In order to meet the various needs of gangsters. Yi even saw with his own eyes that a pale old man led 2 girls around 10 years old to the next room. Mad Cow meets night. When I looked at the old man in the distance, I thought he liked this style too. A proud smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it was right to bring him here. Sir, the meeting starts at 12 o'clock, and there are still 4 hours before the meeting starts. If you want to rest, I can arrange a separate room for you. I don't know what your intentions are. A smile that a man knows, spreads toward Yi. Shrink perception to the limit. Disgusted by the gang arrangement. Yi was not afraid of Mad Niu's tricks, and did not refuse the request to arrange a separate room. After walking a distance, Yi found that the deeper the room, the fewer rooms and the less panicking. Obviously. Not everyone likes the welcome ceremony at the entrance. Chapter 173 _ Ignore the group of enchanting women beside him. Yi chose the deepest room on the floor. According to Mad Niu, the deepest room is for the core members of the gangster family, or those with abilities they bring. As for the gangster family bosses and hired killers, arranged to rest elsewhere. This is the gang in order to avoid the Cemetery building incident from happening again. The explosion of the Cemetery building. All the gangs suffered heavy losses, and countless high-level figures were killed in this explosion. Entering the room, Yi meditated quietly while waiting for the meeting to start. It was still early, and the 10 old men did not enter the arena. At the same time, the conference hall was guarded, and it was impossible to enter in his identity. Only when the meeting starts is the time for him to start. At that time, she only needs to rush to the conference room and deal with the 10 old men. Such a plan is not outstanding. It is the easiest and most convenient way. With the plan of the venue given by Mad Niu and GNG, Yi is like a duck to water here. 14 killing 10 old men is not a problem. Time passes slowly. Half an hour left until the meeting starts. The security of the venue began to be strengthened an hour ago, and an inspection of the whole building began every 10 minutes. However, the floor where Yi was located was quite special. Most of them were high-level people who were enjoying themselves, and no one dared to disturb their leisure and elegance. Therefore, Yi quietly waited until the last half hour. Ding tilde tilde. A text message was sent to Yi's mobile phone. Text message from Junkie. A plan for the deployment of gangsters, manpower, which was photographed and sent to Yi. The photos are a bit blurry. Obviously he was in a hurry when taking pictures, and the surrounding environment is not particularly safe. It should have been taken on the way here. But that's enough. There is also a list of the hired killers. Jeremiah, Duke, Bright, Maha, Kleist, Jim, Dennis, Hanzo. There are not many people, but these people are well known in the killer world. Two of the names made Yi pay some attention. Maha, Hanzo. Maha, it seems that the ancestor of the Haka who beat the enemy is called Maha beating the enemy. I don't know if it's the same person. Hanzo, a candidate in the same period of this year's Hunter test, was a ninja who spared his life in the 4th test. For more than half a year, he has made a name for himself in the killer world. These 3 people attracted Yi's attention. The eyes slowly closed. The sense of spiritual pressure spreads outward, easily wrapping the entire venue. Block those obscene words. Look for the breath of Maha Dodike and Hanzo. Quite a while. Opening his eyes, his expression became serious. Under the perception of Reiatsu, Hanzo's strength can already be compared with Nobunaga and others in the brigade, and the growth rate can be said to be quite fast. But this is nothing to the knight. Mainly Maha and another killer named Kleist. Maha is on the 1st floor of the venue, and Kleist is on the 7th floor of the venue. Yi couldn't perceive the strength of the two, as if they were no different from ordinary people. How can an existence that can be invited by the 10 old men be a simple role? This revenge seems to be more difficult than expected. The magic spear condensed in his hand out of thin air, and gently brushed the blade. If you want to complete the revenge this time, the sharp gun may play a key role. Half an hour passed quickly. No one can move around at will. Those security personnel, standing every 3 meters, seem to be standing in specific positions. This level of security work can be exaggerated when an underground auction was held in the best Medley building. At this point, it reflects the strength of the 10 old men in this session, which is stronger than the previous session and has more financial resources. Go to the edge of the house window. From this position, you can see the screen of the entrance of the venue. A few groups of Reiatsu that only Yaiki could feel were scattered near the entrance of the venue. The security personnel at the venue seemed to have only checked the inside of the venue. There was no careful inspection outside the venue. This kept the layout of Yi unchanged. Fried tilde. Thought flashed. A few balls of Reiatsu that were scattered near the entrance of the venue changed. A faint light came out. Next moment. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Several explosions occurred at the entrance of the venue. Instantly attracted a large number of security personnel to go. Yi's figure quickly left the room where he was. It directly crossed the slender distance between the room and the elevator. There is no choice to take the elevator, and taking the elevator will expose you. Leaving directly by climbing the stairs, at his speed, it only takes a few seconds to climb dozens of floors. When he left, he didn't find a figure. About 1.4 meters tall in ordinary sportswear was hiding in the shadow of the stairwell. Seeing Yi, he silently followed. Maha punch _ It seems to have a special ability to completely cover the breath. Yaiki's Reiatsu perception didn't notice him behind him at all. That steady life is not like 100-year-old old man at all. 200 sprinted all the way, and in a few seconds, he went from the 10th floor where he was to the 26th floor where the 10 old men held a meeting. Yi suddenly had an ominous premonition. This feeling was so strong that he couldn't ignore it at all. The assassins hired by the 10 old men and the nearly 100 capable people brought by the gang were distributed on each floor of the venue. These 26 floors, there are only more than 30 capable people to protect them. You shouldn't be able to pose a threat to yourself. Summoning Mind Beast Elabella. Elbera's figure instantly appeared beside Yaiki. It's not ashamed to say. Elbera absorbed the thoughts of many hunters such as Journey to the West and evolved into a human form. The manipulation of the body, combat experience, and the use of mind are almost all zero. Even so, just relying on the experience of a few people in Journey to the West, Nitro was easily defeated. This all shows how powerful she is. Later, Yi's battle with her was also based on her ability and the uniqueness of her gun. Force her to die. Now that he has undergone the transformation of Bengu, he has absorbed the thoughts of Wojin, Nobunaga, and Lingham. The strength is more than one step stronger than Yi. The moment Elabella appeared, she kicked Yi with a side kick. Maha's squinted eyes opened slightly, a little surprised by the appearance of this beast. Chapter 174 _ Yi is an active rising star in the killer world. It was not the first time that he had met the Haka family. The beating enemy family gradually understood Yi's strength. It is also for this reason that the Haka family is very optimistic about Yi's potential. In the hunter's test in January, it was comparable to Ilmi's strength. Now in September, it is already easy to deal with Jianuo beat the enemy. Such a huge improvement in less than a year. While paying attention to Yi Yan, the collection of intelligence has never stopped. According to the descriptions of Ilmi, Juno, Shiva and others, Yi's information cannot be said all, but most of the beaten enemies know it. After all, as a family that has beaten the enemy for many years, the analysis ability is never inferior to any organization. Name, Knight 1. Age, 16 years old. Psychic Ability Department, Realization Department. Fighting Style. 1. It is good at using assassination techniques with various psychic abilities, Ghost Path to carry out continuous attacks. 2. Use the avatar weapon to attack in a large area. Note that this weapon has the ability to stretch and is extremely fast. Character Rating. Dangerous. Strength Evaluation. World-class ability. The information is extremely concise, and the general information of Yi can be seen at a glance. But even so, Yi's information has not been fully recorded. At least this time, the sudden appearance of Nyanbeast Elbella was beyond Maha Beater's expectations. Elbera, who has lost her memory, is simply too easy to fight. Maha's figure turned slightly to the side. He easily avoided Elabella's sidekick, but his arm felt a sharp edge. Maha looked at his arm and saw a tiny crack in the wrinkled skin. It was only by virtue of the wind pressure that he broke through the defense of his body. Next moment, the figure quickly retreated. Boom .. Yi appeared where he was standing before, and a knife hit the ground. The whole building shook for a moment. Where the hand knife was hit, a smooth-cut knife mark appeared. Retracting the hand knife that hit the ground, the black top hat must have appeared on top of his head at some point. That attack just now. Yi used his abilities. Open black lens bracket. The action time of the killer. Close black lens bracket. Increase your speed tenfold. He didn't think that Maha Punch would easily escape this blow. This made him jealous. I've seen 5 of the Haka who beat the enemy, and I don't know how many I haven't met yet. Of Maha Punching's body, wrapping his body. The hands drooped naturally, as if there was no defense, and the whole body was full of flaws. As long as you become a member of the enemy beater, you will naturally know. Maha Punch is not just talk. With a strong man like Yi Yi, there is a high probability that his offspring will inherit his talent. Incorporating such talent into the genes of beating the enemy Haka family is beneficial to them. It is a pity that the incense of this generation of beating the enemy is a little too strong. 5 were born, all boys. Yi Yi didn't speak, although he didn't have much memory of Hunter World. But I also know the current situation of this generation of beating the enemy family. In order to fulfill his daughter's dream, Kichiu even raised Kurt as a daughter. As far as I know, this generation of beaters is all men. Staring at the opposite Maha, Reiatsu spread around. Although they are chatting at this time, no one knows whether the other party will attack suddenly. Doing the killer's line, without vigilance, is not done for a long time. What about men? It's not that they can't change their gender. Maha does not care about the gender that Yi Yi said. There are so many capable people in the world, so many rare treasures, changing gender is not a difficult thing. After all, when he was young, he had seen the ability to change gender. If Yi Yi wanted to, he wouldn't mind changing his Kurt to a woman, and his great-grandson didn't seem to care about his gender either. These words, "Let's wait until he becomes a woman." Yi Yi rolled his eyes aside. The shock just now revealed his current position. A large number of capable people rushed here. Elabella had already rushed to block, but it was said to be blocking, but it was actually a one-sided fight. But this exposure will likely attract another person who Yi Yi is afraid of. Killer, Crest. Maha Dadike and Kleist, Yi Yi couldn't judge the strength of their strength. If he is besieged by 2 people at the same time, Yi Yi is not sure whether he can successfully accomplish this goal. Really, then after turning her into a woman, I'll talk to you. Maha, beating the enemy, slightly narrowed his eyes. Seems to confirm something. Wait, I didn't say that he would be. Yi Yi's expression changed, trying to reject Maha's words. But Maha took this opportunity to attack Yi Yi. Pung tilde. Of Maha Puncher rushed over the moment Yi Yi opened his mouth. Time flow rate 10 times. Yoichi adjusted the flow rate again, and was able to escape the attack of Maha Punch. As an enhanced killer to beat the enemy Haka. Maha Deke doesn't need fancy abilities. The assassination technique is paired with a well-trained body, plus the reinforcement system's bonus to himself. Enough to face all the enemies he encountered. He thought so, and he did it. In more than 100 years of battle, he has only experienced 1 defeat. Already, at this moment. More than 100 years of combat experience, coupled with the assassination technique that is engraved in the soul. The assassination technique that Yi Yi learned was completely suppressed. Make him unstoppable for a while. Seconds. The 2 have fought nearly 100 times. This was done by Yi Yi with the help of the killer's action time. If he didn't have this ability, he might have no time to react, and he would have died in the hands of Maha Punch. But Yi Yi didn't intend to drag it any further. The moment when Maha finished his attack and stepped back. The sharp gun quietly emerged in his hand. Start, it's not that fast. Just about the same speed as a sniper rifle. With ease at the speed of Maha Punch. Only God-killing gun can threaten him. Dissolution God-killing gun. Chapter 175_. A large amount of Reiatsu overflowed from Yoichi. Because of the collapse of Jade, the spiritual pressure did not return to its heyday. Now it's just 3 out of 10. But the 3/10 of the spiritual pressure on the body is enough to solve it at night. Invisible coercion emanated from Yi Yi. The spiritual pressure overflowing from his body rushed towards the magic spear in his hand. A moment. The 3/10 of the spiritual pressure on his body is almost all condensed in the sharp gun in his hand. Maha punching the enemy in the distance. Look at the dagger that appeared out of thin air in Yi Yi's hand. Recalling the information collected by the family on Yaiki. There is such a description. Use the embodied weapon to carry out a large-scale attack. Note that this weapon has the ability to stretch and is extremely fast. Close black lens bracket. Although there was a description, it was the first time he saw the real thing. Is it a short sword that materialized? Interesting, its ability seems to be more than just stretching. It seems that there are new people coming out now. Unfortunately. It seems that the use of your abilities will take some time, which is a pity. As a killer, Maha punching didn't have the habit of watching his enemies transform. The figure rushed towards the knight again. Speed soon, it seemed to be a combination of dark step and limb bending. Figures appeared one after another. Compared with the limbs of Juno, Shiva, and Ilmi. Faster. The phantom is more realistic and completely the same as the real one. Next moment. Maha Puncher suddenly found himself slowing down a lot. No, not speed. Is time. The flow of his time slowed down. Looked towards the knight. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Time flow rate -10 times. Yi Yi knew that it would take a few tenths of a second to solve the magic gun. Naturally, he would not ignore the existence of Maha Punch. He poured almost all the spiritual pressure on his body into the spear in his hand. The surface of the body is not covered by Reiatsu. The defense has plummeted, and in such a state, one attack can kill him. But Yi Yi was injecting spiritual pressure into the spear. The thoughts on the body are not affected. Open black lens bracket. The action time of the killer. Close black lens bracket. Form an action circle centered on itself and spread around area. The range of the field is the size of the perception range. Because the spiritual pressure was basically injected into the spear, he could not use the spiritual pressure perception method to set the domain range. Visual line perception is also included in the perception range. The moment when Maha Puncher launched his attack, Yi Yi adjusted his time flow rate to -10 times. Although the speed of Maha beaten the enemy at -10 times, the flow rate is still very fast. But this is enough to complete the dissolution overnight. The moment when Maha Dadike rushed in front of Yi Yi. Dissolution. Eyes opened suddenly. The aura on his body instantly swelled. God-killing gun. Invisible coercion erupted from Yi Yi's body once again. Do not. This time, compared to before, it is more solid, oppressive, and full of deterrence. The walls, floors, and stairs around Yi Yi were torn apart under this invisible pressure. A surging spiritual pressure beam of light burst out from the body of the knight. The white Reiatsu light pierced the eyes of Maha Dadike. Even if he closed his eyes for the first time, he was one step slower when the flow of time slowed down tenfold. The gangsters who fought Elbella in the distance. Attracted by Yi Yi's sudden spiritual pressure beam. What is this situation? Why is there such a terrifying energy? A person who is good at perception, looked at the direction of Yi Yi in the distance and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. In his perception, Yi Yi was replaced by a blue-white energy at this time. Such terrifying energy is dozens of times more than his own. Cut, it's just grandstanding. I feel like I've solved this weird woman and killed that guy. You know that's 100 billion rennies. Beside the sentient being is his partner. A person with the ability to strengthen the system. After finishing speaking, he rushed towards Elbera's direction. It's a pity that, in the face of this weak chicken who took the initiative to die, Elabella grabbed his left hand and pulled out his heart in an instant. The right hand controls the chains and absorbs the thoughts of those who are capable. Transform it into a Reiatsu ball. Yi Yi's state of lack of spiritual pressure, she naturally understands as a mind beast. Those with abilities are the tonics to improve the situation. The other side. accompanied by a terrifying roar. The spiritual pressure beam of light on Yi-Yi's body slowly dissipated. Most of the Zanpakuto D releases will change the attire of the clothes, and can make the Shinigami gain 5 to 10 times the Reiatsu of the Zanpakuto in the original state. Such as Tiansu Ozanu, Baboon King, Snake Tail King, etc. Unfortunately, the God-killing gun is not a Zanpakuto in the clothing-changing category. But correspondingly, the God-killing gun is mainly improved in the increase of the user's spiritual pressure, the upper limit of the increase of 10 times the spiritual pressure, which is among the best among all Zanpakuto. The near-dry spiritual pressure in Yi-Yi's body instantly filled up. A wicked smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. He slashed the God-killer spear in his hand towards Maha Puncher who had come to him. As the inheritor of Ichimaru Jin, Yoichi's swordsmanship is as skilled as his assassination skills. It's a pity that few of the enemies he encountered could make him use swordsmanship. Under the action of tenfold slowing of the flow of time, Maha Putike wanted to dodge, he was only a little faster than Yi-Yi. The God-killing spear slashed a nearly 10 cm long wound on his chest. The blood keeps flowing outwards. Drops dripped all over the ground. It is a pity that the magic spear is a short knife after all. Even if D is interpreted as a God-killing gun, unless the length change is deliberately controlled, it is no different from the magic spear. And Maha Punch, even if the time was slowed down 10 times, the speed was a little faster than Yi-Yi. Being able to seize the opportunity to slash a knife is already fast at night. But it doesn't matter. The God-killing spear in Yi-Yi's hand has unknowingly pointed the tip of the knife at Maha Punch. This moment, Maha Punching felt a sharp sense of crisis. Too late to think. Cross your arms in front of you. A huge amount of black thoughts condensed on his arms. God-killing gun. A cold voice came from a distance. Chapter 176 _ Susu tilde. Yi-Yi's face was as cold as iron. God-kill gun. The moment when 3 words blurted out. Showing his terrifying speed. In an instant. A silvery white light. Shoot towards the far, away Maha Punch. The first solution and the dissolution of the magic spear are completely 2 different levels of existence. The speed of the initial solution is fast, but only very fast. The dissolution is different. The speed of expansion and contraction of the blade is 50 to 0 times the speed of sound. This means that before the enemy hears the sound, he may have been penetrated by the God-killing gun. The moment when the tip of the God-killing spear is aimed at the enemy, the battle can already be declared over. Far away. The moment Maha Puncher saw the tip of the knife trying to point at him, an incomparably terrifying sense of crisis flooded into my heart. There is no option to dodge. He knew that with his current state of slowing down the flow of time, he could not avoid it in time. Therefore, it is better to concentrate on resisting the next attack. Body squat. Cross your arms in front of you. The dark thoughts on his body flowed rapidly. Flow, and, hard, are used instinctively. At this moment, the strongest defensive stance at this time was used. Even if the action is unsightly, it is undoubtedly the best action that can be done at this time. With more than 100 years of combat experience, Maha Punch has made him ready for a defensive posture before the tip of the knife is completely pointed at him. Next moment. Su tilde 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 tilde. Front of Maha Punch. PFF'd. Blade pierced through Maha Punch's arms and pierced through his body. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Maha Dadike was attacked that he heard the sound of the killing gun cutting through the air. The old face was full of solemnity. Looking at the man with a deadly gun in the distance. It's such a terrifying ability that even I couldn't resist it. If it was Xiaojia or Xiao Zaiba, they would not be able to resist this move at all. Xiaojia lost in the hands of this kid in front of him, not wrong. The assessment of Yi-Yi by the Daihak family was still a bit low. At the same time, this also made Maha Punch to pay more attention to Yi-Yi's potential. If it's this kid, Jaeger. At this moment, a lot of thoughts flashed through Maha Punch's mind. Finally. Back to reality. Feel the pain inside. Organs are not damaged, the time to avoid is just right. The expression on Maha Punch's face did not change in the slightest. The moment he assumed a defensive posture, he had already controlled his internal organs to temporarily shift their positions. Avoid failure of your own defense and be pierced by the God-killing spear. I have to say that this move of his saved his life and prevented his organs from being pierced and killed. Unfortunately, he didn't leave the blade of the God-killing gun the first time. Yi turned the handle of the knife slightly. Maha Punch's eyes snapped open. It was also the first time that Yi saw him with his eyes completely open. His eyes were cloudy, and there was no expression at all. Obviously, he thought of what Yi would do next. Too late. Under the control of Yi, the blade was swung downward forcefully. Puff. The injury this time was much more serious than the penetrating injury, and it was drawn directly from the waist of Maha Punch. A piece of internal organs hangs on the knife. However, Yi in the distance frowned slightly. Maher's horrific experience of beating the enemy saved his life again. The moment he tried to swing the knife, he turned slightly to the side and jumped to the side with all his strength. The outcome of this attack also changed accordingly. Yi's original plan was to swipe down vertically, directly slashing Maha Dadike from his crotch. But after he sensed Yi's thoughts, he turned his body and let the blade cut out from the right side of his body. Dodged the fatal blow. Maha Puncher quickly retreated, and at the same time dropped a word. You have interesting abilities and are suitable for assassination. Remember to beat the enemy Haka as a guest. He quickly retreated in Yi's disappointed eyes. This battle, Maha Punch was defeated. Even though Yi's fatal attack was avoided, the bones of both arms were cut off, the torso on the right side of the chest was cut open, and some organs were damaged. With such an injury, an ordinary capable person would soon die. Kemaha Pudike is a powerhouse of the Pudike family. Flowers. It can temporarily suppress the injury and continue the function of the body. The battle, however, could not continue. But it didn't matter to him. The reason why he came to protect the new 10 old men this time was because one of their ancestors helped him once. He blocked Yi for nearly 3 minutes, and he was seriously injured. This is enough to cancel each other out. If you continue to fight, you will bury your own life. This is a completely uneconomical business. Therefore, he was evacuated immediately after being seriously injured. No thought of nostalgia. The only one left behind was Yi, who looked disappointed. If he continued to fight, he would be able to slay Maha Dadike under the knife. Or use the cytolytic toxin buried in the Mahabane to kill it directly. 0. Maha Pudike chose to leave in a remote way. This made Yi give up the idea of using cytolytic toxins. Turn around and walk in the direction of Elabella. She's almost done with it. The reason why Yi was able to fight against Maha Dadike with peace of mind was because Elabella blocked all other capable people who were trying to attack. In addition to those abilities who tried to attack her before. The more than 100 capable people brought by the gang were all beaten to death at this time. The hired killers are basically dead. It's just that in this group of corpses, there is still the figure of Kleister. Died very peacefully. It seems that he was oppressed to death by evil thoughts. He looked like an ordinary person who didn't even wake up. Shaking his head, this time he was looking away. There is a high probability that Hanzo gave up on seeing that the task could not be completed. Who would foolishly rush up when they knew they were going to die? Live well, isn't it fragrant? ... Looking at the dying gangster who grabbed his trousers and didn't let him go. Yi didn't expect such a person to exist. All the gangsters are dead, and the hired killers are basically dead. Even the 10 old men were taken away under the cover of Yin Beast in the chaos just now. Where did he have the courage to try to block himself? Baile. A beam of lightning flashed. Pat-tilde-er. Chapter 177_. Ukexen. The 10 Old Man conference venue is on the -10th floor. Enter the password to open the sanctuary's trait giant door. The 10 old men were safely escorted to the shelter on the -10th floor of the venue under His Royal Highness a group of gangsters. A panicked look appeared on the faces of the 10 most honorable people in this dark world. They knew that Yi might attack at today's meeting. To this end, all gangs from all over the world are specially invited to discuss the issue of the division of interests. The purpose is to hope to do a good job of protection with the help of these people. Even in order to be foolproof, they also specially invited various killers famous in the dark world. In their opinion, Yi alone could not survive under such an arrangement anyway. But in fact, they were repeatedly slapped in the face. The capable people brought by each of the 23 major gang families were wiped out in just a few minutes. Even the hired killers only lasted a few more seconds. In such a situation, the 10 old man had to use the cover of his subordinates to escape in a panic. Fortunately, the reason why the 10 old men chose this place as the meeting venue. It's because there's a safe haven here. The characteristic residence at the door, even if the most powerful person in the world comes over, cannot destroy it in a short time. It can only be opened by entering a password. The shelters are summarized, and various vehicles are also arranged to facilitate rapid evacuation. It can be said that although the 10 old man never thought that the plan would fail, he made arrangements in advance for the way to leave. It has to be said that it can climb to the current position. Each of them should not be underestimated. Only now, their usual calmness is completely invisible. All were replaced by panic. Damn it, didn't you say that this guy named Yike is just an ordinary killer? An old man of 10. He picked up the mineral water placed in the shelter and took a sip. Tension eased a little. Start to break open and yell. He directly inherited the family's position in the dark world, and it was smooth sailing since childhood. This is the first time I have encountered such setbacks. I couldn't help but burn with anger. On the side, another 10 old men scolded them together. Trash, everything outside is trash, and they were all killed in just a few minutes. It's useless. He punched the table in front of him, venting his anger. But under the eyes of the other 10 old men, the table only shook slightly. No sign of damage at all. Several people on the side saw this scene, but they were not in the mood to laugh. Faced with such a situation, how could they still laugh? One of them even burst into a roar. I was only temporarily notified to become a 10 old man today, but I encountered such a thing. Isn't it possible that the gang can't do anything about it? 10 old men were killed by Yi yesterday morning. They found a new family to replace the vacancy of the 10 old men. Boss who was found. It's just that almost all the 10 old men looked at him with disgust. When selecting candidates, why didn't I see how cowardly this guy was? Okay, pissed, it's no use saying that now. See the situation getting more and more chaotic. Bianji seemed more relaxed. He himself was under the control of Yi, and he was even promised to give him all the assets of these 10 old men. Therefore, he was not nervous at all when he was attacked. Even more and more happy. The performance of the 3 just now. He saw it all and almost laughed. There is no self-consciousness at all, and I was even more embarrassed than them 2 days ago. Looking at the 10 old men who started to get confused in front of them. Bianji felt that the time for the bomb to be taken out of his belly was getting closer and closer. This made him act a little bit uncontrollably. What we have to do now is to first confirm how many people are left in the next course of action. Wait here for the attackers to leave, or leave with those tools. Just think about it clearly, if we just run away like this, our reputation will be completely ruined in the future. A smile appeared at the corner of Juji's mouth. At this moment, he felt that he was the most dazzling one among the 10 old men. The 10 old men represented not only the family of 10 people present, but also the face of the entire dark world. No one would know if they just ran away like this. But at today's meeting, in order to show their wealth and strength, the 10 old men specially invited gangsters from all over the world to come here to discuss the division of interests. It can be said that the eyes of the entire dark world are on today's meeting. If they run away in despair, I believe that within a few minutes, the whole world will know the news. This situation was not only thought of by GNG. All the 10 old men present came to their senses under his reminder. His face turned pale. If the whole world knew about the escape, the 10 people present would have absolutely no chance of continuing to control the gang. Even their own family is difficult to continue to control. To avoid this situation from happening, they can't escape from here, and they can't escape from here. Several people seemed to have lost their souls and sat down on the ground powerlessly. Leave, you can live, but life is not as good as death. If you stay here, Yi may break in and kill those present. This is a dilemma. Far away. Yin beasts are in the 10-year-old the leaders got together without knowing when. When will your lord arrive? A yin beast looked at the horse-faced man beside him. This group of trash can't tell when they will run. If the adults don't come, we will shoot. Another yin beast also turned his attention to the horse-faced man. Gradually, all the yin beasts turned their attention to the horse-faced man. Cold sweat gradually dripped from his forehead. He didn't know when the adults would come. Just when he was at a loss. There was a sound of gunfire outside the shelter. Then suddenly it became quiet again. After a few seconds, a text message came into his phone. There was an excited smile on the face of the horse-faced man. Chapter 178_. It wasn't just the horse-faced man who received the text message. The smile could no longer be concealed, the round face was rounded, and the corners of the mouth were almost grinned to the base of the ears. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. The joy of being about to harvest the assets of the 10 old men makes Janji completely insane. The 10 old men on the side, looking at his happy appearance, seemed to understand something. It was the bastards outside who were killed, right? Ha ha. I knew how could a killer fight against 10 old men. Ha 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 ha. Pister seemed to have guessed something, and grabbed Bianji's shoulder with joy. At this moment, he completely forgot his previous embarrassment. He hurriedly ran towards the direction of the characteristic giant gate. As a 10 old man, he naturally knows the password of this characteristic giant gate. He didn't notice the strange expressions of the 10 old men behind him. It's unreasonable for people outside to solve Yi, but only send text messages to GNG. A terrifying thought popped into my mind. Don't go. Quick, quick stop. Pist has already run to the front of the trait giant gate and stretched out his hand. He didn't care about the voice behind him. The overexcited Pister did not hear these voices at all. Bianji looked at him with a smile on his face. Not found. There are 14 figures, running faster than Pister. Pister touched the giant door of traits, and kicked him away before he entered the password. The smile on his face has not disappeared. A figure also appeared behind Bianji, controlling him to the ground. But it was 2 of the 10 old men who took action immediately after finding the clue. One to stop Pister and one to control Bungie. Not sure if the idea is correct though. But in the current situation, there is no room for ambiguity. No, let me go, let me go. I don't want to die. Bianji seemed to have seen the scene where the bomb exploded in his body because of his carelessness, causing the action to fail. To stop the plan from failing, Bianji struggled constantly, trying to free himself from the restraints of the 10 old men on his body. Unfortunately, with his short and fat appearance, he is not the opponent of this 10 old man at all. Long time. Janji was panting, but he still couldn't break free. The other 10 old men, who can climb to this position today, are naturally not idiots. Bianji's strange behavior made them understand everything. Quickly came over to help, and control the cheap G together. Far away. Pister, who was kicked away, also reacted when he saw this scene. He had just nearly caused a catastrophe. The body kept shaking. He couldn't imagine what he would have faced if he had just opened the steel door. Cut. A kid is a kid. Beside Pister, the 10 old men who kicked him away. Just to kick Pister away, he ran such a distance. Stop now and feel the muscle soreness all over your body. How many years have you been a family boss? It was the first time he had done such intense exercise. Naturally, there is no good eye for the culprit who caused such a situation. Hey, what are the yin beasts doing over there? Why don't you come to guard? Turn around and shout in the direction of the yin beast. A face as it should be. If in normal times, yin beast, as the direct troops of the 10 old men, would naturally accept their dispatch. Pity. Is the current yin beast really under the control of the 10 old men? The horse-faced man, that is, the mad cow, walked out of the yin beast and walked in the direction of the characteristic giant gate. Just as he walked out of the team, he gave the other yin beasts a subtle wink. 10 old men, seeing the yin beast honestly guarding the characteristic giant gate. I don't even want to think about anything else. Directly lead Pister to the direction of the 10 old men. For fear that he was doing something stupid. It's just that he just took 2 steps. Drop, drop, drop. The sound of entering the password sounded from behind. Cold sweat came out of his forehead. Horror thoughts came out of nowhere. Turning around with difficulty, he looked in the direction of the characteristic giant gate. The yin beast he ordered to guard the characteristic giant gate actually entered the password there. Wang tilde tilde tilde. Click. Cha. The characteristic giant door slowly opened under the unbelievable expressions of all the 10 old men. Crazy, mad cow, you actually. The 10 old man naturally knew the names of his subordinates. It's just that he never imagined when he betrayed. You know, the formation of the new yin beast only took 2 days, how could it be so fast? Quick, run. Pist was the first to react when he saw the giant door of traits being opened. Turn around and run towards the escape route. There are many means of transportation there for evacuation. But when he turned around full of hope, the hope was shattered. The rest of the yin beasts changed their positions at some point. Some blocked the escape passage, and some stood behind the 10 old men. Seeing this scene, he understood everything. The other 10 old men also reacted when they heard Pister's shout. Turned around and wanted to get away with those escape tools. But the actions of the yin beasts completely blocked their hopes. Pata. The 10 old men fell to the ground in despair. Losing, yes, all lost, the 10 old men actually failed. Hee hee, it's ridiculous. Someone was sitting on the ground and muttering to himself as if he had lost his soul. Revenge, yes, I haven't revenge yet. Tremblingly, he pulled out a small pistol from his pocket. Aiming at the jerk who was laughing wildly beside him. Bang tilde. White and red mixed on the ground. The short, round body fell to the ground. ... It seems that I don't need to deal with him anymore. As soon as Yi entered the shelter, what he saw was GNG's body lying on the ground. On the side, there are the lost 10 old men, and the yin beasts whose faces are full of compliments. A smile emerged from his face. He didn't forget that Bianji was also one of the 10 old men. Lord, sir, look at us. Mad Cow did not know what Yi Yi was thinking. Seeing him entering the shelter, he hurriedly walked to Yi Yi's side flatteringly. It seems to be showing the credit of their yin beasts. To this. Thank you, Mad Bull, and farewell. The icy voice made Mad Niu stunned for a moment. Next moment, he noticed that his eyes were turned upside down. Puff. Blood gushed continuously from the broken neck. Chapter 179_. Looking at the mad cow lying in a pool of blood. The joy on the faces of the yin beasts was sluggish. They couldn't imagine why this would happen. Mingming made an oath with everyone, as long as they help Yi Yi take revenge. Yi Yi in turn helped them become 10 old men. You What are you doing? Oath, didn't we make an oath? Yesterday, Mad Cow left, and Yi specially asked Elabella to follow, in order to cooperate with other yin beasts. How could Guangzhangji and Kuangnu be able to use them? Aren't the remaining yin beast members the perfect tool? Elabella came to the yin beast base and directly beat all the yin beasts present. And using the little finger's chain of commandments, forced to make an oath with them. Content: help Yoichi to complete his revenge. The oath has a wide range of meanings. Just need to help Yoichi to complete his revenge. Violators of this oath die. Of course, in order to keep them active. Big stick with sweet dates. Yi made Elabella make another oath with them again. After they help Yi complete their revenge, Yi will help them become 10 old men. He was beaten by Elabella himself. This group of yin beasts can survive, thank God. Now has the opportunity to become the new 10 old man. They are naturally willing to help Yi to do things, so they will carry out a series of actions after entering this shelter. It was because of the status of the 10 old men. They believe that they will never miss the appointment under the oath. It's just that they don't know. Chain of commandments of Elabella's pinky. Unable to restrict themselves, the second oath only affects their yin beasts. The oath: I remember, it seems that there is such a thing. Listen to the question of the beast. Yi seemed to remember this time. However, you yin beasts are also the direct troops of the 10 old men. You have a relationship with the 10 old men, and naturally it is also covered by revenge. Since I didn't kill myself, why did I breach the contract? Seeing the yin beasts getting angry, Yi didn't mind playing for a while. It seems like it would be nice to have these guys as dessert before taking out the 10 old men. Killing the companions around you, I wonder if you can fulfill the conditions of the oath tilde. Looking at these angry yin beasts, Yi raised a question. This moment. The small team that originally joined together to form a team and tried to take revenge on Yi became suspicious of each other again. Hey Elabella, if the yin beast kills the yin beast, does it count as fulfilling the oath? A sneer emerged from the corner of his mouth. Yi didn't mind adding another fire. Elabella, who was following Yi, naturally nodded to confirm. Everything about her came from Yi, and whatever Yi said was correct. Moment. The united yin beast team was completely fragmented. Wait, liar. He has lied to us once, how can he still keep his promise? Don't believe him. Among the yin beasts, someone noticed something was wrong. Yi's current statement is somewhat contradictory to the previous one. Completing revenge is considered to have reached an oath, but the yin beast itself is within the scope of revenge. This is simply an unfulfilled promise. But not everyone has a brain as bright as his. After a while, someone couldn't stand the temptation of the 10 old man's status, and attacked the yin beast who had questioned. Confusion. The scene started to get chaotic. But this is exactly what Yi wanted. Turning around, he walked towards the 10 old man who was sitting on the ground in the distance. Bianji was dealt with by them in revenge. There are now 9 people left. Ta tilde ta tilde ta tilde. With the sound of Yi's footsteps, the lost souls became more and more frightened. Let me go, I have money, aren't you a killer? You should like money the most. The 10 old men who inherited the power of the family have no dignity at all at this moment. There is only the desire to live. 1 billion ringtones, 10 billion ringtones, or 100 billion ringtones. How much do you want? I'll give you all. Struggling to get up from the ground, he pulled Yi's trousers. Pulling a gold card out of his pocket, he tried to trade his own money for a chance to live. Pity. Will I be short of money at this level? If you want money, you can easily get tens of billions of dollars. But this man seems to have mistaken Yi's silence for the expression of his heart. A grin grinned at the corners of his mouth. Cut. In the end, it's not about money, it's really garbage, bugs, garbage that expands with a little strength. Just wait when I return to the family, I will never let it go. There is hope for him to live. He even started planning in his mind how to get revenge on Yi Yi. This made Yi Yigao look at the man holding his trousers. Able to bend and stretch, but also a person who can do things. Unfortunately, I met Yi Yi. Feeling good and evil is the basic skill of the able. I want your life more than money. Yi Yi looked down at the man holding his trousers and kicked him away. Extend a finger by the way. Bai Lei. The man who experienced flying in the air was instantly penetrated by lightning. A scorched breath emerged from his head. Of course, Jinka accepted it with a smile. Although there is no shortage of money, it seems a little unreasonable to send it to me without taking it. Aside. Seeing that money can buy life, those 10 old men were moved. But before they could take action, Yi Yi had already used action Zhao, who had already done so, to say that he would kill him even if he was given money. Heart turned to despair. Patting the dust on his legs, Yi Yi looked at the old man again. Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Line up and come one by one. The cold face gently evoked a smile. Accompanied by the whining sound from time to time, the shelter became more and more quiet. 10 minutes later. Yi Yi wiped the blood from his hands on the expensive suit of the man below him. Jingle bell tilde. The phone rang east. Open black lens bracket unknown number close black lens bracket. Yi Yi raised his brows and chose to connect. Is it Yaiki? Are you interested in hunting the brigade together? The sound is familiar. Hunting spiders is part of Yi Yi's plan. Of course, no problem. Sound. Yi Yi slowly said the other party's name. Siso. Chapter 180 _ Noon. Ukexin Central Park. A pure gray pigeon, leisurely roaming around the park, just like many of its kind. Just turning around, its scarlet eyes seemed to see something. He tilted his head and looked at the figure in front of him. The other side. We've been trying to make money for that game called Greed Island, and we ended up being caught at the Phantom Troops base. 3 figures walking on the street. The odd-colored horseshoe crab lingers on a citrus-colored wooden calendar. I saw acquaintances there, Hisoka, Yi Yi, and a girl who lost an arm wrestling to Xiaoji. Speaking of the experience a few days ago, Chiar young ankle made a mistake and rushed forward. If it wasn't for the Phantom Troop who didn't move them for Yi Yi's sake, they would definitely not be chatting on the street so casually now. Kurapika listened quietly. She also wanted to know what happened to Xiaoji and the others. But as she listened, she felt more and more wrong. I didn't expect that the guy in Yi Yi was also a member of the brigade, which is really surprising. Chikayana said that Naopo was annoyed. He turned around with a surprised look on his face. Well, in the end, the brigade released Xiaoji and me out of Yi Yi's face. The story is short. The Bazaar Prion Ash is replaced by the Bahang department. After telling the story, Chiguo looked at Kurapika. From just now, she had a cold expression on her face. Fiery red eyes have quietly emerged. Chigung Xingpi is the current state. Quite a while. Yi Yi is not part of the brigade. Kurapika recalled the memory of the body's original owner. According to memory, Yi Yi just had a good relationship with the brigade, but did not join the Phantom Brigade. In front of him, Chu Tuo, Shang Dumpling, clearly misunderstood something. Oh, not a member of the brigade. Chi Raidon Lapam Ding, do not care about this. On the other hand, Xiaoji, who was thinking about ways to make money, immediately turned into Dudu's eyes. The moment he saw Yi Yi at the brigade base, he mistook him for a member of the brigade, and was even secretly angry. And regretted that he had eaten the blood vine that night brought. But now that the truth is clear, he was stunned. Xiaoji, what, are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Chiak seems blowing and stirring recitations close black lens bracket Jumo is joyful and a little curious. Will a body like this beast also have an uncomfortable day? No, I'm fine. Xiaoji was a little embarrassed. Without confirmation, he took Yi as a member of the brigade by himself, and even blamed Yi for this, which made him feel a little guilty. Next moment. Wait, there's a bloody smell, and that smell is very familiar, over there. His nose twitched slightly, as if smelling something. Ignoring the two people beside him, he ran directly in the direction of the smell of blood. Chu Tu Lao Pika glanced at each other. Towards the direction Xiaoji ran to, chased them together. Yukexin Central Park. Xiaoji stood beside a bush. Looking at the figure who fell to the ground and lost blood, he fell into contemplation. The figure of Qiu Tu Lao Pika came running from a distance. This should be Hisoka, right? Looking at the man in front of him who was hurt, Xiaoji was a little unsure. It was the first time he saw Hisoka's embarrassed appearance. It's Hisoka, it's just the wound on his body, like a brigade. Kurapika frowned. She doesn't have a good sense of Hisoka. But no matter what, Hisoka had given her the information of the Phantom Troop, which indirectly helped him. Quite a while. Kurapika leaned over and put Hisoka on top of him. Liu Li was in the hotel, and he didn't know if he could heal such an injury. Xiaoji and Qi Yanao poked Li Jia and followed in her footsteps. 3 minutes later. Come to Yukexin Central Park at night. Looking at the blood in the grass, I don't know what to say. After a while, someone took his ally Hisoka away. In an ordinary hotel room. Liu Li checked the injury of the man in front of him with a calm expression. Although he obtained the doctor's qualification in less than a year, he has been practicing medicine for a long time. This is the first time I have seen such a serious injury. Knife wounds, gunshot wounds, fist marks, marks from unknown weapons, etc. The wounds he checked out had at least 6 types of attacks. All of these have remnants of thoughts. It is unbelievable that the man in front of him can still survive with such an injury. Liu Li had to sigh with emotion. Hisoka is a pervert. Quite a while. Liu Li put down the utensil in his hand, and his expression was serious. No, his injury is too serious, I can only help him stop the bleeding. A doctor is Liu Li's dream. He would not deliberately not treat him because of the conflict between himself and Hisoka during the hunter test. This is clear to everyone else present. Therefore, they can also see that Hisoka is really miserable this time. While at a loss, a voice that should not have appeared here suddenly sounded. No need, I'll do it. Everyone turned and looked back instantly. Yi Yi's figure appeared in the room at an unknown time. Looking at the sudden appearance of Yi Yi, everyone behaved differently. Shishi Xing Food Suan. The relationship between him and the knight is nothing more than Yunji Yu as a bond. It can be said to be a familiar stranger. Xiaoji was ashamed. He had misunderstood Yi Yi before, and now he was a little embarrassed. Kurapika deliberately stood in front of Xiaoji and the others. As for Liu Li, he was delighted. He knew that Yi Yi had a sacred artifact like Blood Vine, which could completely save Hisoka's life. Under the different eyes of these people, Yi Yi stepped out of the shadows. Long time no see, Xiaoji and Qi are holding hands. And, Kurapika. Moment. Kurapika's eyes turned scarlet with blood. The memory before being swallowed resurfaced. Confusion, pain and emptiness, this is how he felt before he died. When he regained consciousness, he had become a remnant soul that could not control his body. He can only look at this body and join his enemy, the Phantom Troop. Quite a while. How are you sure I'm Kurapika? A hoarse voice sounded. The red eyes gradually returned to their original shape.